Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 892 to Chapter 973. Zhou State's emperor was like a trapped beast at death's door, glaring angrily at the officials in the imperial court. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to reply. The Marquis of Jiayuan walked out trembling in fear. Reporting to your majesty, this subject has already brought soldiers to the sundry goods and rice shops to investigate, and discovered that the people and things in these shops have all been emptied. Trash, all of you are trash. I don't believe that after offending the Yun matter, my Zhou State's imperial court has no one. Since there are no soldiers, then immediately give the order to entrust the hunters to transport resources from other cities into the city. Zhou State's emperor's eyes turned red with anger. Who knew that the Marquis of Jiayuan's next words would cause Zhou State's emperor to choke on his breath, almost unable to come up? Yujing City's Hunters Guild has already issued an announcement, saying that all missions related to the imperial family will not be accepted. I'm afraid that Yun Songlong is interfering. The Marquis of Jiayuan's sweat continuously flowed down. Not only that, the medical halls in the city have also been cut off from the supply of medicinal herbs. I'm afraid that Yun Manor is also interfering. The doctor of the imperial hospital stepped forward, his head also covered in cold sweat. Currently, within Yujing City, the voices of the people were all filled with complaints, complaining that Zhou State's emperor was acting arbitrarily, forcing everyone in Yujing City to betray him. The rebellion of the Great Zhou dynasty was not a big deal, but the effect was fatal. All of this was what Yi Baiming, who was somewhere far away in Zhou State, had hoped for. Jadefall Valley, the former headquarters of the Bloody Hand Trench. Outside the valley, poisonous purple smoke lingered, and within the valley, the setting sun was like blood. Ever since the Bloody Hand Trench was slaughtered, no one in Grand Emperor City cared about this valley. Within the valley, the scenery was as usual, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that both inside and outside the valley were densely packed with hidden sentries. Several mansions and single-story houses that had just been renovated stood under the setting sun. As they walked closer, they heard the shouts of martial artists training. Even though Wuxuan Limitless School had encountered the most serious crisis in the hundreds of years since it was established, the school's daily morning, afternoon, and evening practice continued in an orderly manner. Other than the martial artists of Wuxuan Limitless School, there were close to 1,000 Northern Underworld devil martial artists who were also hiding in Jadefall Valley. The Emperor of Zhou State and He Linlin searched for Yi Baiming all over the continent, but they didn't know that as early as several years ago, Yi Baiming had found an excellent hiding place for himself. Back then, for the sake of Yunxing, Yi Baiming slaughtered all the assassins of the Bloody Hand Tycoon in one night. He unintentionally discovered that Jadefall Valley was an extremely good place to hide. Even compared to Taiyuan Mountain, it was not inferior at all. The terrain here was vast and open, and the surrounding area was shrouded in poisonous fog. As long as he set up a few large-scale magic arrays in the valley, he would be able to obstruct the enemy and hide himself. After Yi Baiming made his decision, he immediately deployed manpower. After several years of construction and the cooperation of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Jadefall Valley was completed. Ever since that day when Yi Baiming and Yi Qingtian broke off their relationship, Yi Baiming decided to leave Jade Capital. When he sent out that letter, Yi Baiming had already guessed that his letter would be made public. Other than clarifying the matter of him divorcing before marriage and expressing his feelings to the little wildcat, the other reason he wrote that letter was to borrow the power of the Yun residence. Everyone thought that Yun Ba had retired and the Yun residence's influence was no longer there. However, Yi Baiming thought that the Yun residence was just a sleeping tiger. As he expected, the father and son of the Yun residence had given him a lot of help during the chaos in Jade Capital this time. Although this letter made the entire continent think that he, Yi Baiming, was a muddle-headed person who lusted after women and didn't care about the country. However, since he dared to write a letter, he dared to face the world's public opinion. He wanted to tell Yunxing, tell the Yun residents, tell He Linlin, and tell the Black Qilin race that he wanted to marry Yunxing. No matter if it was his father in name, the Emperor of Zhou State, or his true blood relative, the Black Qilin race patriarch He Yao couldn't stop him. Unlike Dugu Xiao, Yi Baiming didn't feel any kinship with the Black Qilin race patriarch. Yi Baiming hated He Yao, and he also hated the Emperor of Zhou State. It was the two men's power struggle that caused him and his mother to fall into a whirlpool that was worse than death. Empress Li's early death left Yi Baiming with endless pain and coldness. Knowing that Xianxia had appeared, there was a ray of light in his dark world. Whether it was the boundless continent or the 8 desolates continent, whether it was humans or beasts, what did it have to do with him? What did he have to fear? No matter how beautiful the world was, if there was no one to accompany him, what joy would there be? It was also because of this that Yi Baiming wrote those words and decisively cut ties with Xianxia. When Qi Tian left, he entrusted Yi Baiming to look after Wuxuan Limitless School. Now that he was leaving, he couldn't forget about his junior brothers and sisters. He didn't expect that the moment Yi Baiming appeared, everyone in the martial arts hall was waiting for him. Senior brother Yi, you defeated that witch He Lin Lin, so you are our new curator. Wherever you go, we will go. Lei Hu and the other inner sect martial practitioners said in unison. Senior brother Yi, the emperor of Zhou state intended to control the martial arts hall and humiliated senior sister Yun. Back then, it was because of senior sister Yun that the disciples of the outer hall could have their current cultivation. We are also willing to follow you. While Yi Baiming was moved, he decided to bring the martial practitioners of Wuxuan Limitless School and used the magic array to lead the Jade Capital. It was also at that time that the martial practitioners of Wuxuan Limitless School found out that the senior brother Yi they respected was actually a powerful magician. From drawing the magic array to using the Limitless Trade Union's power to the crisis in the Jade Capital, Yi Baiming did everything step by step in an orderly manner. In the eyes of the outside world, Zhou State's North Nether King's rebellion this time was all bark and no bite. There were no rebellions in the various places, nor were there any military uprisings. This made the other countries that wanted to take advantage of the situation a little depressed. Qingbai and the rest were also a little confused. With Yi Baiming's strength, it was more than enough for him to kill his way to the Jade Capital. However, Yi Baiming chose a very gentle method to start this rebellion. Because of this, Yi Baiming's reply was, if it was a little wildcat, she would also be happy to see a prosperous and strong Zhou state instead of a Zhou state riddled with holes. Using the country as a betrothal gift, not a tattered one. Yi Baiming had been Yi Qingtian's son for more than 10 years and understood him the best. Behind Yi Qingtian, there were only 2 great helpers. Back then, Yi Qingtian was able to become the emperor of Zhou state because of the Black Qilin clan and the Hunters Guild. Because of Yun Songlong, the Hunters Guild had already become strangers with Yi Qingtian. As for the Black Qilin clan, if they were to fight with martial strength, the warriors of the Black Qilin clan who were hidden in the army might be able to fight with his devil martial practitioners. However, if he were to strangle the Zhou state's emperor economically and force the citizens to revolt, Yi Qingtian and the Black Qilin clan would be helpless. Things were just as Yi Baiming had predicted. In just a few days, the Jade Capital fell into chaos. What he was waiting for now was the most fatal blow. This scroll is a love scroll. If we want to drop pink, it will come like a tornado. On Monday, everyone still has all kinds of tickets. Hey, Zhou State's situation was good, but Yi Baiming wasn't relaxed. He was feeling uneasy these days. Ever since he separated from the little wildcat, he hadn't been able to contact her. He had already ordered someone to send a message to the continent's elite magic camp, but there was no news from them. As Yunxing had been keeping the whereabouts of Gufeng and Dong Huangling a secret, even Yi Baiming didn't know where Yunxing had gone. There was also no news from Taiyuan Mountain. Master, you should rest. Leave the rest to Lord Qing and Lord Bu. Long Shui brought over a cup of hot tea. Including today, Yi Baiming hadn't slept for 5 days and 5 nights. He, Qing, and Bu had been discussing day and night how to mobilize their forces and contact Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to cut off the flow of goods and water routes in Zhou State. Yujing City had already become an isolated island. In a few days, there would definitely be a riot in Yujing City. Things were going smoothly, but Yi Baiming's hard work was obvious to all. Long Shui saw this and became anxious. Is there still no news from the people we sent to the continent's elite magic camp? Yi Baiming had been waiting for news from the continent's elite magic camp. Not yet. Long Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Master's heart had always been worried about that woman. No matter how considerate she was, Master didn't notice. The continent's elite magic camp indeed didn't have any news about Yunxing. If there's any news, immediately send a message. Yi Baiming was indeed tired. His handsome face revealed a trace of tiredness. Long Shui nodded and retreated. When she reached the door, a guard hurriedly came forward. "Miss Long, there's an urgent letter from the continent's elite magic camp. Master just fell asleep, don't make a fuss." Long Shui stopped the guard and took the letter. She looked into the room and opened the letter. The letter was written by Yunxing's teacher, a dark gold-ranked teacher. Long Shui looked down, and a hint of joy appeared on her gorgeous face. She quickly reined in her joy. "I'll accept the letter and hand it over to Master later. Master has a lot of things to do these few days, so don't disturb Master if you have nothing to do." After the guard left, Long Shui took another look at the letter. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect Yunxing to marry Du Guxiu. The letter was sent by the continent's magic elite camp. It was written by Yunxing's mentor, Dark Gold. The letter clearly stated that many days ago, Yunxing had been forcefully brought back to later Qin by Du Guxiu under the name of Dong Huangxing. She was to be married to Du Guxiu. The meaning of the dark gold-ranked teacher's words was for Yi Baiming to hurry back to the continent's magic elite camp and find a way to infiltrate later Qin to rescue Yunxing. Because of that, Yunxing, Master has a bad reputation as a traitor. But she's doing well. She became a princess and even hooked up with the crown prince of later Qin. Long Shui looked at the letter and thought of Yi Baiming's tired face. She would never hand this letter over to Master. Her master was born to rule the world and stand at the top of the world. She had served Master for so many years and watched him painstakingly manage things from a lowly prince who had lost his power to an all-powerful figure. That Yunxing didn't know the hardships involved. All these years, she was the one who had accompanied Master all the way. It was her, like a sister and a servant, like a lover. She had watched Master grow from a thin and weak youth to the current iron-blooded prince. Who does that Yunxing think she is? What right does she have to become Master's woman and stand at the top of the continent with Master? Master had finally broken ties with the Zhou state's emperor and started a rebellion. He was about to ascend to the throne of the Zhou state's emperor step by step. At such a crucial moment, how could Master destroy all of his hard-earned achievements for a woman? Although she was furious, Long Shui understood that once Master Yi Baiming saw this letter, he would definitely rush to later Qin without caring about anything else. Later Qin was a place filled with tigers and wolves. Later Qin's crown prince, Du Guxiu, saw Master as a huge threat. Who could guarantee that Du Guxiu didn't deliberately capture Yunxing with the purpose of luring Master to later Qin? No matter if it was Yunxing or Dong Huangxing, as long as she married Du Guxiu, what was done was done. At that time, Master would really belong to Long Shui. Thinking of this, Long Shui took another look at Yi Baiming's room and tore the letter into pieces. In the continent's magic elite camp, Gufeng anxiously waited for Yi Baiming's reply. A few days ago, Gufeng saw Yunxing and Dong Huangling being taken away by Du Guxiu. Knowing that he was powerless to save them, he rushed back to Jade Capital. Who would have thought that after he rushed to Jade Capital, he would find out that within a month, many changes had happened in Jade Capital. From North Nether King divorcing his fiancée to Yi Baiming's words of marrying a wife that shocked the entire continent. What was worse was that North Nether King's whereabouts were unknown. In his anxiety, Gufeng went to the Hunters Guild, Wushuan Limitless Mansion, and Xianxia. However, he didn't find any news of North Nether King or Yun residents. Gufeng was a blockhead. He didn't even think about the current situation. Without credible evidence, who would believe his words so easily? Gufeng, who was like a headless fly, had no choice but to return to the continent's magic elite camp and tell the dark gold-ranked teacher and abandon what had happened. Only then did Abandon and the dark gold-ranked teacher know that Yunxing had done such a daring thing behind their backs. Fortunately, the dark gold-ranked teacher was angry. She immediately contacted the warriors' elite camp and finally found out about Yi Baiming with the help of the ghost prison's great elder. The dark gold-ranked teacher personally wrote a letter and sent the news of Yunxing being trapped in the eastern capital to Jade Valley. However, after the letter was sent out for a few days, there was still no news. Dark gold-ranked teacher, it's already the third day. Why is there still no news from Jade Valley? I'm about to die from anxiety. If this goes on, Yunxing will be forced to marry Du Guxiu. Gufeng waited for a few days, but there was no news at all. He was very anxious. We can't wait any longer. Let's hurry to later Qin and think of a way to save them. Abandon was also impatient. She is right. Since when have our magic elite camp's disciples ever needed the warrior elite camp's people to rescue them after being kidnapped? Aren't you afraid that your teeth will fall out if word gets out? Master Shi Huang laughed sinisterly at the side. That's right. Dark Gold rank teacher, Yunxing and Ling are important members of the elite camp. As long as we tell this news to the elite camp, I believe the elders will agree to send people with us. After Blue heard the news, she also expressed her willingness to go to later Qin to save Yunxing and Donghuang Ling. This matter can only rely on the few of us. The elite camp won't help us. Shi Huang, have you forgotten that Director Song is still in later Qin? How could the Dark Gold rank teacher not want to save Yunxing and Donghuang Ling? These two people were her disciples that she had painstakingly cultivated for several years. No one was more nervous than her. Hearing Director Song's name, Shi Huang shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Double monthly votes coming, begging for votes. The main reason why later Qin was able to stand tall in the mainland for so many years and even surpass Zhou State to become the #1 country in martial arts was because of Director Song of the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Director Song's name, age, appearance, family background, and origin were unknown. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. He was very strong. When Big Dipper Martial Hall was rising, the two elders of the mainland's elite camp went to later Qin for a battle. They fought with Director Song and were defeated within 100 moves. When they were defeated, the two elders had declared that as long as Director Song was still alive, the elite camp and Ho Qin would not interfere with each other's business. Because of this, even when the mainland's elite camp was in the limelight, they still had to be polite to later Qin. What was worse was that Director Song was Du Guxiu's teacher. In order to save Yunxing and Donghuang Ling, not only did they have to go through Du Guxiu, they also had to go through Director Song. This was also the reason why Du Guxiu was able to form an alliance with the elite camp during the last artifact search mission. Yunxing and Donghuang Ling were very important. However, they weren't important enough for the two elders to disregard their old faces and go against the oath that they made back then. As for Yi Baiming, now that Zhou State was in danger, he might not be able to protect himself. Hearing this, everyone was silent. She stood up abruptly and walked out without saying a word. Hey, poison brat, what are you doing? Shi Huang was anxious. I alone am enough to save Yunxing. When Abandon thought of how Yunxing had to face that cold-blooded and heartless guy, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Abandoned, I want to go too. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well. Goofing hurriedly chased after him. I'll go too. If the elders don't want to save them, I'll save them. Blue also followed. Come back. Who said we're not going to save him? The Dark Gold ranked instructor was furious at the three stubborn mules. Hee, you're right. We need to save him, but we need to discuss how to save him first. If the three of you go, all three of you will die. It won't even be enough to fill the gaps between Director Song's teeth. Come over and listen to me. Instructor Shi Huang stuck out his tongue. After some discussion, the Dark Gold ranked instructor and the other three were suspicious. Goofing shivered. Teacher Shi Huang, isn't this too despicable? Despicable? If you dare to speak one more time, believe it or not, I will immediately poison you to death. I don't care if you are Shi Guang's precious disciple or not. Shi Huang made a killing gesture. Goofing shuddered and quickly hid behind Abandon. Right now, this is the only way. Listen up, there's no time to lose. We have to rush to later Qin immediately. After weighing the pros and cons, the Dark Gold grade teacher decided to follow teacher Shi Huang's instructions and try to rescue Yunxing and the others. Early in the morning, there was a lion's roar in the Taiyuan castle. Sigh, what's wrong with the old general recently? Why is he shouting so early in the morning? Inside the castle, Zhou Quan was confused. Ever since Zhou Qingchuan, the chairman of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, had come, the old general's temper had become much worse. Inside the Taiyuan castle, inside the former city lord's hall. What? You said my precious granddaughter was kidnapped? Yunba's old face was red. Father, don't be impatient. Let Song Lang explain the contents of the letter first. Yuan Shahua consoled him in a good-natured manner. When Yuan Shahua had just married into the Yun residence, Yun Ba had been indifferent to her because of Grand Emperor City. But in the past few years, Yuan Shahua had been assisting Yun Songlong in handling the affairs of the Heavenly Hunting Corps. She had also raised a pair of beautiful and strong grandsons for the Yun residence. Yun Ba's attitude towards this daughter-in-law had improved. For the sake of his second daughter-in-law, Yun Ba snorted a few times. He snatched the letter from Yun Songlong's hand and read it. This letter was sent from the mainland's magic elite camp. When the Dark Gold instructor received the news from Gu Feng, she was especially careful. On one hand, she inquired about Ji Baiming, on the other hand, she also sent a letter to the Sky Hunting Corps. When Yun Songlong received the letter, he found out that Yun Xing had fallen into Du Guxiu's hands. This matter involved a lot of people, so Yun Songlong didn't dare to make a rash judgment. He was worried that Yun Ba would be reckless, so before he rushed to Taiyuan Mountain, he had specially sent people to Later Qin to gather information. However, Later Qin wasn't like the other countries on the mainland. Later Qin's Hunters Guild had been suppressed by the Big Dipper Martial Hall in the early years. Especially in the Fengdu region, it was difficult to obtain information. But there was one thing that was certain. A few days ago, Later Qin's Du Guxiu had indeed married the princess of the East Imperial dynasty. Moreover, it was said that this princess was from the common folk. The princess's name was unknown, and her appearance had never been revealed. But looking at the timing, it did coincide with Yun Xing's departure from the mainland's magic elite camp. Furthermore, Yun Songlong had also found out that because of their birth characters, the marriage between Princess Dong Huang and Later Qin's crown prince was set to be held in 2 months. During this period, Princess Dong Huang was temporarily staying in the crown prince's residence. After confirming this information, Yun Songlong brought Yuan Shahua and rushed to Taiyuan Mountain. Damn it, Later Qin's son of a bitch. When he first came to Zhou State, I already found him an eyesore. I really should have killed him. The more Yun Ba thought about it, the angrier he became. Whenever he thought of Du Guxiu, his chest felt stuffy. Although Yun Ba was angry, he was still a veteran of the battlefield and had killed countless enemies. Although he cursed, he didn't immediately give the order to lead a group of people to attack Later Qin. Putting aside the fact that Du Guxiu was the crown prince of Later Qin, even if Taiyuan Mountain and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Troop joined forces, it would be difficult for them to attack Fengdu. Not to mention, Later Qin also had the strongest warrior on the mainland, Director Song, whose strength was rumored to have surpassed the martial Grand Emperor level and was close to the martial god level. Father, this matter is strange. With Xinger's personality, she won't be controlled so easily. I'm afraid that Du Guxiu has something on her. After receiving the news, the first thing that came to Yun Songlong's mind was that with Yun Xing's intelligence, she wouldn't have been forced into a marriage. That's right. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll think of a way to contact some of my old subordinates and create some trouble for Later Qin's borders. It would be best if we could lure Du Guxiu out and think of a way to capture him. Yun Ba thought of a plan. This Du Guxiu was really blind. How could he marry his own granddaughter just because he wanted to, without a groom? He wanted to see how Later Qin would get married. Then I'll think of a way to sneak into Fengdu's imperial palace and rescue Xinger. Yun Songlong and Yuan Shahua exchanged glances. Although the latter was somewhat worried, she also felt that Yun Ba's plan was feasible. Yun Xing was too important to the Yun residents. If not for the fact that Yuan Shahua still had to take care of the 2 children, she would also want to sneak into Yangdu to investigate. No, you won't be able to do it alone. You'll need to bring a helper. His opponent was Director Song, so Yun Ba had no choice but to think carefully. Yun Ba was very pleased with Yun Songlong and his wife's sense of righteousness. The Yun residence had been sparsely populated these past few years, but the 2 brothers were still very affectionate. After Yun Ba moved to Taiyuan Mountain, Yun Songxue and his wife also moved to Taiyuan. Even their grandson, Tang Yu, had become Qi Tian's disciple again and studied in Taiyuan Castle. They had thought that the family would be able to live harmoniously from now on. Who knew that something like this would happen to Yun Xing? Yun Xing was very important, but she was still his flesh. Yun Songlong was already a husband and a father. It would be very dangerous for him to sneak into the imperial granary palace alone to rescue Yunsheng. Later Qin Duguxiu was known as the Blood Wall of the Wuji Five Walls. He had become famous at a young age and was known for his quick-wittedness and iron-bloodedness on the battlefield. Even if he left Yangdu, he would definitely invite his teacher, Director Song, to oversee the palace. Under such circumstances, Yun Songlong, who was only a martial sage, would definitely not be a match for him. "Is there any news of your elder brother?" Yunba asked in a muffled voice. His eldest son, Yun Songhai, had always been a sore point. He had left home for many years and left after their reunion a few years ago. No one knew where he was. If Yun Songhai was also here, the two brothers would have a much higher chance of winning. There is still no news of elder brother. Yun Songlong shook his head. Ever since they had parted in Yujing City, he had not heard any news of his elder brother, Yun Songhai. Yunba pondered deeply, as if he had made a great decision. "Go find Yi Baiming. You go with him to rescue Xing'er." "Father?" Yun Songlong was very surprised. The grudge between the Yun residents and Zhou state was deeply rooted. Although Yi Baiming had used Zhou Qingchuan as a mediator to clear the marriage agreement, he was still the son of Zhou state's emperor. Yun Songlong had thought that with Yun Ba's stubborn temper, he would never forgive Yi Baiming. I'll give that brat a chance. I'll let him know that it's not so easy to marry my granddaughter. If he can save Xing'er this time, I'll acknowledge him as my grandson-in-law. Otherwise, I'll kick him out." Yun Ba snorted. Yun Ba would never admit that he was moved by Yi Baiming's letter. He would never admit that he admired Yi Baiming's method of forcing Zhou state's emperor to abdicate without moving a single soldier in the past few days. The North Nether King's cultivation is not bad. If he joins forces with the Blue Waves, there is still a chance to save Yunsheng. There's no time to lose. Song Lang, go find Dark North King immediately. Yuan Shahua agreed with Yun Ba's point of view. As Yuan Bupo's elder sister, she really hoped that her younger brother could help at a time like this and take the opportunity to win over the beauty. However, she had to admit that the only person on the boundless continent who could barely compete with Director Song was the North Nether King of Zhou State. Yun Songlong and Yuan Shahua immediately left Taiyuan Mountain to inquire about Yi Baiming's whereabouts. Yun Ba stood alone on Taiyuan Mountain. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the boundless sea of clouds in the direction of Zhou State. He muttered, "Your Majesty, before you died, you entrusted the future of Zhou State to me. Now, I'm entrusting my granddaughter to your grandson. Your spirit in heaven must bless my Zhou State and our common descendant." After the Azalea banquet, Yunxing had a few days of comfort. The womenfolk of the Crown Prince's residence did not dare to cause trouble again. After all, young Mistress Qing was their lesson. Duguxiu also became busy. It was said that there were several riots at the borders of later Qin. This was not a common occurrence in later Qin. Yunsheng, the future crown princess, was able to enjoy peace and quiet because of this. She finally found an opportunity to look for Hu Xing. That day, after entering Tianya building, Yunxing spent 100 gold coins to ask the shop owner to help Hu Xing find a hidden residence in the city. Usually, the shop owner would send food to Hu Xing. She never left the house. In addition, Qing Meng had just been defeated. Therefore, no one in the city was looking for Hu Xing. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger found an opportunity to sneak out of the crown prince's residence and look for Hu Xing while Duguxiu went to discuss government affairs. That day, after seeing Yunxing's appearance, Hu Xing's expression was one of astonishment. However, on that day, as they were busy avoiding Qing Meng, the two of them did not have the chance to talk. "Thank you, benefactor." When Hu Xing saw Yunxing, he quickly went up to her and expressed his gratitude. Looking at Hu Xing, Yunxing felt as if she was looking into a mirror. Especially when this woman looked so delicate and pitiful, Yunxing felt very uncomfortable. "You're welcome. Miss, I want to ask you, do you know a woman called Hu Jiuxing?" Yunxing roughly knew Hu Xing's background. Right now, what she wanted to confirm the most was whether or not Hu Jiuxing was related to Hu Xing. "I don't know her." Hu Xing was very timid and replied with a bit of reverence in her pitch-black eyes. Although she looked exactly the same as Yunxing, the woman in front of her was very powerful. That day, when she came out from Big Dipper Martial Dojo, There were quite a few frightening burly men following behind her. However, this woman, without even lifting a finger, took care of those people. Then, how did you come here? Do you have any way to go back? Looking at Hu Xing's appearance, Yunxing knew that Hu Xing didn't know anything. I don't know. I also don't know how I came here. I only remember that on that day, cousin Linglong asked me to go to the beast god altar to pray for the tribe. Not long after we started praying at the beast god altar, I fainted. Hu Xing replied in a low voice. Linglong? You're talking about Hu Linglong? She's your cousin? Yunxing was now 100% sure of Hu Xing's identity. She was the saintess of the celestial fox people. She was really guarding against thieves, burglaries, and little bitches. Hu Linglong was really a little bitch in name. The dignified saintess of the celestial fox tribe was secretly transported to the boundless continent and almost sold to Qing Mei as his 109th concubine. If there wasn't a collaboration between the inside and the outside, this matter would definitely not have succeeded. Her useless cousin saintess who didn't know anything went missing. Hu Linglong could replace her and become the new celestial fox saintess. Not only that, that so-called beast god altar should also be involved in this matter. If the celestial fox people's saintess was discovered to have been violated by the human race, it would be the best excuse for the 8 Desolates tribe to attack the boundless continent. After thinking up to this point, Yunxing understood that she had to send Hu Xing back to the 8 Desolates continent as soon as possible. Hu Xing had the body of a celestial fox. She didn't know magic or dou qi, so it wouldn't be good for her to stay in the boundless continent for too long. Moreover, her identity was too sensitive. If other forces found out, it would probably lead to a huge commotion. At that time, it would be unavoidable that there would be another bloody storm. The boundless continent, which had just experienced a huge loss in the mission to find the divine weapon, couldn't withstand another invasion. I also don't know how to go back. Miss Yun, you are also a member of the celestial fox tribe? Why have I never seen you before? Hu Xing was usually timid and didn't speak much when she saw people. But when she saw Yunxing, she inexplicably liked her. The fate between people was very subtle. Yunxing didn't like Hu Xing because she was too weak. She was like a delicate porcelain doll that could be smashed into pieces at any time. Such a weakling, let alone a place like the 8 Wastelands where the beast race ran rampant, even in the boundless land, it would be very difficult for her to survive. The current Yunxing couldn't even protect herself, let alone spend time and effort to protect such a woman. Therefore, Yunxing only had one thought at the moment, and that was to send her away as soon as possible. However, Hu Xing liked Yunxing very much. The reason why she liked Yunxing was the opposite of Yunxing. It was because Yunxing was very strong. Yunxing didn't have any magic power, but she was quick-witted and calm. She had too many things that Hu Xing yearned for but couldn't have in his lifetime. Facing Hu Xing's doubts about her identity, Yunxing thought for a while and decided to tell him part of the truth. My mother is a member of the celestial fox tribe. It's just that she was no longer in the 8 Wastelands many years ago. Yunxing remembered that her father, Yun Songhai, said that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was born in the beast blood cloud of the Dutian beast blood world. It wasn't strange that Hu Xing didn't know her. No, how did you know that I'm a member of the celestial fox tribe? Yunxing had never told anyone. Even Dong Huanglinger knew that she had the bloodline of celestial fox in her body. It was also because she wanted to ask about Hu Xing that Yunxing sent Dong Huanglinger away to buy some food. You have the smell of celestial fox blood crystal on your body. You should have entered the celestial fox tomb before. Although I couldn't learn magic since I was young, my senses are much sharper than ordinary people. Hu Xing said and suddenly walked forward. She was a little excited and suddenly grabbed Yunxing's hand. Miss Yun, can you promise me one thing? I'm sorry, I can't send you back to the Bahuang continent for the time being. Yunxing wanted to pull her hand back. She wasn't familiar with Hu Xing. She saved Hu Xing because she wanted to find out more about her mother, Hu Jiuxing. No, I'm not begging you to send me back to the 8 Desolates continent. I just want to beg you to go to the 8 Desolates continent. If it's you, you will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the beast god and revive the celestial fox tribe. Hu Xing's voice became louder, completely different from her previous timid appearance. She gripped Yunxing's hand tightly. At this moment, an unyielding force seemed to be bursting out of this delicate woman's 10 fingers. Her fingers were like 10 steel bars, causing Yunxing's wrist to hurt. I don't understand what you mean. Moreover, I have no interest in the 8 Desolates continent, nor do I want to obtain the inheritance of the beast god. Yunxing pried Hu Xing's fingers away. Hu Xing's small face was full of disappointment, but soon after, she thought of something. I know I'm being presumptuous, but as a member of the Celestial Fox people, if you see the current situation of the Celestial Fox people, you will definitely change your mind. The Celestial Fox people haven't received the beast god's blessing for more than 1,000 years. The Celestial Fox people have nothing to do with me at all. Hu Xing, I think you've misunderstood. I saved you not because I'm some kind person, but because I don't want to see a woman who looks like me become someone else's plaything. Rather than place your hopes on others, it's better to rely on yourself. You're like this, and so are your people. Yunxing's cold words made Hu Xing's words sink bit by bit. Compared to Hu Xing, Yunxing's words, actions, and way of thinking were more similar to the human race. It's all my fault. If I wasn't useless and couldn't learn magic from birth, perhaps the Celestial Fox people would still have hope. Hu Xing was very depressed. To tell you the truth, I was once like you, a good-for-nothing who couldn't learn magic and couldn't learn martial arts. Yunxing looked at Hu Xing as if she was looking at herself when she was 6 years old. However, compared to Hu Xing, who placed his hopes on others, Yunxing would never beg others for help. You were once like me? But, you really don't want to follow me to the 8 Desolates continent? Even if I have a way to remove the yearning of souls on you? Hu Xing heard Yunxing's words and a trace of shrewdness flashed across his eyes. You can see that I'm under the yearning of souls on me? Hu Xing, do you know magic or Do energy? Yunxing couldn't help but be wary. Hu Xing wasn't as simple as she seemed. Yun Xing, please allow me to call you by your name. I don't mean any harm, don't misunderstand. I really don't know any magic. It's just that the beast deity took pity on me and gave me a special ability. I can see many things that ordinary people can't. For example, you've fused with the Celestial Fox blood crystal, and you're under the yearning of souls of the Ba Serpent clan. Hu Xing revealed a rare confident smile. However, her smile disappeared immediately. Even if she had this ability, she couldn't use it to see through people's hearts. Hu Xing felt sour in his heart. She was very innocent, but she wasn't stupid. Why was she sold from the beast god altar to the boundless continent for no reason? She had already guessed who the mastermind was in the past few days. Ling Long. She used to think that they were the best of cousins. Then you have a way to remove the yearning of souls? Yunxing wanted to remove this damned poison even in her dreams. The yearning of souls was the biggest restriction to Yunxing. As long as it existed, she wouldn't be able to leave later Qin and break free from Duguxiu's imprisonment. Although the magic in her body was mostly restricted by Duguxiu's special Qilin Do energy, Duguxiu had given her a pair of soul crystal earrings by accident. Unintentionally, it actually improved the jade marrow technique in her body. After a few more days, she was confident that she could use the jade marrow technique to remove the Qilin Do energy. I don't have a way. Every tribe in the 8 Desolate tribe has their own secret method. Only the core members of the Bashi tribe know the method to remove the yearning of souls. However, I believe that the High Priestess of the Beast God altar has a way to restrain the yearning of souls. When mentioning the High Priestess of the Beast God altar, Hu Xing's cheeks flushed red. Yunxing pondered. What Hu Xing said might not be a bad idea. It was obviously impossible for her to directly go to the 8 Desolate continent. However, if she could send Hu Xing back to the 8 Desolate continent and ask Hu Xing about the method to remove the yearning of souls from the High Priestess, that would also be a good idea. As for how to send Hu Xing back, she could try to get some information from Madame Qi Bai. I won't go to the 8 Desolate continent. However, I will think of a way to send you back first. Don't move around rashly for the next few days. Yunxing warned Hu Xing. After hearing that, Hu Xing became unhappy. At this moment, Dong Huangling'er ran in. Earlier, Dong Huangling'er was kicked out by Yunxing. In her hands, Dong Huangling'er was still holding a few packets of food that were wrapped in oiled paper. When she saw Yunxing, Dong Huangling'er said impatiently, Yunxing, Did you know that during the few days that we were captured, the entire continent was in chaos? What's the big deal? Why are you so anxious? Did the people of the Bahuang tribe attack us? Yunxing laughed and took the oiled paper bag from Ling Er's hand. In the oiled paper bag, there were a few roasted yellow legs of demonic beasts and a few steaming vegetable buns. Yunxing threw a bag to Hu Xing. She was also hungry, so she grabbed a leg of a demonic beast and ate it. Yunxing ate and dressed well in the crown prince's mansion. However, the problem was that the Taksha garden was the territory of the later Qin. She didn't know if there were other spies in the courtyard. Yunxing had to play the role of a princess both internally and externally. She had to eat and sleep properly. Ling Er asked her to keep a low profile every day, saying that she didn't look like a princess anymore and that she would be exposed sooner or later. Ling Er didn't look at herself, the real princess. She was the one who was becoming more and more unprincess-like. Ling Er's words were full of surprises. How can you still be so calm? This matter has something to do with you. Do you know that Yi Baiming divorced you? Donghuang Ling Er had been following Yunxing all the time, so she didn't have the chance to ask about it. Just now, Yunxing asked her to buy food, so she went to Tianya Building. She didn't know that the storyteller of Tianya Building was telling a story about the most popular things in the continent recently. One of them was Yunxing's divorce before marriage. Speaking of this matter, it was Du Guxiu's fault. He ordered everyone in the Crown Prince's mansion to not mention anything about the rebellion in Zhou State. He also forbade people to discuss government affairs in Yangdu. However, with so many people talking about it, especially in various restaurants and tea houses, it was inevitable that there would be many people talking about it. Therefore, he asked Donghuang Ling Er to inquire about it. So what if he divorced me? It's just, divorce. He dares to divorce me. Yunxing choked on the meat in her mouth, and her voice immediately rose by an octave. Yi Baiming dares to divorce me. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. The originally delicious meat in his mouth had suddenly become dry like firewood. Sigh, actually, it wasn't Yi Baiming who divorced you. To be exact, it was Zhou State's imperial capital, that blind old man, who divorced you. He gave a decree that bypassed Baiming King and announced to the world that Yun family had disobeyed him, and that the imperial family had broken the engagement and divorced you. Donghuang Ling Er stuck out her tongue and had an evil look on her face. She admitted that she wanted to see how Yunxing would react. After all, Yunxing had always been indifferent to the North Nether King. Even Donghuang Ling Er felt anxious for Yi Baiming. Especially after she heard the storyteller say those words, she was completely on Yi Baiming's side. When Yunxing heard this, the meat in her mouth seemed to be easier to chew. So be it. When I asked Yun family to move to Taiyuan Mountain, I already knew that this would happen. Anyway, it's impossible for us to be together. Father doesn't agree to our marriage. Although Yunxing tried her best to hold it in, she still felt stuffy in her chest, as if there was a huge stone pressing down on it. This is good too. Zhou State's imperial capital did a good thing. Now, Yi Baiming should give up. From now on, the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. When Yunxing decided to ask her grandfather to move to Taiyuan Mountain, she had already guessed that the narrow-minded Zhou State's imperial capital would definitely deal with Yun family. Although Yi Baiming didn't have a good relationship with the imperial capital of Zhou State, he was still a prince of Zhou State. It was impossible for the two of them to be together. Sigh, Yunxing, don't say one thing and mean another. Baiming King is much more honest than you. How did he react when he found out about this matter? Donghuang Ling Er deliberately kept Yi Xianxia in suspense as she slowly chewed on the beast leg. Yunxing was usually so calm that she didn't seem like an ordinary person. Occasionally, Donghuang Ling Er felt that it was very enjoyable to see her true personality. It was also time to let Yunxing understand what was on her mind. Actually, a bystander would see more clearly. Ling Er had always felt that Yunxing's attitude towards Yi Baiming was different. It was like how Yi Qianqian didn't like Yunxing. However, Yunxing was so dense that she didn't have any reaction at all. For example, Du Guxiu's behavior was also very obvious. However, Yunxing didn't even give him the chance to get close to her. Perhaps she didn't know that her attitude towards Yi Baiming was very different. As for Dong Huang Ling it was only after experiencing the bitter experience of being engraved in her heart with Gu Feng that she truly realized what love was. What did he say? Yunxing wanted to know, but at the same time, she didn't want to know. However, in the end, she still couldn't hold herself back and blurted out. Actually, she had once complained about Xianxia in her heart. Usually, Xianxia would always be one step ahead of others in everything. However, this time, she had been kidnapped by Du Guxiu to ladder Qin for more than half a month, and there was no news from him at all. Furthermore, Du Guxiu had said earlier that Yunxing was worried about Ji Baiming's safety. Sigh, if only Gufeng could be like him, we wouldn't be trapped here. Yi Baiming only said a few words, with the country as the betrothal gift, I swear to marry Yunxing. He rebelled, and right now, Zhou State is looking for him. Dong Huang Linger also felt bitter in her heart. She suddenly felt somewhat envious of Yunxing. However, only a woman like Yi Baiming would be worthy of Yi Baiming's infatuation. With the country as the betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yunxing. The corner of Yunxing's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although she didn't drink a single drop of wine, her face was already flushed red. At that moment, she felt warmth in her heart, as if something was breaking out from the ground. Yunxing, if Yi Baiming really becomes the emperor of Zhou State, will you marry him? Dong Huang Linger also found out that Zhou State's current situation wasn't good. Yujing's situation was precarious, and Zhou State's emperor probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Right now, it's not the time to talk about this. I want to send Huxing back to 8 Desolates continent first. Yunxing was annoyed by Dong Huang Linger's questions. No one knew Yi Baiming's strength better than Yunxing. If he wanted to become the emperor of Zhou State, he could have done so a few years ago. He definitely had his reasons for not doing so. This time, for the sake of breaking off the engagement, Dong Huang Linger rebelled prematurely. This would definitely spoil his plan. Zhou State's royal family wasn't as easy to defeat as Dong Huang Linger thought. After discussing with Dong Huang Linger, Yunxing decided to return to the Crown Prince's residence first. They wanted to start with Madame Qi Bai and send Huxing away as soon as possible. The two of them warned Huxing again, then left. Before leaving, Huxing had a hesitant look on her face. Yunxing was afraid that she would mention something about the beast god's inheritance again, so she didn't ask too much. Only after knowing that Yunxing and Linger had left far away did Huxing mumble, strange, why do the two of them have the aura of the 8 Desolates divine artifact? Didn't they say that the 8 Desolates divine artifact disappeared from the boundless continent for many years? Huxing was also selfish. After all, she was a member of the 8 Desolates tribe. If the human race found the 8 Desolates divine artifact, it would be a huge threat to the 8 Desolates tribe. Thus, even though Huxing was suspicious, he still didn't ask. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Huxing thought that Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger had returned, so he quickly went to open the door. Just as he opened the door, Huxing saw a face full of evil intentions. The monthly votes for the 2 days at the end of the month will be doubled. 1 vote will become 2 votes. Everyone, remember to vote for Fuziyu. Huxing got a shock and wanted to close the door. The person standing outside the door wasn't Yunxing but Qing Meng, who almost bought Huxing during the Big Dipper auction. Although Huxing had only seen Qing Meng once, she remembered Qing Meng's lecherous face very clearly. Qing Meng pushed the door open. Seeing Huxing's face that was shivering like a baby beast, Qing Meng knew that he had found the right person this time. Haha, I have been following you for a few days. Little beauty, I have finally found you. Men, bring her back to the Qing mansion. Ever since Qing Meng's wife died during the Azalea banquet, he couldn't sleep at night. He kept on muttering that he must find Yunxing's weakness. It was a pity that Yunxing was very vigilant. Usually, when she went out, she would get rid of the people following her. Today, Qing Meng's luck was pretty good. On the way, he bumped into Dong Huang Ling. By following Dong Huang Ling, he found this courtyard. After Yunxing and Dong Huang Ling left, Qing Meng, who had been guarding outside for almost an hour, took the opportunity to barge in. After Qing Meng caught Huxing, he immediately contacted his sister, Qing Chong. After Qing Chong received the news, she rushed to the Qing mansion. When she saw Huxing, who looked exactly the same as Yunxing, Xianxia's face was filled with astonishment. Sister, there's no need to look anymore. This face is the same as the face of the woman in the Crown Prince's mansion. Also, this figure is exactly the same. As Qing Meng spoke, he swallowed his saliva. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had to interrogate his sister, he would have already taken Hu Xing. That Dong Huangxing caused the death of his wife, and he was ridiculed by all the officials in the court. He must take revenge. Who are you? What is your relationship with Dong Huangxing? Qing Chang pinched Hu Xing's chin and forced her to look at her. Although this woman looked like Dong Huangxing, her aura was much weaker. Qing Chang was sure that this woman was definitely related to Dong Huangxing. Hu Xing clenched his teeth and said nothing. Although she didn't know who this fiendish woman in front of her was, she and that disgusting man were jackals of the same tribe. They definitely didn't have any good intentions. Qing Chang slapped Hu Xing across the face. Hu Xing fell to the ground like a rag doll. She staggered and stood up. She stared at Qing Chang with a creepy look in her eyes. Damned girl, not only are you not answering, you even dare to glare at me. Unfortunately, you are not Dong Huangxing. No one can protect you. I have many ways to make you talk. Qing Chang gave Qing Meng a look. Qing Meng's face stiffened. Sister, are you really going to torture her? This woman is so delicate. She can't stand it. Besides, your big brother still wants to. Qing Meng really couldn't bear to torture this little beauty until she was unrecognizable. At a time like this, you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Do you want the Qing mansion to fall? Do you want me, your younger sister, to be trampled on for the rest of my life? Qing Chang shouted. All right. Qing Meng didn't have any other choice. He ordered his men to bring the torture equipment. Hu Xing looked at the torture equipment. Her eyes darkened, but there wasn't a trace of fear in them. Qing Chang didn't expect that this delicate-looking woman would actually be so tight-lipped. An entire afternoon passed. Qing Chang used more than 10 torture equipment. She even broke a few bones, but that woman still didn't say anything. Furthermore, during the entire process of torture, that woman just stared at Qing Chang. Her gaze was very calm. At that moment, Qing Chang felt as if she had met Dong Huangxing. That day, during the Azalea banquet, when Dong Huangxing shot the last arrow, her gaze was very similar to that woman's. These two definitely had some relationship. Qing Chang didn't get any results from her interrogation. She just asked her big brother to lock up that woman first. She then returned to the Crown Prince's mansion to see if she could get some clues from Dong Huangxing. The moment she entered Feather Palace, she saw her personal maid, Lan Ning, waiting at the entrance. It turned out that Du Guxiu suddenly summoned everyone to the front hall. When Qing Chang rushed over, other than Yunxing, everyone else was already waiting there. Du Guxiu patiently waited for a while, and only then did Yunxing arrive. Dong Huangxing, how dare you make so many of us wait for you? Qing Chang said angrily. Enough. I will be leaving for Dongchuan tomorrow morning. Before I leave, I don't want to see anyone causing trouble. Du Guxiu's eyes darkened as he warned Qing Chang. Upon hearing that Du Guxiu was leaving, the expressions of the women present were all different. Yunxing was first overjoyed. But soon after, she thought of a problem. If Du Guxiu left, what would happen to her yearning in dreams? That thing couldn't be left far away from Du Guxiu for too long. The other three women, on the other hand, had worried looks on their faces. Crown Prince, why are you going to Dongchuan? Are you going to go to war again? Actually, before Dong Huangxing entered the mansion, Du Guxiu was always outside. In a year, he would be outside for 8 to 9 months. However, in recent years, later Qin became stronger, and the time that Du Guxiu went to war slowed down. This time, he was going to Dongchuan too suddenly. Du Guxiu did not answer. He only glanced at Yunxing coldly, hoping to find a little bit of reluctance on her face that made people love and hate her. Unfortunately, not to mention reluctance, Yunxing didn't even look at him. Du Guxiu felt that it was unfair. It was one thing for this woman to be late, but she was also late. Everyone was very nervous. Only Yunxing didn't seem to care about Du Guxiu at all. Would it kill you to pretend for a while? Du Guxiu couldn't take it anymore. Princess, I am going to go to war. Don't you have anything to say? Crown Prince, are you going to bring me along? Yunxing asked with difficulty. After Yunxing asked this, other than Qi Bai, the other two women exploded. Dong Huangxing, are you shameless? The Crown Prince is going to war. Why would he bring a woman along? Later Qin isn't so weak that I need a woman to go to war. Moreover, even if you want to bring someone along, you have to bring me along. Qing Chong pointed at Yunxing and scolded. That's right. You don't know anything. If you go to war, you will kill the Crown Prince. In my opinion, the Crown Prince should bring me along. The terrain of Dongchuan is very rugged, and it is very suitable for magic battles. Li Huali didn't want to be outdone. Enough, are you ignoring this prince's words? Du Guxiu impatiently waved his hand. He was really despicable. Did he really think that Yunxing would care about him? This woman's mind was filled with thoughts of how to escape from him. However, the more she wanted to escape, the more he couldn't leave her. Du Guxiu still felt that there was something wrong with Dongchuan. Dongchuan had been peaceful for many years. In the past few days, there was a sudden riot. An unknown force appeared and broke through the border many times. Du Guxiu had sent many subordinates there, but none of them returned. The other party said that they would only release them if the Crown Prince of Later Qin went there personally. This matter was obviously a trap. However, for the sake of the army's morale, Du Guxiu still had to go there personally. He also wanted to bring Yunxing there. He was really worried about leaving this woman alone in the Crown Prince's residence. Actually, even Du Guxiu himself didn't know if he was more worried about Yunxing's safety, or if he was more concerned about the safety of the Crown Prince's residence. However, even if Du Guxiu really wanted to bring Yunxing to Dongchuan, he couldn't really do it. There were a lot of opinions in the imperial court, and there was indeed no precedent of bringing a woman to the battlefield in the later Qin dynasty. Later, go to Qi Bai's place to get the medicine. Remember, before this Crown Prince returns, you better be obedient. Otherwise, be careful of Dong Huangling's life. With a gloomy face, Du Guxiu whispered into Yunxing's ear. Du Guxiu's words could only be heard by Yunxing. His words were ice cold, but in the eyes of others, they were like the words of a lover, very affectionate. When the women at the side saw this, they were all extremely jealous. Qing Chong lowered her eyes and sneered in her heart. Yunxing, when the Crown Prince leaves the city, let's see how you are going to act like a tyrant in the Crown Prince's residence. Remember, when this Crown Prince returns, I don't want to hear any bad news. Otherwise, whoever is causing trouble, no matter who it is, immediately scram from the Crown Prince's residence. After Du Guxiu warned, the concubines said their goodbyes, and the scene seemed to be very harmonious. On the second day, Du Guxiu set off for Dongchuan to quell the chaos. Yunxing went to find Madame Qi Bai. There are 7 medicinal pills here. Take one a day. It can temporarily suppress the effects of yearning for dreams. Madame Qi Bai took out a bottle of medicinal pills and threw it to Yunxing. Yunxing impatiently opened the bottle. Inside the bottle were 7 red medicinal pills. Yunxing didn't immediately consume the medicinal pills. Instead, she took a sniff. Even with her sensitivity towards medicinal herbs, she was actually unable to distinguish what these medicinal pills were made of. The medicinal pills under her nose had a faint fishy smell. No need to look, it's impossible for you to concoct this medicinal pill. This is my secret recipe. Madame Qi Bai coldly sneered. Since Du Guxiu wasn't here, there was no need for her to pretend to be friendly with Yunxing. Looking at the bottle of pills, Madame Qi Bai felt as if her heart was being pierced by needles. She was the only one who knew that those 7 medicinal pills were no ordinary medicinal pills. They had been refined by Du Guxiu using his own blood. Those medicinal pills could allow Yunxing to temporarily avoid the pain of leaving Du Guxiu. For these pills, Du Guxiu had personally extracted blood. However, after 7 days, if Du Guxiu did not return, the soul yearning and dream encirclement in Yunxing's body would act up. As 24 hours passed, the soul yearning and dream encirclement would act up, and her organs would shatter inch by inch and she would die. Madame Qi Bai's mood was also very contradictory. She wanted Yunxing to die painfully, but she also didn't want Du Guxiu to encounter anything in Dongchuan. Chibai, I can see that you love Dugusho a lot. Since that's the case, why don't you just help me get rid of my yearning? I promise I'll leave later Qin immediately. Chibai looked as if she wanted to eat her alive, making Yunxing speechless. If she were to meet a woman who was pestering Night Fox, she would definitely tell that woman to scram as far away as possible. No, wait, why should I care about Night Fox? Yunxing was shocked by this random thought of hers. Humph, I wish I could kill you immediately. However, if I were to do that, the Crown Prince would still kill me personally. You don't have to have any ideas about me, I won't fall for it. Madame Chibai also knew that Yunxing was very cunning. Thus, she didn't want to talk too much with Yunxing and immediately asked her to leave. Before Yunxing could find a chance to ask about the method to return to 8 Desolates continent, she was already chased out. After returning to Stepping Snow Garden, Dong Huanglinger had just finished meditating. For the past few days, Yunxing was trying to use the soul-healing divine needle to help Dong Huanglinger unblock her meridians. Dong Huanglinger's damaged magic soul was also gradually recovering. However, all of these were done behind Dugusho's back. Currently, Dong Huanglinger's magic power was gradually recovering, and she was able to use the most basic elementary magic. Upon seeing Yunxing, Linger hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you manage to find out anything?" Chibai is very tight-lipped, so I wasn't able to get anything out of her. However, now that I have the antidote for the 7 pills, I will need to study it properly for the next few days. Yunxing didn't plan to consume the antidote immediately. According to what Dugusho said, the antidote for the antidote would take effect after she didn't see him for 12 hours. Yunxing planned to only use the antidote when her body was at its most unsuitable state. With that, although she only had 7 pills, she would be able to persist for at least 14 days. Within these 14 days, no matter if Dugusho was able to come back normally or if Yunxing was able to find the antidote, she would be able to have more flexibility. However, this time, Yunxing was wrong. Less than 3 days after Dugusho left, a group of Imperial Guards barged into Stepping Snow Garden. Dong Huangxing, you colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country by instigating Great Master Moyin. The Emperor has decreed that you are to be arrested and sent to the palace. Without any explanation, those Imperial Guards arrested Yunxing. You are slandering me. Quickly let go of the princess. Dong Huanglinger was anxious and wanted to resist. However, Yunxing shook her head and stopped her. Sure enough, Great Master Moyin's matter was discovered. When Yunxing secretly persuaded Great Master Moyin to leave later Qin, she had already expected that she might be discovered. However, she didn't expect that it would come so soon. What is going on? Chibai, Li Huali, and the others also rushed over after hearing the commotion. The Crown Prince had just left, and there were already people who came to arrest him. This was too much of a coincidence. Humph, Great Master Moyin disappeared. Someone can confirm that before Great Master Moyin disappeared, he saw Dong Huangxing. Qing Chong and Qing Meng swaggered over. Seeing that Yunxing was tied up by the Imperial Guards, the 2 siblings were gloating. Earlier, they had secretly arrested Hu Xing and wanted to get some information from Hu Xing that would be unfavorable to Dong Huangxing. However, they didn't expect that Hu Xing wouldn't say a word even though he was tortured beyond recognition. Because of this, Qing Chong was furious. In order to appease his sister's anger and save the little beauty Hu Xing's life, Qing Meng went to the palace to beg Qing Empress for help. He wanted Qing Empress to order a good bow from Great Master Moyin. Qing Meng looked around and found that Moyin had disappeared. Not only did Moyin disappear, but he also destroyed all the divine weapons he had made for later Qin over the years. He even took away all the materials related to elves forging in his residence. In this way, later Qin suffered a great loss. Later Qin's emperor, Duguxing, was furious when he heard the news. He immediately ordered that the reason for Moyin's escape must be thoroughly investigated and that Moyin should be arrested. However, Duguxing's order was too late. Moyin, who had left later Qin many days ago, had already returned to the immortal Zhu nation. At this moment, Qing Chong thought of the Rui Bao. She connected the dots and found that the time when Yunxing got the Rui Bao was very close to the time when Great Master Moyin disappeared. She immediately asked Qing Meng to ask the auctioneer of the Big Dipper auction. After some investigation, she found that Great Master Moyin had exchanged the Rui Bao with an anonymous letter. That mysterious auctioneer was Dong Huangxing. Dong Huangxing, do you know your crime? Duguxing of Ladder Qin was furious in the palace of Ladder Qin. Moyin's escape, the destruction of Ladder Qin's military, and the loss of Ladder Qin's military, were all proven to be related to Dong Huangxing. Yunxing didn't even flinch in the face of the furious Duguxing and the cold Qing Empress and Qing Chong. She didn't even want to kneel. Yunxing's knees could kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not to the people of Ladder Qin. What crime have I committed? Who can prove that I have anything to do with Great Master Moyin's disappearance? Yunxing said proudly. Yunxing's arrogance made Qing Empress even angrier. Bitch, I've already investigated. You're not Princess Donghuang at all. You're just an impostor. Your Majesty, this woman has ulterior motives. In Xianxia's opinion, we should immediately kill her. Ever since Qing Empress had suffered at Yunxing's hands during the Azalea banquet, she had been painstakingly plotting revenge. She ordered someone to secretly go to the eastern capital and found an old eunuch who had served the former East Emperor in the imperial palace of the eastern capital. That old eunuch personally confirmed that the former East Emperor only had one daughter, Donghuang Ling-er. There were no other princesses who had fallen into the hands of the commoners. Haha, what a joke. When did I admit that I'm the second princess of Donghuang? I don't want to pretend to be a princess of Donghuang. My surname is Yunxing, and I'm from the Yun residence of Zhou State. Your good son, the good crown prince of Ladder Qin, forced me to be his future crown princess by threatening me with poison, Yunxing sneered. What? You're Yunxing? Bastard, Xiaoer is really too much of a bastard this time. The later Qin emperor would have been fine if he had not known. Now that he knew Yunxing's identity, his expression changed. If there was one woman who was the most famous on the Wuji continent, it would be this rebellious woman, Yunxing of the Yun residence. Your Majesty, who cares if she is Yunxing? This woman let Moyin go first and then pretended to be Princess Donghuang. Each of these crimes is punishable by death. She should be dismembered into 1,000 pieces. Qing Empress only wanted to take advantage of Dugu Xiu's absence to deal with Yunxing immediately to prevent any more problems. However, Duguxing didn't give the order immediately. Duguxing was the emperor of the later Qing dynasty. His shrewdness was nothing compared to the narrow-minded Empress Qing. Moyin's escape has become a fact. Killing Yunxing won't change anything. Moreover, Yunxing wasn't an ordinary person. It wasn't easy to kill her. Your Majesty, this woman is of great importance, and the crown prince is truly moved by her. In my opinion, we should first lock her up in the prison and wait for the crown prince to return before dealing with her. Curator Song was also very surprised when he learned that Moyin had escaped. However, he didn't expect Yunxing to be the one who instigated Moyin's betrayal. This woman was truly capable. She had only been in the later Qing dynasty for a few days, and his disciple Dugu Xiu was already bewitched by her. Even Moyin, that stubborn old man, was persuaded to escape by her. If this continued, who knew what would happen? Even so, Curator Song still felt that he had to protect Yunxing first. At least, Yunxing's current status was too awkward. Keeping her alive was much more useful than killing her. Yunxing was sent to the prison. When Donghuang Ling-er saw that Yunxing was taken away, she became anxious and angry. She thought of many methods and finally managed to beg Madame Qi Bai. After using some connections, she was able to enter the prison to visit Yunxing. Within the prison, the air was very humid, and there was a moldy smell. There wasn't even a single illumination magic, and only the sound of water dripping could be heard. Yunxing, how are you? Ling-er was forced to be separated from Yunxing, and for the past few days, she had been on tenterhooks. Because he was still worried about Yunxing's status and Dugu Xiu, later Qin dynasty's emperor didn't order people to torture Yunxing. However, even so, Yunxing's days in the prison weren't easy. Qing Empress secretly ordered people to not give Yunxing food and water. Yunxing looked somewhat weak, and when Donghuang Ling-er saw that, Donghuang Ling-er's heart ached. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you not to come? Wait until that brat Dugu Xiu returns, everything will be fine. In the prison, Yunxing took medicinal pills every day, and didn't take any medicinal pills every day. She was tortured to the point that she had no strength left. This won't do. I just received news that something happened to Duguxiu in Dongchuan, and his whereabouts are unknown. Also, Hu Xing is missing. Dong Huanglinger had an apologetic look on her face. After Yunxing was captured, Dong Huanglinger thought of ways to contact Duguxiu. However, she was unable to contact Duguxiu. As for Hu Xing, when Dong Huanglinger went to visit Hu Xing, she discovered that Hu Xing was missing as well. Dong Huanglinger heard from the nearby residents that a few days ago, Hu Xing was taken away by a group of fierce-looking guards. Hu Xing was captured, and Duguxiu's whereabouts were unknown. Tisk, misfortunes never come singly. Yunxing spat on the ground. Hu Xing being captured was definitely related to the Qing siblings or Hu Linglong. As for Duguxiu, he definitely didn't die. Because of Duguxiu, if Duguxiu really died, the first person to suffer would be her. It's just that this brat got into trouble at such a crucial moment. If he were to return 10 days later than half a month later, even if Qing Empress didn't think of ways to torture her to death, she would still be tortured to death by Duguxiu. Although Dong Huanglinger was feeling anxious, in order to not let Dong Huanglinger worry, Yunxing persuaded Dong Huanglinger to not worry about her own safety and to quickly find Hu Xing's whereabouts. Dong Huanglinger left unwillingly. After Linger left, Yunxing swallowed another medicinal pill. Right now, there were only 3 medicinal pills left in the medicinal bottle. Counting the pills, Dong Huanglinger would only be able to last for 6 more days. Forget it, I'll just have to give it a try this time around. I'll try to use Jade Marrow Technique and Soul Healing Divine Needle to neutralize the strange qi within my body. If my luck is good, I might be able to recover my magic power. Yunxing clenched her teeth and made a decision in her heart. During the past few days in the prison, Dong Huanglinger had been repeatedly trying to neutralize Duguxiu's unique qi using her family's martial technique. However, every time when she was about to neutralize Duguxiu's qi, her Jade Marrow Technique would be reflected back by Duguxiu's qi. This was the last time she would try it. Another 4 days passed by, and there was still no news about Duguxiu and Hu Xing. Yunxing closed her eyes. Shen Nong's pupils were divided into 4 stages: minute subtlety, clear vision, inner sight, and divine trace. After several years, Yunxing Shen Nong's pupils had already reached the first stage of inner sight. Dong Huanglinger focused her thoughts, and the crude prison disappeared. Yunxing could clearly see her internal organs and even the fine capillaries in her body. She could even see the fighting energy flowing around her meridians and blood vessels. Duguxiu's qi was very special. The qi that was swimming around Yunxing's blood vessels like black hair was none other than Duguxiu's qi. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'll use Jade Marrow Technique and Dark Needle to neutralize these qi. Yunxing took out a hairpin that was on her head, and using the end of the hairpin as a needle, she quickly pierced a few acupuncture points on her body. The Jade Marrow Technique was like flowing water, responding to the black qi again and again. Just as Yunxing was about to break through, the prison door opened with a crash. Yunxing abruptly opened her eyes, and the qi in her body was like a raging river that overturned the sea. In an instant, it collapsed, and a wave of intense pain was transmitted from her internal organs. Yunxing pressed her abdomen. Oh no, the yearning in dreams was acting up again. Qing Ho and Qing Chong walked in under the escort of the guards. Someone come, grab this little slut. Qing Ho waved her hand, and several guards who were like wolves and tigers dragged Yunxing out of the prison cell. As soon as she saw Yunxing, Qing Chong was like a crazy bitch. She pounced forward and was about to attack, but Qing Empress ordered someone to stop her. Qing Chong became even angrier when she saw Yunxing's beautiful face that didn't change color no matter what. Yunxing, you vicious slut. Cousin Crown Prince wholeheartedly protected you, but you actually colluded with outsiders to murder him. Speak, where did you hide cousin? After Duguxiu arrived in Dongchuan, he fought with the rebel army several times. But this time, the rebel army was no small matter. After Duguxiu fought with them for the 3rd time, he was ambushed. He and his subordinates' whereabouts were still unknown. Later Qin's army carried out a carpet search in Dongchuan, but they didn't find Duguxiu. But later Qin's army found traces of Zhou Staichunba. Needless to say, this matter must have something to do with Yunxing. Why did grandfather go to Dongchuan? Yunxing's heart moved, as if she suddenly understood something. Yes, it must be that grandfather and the others knew that she was captured in later Qing, so they thought of a diversion. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Her grandfather's move was excellent. The poison in Yunxing's body had already flared up, and her body was in unbearable pain. In contrast, Qing Chong's insults seemed insignificant. Seeing that Yunxing didn't beg for mercy, nor did she show the slightest fear, Qing Chong became even more angry. She pulled out the dagger on her body, stared at Yunxing's still incomparably beautiful face, and fiercely said, "Speak, where is cousin Crown Prince? If you don't speak, I'll cut your face a few times. At that time, I want to see how you can use this face to seduce cousin Crown Prince." The dagger slowly approached Yunxing's face. Qing Chong was already dizzy with jealousy and hatred. "Why don't you try to cut me? Even if you scratch my skin a little, I can guarantee that my man will stab Du Guxiu at least 10 times. Yunxing laughed in pain. Yunxing didn't know if her grandfather had caught Du Guxiu, but she could use this to prevent these two crazy women from hurting her. Yunxing's plan worked. Qing Empress wanted nothing more than to chop Yunxing up and feed her to the dogs. However, Du Guxiu's whereabouts were currently unknown. If someone like Yunba found out that his precious granddaughter had suffered in later Qing, he would definitely return the favor tenfold. Before confirming Xiao'er's safety, they had to be patient. "Chong'er, don't act rashly. Damned girl, this empress doesn't dare to touch you if you don't want it." Qing Ho searched Yunxing's body and found the bottle of medicine. "Damned girl, I know that Xiao'er has drugged you with soul yearning. Without this medicine, you will live a life worse than death. I want to see if your body is as stubborn as your mouth." After Qing Ho and Qing Chong took away the medicine, they threw Yunxing back into the prison cell. After Yun Sunlong and his wife left Taiyuan Mountain, they searched for several days and finally found out that Yi Baiming was currently in Jadefall Valley. It was an extremely secluded valley that had never appeared on any country's map and didn't belong to any country. Even with the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps' current strength, it still took them 7 to 8 days to find the exact location of Jadefall Valley. When Yin Sunlong entered the valley, several warriors in battle armor blocked his path. "Move aside, I want to see Lord Baiming." Yun Sunlong was surprised to find that these warriors in battle armor were all well-trained. Even when he released his martial sages Do Qi, these people were not afraid at all. Their strength couldn't compare to Yun Sunlong's, but these people's attacks were vicious and they fought with their lives on the line. This made Yun Sunlong admire Yi Baiming's training even more. These people definitely couldn't be trained overnight. These people were Lord Baiming's men and Yun Sunlong couldn't fight them head-on. However, if he didn't barge in, how could he see Yi Baiming? "Hey, you big fools, this person is the future princess's uncle. You dare to block him? Do you think the daily training isn't enough?" A sloppy voice interrupted the fight between the two sides. Strangely enough, these warriors who weren't even afraid of martial sages all looked terrified when they heard the word training and retreated to the side. Qingbai walked out and bowed to Yun Sunlong with a fawning expression. "Hello Commander Yun, please don't argue with these big fools. Besides fighting, these people only know how to fight. Speaking of which, why are you here?" It was also Qingbai's first time encountering someone barging into Jadefall Valley. "I'm here to find Yi Baiming." "Where is he?" "I have an urgent matter." Yun Sunlong was anxious to find Yi Baiming. "You're looking for Baiming?" "Unfortunately, he just left the valley last night." "Does Commander Yun not know that Zhou State's emperor passed away last night?" Qingbai didn't have the slightest bit of regret on his face. This Zhou State's emperor was really useless. In just half a month, he actually passed away. "What? Yi Qingtian is dead? How is that possible?" Yun Sunlong had been searching for Yi Baiming these past few days. Furthermore, Zhou State's emperor's death hadn't been announced to the public yet, so he didn't know anything about it. If Yi Qingtian was dead, then who was Zhou State's emperor? Before he died, he passed the throne to the underage crown prince. However, Empress Wenren issued an edict that day. Using the reason that the young emperor needed someone to assist him, she conferred the title of Prince Regent to Baiming and asked him to return to Jade Capital immediately. This matter came suddenly. Bu Jiuxiao accompanied Yi Baiming back to Jade Capital while Qingbai guarded Jadefall Valley. With the death of Zhou State's emperor and Yu Baiming being conferred the title of Prince Regent, the chaos that had lasted for less than half a month came to an end just like that. To the citizens of Zhou State and Jade Capital, this was great news. It was the same for Yu Baiming as well. Right now, what he needed to do was to reorganize the imperial court and eliminate the previous emperor's remaining forces. When it rains, it pours. Everything has clashed together. Yun Songlong couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. Everything has clashed together. Speaking of which, second Uncle Yun, why are you looking for Baiming? Qingbai saw that Yun Songlong was in a hurry and didn't have his usual calmness. I'm here to find Baiming to save Xing'er. Yun Xing was captured by Dugu Xiao and brought back to later Qin. She's going to get married in 2 months. Yun Songlong had a headache. Zhou State's emperor had just died and Zhou State urgently needed to be reorganized. How could Yu Baiming take the time to save Yunxing? What? Is this news true? Yunxing has been captured? How long has it been? Why is there no news at all? Qingbai was also shocked. He was very clear about Yunxing's position in Yu Baiming's heart. Not to mention a prince regent, Yu Baiming would even throw away his life as long as he could save Yunxing. How can there be no news? It's a letter sent by Yunxing's teacher. Thinking about it, when she sent the letter to me, she also sent a letter to Baiming King. Forget it, state matters are more important. I'll go save Xing'er. Yun Songlong didn't want to stay any longer and immediately rushed to later Qin. Yun Songlong's departure left behind a huge problem for Qingbai. Should I tell Baiming about this? Qingbai hesitated. He didn't know if he should rush back to Jade Capital. As Yu Baiming's childhood friend, no one knew better than Qingbai how Yu Baiming survived all these years. Yu Baiming endured humiliation. Now that he finally had the chance to ascend to the top, if he told him about Yunxing now, he might. Qingbai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. Yu Baiming would definitely abandon Zhou State's affairs and rush to later Qin. On one side was the country, on the other was a beauty in trouble. Country as a betrothal gift. Country as a betrothal gift. Sigh, Qingbai, you're such a fool. I have to tell Baiming about this. Qingbai slapped his head and rushed to Jade Capital like a whirlwind. In Zhou State's palace, Yu Baiming was dressed in white. Empress Dowager Wenren brought along the newly ascended emperor. She looked haggard as she knelt in front of Yi Qingtian's bed. The Yi of Zhou State, who was once powerful, was found dead in the imperial study 2 days ago. He died on the dragon throne that he could never forget. The Yi was in his 50s and was in his prime. Yu Baiming remembered that when he left Jade Capital, the Yi still looked like a handsome middle-aged man. However, in just half a month, the Yi's hair had turned gray. When he died, his eyes were wide open and his body was much thinner than before. He looked like he died with a grievance. Indeed, he died with a grievance. He was killed by someone. And the person who killed him was He Linlin. You killed him. That was unnecessary. He Linlin's action was unnecessary. Even if she didn't do it, Yu Baiming believed that in less than 2 months, the Yi of Zhou State would collapse and die from exhaustion. Yu Baiming was neither happy nor sad. The man who died had nothing to do with him. He no longer has any value. You are more suitable to control Zhou State than he is. He Linlin stared at Yu Baiming and found that this man had become more attractive after not seeing him for a few days. Being thin caused his angular features to become even deeper, and his dark eyes were like a pool of deep water that caused others to be unable to help but sink into it with a single glance. Yu Baiming, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Qingtian so easily. Come back to the Bahuang continent with me. The Emperor of Zhou State is not worthy of you. He Linlin couldn't help but walk forward. She caressed Yu Baiming's face with her hand in a half-infatuated manner. The latter suddenly let go of her hand and coldly said, "The future of the great Zhou country has never been decided by your black Qilin race. This king's world, this king alone can take it down." He walked to the bed. Yi Qingtian was indeed dead. He had hated this man for more than 10 years, but now that he was dead, he didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Looking at the grief-stricken Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor who was so scared that he didn't dare to speak, Yi Baiming felt an unprecedented emptiness in his heart. At this moment, he missed Yunxing even more. Only Yunxing's warm smile could make him feel a trace of warmth. Imperial brother, will you protect Imperial mother and me? The little emperor who had been silent all this time suddenly tugged at Yi Baiming's sleeve. Looking down at the little emperor who was about the same age as himself, Yi Baiming couldn't say a word. This child probably still didn't know that he was the one who forced them into a corner and turned them into puppets. Yes, Imperial brother will protect you, Yi Baiming said in a low voice. The door suddenly opened. Long Shui was thrown in and Bu Jiuxiao followed closely behind with an angry expression. What happened? Yi Baiming scrutinized Long Shui. Baiming, this woman committed the crime of betraying her master. She secretly hid the letter from the mainland's magic elite camp. Behind Bu Jiuxiao, Qingbai's face was covered in dust. A letter from the magic elite camp? Long Shui, hand over the letter. Yi Baiming's heart was in his throat. Master, no, there is no letter. Long Shui didn't expect that the matter would be exposed so quickly. The letter was probably destroyed by this woman. I have already found the guard who delivered the letter that day. He said that he personally handed it to Long Shui. The letter was written by the Dark Gold instructor. Yunxing has been missing recently. She was captured by Dugu Xiu. Qingbai glanced at Long Shui and the latter's face instantly turned pale. Hearing this news, Yi Baiming suddenly stood up and questioned sternly, what? Little Wildcat is in Later Qin? That's right, she is in Later Qin. But don't worry, she will marry Dugu Xiu in 2 months. Yi Baiming, don't tell me you want to leave the orphan and widow behind you and rush to save Yunxing at this time? Let me remind you, you are now the Prince Regent of Zhou State. The new emperor has just ascended the throne, and it is a time of internal and external troubles. He Linlin didn't believe that Yi Baiming would leave everything behind to save Yunxing at this time. Didn't all men pursue power and status? Yi Baiming should be no exception. Little Wildcat is in Later Qin. She is in Later Qin. Marry Dugu Xiu. Marry Dugu Xiu in 2 months. Brother, you said that you would protect me and my mother. The little emperor pleaded. He Linlin's warning kept hovering in Yi Baiming's ears. His heart was in a mess. Little Wildcat, what should this prince do? Yi Baiming felt a huge pain in his heart. Yunxing's face flashed in his mind. A face full of pain and sweat. No, he couldn't wait. He couldn't wait for even a moment. Little Wildcat needed him. He couldn't allow others to touch his woman, even for a minute or a second. Jiuxiao, I'll leave the matters of Yujing City to you. As for you. Yi Baiming looked coldly at Long Shui, who was on the ground. Master, Long Shui didn't do it on purpose. Long Shui just didn't want others to delay your future. You've worked hard for so many years and finally waited for this day. You can't do it for that woman. She's not worth it. She's not worthy. Long Shui's eyes were hazy with tears. Long Shui, do you know what you did wrong? Yi Baiming didn't even want to look at Long Shui. He raised his hand and hovered it above Long Shui's head. Long Shui was promoted by him. She used to be a very useful chess piece. Long Shui didn't do anything wrong, master. Long Shui's voice was hoarse. Your mistake is that you don't have the qualifications to care about this prince. The one who's most unworthy is you. Yi Baiming's voice was as cold as the night. Bang! Empress Wenran hugged the little emperor, not letting him witness the bloody scene. Long Shui's head exploded, and a cloud of blood rose. Long Shui's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Baiming was like an azure killing god. There was only absolute coldness between his brows. His figure flashed out like lightning. Yi Baiming, you can't go to Later Qin. He Linlin saw Yi Baiming's strange method of controlling battle qi. She was shocked and blocked Yi Baiming's path. Scram! Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. The woman in front of him was too much of an eyesore. Around his body, battle qi raged wildly like a gale. At the end of the year 2014, the fox was released. He could destroy anyone who tried to stop him from saving little Wildcat. Dugu Xiu is our elder brother. Later Qin, Curator Song will still be around. If you fight with Dugu Xiao, Curator Song will kill you. He Linlin stubbornly blocked Yi Baiming's path. Does this man still not understand that even if he is a martial emperor and his ability to control battle aura is better than others, he is still not Curator Song's match? Screw your elder brother. This daddy has never acknowledged any patriarch as my father. He is your daddy, not mine. Those who try to stop me will only die. Even if He Yao comes, I will kill him too. Yi Baiming's gray eyes flickered between dark and bright. They were like flickering lights in the wind and rain, like an enraged beast. Yunxing's pained face kept appearing in his mind. Self-blame, pain, guilt, anger, and all sorts of emotions surrounded Yi Baiming. He felt the blood in his body boiling like boiling water. His heart was throbbing with pain. In his mind, Yunxing's pained expression was like a sharp awl piercing into his heart, driving him crazy. Little Wildcat must have encountered something. She needs me. Little Wildcat, you must hold on. I'm coming. Are you crazy? How is Yunxing better than me? You don't care about me at all. He Linlin was so jealous that she went crazy. For Yi Baiming, she didn't hesitate to go against her father's will and kill Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming didn't appreciate it at all. What does your good have to do with this prince? Scram, trash! Yi Baiming shouted angrily. He raised his left arm and used it as a staff. Complicated magic runes quickly formed around Yi Baiming. In just an instant, a spacetime magic array flickering with gray spacetime magic elements formed. He Linlin didn't even have time to react before Yi Baiming disappeared from the magic array. Yi Baiming, you. How is this possible? That. Could it be that he's also a magician? You can't be with that woman. He Linlin stubbornly said. She rushed out of the palace like a crazed beast. Bu Jiuxiao and Qingbai looked at each other. Both of them silently prayed in their hearts, Baiming, you must save Yunxing. Pain, so painful, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at the bottom of his heart. In the prison, Yunxing was in so much pain that his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. 12 hours had passed. Without the antidote, the yearning in dreams attack became more and more severe. Yunxing only felt that there were 1,000 ants living in her body, as if her body would be torn apart at any time. Hour after hour, Qing Ho and Qing Chong would come to visit. Seeing Yunxing in such pain, the two women felt a heartfelt joy. At the same time, in the Crown Prince's mansion, there were also people who were thinking of ways to save Yunxing. Ever since that day when Yunxing was taken away, in the Crown Prince's mansion, Madame Qi Bai didn't have a good time. On one hand, she was worried about Dugu Xiu's safety. It had already been 7 to 8 days since Dugu Xiu went to Dongchuan. Ever since the Blood Iron warriors that he led were ambushed and his whereabouts became unknown, there had been no news from him. On the other hand, Madame Qi Bai was also worried about Yunxing's matter. From a selfish point of view, Madame Qi Bai was very happy to see Yunxing being tortured by Qing Ho and Qing Chong. That woman was truly reckless. She even dared to instigate Great Master Moyin. It would be best if she was tortured to death by Qing Ho and Qing Chong. Even if Dugu Xiu were to come back and ask for an explanation, he would only ask Qing Ho and Qing Chong. In this way, he could also help her get rid of that woman, Qing Chong. Madam, that Dong Huang Linger has been waiting outside for an entire night. Madame Qi Bai's personal maid helped Madame Qi Bai insert a purple jade hairpin. TSK, that woman still hasn't left. Madame Qi Bai was displeased. The matters in the mansion were already troublesome enough. Now, she still had to deal with that crazy woman, Dong Huang Linger. Ever since Yunxing was locked up in the prison, Dong Huang Linger would come to look for her every 2 to 3 days. Earlier, she had already made an exception and arranged for Dong Huang Linger to visit Yunxing once. However, that woman was still unwilling to give up and still wanted to save Yunxing. Madame Qi Bai naturally wouldn't agree to it. However, Dong Huang Linger was still waiting for her. This was already the 3rd time that Dong Huang Linger came to look for her in 2 days. Since yesterday evening, Dong Huang Linger had been waiting outside for an entire night, not wanting to leave at all. Madame Qi Bai knew that if she didn't appear, Dong Huang Linger wouldn't leave. Outside of the courtyard, Dong Huang Linger was extremely anxious. She heard that Qing Ho and Qing Chong, those two vicious women, had snatched away Yunxing's medicine. Yunxing was in unbearable pain and was on the verge of death in the prison. Don Huang Linger, you don't have to come and beg me. Other than the crown prince, no one else is able to save that woman. If you want to blame someone, blame the people of Yun family for luring the crown prince away. Madame Chibai walked out. I came here to ask for medicine. Yunxing's medicinal pills were all snatched away. You definitely still have the antidote. Give me one, just one. Don Huang Linger begged. If it wasn't because she had no other choice, Don Huang Linger wouldn't come and beg Madame Chibai. Compared to Yunxing, Don Huang Linger was the one who hated Madame Chibai the most. This woman, Chibai, caused Linger's soul to almost be crippled. It was also this woman who caused her imperial brother to become an idiot. And now, she had to lower her voice and beg this woman. Thinking up to here, hatred surged within Don Huang Linger's heart. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. However, she then thought of Yunxing who was in the prison. Right now, her life and death were uncertain, and she urgently needed medicinal pills. Haha, I didn't expect that the Honorable Princess Don Huang would beg someone. Everyone, take a look. This woman in front of you is actually not a maid. She is the real Princess Don Huang. However, for a despicable man, she abandoned her status and didn't even hesitate to become a maid. Madame Chibai looked at Don Huang Linger. She didn't believe that after humiliating Don Huang Linger like this, Don Huang Linger wouldn't leave. Facing the gazes of ridicule, Don Huang Linger's fair face flushed red with anger. She clenched her fists tightly, doing her best to control herself. I beg you, save Yunxing. Don Huang Linger lowered her head. Her eyes were moist. Princess, this is not the way to beg someone. You want me to save Yunxing? Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Kneel down and beg me. Perhaps, I might consider it. Madame Chibai let out an ear-piercing laughter. Anger engulfed Don Huang Linger like a ferocious beast. Because of anger, Don Huang Linger's shoulders couldn't help but tremble. If I kneel down, you will save her? Don Huang Linger seemed as if she was dreaming. If Princess is willing to kneel down, I can give you an antidote. I indeed have a few antidotes with me. How about it, for the sake of your good friend, kneel down and beg me. Madame Chibai walked to the front of Don Huang Linger. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Don Huang Linger was going to lower her noble head and wag her tail to beg for mercy. 2015, Big Fuzi wishes everyone a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, a good start to work and study. On the first day of the new year, remember to give me double monthly votes as a blessing. Have fun on New Year's Day and write like a cow. Thinking of Don Huang Linger's lowly appearance, a morbid excitement appeared on Madame Chibai's face. Madame Chibai wanted to see to what extent this pair of good friends who looked like sisters on the surface would go to for each other. What good sisters? Even blood-related sisters like Hu Linglong and Hu Xing would be unscrupulous in the face of benefits. With Don Huang Linger's arrogance, how could she possibly kneel down for someone else? Madame Chibai's beautiful eyes sharpened. Don Huang Linger's body lowered by a bit, and her knees bent down with difficulty. She was actually going to kneel down in front of everyone. Are you serious? Just when Madame Chibai was astonished, Don Huang Linger, whose eyes were already filled with tears, suddenly had a change in expression. Cold light suddenly appeared, incomparably sharp. Boom! A terrifying magic fluctuation appeared. Within Don Huang Linger's body, which had a servile expression earlier, green-colored wind magic elements gushed out like a flood. The stones on the ground cracked, and many servants were thrown out. A terrifying dragon roar could be heard. Wind blades galloped, as if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Sand and stones flew, and countless trees were uprooted from the ground. In midair, with a pair of sharp eyes and antlers, a hurricane dragon that was half the size of a courtyard was formed. The hurricane dragon coiled itself in the sky above the courtyard, looking down at everyone with disdain. What Don Huang Linger used was actually a super magic, black dragon storm. The instant the hurricane dragon was formed, it opened its mouth and spat out a waterfall of wind. In an instant, Madame Chibai's courtyard was razed to the ground. Even Chen Lianer was unable to control the super wind magic, black dragon storm, but Don Huang Linger actually managed to comprehend it. At this very moment, Dong Huanglinger was standing proudly on top of the dragon. The noble aura that was emitting from her body was self-evident. How is this possible? Your magic power has recovered. Madame Qi Bai's body was scratched by the wind blades, and her face was in a sorry state. She was extremely frightened. This terrifying wind magic element could tear her into pieces at any time. It's all thanks to your soul snake. Did you think that I went to see Yunxing just to visit her? Dong Huanglinger's beautiful face was covered with a layer of ice. She went to visit Yunxing. Nominally, it was to visit her in prison, but it was also at that time that Yunxing performed the last few needles on her and healed her Dharma soul. What was even more surprising was that Dong Huanglinger's magic soul, which was originally a mutated magic soul, had mutated even further. Unexpectedly, Dong Huanglinger's magic soul had broken through to become a sky magician. Not only that, Dong Huanglinger had also comprehended the nightmare dragon storm. Yunxing had already guessed that Green Empress and the others wouldn't let the matter rest after Du Guxiu got into trouble. Thus, she had left herself a path of retreat, and that was Ling whose mana was still recovering. Do you think you can save Yunxing by yourself? Madame Qi Bai sneered. Pa! A wind blade cut through Madame Qi Bai's hand. Madame Qi Bai screamed miserably as a piece of flesh was torn off from her arm. Give me the antidote, or else, I will cut you into pieces piece by piece. Don't think that I am still that weak princess from back then. Dong Huanglinger waved her magic scepter and bound Madame Qi Bai with a wind bind. You dare to treat me like this? Dong Huanglinger, just you wait. As long as the crown prince returns, I will have him exterminate the East Emperor dynasty. Madame Qi Bai's hand was dripping with blood. The arrogance she had earlier was completely gone. Du Guxiu? Humph, I will take revenge for him sooner or later. Right now, you should just pray that he can return alive. Dong Huanglinger pushed Madame Qi Bai into the courtyard. She had to quickly think of a way to save Yunxing. Later Qin, Dongchuan, in a desolate mountain valley. Du Guxiu spat on the ground. His helmet was also tattered. However, there were no injuries on his body. Crown Prince Dugu, who was undefeated on the battlefield, was defeated this time. Who asked him to meet that old fellow, Yunba? Yunba had been on the battlefield for a long time. This time, he was also very shameless and started to fight a guerrilla war with Du Guxiu. Not only that, he even found some magicians and set up many magic formations to ambush Du Guxiu. TSK, that old fellow from the Yun family indeed has some skills. The Blood Iron warriors beside Du Guxiu were all killed. Right now, not only was he trapped, he didn't even have a way to contact his subordinates. Du Guxiu wasn't worried about his own safety. However, he was worried about Yunxing, who was far away in the Jade capital. It had already been 8 days since he left the Jade capital. Before he left, he gave Yunxing 7 pills. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he also gave Madame Qi Bai 3 pills. At most, Yunxing could only last for 10 days. Right now, 8 days had already passed, and he was still trapped in this corner of the mountain. The one who trapped him was that old fellow, Yunba. The reason why Yunba suddenly attacked was definitely because he already knew that Yunxing was in Du Guxiu's hands. It wasn't that Du Guxiu couldn't break through, but if he did, he would definitely have to fight with that old fellow, Yunba. Even if Yunxing became Dong Huangxing, she was still that old fellow's granddaughter. If he hurt that old fellow, Yunxing would probably never forgive him. If he wanted to break through, he could only use his wits and not fight head-on. However, there wasn't much time left. Looking at the golden snake mark on his arm, Du Guxiu's gaze turned cold. Du Guxiu, you bastard. If you have the ability, hide in there forever and don't come out. Du Guxiu, what kind of blood iron crown prince are you? You're so wishy-washy, just like a woman. There was a loud scolding. Without guessing, Du Guxiu knew who was scolding him. Du Guxiu wasn't willing to have a direct confrontation with Yunba, so he simply avoided him. However, his subordinates couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out like grasshoppers. In the end, every single one of them was caught by Yunba. Du Guxiu was so angry that his red hair was about to start burning. Damned old man, I gave you face, but you don't want it. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm your granddaughter, I wouldn't have tolerated you like this. I would have even crippled 10 Yunbas. As a martial emperor, Du Guxiu had never felt so sullen in his entire life. Just when Du Guxiu was feeling gloomy, he felt an itch on his chest. Feeling puzzled, he took out a ring. This ring was Yunxing's summoning ring. Du Guxiu knew that this was the most important thing to Yunxing. Thus, he had always kept it close to him. Although Du Guxiu wasn't a summoner, he knew that the summoning ring would only react when the summoner was using it. Yunxing's summoning ring actually moved by itself. Within the beast language ring, a dazzling radiance came out from it. It was an egg with a pair of eye-catching wings. Du Guxiu had a dazed expression on his face. He even ignored Yunba scolding from afar. What the hell is this? Wasn't Yunxing's magical beast a black puppy? Why did it turn into an egg? It was still disgusting, pink, round and round. Kiss kiss, my dear master. The puffed egg was Yunxing's lifebound, contracted beast. When Yunxing was suffering in the heavenly prison, it also felt uncomfortable for a while. The puffed egg couldn't bear it and finally jumped out by itself. Oh, with so many double monthly votes. Today is the first day of the new year, so there are monthly votes to add chapters. Starry eyes, more votes, Kong Meng Puyen. My dear master is gone. Red-haired monster, go away. Puffed egg had been cultivating in the exquisite beast pagoda for the past few months, and its body had grown fatter. Even its pair of large wings were almost unable to support its round egg body. When it opened its eyes, it saw Du Guxiu. Puffed egg liked night foxes the most. It didn't like the red-haired man in front of it. This man looked gloomy, and it could tell that he wasn't a good person. Impudent, where did this fat egg come from? This crown prince is the crown prince of the later Qin, not some red-haired monster. Du Guxiu had a belly full of anger because of Yunba. Now, even an inexplicable egg dared to speak rudely to him. Du Guxiu was very depressed. Puff puff puff, ugly red-haired monster with no taste, no wonder master doesn't like you. Puff puff, this is called baby fat, cute and cute. Don't pretend to know if you don't know. Puffed egg jumped up and down angrily. Puffed egg's body was also a monster egg. When it jumped up and down, the entire mountain valley shook. The gravel in the mountain valley smashed onto Du Guxiu's body. Fat egg, shut the *CK up. Who are you calling ugly? This crown prince is one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, a famous handsome man in the continent. Du Guxiu's face was full of black lines, and he wanted to punch this egg. A stinky egg that didn't even have eyes dared to call him ugly? He was ugly. Were there any handsome men in this world? Puff puff puff, Yi Cuckoo is more handsome than you, Shen Feng Feng is better looking than you, and even Little Poison is more pleasing to the eye. Violent man. Damn pervert. Red-haired monster. Narcissist. Ursa Major. Weird uncle. Imprisoning master and almost causing master to die. Puffed egg scolded more and more happily and fluently. It was as smooth as a machine gun. Whether it was the aesthetic standards of the boundless world or the modern international aesthetic standards, to be fair and objective, Du Guxiu definitely had the ability to be proud. He was handsome and had a good figure. If he hadn't met Yunxing, he would have been a handsome, rich, and handsome man no matter where he went. Unfortunately, he met Yunxing. There were many handsome men around Yunxing, and all of them were rich and handsome. The puffed egg loved Yi Biming the most. After all, the first person it met other than its owner was Yi Biming. As for the others, in line with the principle that those who treated his master well were his friends, he didn't dislike them either. Puffed egg was the only one with the red hair that came out of nowhere. It charged forward, charging straight at Du Guxiu. There were many good and handsome men around Yunxing. It hated this red-furred monster the most. Who told this red-furred monster to not only cause it to be separated from its master, but also cause its master to be in so much pain? Puffed egg's body was fat, but its speed was ridiculously fast. Even with Du Guxiu's movement skills, it was still difficult for him to dodge. Moreover, this strange egg's strength was astonishing. Its eggshell was ridiculously hard. After a few collisions, the small valley seemed to have experienced an earthquake. Rocks fell everywhere, and pits were everywhere. Wait, what did you say? Why is Yunxing dying? When Duguxiu was dodging, he suddenly heard this, and his expression changed. Like owner, like egg, like puffed egg wouldn't let him go. It found an opening and sent Duguxiu flying, crashing into the mountain wall. Instantly, a human-shaped pit more than a foot deep appeared on the mountain wall. Puff, puff, puff. Master has been locked up. Those two disgusting women stole Master's medicine. She's dying now. Puff, don't let Master die. Puff, ah. Puffed Egg reached a sad point and started bawling. Two disgusting women, a bad premonition arose in Duguxiu's heart. Duguxiu originally thought that Puffed Egg's collisions were already very powerful. Only now did he realize that its cries were the most terrifying. In an instant, the entire small valley was filled with ghostly cries and wolf howls. Waves of demonic sounds assaulted his mind. Everyone within a radius of 10 li could hear the terrifying cries. Puffed Egg wanted to immediately rush back to Master's side, but it didn't know the way. Master couldn't summon it either. If this dragged on, Master would die. Shut up, speak clearly. You're crazy, damned egg. Shut up. Duguxiu heard dense footsteps coming from the other side of the valley. Yunba and the others had already rushed over. I'll bring you back to later, Qin. Immediately, stop. Duguxiu was distraught. What Dongtuan's chaos? Scram to the side. He had to immediately rush back to Fengdu. Duguxiu grabbed one of Puffed Egg's wings and transformed it into battle chi. He rushed in the direction of later Qin like a meteor. Only then did Yunxing realize that when the pain reached the extreme, only numbness was left. This damned yearning made Yunxing not even have the strength to cry out in pain. All the strength in her body seemed to have been peeled out of a cocoon. Even lifting a finger was tiring. Beside her, the voices of the two women were like countless sparrows, chirping non-stop. As soon as she recovered her strength, the first thing she would do was to slap these two women a few times. Let's see if they could still open their mouths. Yunxing, do you still want to hang on? I advise you to tell us Great Master Moyin's whereabouts as soon as possible. Qing Chong looked at the mud like Yunxing. There was only cruelty in her eyes. Why wasn't this woman dead yet? It had already been 2 days, but she was still like a weed, struggling at death's door. What was more hateful was that the other prisoners locked in the celestial prison would be tortured until they were neither human nor ghost. However, although Yunxing had lost a lot of weight, she exuded a coquettish beauty. The more pain she was in, the more suffocating the beauty of despair she exuded. Even Qing Chong found this inconceivable. Haha, kill me if you want. Or do you not dare to kill me? Yunxing raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile. Don't laugh. Qing Chong was furious. She pulled out a dagger and wanted to stab Yunxing to death. Chonger, she can't die yet. Qing Chong still did not have any news about Duguxiu. According to the news from Dongchuan, Yunba and the others had found Duguxiu's whereabouts a few days ago. If Xiu really fell into their hands, they would need Yunxing to exchange for him. Aunt, I don't care anymore. It's either her or me. Yunxing's words made Qing Chong worried. She was afraid that Yunxing and Duguxiu would settle the score with her as soon as they came back. Before the Crown Prince's cousin left, he had warned that whoever touched Yunxing would be driven out of the Crown Prince's mansion or killed. The Crown Prince's cousin was cruel and violent. When the time came, even her aunt might not be able to protect her. Qing Chong was worried that Qing Chong would act rashly, so she pulled her out of the celestial prison. Yunxing's body was attacked by a new round of pain. The silver snake on her arm strangely emitted a silver luster. The small snake's body seemed to be alive and twisted. 20 hours had passed since Yunxing took the antidote. In the past 20 hours, Yunxing had fainted several times and was woken up by Qing Ho and Qing Chong's cold water. Yunxing's physical strength had been severely depleted. But the worst thing was that she could feel that every time she woke up from her coma, her internal organs would be fatally damaged. If not for her amazing willpower, she would have died several times from the pain caused by her internal organs being damaged. Yunxing was a doctor and no one knew the human body better than her. With such a broken body, unless there was a miraculous elixir or top-notch light magic, she would die without a doubt. The silver snake on her arm moved and Yunxing's body, either her heart or her lungs, made a dull sound of something breaking. Yunxing only felt a warm and sweet taste in her mouth. Everything before her was pitch black. The moment she fell into a coma, Yi Baiming's face flashed across her mind. Yi Baiming's expression was very sad. He seemed to be shouting at her, "Little wildcat, you must hang in there. Damn fox, come and hang in there. Fox, it hurts." Her consciousness was being stripped away bit by bit. Yunxing felt that her consciousness was as light as a feather and would float out of her body and disappear into the air at any time. Just when Yunxing thought that she was going to die in this dark prison, she heard an old and kind voice reverberating in her ears. "Xiaosheng, from today onwards, the Yan family's heirloom is in your hands. You must take good care of the Shen bracelet. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must be strong. The people of the Yan family are never people who resign themselves to fate. Grandfather and the ancestors of the Yan family will always protect you." The old man with a white beard took off a bracelet from his hand and put it on her wrist. That year, Yunxing had just turned 18 years old. Grandfather passed away not long after the bracelet was handed over. Perhaps it was because he knew that he didn't have long to live, so his grandfather handed over the bracelet. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. They were scalding and fell all the way to the corner of her mouth. It was a bit salty. "Grandpa, Xing'er can't take it anymore." It had been a long time since Yunxing recalled the people and things before her transmigration. No one had cleaned the tombstone of his grandfather, who had passed away many years ago. Would Grandpa blame her? If they could survive this time, Yunxing decided to erect a tombstone for her grandfather in the other world. But, did she really have a chance? Darkness engulfed her consciousness completely. Her body temperature slowly dropped, as if she was drowning in a bottomless lake. In the dark prison, Yunxing lay quietly on the ground as her life force slowly flowed out of her body. The Shenong bracelet on her wrist emitted a 7-colored glow. The Shenong bracelet, which had condensed the power of countless generations of people, emitted a pure power. That power was like an electric current, rapidly flowing into Yunxing's limbs and bones. Her organs, which were on the verge of shattering, were recovering at an incredible speed under the effect of that mysterious power. Her internal bleeding stopped. Blood gushed out from her dried-up veins again, and her pulse resumed beating. The 5-colored Dharma soul was like the most beautiful rainbow, appearing above Yunxing. Yunxing's Dharma soul and the mysterious power in the Shenong bracelet resonated with each other, producing a pleasant sound of nature. The light from the Dharma soul and the Shenong bracelet gently poured down on Yunxing's body. In the chaos, Yunxing felt like a passerby who had walked in the desert for countless days. She was thirsty, she was tired, she felt like she would be swallowed by death in the next step. But at this moment, an oasis suddenly appeared in front of her. An oasis? Her consciousness suddenly became clear. Yunxing's eyelids twitched. Her long eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. The prison was still the same. There was no one around. Her eyes, which were originally pitch black, had now turned golden. She propped herself up with her arms. "This is?" Yunxing was shocked. She could feel that her body had regained its former vitality. The magical power that had completely disappeared also recovered in an instant. What surprised Yunxing the most was that the silver dream winding snake on her arm was bound by a 7-colored power. That power was constantly being depleted, but it was still tenaciously binding the dream winding snake. "This is the power in the Shenong bracelet?" "It's Grandpa." Yunxing could not help but feel her nose tingle. It was Grandpa and the countless ancestors of the Yan clan who were protecting her. What surprised Yunxing the most was that she realized that her Shenong eyes had broken through. For many generations, no one in the Yan clan had broken through to the 4th level. Legend had it that only Shenong and Yan Emperor had reached the 4th level of the Shenong eyes. She had actually broken through to the 4th level of the Shenong eyes. Yunxing looked at her surroundings. She realized that her field of vision was unprecedentedly wide. Within the prison, she could see everything clearly. "Qing Ho, Qing Chong, it's time for us to take our revenge." Yunxing's 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. Her golden eyes gradually returned to their original black color. Her identity had already been exposed. If she were to stay in later Qin, she would only bring trouble to the Yun residents and Night Fox. Although she did not know how long the power in the Shenong bracelet would be able to bind Han Hui and Meng Ying, she still had to give it a try. After all, she had already died once. Hu Sheng was still in their hands. She had to immediately leave later Qin. Yunxing jumped up and rushed out of the prison. Just as she rushed out, she saw Dong Huangling and Madame Qi Bai walking in. Yunxing, you. Dong Huangling and Yunxing cooperated very well. When Dong Huangling saw Yunxing's appearance, she immediately understood what was going on. Originally, she thought that she would see Yunxing's pitiful appearance. However, who would have thought that the Yunxing in front of her had a rosy complexion and was very agile? Men. Madame Qi Bai's face turned pale with fright. Just as she was about to scream, a strange knife that was as thin as a cicada's wing was already placed on her throat. With just a light slash, Madame Qi Bai felt that a small cut was made on her throat. The smell of fresh blood drifted out. Qi Bai, you can give it a try. Let's see if you can shout faster or if my knife is faster. Should I make a cut on your throat or your face? With a single look, Yunxing knew that her and Dong Huangling's scheme had succeeded. Madame Qi Bai's entire body turned cold. She knew that Yunxing was a little lunatic. She would definitely do as she said. Yunxing restrained Madame Qi Bai and snatched away Madame Qi Bai's magic scepter. Yunxing's magic scepter had been taken away by Du Gushou long ago. If Dong Huangling didn't guess wrongly, she should still be in Yu Pavilion. Madame Qi Bai was also a magician. Thus, Dong Huangling decided to use her magic scepter. Yunxing and Ling walked a few steps. Yunxing handed Madame Qi Bai over to Ling and said, "Wait here, I will be back soon." Yunxing ran back to the prison. Later Qin's punishment was very cruel. In the past few years, the Dugu father and son duo had been expanding their territory. Therefore, all of the prisoners that were locked up in the prison were all serious criminals. Yunxing knew that even if she managed to escape from the prison, with Director Song, whose strength was unfathomable, it would be very hard for her to escape from the palace. Since she had already thrown caution to the wind, she might as well fight to the death. Raising her magic scepter, scorching flames sprayed onto the chains, and the chains turned into molten iron. Using a similar method, Yunxing managed to open more than 10 prison doors in one go. "Who is it?" A prison guard rushed over. The elven hellfire turned into a dazzling golden light. That prison guard let out a miserable shriek as he was completely burned into ashes by the flames. "Let's go, everyone, let's escape together." With Yunxing's help, close to 100 prisoners managed to escape from the prison. Previously, in Icefall City, it was also because of the large number of escaped prisoners that those elven guards had a hard time capturing them. Yunxing wanted to cause chaos in the later Qin's palace. The more chaotic, the better. The prison was very noisy. By the time the prison guards rushed in, the prisoners had already furiously roared and rushed forward, fighting with the prison guards. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yunxing and Dong Huangling followed the crowd and rushed out. The moment they rushed to the entrance of the prison, rows of locust-like arrows rained down from the sky, causing the prisoners who were at the front to let out miserable shrieks. Due to the jailbreak in the prison, a large number of guards were rushing over. The prison guards hurriedly mobilized 50 archers. Dong Huangling and Yunxing chanted at the same time. Wind blades swept across the prison guards, and countless fireballs smashed towards the archers. In an instant, the human wall turned into a wall of fire. Yunxing soared into the sky. She raised her magic scepter high, and the elven hellfire brand on her forehead was as red as fire. Her gaze focused. The Imperial Granary Palace was clearly under her feet. A cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his magic scepter spun crazily like a group of dancing snakes. A large amount of fire magic elements gathered towards Yunxing as if they had been summoned. Fiery critical strike. A golden flame exploded on the magic scepter. Countless fireballs danced in the air like snow in June, flying towards the many palaces of the Emperor Granary Palace. Dong Huanglinger could see it clearly. She also started singing along. The raging wind blew the fireball higher and higher. These special fireballs mixed with elven karmic fire jumped over the wall. The moment they touched the eaves and trees, they burned fiercely like oil. The fire was very difficult to control. Ordinary water could not extinguish it at all. For a moment, the Emperor Granary Palace was filled with smoke and flames. The sound of fire fighting, the sound of fighting, and the sound of crying could be heard incessantly. Facing these, although Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had a trace of hesitation in their hearts, they no longer had the time to consider so much. Let's go to the Crown Prince's residence first. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger each grabbed one of Madame Qibai's arms and carried her, rushing towards the Crown Prince's residence. After a few leaps, the Crown Prince's residence was already very close. Within the Yu Pavilion, Yunxing searched around and found her magic scepter in Du Guxiu's bedroom. Touching the magic scepter that she hadn't seen for a long time, Yunxing's eyes shone even brighter. Miss Yun, let go of Madame Qibai. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When the people of the Crown Prince's residence saw Yunxing killing her way in, they didn't know if they should stop her or not. No matter how the Emperor and Empress Qing wanted to deal with Yunxing, she was brought back by Crown Prince Dugu. Moreover, everyone saw how much Du Guxiu doted on her. Why are you still in a daze? Catch her. Madame Qibai saw an opening and broke free, wanting to rush towards the crowd. However, she only managed to escape a few steps. She staggered and felt a sharp pain in her knee. Lowering her head, she saw that a few sharp dark thorns had pierced through her knee. Whoever dares to come up will end up like her. Yunxing said coldly. If it wasn't because Madame Qibai was still useful, she would have killed her long ago. This woman had caused her and Linger to be in such a miserable state. Yunxing, how dare you commit murder in the Crown Prince's residence? Li Huali rushed over with a group of guards. Without saying anything, she waved the magic scepter in her hand. Who would have thought that before she finished chanting, Yunxing would raise her eyebrows in disdain. She didn't even bother chanting. The gray space-time magic elements, like countless tadpoles, drifted around Li Huali and entered her magic scepter. Her chanting was forced to stop, and as if she was frozen, she didn't move at all. How is this possible? You know magic? Aren't you a piece of trash? Li Huali opened her eyes wide, as if she had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. Li Xiao is stupid, but little sister is even more stupid. Yunxing and I are both people from the continent's magic elite camp. The amount of magic we know is more than the amount of rice you have eaten. Li Huali, right? In the past, you made things difficult for us, right? You said that we are trash, right? Linger placed the magic scepter on her waist, then slapped Li Huali with both hands, causing her to feel dizzy and unable to say a single word. Heh, Yunxing, I suddenly realized that not using magic to hit people is quite comfortable. Dong Huanglinger felt very comfortable hitting Li Huali. It's Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, catch them. Qing Chang rushed over with a group of guards from the Qing residence. Qing Chang also just found out that there was a prison break in the imperial prison, and Yunxing's whereabouts were unknown. The imperial palace was currently in a state of chaos. When Qing Chang brought the guards back to the Crown Prince's residence, she accidentally bumped into Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. With just the few of you, it's still not enough to stop me. Yunxing put down her magic scepter and faced Qing Chang. Li Huali's face was swollen like a pig's head, and Madame Qibai's knees were injured, causing her to kneel on the ground. Qing Chang wasn't stupid. She discovered that Yunxing, who was still breathing weakly earlier, was now like a completely different person. The guards that she brought along with her weren't a match for this woman. Director Song had already received the news and was currently rushing over here. As long as they could stall her, Director Song would definitely be able to capture her. This time, Yunxing set the imperial palace on fire and even broke into the imperial prison. Even if Du Guxiu returned, he wouldn't be able to save her. I'm not a match for you. However, don't forget, that person called Huxing is still in my hands. Qing Chang was very confident. She believed that there was definitely a special relationship between Yunxing and Huxing. Hand him over to me, and I can let Li Huali and Qibai off. Yunxing indeed couldn't leave Huxing behind. At the same time, she could also tell that Qing Chang was stalling for time. In the entire imperial palace, the only person that could make Yunxing fear was Director Song, whose strength was hard to predict. Thus, she had to leave this place as soon as possible. Haha, you still don't understand. These two women are completely useless to me. In fact, I can't wait for them to die. Looking at Li Huali and Qi Bai's current appearance, Qing Chong had a look of schadenfreude on her face. 10,000 words complete, I've finished adding chapters. Sob sob, a bunch of people scolded me for not adding chapters and crept away in disgrace. Before Yunxing appeared, the three women in the crown prince's residence lived peacefully on the surface, but in reality, they were like fire and water. However, after Yunxing came, the three of them lived peacefully for a period of time. They fought against Yunxing together and even lived peacefully for a period of time. However, when Qing Chong said this, Li Huali and Madame Qi Bai immediately exploded. Qing Chong, you slut. When the crown prince returns, we will not let you off easily. Return? Do you think that you can still wait until cousin crown prince returns? To tell you the truth, I have already buried a large amount of saltpeter powder outside this courtyard. As long as I give the order, you and that little slut surnamed Yun will all die. Qing Chong laughed arrogantly. She jumped up and jumped out of Yu Xian. Saltpeter powder was a type of military gunpowder in the boundless world. Once it came into contact with fire, it would explode and the entire Yu Xian would be razed to the ground. As for Madame Qi Bai and Li Huali, she could say that they were kidnapped by Yunxing and died in Yu Xian together. When cousin crown prince investigated, she could push the cause of their deaths to Yunxing. When they heard that saltpeter powder was scattered outside Yu Xian, Li Huali and Madame Qi Bai's faces turned pale. The two of them cried out in alarm and wanted to escape. However, the few entrances of Yu Xian were all tightly shut. Just as they flew up, they saw thousands of bows and arrows aimed at Yu Xian. Everyone then knew that Qing Chong was really ruthless today and wanted to kill them all. TSK, secondary consort Qing is really dreaming. You want to catch us all in one net? Let's see if you have the ability. Yunxing did not escape or avoid. She sniffed the air and there was a pungent smell of saltpeter powder in the air. It seemed that Qing Chong was not exaggerating. Death is at hand and you still want to be stubborn. Let this lady personally draw the bow and send you on your way. Qing Chong sneered. She raised her hand and the archer behind her immediately handed her a fire bow. There was a ball of fire burning on the bow. Qing Chong pulled the bow and the fire arrow flew towards the courtyard with a swoosh sound. Who would have thought that when the rocket flew halfway, an arrow hit the rocket with a ping sound? Qing Chong looked over and saw that Yunxing was holding the Rui bow. She was the one who had shot the arrow. You can block it for a while, but you can't block it forever. I don't believe that you can block all the arrows, Qing Chong said enviously, looking at the bow in Yunxing's hands. Damn Yunxing. If she killed her, the Rui bow and her cousin would be hers. Qing Chong shot out 5 more arrows in a row, but what shocked her was that all 5 arrows were shot down by Yunxing not long after they were shot out. Let alone igniting the saltpeter powder, even shooting it into the courtyard had become an extravagant hope. How is this possible? If it was only 1 arrow, it could still be considered a coincidence. However, 6 arrows were shot down by Yunxing in a row. Qing Chong, who had always been very confident in her archery skills, was shocked and angry. It must be because of the Rui Bao. Qing Chong put all the blame on the Rui Bao. This made Qing Chong want to kill Yunxing even more. Archers, shoot, Qing Chong said through gritted teeth. She couldn't hit the target by herself, but she didn't believe that a group of people couldn't. Could it be that Yunxing alone could withstand thousands of arrows? Hundreds of strong archers raised their flaming bows and aimed at Yu Yuxuan. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar sounded. A figure fell from the sky like a goshawk. Who dares to hurt Xing'er? A fierce fighting aura, like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, came down like a huge wave and a fierce flood. The bows and arrows in the hands of the hundreds of archers actually broke with a cracking sound. Then, dozens of hunters fell from the sky, and dozens of evil beasts appeared in the sky. Young master, we're here to help you. Master Zhongren arrived in time with a group of hunters. The sounds of killing were like thunder, incessant. The crown prince's palace was in chaos. Hearing the person's voice, Yunxing could not help but be overjoyed. Second uncle. Master Zhongren. It turned out that after Yun Sunlong notified Yi Baiming, he hurried to later Qin. He spent a lot of effort and finally sneaked into Fengdu. However, the palace was heavily guarded, so Yun Songlong and the people of Tianfa couldn't break into the palace. However, recently, Yun Xing had escaped from the imperial prison. The guards outside the imperial palace had all entered the palace to put out the fire. This had unknowingly given Yun Songlong an excellent opportunity. After he had ascertained the location, he led a group of hunters and charged in. Yun Xing and the others took advantage of the chaos and killed their way out of Yu Yuxuan. Qing Chong, on the other hand, was killed head-on. Seeing her subordinates being slaughtered like vegetables by the hunters led by Yun Songlong, fear rose in Qing Chong's heart and she wanted to run. Qing Chong, you vicious woman! Li Huali and Madame Qi Bai had just escaped death. When they saw Qing Chong, their eyes turned red and they blocked Qing Chong's path. Sisters, it was just a misunderstanding just now. I just wanted to kill that little b*tch Yunsheng. Now that the enemy is invading, we should work together and capture Yunsheng first. Director Song will be here soon. Qing Chong was blocked. Hee, secondary consort Qing, do you need to sprinkle saltpeter powder in the entire courtyard to kill me? Li Huali, Qi Bai, you are smart people. You should know who your real enemy is. Yunsheng looked on coldly from the side. You hated me and ostracized me because of Dugu Xiao. But you should know that I don't love Dugu Xiao. But Qing Chong is different. She clearly wanted to kill all of you just now. Her concubine mother is the Qing Empress. Yunsheng couldn't be bothered to kill these jealous women. Just let them bite each other. Hearing this, Qing Chong's face turned pale. Yunsheng, you're doing this on purpose. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. Qi Bai, Li Huali, we don't have any deep hatred between us. You guys can deal with Qing Chong together. When the time comes, I'll walk my own path and you guys will walk your own path. Everyone will be happy. Yunsheng smiled mischievously. Madame Qi Bai and Li Huali shouted and attacked Qing Chong at the same time. Second uncle, why are you here? Yunsheng was relieved when she saw them fighting among themselves. The Dark Gold instructor sent a letter saying that you were captured. Let's not talk about this and leave the palace first. Yun Songlong was relieved when he saw that his niece was safe and sound. I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave so easily. A cold voice suddenly appeared in the sky. Director Song looked down at the crowd on the ground from above. Ah! At this time, Qing Chong let out a miserable cry. Her face had already been bitten by a soul snake released by Madame Qi Bai. Her skin was rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qing Chong screamed as her body gradually rotted and turned into a puddle of pus. Qi Bai, that's enough. Director Song frowned when he saw the three women fighting. How stupid. They were still fighting among themselves at this time. Curator Song did not expect the situation in the Crown Prince's residence. Idiot. She didn't even know that she was being used to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Curator Song had a headache. Qi Bai was a member of the Bashi clan. He had thought that this woman had good looks and was good at socializing. He thought that she would be of some value to show her. He didn't expect that she would become worse as she lived. Didn't she see that Yunsheng was watching the show calmly from the side when she killed Qing Chong? As a strong person of his generation, Curator Song had seen all kinds of people. When he met Yunsheng earlier, he already felt that Yunsheng was not an ordinary person. Her experience and courage far surpassed that of ordinary women. In fact, she was on par with He Linlin. But this time, Yunsheng's actions had opened his eyes. First, she instigated Moyin's rebellion. Then, she broke out of prison. She burned down the palace with the fire of the elves. Later, Qing's imperial granary palace was now in chaos. Needless to say, the crown prince's residence was also in a mess. Concubine Qing was dead. This matter had to be explained to Empress Qing. The root of all this was Yunsheng. This woman was not only quick-witted but also very vicious. In order to achieve her goal, she would do anything. I underestimated you earlier. Yunsheng, I'll give you two choices. 1. Marry Xiao and be the crown princess obediently. 2. Commit suicide. Curator Song's gaze fell on Yunsheng. Lord Song, how can she be the crown princess? Madame Yunsheng was puzzled. According to the laws of later Qin, Yunxing's crimes, including arson, instigation, and causing chaos in the palace, were enough to make Yunxing die 10 times over. Qibai, don't think that I don't know about your shady business with Hu Linglong. Curator Song's gaze was like a sharp arrow, piercing Qibai so much that she didn't dare to raise her head. Hearing Hu Linglong's name, Madame Qibai knew that the matter of her secretly selling the celestial fox people's saintess had been exposed. In Director Song's opinion, it wasn't important whether the later Qin Emperor and Empress Qing wanted this crown princess or not. What was important was that Dugu Xiu wanted her. The chaos in the palace this time also made Director Song realize that this human woman had a sharp and vicious side. Such a woman was perfect for Dugu Xiu. Director Song, you are also a senior who has been famous for many years. Marriage between a man and a woman has to be consensual. Xing'er is already engaged, so she won't marry Prince Dugu. I hope that Director Song can give her a way out. Yun Sanlong respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. You have to marry whether you want to or not. Director Song clearly didn't take Yun Sanlong seriously. Yun Sanlong was furious when he heard that. If anyone wants to force Xing'er, they'll have to go through Yun Sanlong first. He roared, and a 2-meter-long blood cloud crocodile appeared. This blood cloud crocodile was the blood cloud beast of the Grand Emperor City's young lord, Xian Wuji. This was the blood cloud crocodile that Yunxing had tamed for Yun Sanlong. In the past few years, Yun Sanlong had been cultivating with the blood cloud crocodile. The blood cloud crocodile's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and it was already a saint-level magical beast. The furious blood cloud crocodile's eyes turned blood red. The blood cloud crocodile rushed forward and clawed at Director Song with its sharp claws. Director Song didn't move, but a black battle aura enveloped the blood cloud crocodile. When the blood cloud crocodile clashed with the battle aura, a strong smell of blood filled the air. The claws and teeth of the blood cloud crocodile, which had thick skin and thick flesh, broke, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. A black figure moved as fast as lightning. Bang! Under the heavy attack, the blood cloud crocodile was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a 1-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. Even the blood cloud crocodile, whose body was tougher than rocks and ores, was smashed into meat paste by this attack. With another flick, the figure returned to its original position. The blood cloud crocodile was instantly killed before it could even use its eyes. Director Song was still floating high in the sky, as if the blood cloud crocodile's death had nothing to do with him. You've gone too far. Seeing his own demonic beast being killed, Yun Sanlong's body was burning with rage, and his furious voice soared into the sky. Battle aura was like an electric current, crazily rushing out. Battle aura turned into wings. Increasing speed, Yun Sanlong's figure turned into a shadow, like a spear soaring into the sky, vowing to tear Director Song apart. Director Song didn't move. He was like a statue, standing high in the sky. He raised his hand. On his hand, Doqi flowed like lightning. A terrifying battle skill that was filled with ruthlessness and destruction was being formed at an astonishing speed. Director Song and Yun Sanlong were both top-notch martial artists in the continent, and their speed had already reached the extreme. The spectators on the ground could only see a shadow. Yunxing's heart was already in her throat. Shenong Pupil, 4th layer, God's Trace. The moment Shenong Pupil was activated, Yunxing's black pupils had an additional touch of gold. She saw something. A scene appeared in her mind. It seemed to be playing in slow motion, but also seemed to be fast-forwarding, predicting what was about to happen. In Director Song's hand, a large amount of battle aura was compressed and condensed, forming an astonishingly powerful energy vortex. That energy vortex spun rapidly, absorbing all the battle aura in the surroundings, and collided head-on with Yun Sanlong. Crack, the terrifying sound of bones breaking and organs exploding was infinitely magnified. Blood spurted out from Yun Sanlong's body like rain. Falling, Yun Sanlong's corpse fell from the sky. Her pupils shrank. The scene in the sky had completely disappeared. Shenong Pupil, God's Trace, could foresee to a certain extent what would happen in the future. Second uncle will die, Yunxing screamed in her heart. No. Absolutely not, she definitely couldn't sit and watch his second uncle was killed. Following her heart, Yunxing's magic wings flapped, and she rushed towards the two figures in the sky. Ever since he learned from Puffed Egg that Yunxing was in deep trouble, Du Guxiu brought Puffed Egg and rushed day and night, finally rushing back to Fengdu. The moment he entered Fengdu, he saw flames soaring into the sky in the direction of Imperial Granary Palace, and thick smoke billowed. That fire was extremely unusual. The fire in the entire Imperial City was getting fiercer and fiercer, and it looked like it was going to burn down the entire Imperial Granary Palace. Du Guxiu rushed to the outskirts of the Imperial City and caught a panic-stricken guard. What happened? Crown Prince, Your Highness, the Imperial Palace is on fire, and all the prisoners in the prison have escaped. Du Guxiu hurried towards the Imperial Palace. Halfway there, he sensed two figures in the sky, and he raised his head to look. With one look, Du Guxiu felt suffocated. Yunxing. It was Yunxing. Yunxing, who had already recovered her magic, rushed into the sky like a moth to a flame. Her magic had already recovered. Du Guxiu's gaze turned, and he looked at the sky again. In the sky, in the direction Yunxing was rushing towards, waves of fighting aura that was continuously getting stronger made Du Guxiu involuntarily tremble. Du Guxiu couldn't be more familiar with that aura. It was his master, Director Song. On Director Song's hand, fighting aura was condensing, becoming stronger and stronger, and it was transforming into a whirlpool. Yunxing was actually clashing with his master, Director Song. On the continent, those who could exchange blows with Director Song were all experts of the older generation who had been famous for a long time. Anyone who had exchanged blows with Director Song would definitely recognize his death spiraling technique. The death spiraling technique was a peak combat skill, equivalent to the profound magic of magic. It was an extremely powerful combat skill comprehended by martial artists who had broken through a certain level of the martial realm. The death spiraling technique was terrifying not only because of its destructive power, but also because it was incomparably tyrannical. It could instantly devour all the doqi in the surroundings of the death spiraling technique, causing the opponent's doqi to instantly disperse and be unable to form a defense or combat skill. Once the death spiraling technique was used, even if one didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Due to Yunxing's arson, the fire in the Imperial City spread rapidly. Director Song only wanted to immediately kill Yun Songlong, capture Yunxing, and end the battle quickly. Therefore, he used a fatal move from the start. When Yun Songlong realized this, the doqi in his body was continuously being sucked into the death spiraling technique. Between life and death, Yun Songlong suddenly thought of his beloved wife, Yuan Shahua, and the two young children at home, second uncle. Yunxing suddenly teleported, separating Director Song and Yun Songlong. At this time, the death spiraling technique had already begun to take shape. Reckless, get out of the way. I'll spare your life for Shoer's sake. Director Song frowned. What a reckless little girl. So what if she blocked him? Did she really think that she could block the death spiraling technique with the flesh and blood of a mage? Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after trying. How about you try my profound magic? While speaking, red and blue magic elements were continuously forming on Yunxing's right hand. A ball of lightning was continuously growing stronger and bigger. Master, have mercy. Du Guxiu only felt a buzzing sound in his head as he cried out in alarm. It was too far, he couldn't make it in time. Director Song was also quite shocked when he discovered the profound lightning spiraling technique in Yunxing's hand. However, his death spiraling technique had already formed, and spilled water couldn't be taken back. Profound lightning spiraling technique. Yunxing raised both of her hands. The profound lightning spiraling technique in her palms was like a newborn sun, releasing a dazzling light, reflecting the scorching sun in the sky. It was as if two suns had appeared in the sky. A terrifying explosion rang out, as if a gorgeous firework had exploded. Everyone within a 1-mile radius felt a huge force hit them, and they were all flung away. Even Director Song was forced to fall from the sky. Yun Songlong was severely injured. Yunxing was the closest to him and was the weakest. She felt an intense pain and felt as if her entire body was being torn apart. She fell straight down from the sky. Yunxing. Du Guxiu's eyes were red as he rushed forward and caught Yunxing. She's not dead. Director Song's face was as calm as water. His clothes were torn open by that strange force, and there were a few more wounds on his face. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he was forced into such a sorry state by a human? Du Guxiu hugged Yunxing and hurriedly checked on her condition. To Yunxing, when the profound lightning spiraling technique collided with the death spiraling technique, the power it produced was like a miniature atomic bomb exploding. Even the jade marrow art couldn't withstand that terrifying impact. Her face was deathly pale, and a large portion of the skin on her right hand was broken. Warm blood dripped down from her jade-like fingers. But even so, her right hand was still raised high, and the remaining magical power of the profound lightning spiraling technique was still pulsing in her hand. Profound magic, it's actually profound magic. Director Song lost his voice in shock. This was profound magic. A sky-rank magician had actually comprehended profound magic. This silly little girl whom he had looked down upon had actually used an esoteric magic at such a critical moment. A sky-rank magician's profound magic was actually on par with his Qilin spiraling technique. Du Guxiu was also shocked. Yunxing had actually blocked his master's Qi spiraling technique. In a flash, a profound lightning spiraling technique was formed. Although the profound lightning spiraling technique and the spiraling technique's power had been greatly reduced, the difference between Director Song and Yunxing's strength was more than just 1 or 2 realms. Yunxing's forceful blocking was undoubtedly a joke with her life. Cough. Yunxing had already lost consciousness, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. Du Guxiu, let go of Xing'er. Yun Songlong struggled to prop himself up. He was also shocked by the scene just now. He hadn't thought that Director Song's strength would be so strong. Just now, if Yunxing hadn't risked her life to go forward, he would have been torn to pieces by the death spiraling technique. Director Song's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he raised his hand. Master, this disciple, let them go. Du Guxiu looked at the heavily injured Yunxing, and his heart ached. The family that Yunxing had risked her life to protect, he couldn't kill them. Looking at Yunxing in his arms, Du Guxiu felt worse than if he had been injured himself, even though she was clearly the one injured. He had really fallen in love with her. Xiu'er, you can't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, she will destroy you. Director Song saw that his most valued disciple was actually in such a state. Although he was heartbroken, there was nothing he could do. Master, Xiu'er knows what to do. You, don't worry, she will become my woman. Du Guxiu carried Yunxing and rushed away. Lock these people up in the heavenly prison. Director Song coldly snorted, and ordered the rest of the people to be locked up in the heavenly prison. After an unknown period of time, Yunxing felt a terrible headache, and her body felt weak. She opened her eyes. Her eyes stung a little, and the scene before she fainted slowly replayed in her mind. Profound magic. In order to save second uncle, she had used profound magic. The profound lightning vortex had collided with Director Song's battle spiraling technique, and she had been struck down. She had been seriously injured and fainted. Yunxing was shocked, and she remembered everything that had happened before she fainted. She hurriedly sat up, and realized that the tattered clothes on her body had been changed. Because she had used the profound lightning vortex, her severely injured hand had been bandaged. Below her was a spacious bed, and the surroundings were quiet. A golden-red curtain hung at the side, and the fragrance of expensive ambergris filled the entire room. You're awake. The curtain moved, and Du Guxiu walked in. Today, Du Guxiu was a little different from usual. He did not wear a battle helmet, but wore a red robe with golden patterns. On the robe, there was only a loose belt, revealing his well-defined chest. This was the first time Du Guxiu had seen Yunxing like this. The injured Yunxing was also a little different from usual. Her face was pale, and there was a faint layer of mist in her eyes. The moment she saw Du Guxiu, her body subconsciously stiffened, and her face was full of resistance. Du Guxiu looked at Yunxing darkly, as if he wanted to swallow her. For the first time in his life, Du Guxiu had the urge to tear a woman to shreds and swallow her whole. He wanted to completely take her as his, and no one would be able to covet her. Du Guxiu violently tore apart Yunxing's clothes. Suddenly, his arm went numb as if he had been hit by something. Du Guxiu, let go of me. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yunxing sent a palm strike towards Du Guxiu. Humph, you really did learn some strange martial arts. However, it's still too weak. It's like stopping an itch through your boots. Du Guxiu pressed down on Yunxing's leg and lifted her up, fiercely throwing her onto the bed. Today, he had to obtain her no matter what. Du Guxiu had once thought that he could make Yunxing accept him. However, he did not know that Yunxing already hated him to the bones. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for using force. Bang, bang, bang. There was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Who is it? Du Guxiu was like an angry lion. He glared at Yunxing without turning his head. He had already said that no one was allowed to disturb him. Who was it that didn't want their lives and dared to disturb him at this critical moment? Your Highness Crown Prince, something bad has happened. The Emperor has been poisoned. What? Du Guxiu was shocked. He gloomily glanced at Yunxing and put on his robe. A guard was trembling with fear outside the door as he stuttered, reporting to the Crown Prince, the Emperor and many imperial concubines, as well as many commoners in the city, have been poisoned. They are currently suffering from a high fever and have yet to wake up. Yunxing, is this your doing? Du Guxiu flung his sleeves and turned around to pick up Yunxing. I am a doctor, not a butcher. Yunxing fiercely glared at Du Guxiu. The two of them were like two red-eyed roosters, both of their necks were red. Indeed, although Yunxing was cunning, she had not reached the point of poisoning people. As a doctor, Yunxing still had a bottom line. Even if you didn't do it, you must have something to do with it. Let's go and treat my father. If he can't be cured, I'll be the first to chop off Yin Songlong's head. Du Guxiu carried Yunxing on his shoulder and rushed to the Imperial View Palace where Du Guxing lived. In the later Qin Imperial Palace, due to the visit of the Hellfire of Elves, there were ruins everywhere along the way. The once splendid Imperial Jing Palace was also damaged in many places. Unconscious and poisoned, Du Guxing lay on his sickbed with a pale face. Later Qin's palace was also plagued by a series of misfortunes. Yesterday, Du Guxing was enjoying the warmth of concubine Zi's palace when he suddenly heard someone trying to put out a fire. Just as he finished speaking, a ball of fire rushed into the Thousand Purple Palace. The fire was extremely fierce. Even the beams of the Thousand Purple Palace fell down. Du Guxing and concubine Zi were still naked at the time. Hearing the cry, he only had time to put on a pair of pants and rushed out with the frightened concubine Zi in his arms. It was already dawn when Du Guxing finally escaped death. Concubine Zi boiled a bowl of tonic soup to help him recover from the shock. Little did she know that Du Guxing's complexion changed drastically after drinking the soup, and he fainted on the ground. All the doctors in the Imperial Hospital were summoned. But no one could do anything about the fierce poison in Du Guxing's body. At the same time, the same situation was happening in many places in later Qin and Yang City. When Du Guxing arrived, concubine Zi was kneeling on the ground. The doctors came to check the color of Du Guxiu's skin and opened his eyelids to listen to his pulse and heartbeat. When was he poisoned? Was there any reaction? This morning, after drinking the soup concubine Zi brought, His Highness fell unconscious, a maid on the side reported. How is His Majesty? Can the poison be cured? Green Empress saw the bitter faces of the doctors and whispered to each other. She was even more annoyed. Your Highness, His Majesty's poison is very strange. We've checked all the medical books but couldn't find the cause. We have used medicine to suppress the poison, but the poison seems to have a life of its own. After devouring the medicine, it has become even more violent. The imperial physicians were all horrified. What he meant was that they were unable to treat this poison. Concubine Zi, how dare you? Men, drag her out. Green Empress had always seen concubine Zi as a thorn in her side. Now that Du Guxing was poisoned, she could deal with her. Mercy, I don't know anything. Concubine Zi was terrified. She didn't know why His Majesty was poisoned. Even an idiot can see that she didn't poison him. Or is Green Empress worse than an idiot? A taunting voice came in with Du Guxiu. Xiu'er, quickly look at your imperial father. When Qing Empress saw Du Guxiu, it was as if she had seen her pillar of support. However, when she saw that Du Guxiu had actually come together with Yunxing, she was unable to vent her anger. Why did you bring this little bitch here? She killed Qingqiang. Green Empress saw Yunxing and her eyes turned red. Mother, she's a doctor. I've never seen anyone better than her. Moreover, what she said was the truth. Imperial father wasn't the only one poisoned in the imperial palace. I believe that imperial concubine Zi is also innocent. Du Guxiu also loved and hated Yunxing. But there was one thing he couldn't deny. Du Guxiu didn't know if Yunxing was the best doctor on the continent. But he was sure that her medical skills were the most amazing he had ever seen. Last time, when Yunba had been seriously injured, it was also Yunxing who had used a strange acupuncture technique to heal him. It was said that she was still in Tang Yuan and cured the poisoned Empress Tang Yuan. Du Guxiu glanced at Yunxing. She knows how to save people? It's good enough that she didn't kill your father. Green Empress said bitterly. Yunxing snorted in her heart. Du Guxiu must have been kicked in the head by a mule. She would never save Du Guxing. I heard that many people in the capital were poisoned. I'll let her test it on those people first. Imperial mother, don't worry. Imperial father will definitely be fine. Du Guxiu's words caused the fury in Yunxing's heart to surge. Du Guxiu, you're despicable. Yunxing could watch the later Qin emperor die, but she would never watch the innocent people die. Yunxing, whom Du Guxiu knew, was sometimes vicious and sometimes cunning. But the Ciandong she opened would hold free medical treatment every year. She would deliver medicine and see patients for free. Based on this, Du Guxiu could be sure that Yunxing would not sit back and do nothing. Go to the city and bring some patients in, Du Guxiu ordered. Wait. How can they be moved when they're seriously ill? Tell me where the poison is most serious and I'll go there myself. If you don't agree, I won't treat them. Yunxing snorted. She just glanced at Du Guxiu's face from afar and a touch of surprise flashed across her eyes. You're just a prisoner. How dare you bargain? His Majesty's life is at stake. You can't be so presumptuous. Qingho's face was red with anger. Nobles, generals, and ministers all have the guts. Whose life is not a life? Or are you saying that there are so many imperial physicians here that you can't even afford to waste an hour? I'm presumptuous because I have the ability. I'll be honest. I'm the only one who can cure Du Guxing's poison. Whether you want to treat him or not, Qingho, you should consider it carefully. Yunxing sneered, her eyes full of disdain. She was mocking Qingho for not caring about the lives of the people and mocking the later Qing doctors for their incompetence. Her words made Qingho's face turn red. You bitch. The more Qingho looked at Yunxing, the more she found her an eyesore. Her long nails reached for Yunxing's face. Mother, I'll take her away. Du Guxiu pulled Qingho away, glanced at Yunxing, and walked up to her. He grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the palace, ignoring Qingho's clamor. Du Guxiu walked all the way to the outskirts of the imperial city before stopping. Yunxing, you'd better not try to escape. Yun Songlong, Dong Huang Linger, and a group of hunters are in my hands. If you dare to escape, I'll kill one person every hour. Du Guxiu lowered his voice and whispered in Yunxing's ear. Du Guxiu was very alert. This poisoning incident was not so simple. It must have something to do with the Dongchuan incident and Yun Songlong's rescue. After saying that, he stuffed Yunxing into the carriage. He rode on a horse and followed the carriage to Fengdu, the place where the poison was the most serious. This time, Du Guxiu was right. The poisoning incident in Fengdu was indeed related to Yunxing. To be more precise, it was related to the continent's elite magician camp. Yunxing had only glanced at Du Guxing, and his complexion and condition looked no different from that of a normal poison patient. But according to the imperial physicians, this poison was special. Yunxing's understanding of poisons was much less than that of herbs. However, among all the poisons in the world, there weren't many that could devour the power of a pill and turn it into poison. Yunxing called this poison a living poison. Poisons were also divided into several types. The so-called deadly poisons were just ordinary poisons. As for the so-called living poison, it was something that could not be directly cured by medicinal pills. For a poison like this, let alone the later Qin imperial physicians, even if the experts from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were here, they wouldn't be able to tell what was wrong with it. This was because this poison could only be concocted by Master Shi Huang and his personal disciple, Abandon. As for Yunxing, she had seen this poison before because she was good friends with Qi. She recognized it at a glance. Coincidentally, Yunxing also knew how to treat this poison. She was certain that it wasn't a coincidence that this poison appeared in later Qin. The Dark Gold instructors must have learned that she was trapped in later Qin and came to rescue her. Only someone like Master Shi Huang, who didn't play by the rules, would poison the later Qin Imperial Palace and Yangdu to save people. The carriage sped past and stopped on a street in later Qin. Yunxing jumped off the carriage, and Du Guxiu stopped his horse. Looking over, Yunxing and Du Guxiu both frowned. They didn't expect there to be such a place in later Qin's imperial capital. Overgrown weeds, dilapidated houses, and a group of sallow and emaciated children surrounded the carriage with bare feet. Not far away, some people were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. This area was located in the old district of later Qin, commonly known as the Rebel Village. There were no medical centers, and no money to hire a doctor, so this was the place with the most severe poisoning in later Qin. Nearly half of the people on this street had been poisoned. Get out of the way, don't be rude. You rebels, get out of the way when you see the crown prince. The guards of later Qin were afraid that these filthy people would anger the crown prince, so they pulled out their swords and slashed at the nearest child. Puff! A small stone hit the saber. The guard felt a tremor in his hand, and the sword fell out of his hand and rolled to the ground. Du Guxiu, as the crown prince, this is the first time you've seen such a situation. Corpses are still everywhere under the feet of the emperor. A guard with a sword actually slashed at a child. Later Qin really deserves to be called the most powerful country. Yunxing sneered and jumped off the carriage. A thin layer of red appeared on Du Guxiu's face. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or something else. All soldiers, listen to my order. Don't use force, or you'll be punished by military punishment. Go and find the people with the most severe poisoning. Du Guxiu glared at them with a dignified manner. The iron-blooded guards were all silent, and no one dared to say anything. After searching for a while, a guard came forward. Reporting to the crown prince, the family in front of the street has the most severe poisoning. It's said that they're on the verge of death and won't be able to hold on much longer. Quick, I'll go and take a look. Yunxing and Du Guxiu rushed to the corner of the street. It was a low straw hut, and it looked like it would be difficult to even enter. I'll go in. Yunxing wanted to go in. This crown prince will go with you. Du Guxiu pushed the door open, and a moldy smell hit him in the face. He couldn't help but frown. Patients can't be exposed to the wind. Moreover, you're so big, how can you stand when you go in? The house is going to collapse. Yunxing pushed Du Guxiu out in a bad mood. Du Guxiu was suspicious, and he glanced inside the house. The house was very narrow, and the straw hut was only a few square meters in size. There was only a worn-out wooden table and a bed. On the bed in the house, there was a person covered with worn-out bedding. The person didn't look big, and he didn't look like a strong man. One of the patient's hands was exposed under the bedding, and he looked like an old man who was only skin and bones. Du Guxiu looked inside the house again, and there were no other windows or passageways. Even if Yunxing wanted to escape, it was impossible. Moreover, Yun Sunlan and the others were still in his hands, and Yunxing's yearning and dreams had not been removed, so she couldn't escape. Thinking of this, Du Guxiu retreated out of the house with relief. Yunxing immediately closed the door. She walked to the bed and looked at the bedding, and she hesitated. Mentor Shi Huang? Yunxing's hand had just touched the bedding when it was suddenly lifted by someone. She only felt that the world was turned upside down, and she was about to cry out in surprise when there was a trace of wetness on her lips. Immediately after, a familiar aura attacked her from all directions. The man's lips were cold and trembling. His tongue nimbly drilled into her lips. Yunxing, who wanted to resist, felt her face burn as if it was on fire, and her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. The same aura, the same hot kiss, she couldn't help but close her eyes. After a while, just when Yunxing thought that she was going to suffocate, the man reluctantly let go of her lips, and there was a low laughter in her ear. "Little wildcat, you still taste so sweet." Sweet? Yunxing was both embarrassed and annoyed. She pushed the person away forcefully. In the small thatched hut, Yunxing was dumbfounded. Her mouth was in an O shape as she stared at Yi Baiming. The person who crawled out from under the blanket had grayish-brown hair. His face was filled with wrinkles and his back was hunched. He was even shorter than her. However, that familiar voice and the unique fragrance on Yi Baiming's body that was like grass and pine leaves were definitely not wrong. The old man's lips curled up into a familiar smile. He wiped his face and took off a mask that was as thin as human skin, revealing Yi Baiming's handsome face. He stretched his muscles and bones again. After a series of low crackling sounds, his body began to change rapidly. The patient that looked thin and weak under the blanket suddenly expanded and revealed his normal height. As for Yi Baiming's skin and limbs, they were all covered in an exaggerated sickly yellow color. "Night Fox, why are you here?" Yunxing had indeed purposely found this thatched hut because she believed that the dark gold instructor would have left some clues here. However, she didn't expect that the person hiding under the blanket was actually Yi Baiming. This prince's fiancé secretly wanted to marry another man behind this prince's back. If this prince didn't rush over, this green hat would definitely be worn. Yi Baiming licked his lips suggestively. Between his lips, there was still the scent of a wild kitten. Who made you a green hat?" "There's nothing between Du Guxiu and me." "No, why do I have to explain?" "You've already divorced me." Yunxing was both embarrassed and angry. She was always at a loss for words whenever she met this rascal. Yi Baiming was the one who announced the divorce to the world. This prince has never acknowledged it. Furthermore, even if I divorced you, this prince can still marry you. Yi Baiming shrugged his shoulders shamelessly. "Who wants to marry you? Why are you here? Du Guxiu's men are all outside. Hurry up and leave," Yunxing admitted. When she saw Yi Baiming, she felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. However, she soon realized how rash Yi Baiming's actions were. Yi Baiming had always been cautious and never acted rashly. This time, he directly snuck into Yangdu. This was clearly a far cry from his usual style of doing things. After Yi Baiming left Jade Capital, he rushed to Fengdu. Along the way, he contacted the Dark Gold Instructor. He found out that the Dark Gold Instructor had discussed with Instructor Shi Huang. In order to save Yunxing, they would sneak into Yangdu and poison the local water sources and even the Imperial Palace as well. This kind of poison wouldn't take a person's life, but it would cause them to fall unconscious and have a high fever. It was Instructor Shi Huang's unique poison and normal doctors wouldn't be able to treat it. As long as Yunxing was still in the Imperial Palace, she would definitely go and diagnose the moment the poison flared up. With her eyesight, she would definitely be able to tell that the poison was related to Instructor Shi Huang. Things went as the Dark Gold Instructor expected. Yunxing was very sharp. After she recognized the poison, she found an excuse to leave the Imperial Palace. However, Yunxing didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving her would be Yi Baiming. This guy was really audacious. He actually hid in this thatched cottage all by himself. When Yunxing recalled the scene just now, she was really frightened. Du Guxiu was just one step away from entering. In Fengdu, there was Du Guxiu and Director Song. Which one of them wasn't a top-notch expert? If they bumped into Yi Baiming, they would definitely fight to the death. "You've lost a lot of weight. Also, what's with the injuries in your body?" Yi Baiming furrowed his brows. There were 3 good-looking wrinkles in between his brows. When he carried Yunxing just now, he realized that she was much lighter than before. Also, she actually had internal injuries. That damn Du Guxiu. He dared to lay his hands on the little wildcat. Who allowed him to hurt the little wildcat? Yi Baiming glanced outside the hut. Just now, when he heard Du Guxiu's voice, he already wanted to make a move. "What are you doing? Don't be rash. There are many guards outside." Yunxing had a guilty look. She walked to the side of the straw hut and looked outside through the gap in the door. She discovered that Du Guxiu was still guarding outside, not leaving even an inch. Du Guxiu would never have thought that Yi Baiming was just a wall away. Yunxing muttered. Why did she suddenly have an illusion? It was like an adulterous couple having an affair behind their husband's back. You came with the teachers? Yunxing didn't see anyone from the continent's magic elite camp on the way here. They are all nearby and have disguised themselves. As long as you appear, they will coordinate with you and leave this place. Yi Baiming was constantly paying attention to the movements outside. Du Guxiu had brought the Blood Iron Warriors. Yi Baiming was confident that he could block Du Guxiu. The others could kill the Blood Iron Warriors, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. His main goal this time was to save Yunxing. No, I can't leave. Second uncle and Ling are still in their hands. Also, Du Guxiu put a strange poison in my body. Yunxing hesitated for a moment, then swallowed. If the poison isn't cured, I can't leave him in this life. After Yunxing finished speaking, she lifted up her clothes and revealed her arm. The silver snake symbol on her delicate arm looked strangely dazzling. In order to save time, Yunxing told Yi Baiming about her poisoning, as well as the situation when the poison flared up recently. Hearing that Yunxing had been in pain for several days in the heavenly prison because of this, Yi Baiming let out a muffled groan. In his gray eyes, waves of anger surged, as if a storm was coming. Damn it, she actually suffered so much, and he didn't know about it at all. He stared at the silver snake symbol on Yunxing's arm, feeling extremely depressed. In Yi Baiming's heart, a thought became stronger and stronger. He wanted to rush out and fight with Du Guxiu. He wanted to dig out the heart of Du Guxiu, who coveted Yunxing. However, his rationality quickly won over his impulse. In a situation where he didn't have absolute confidence in subduing Du Guxiu, any rash actions could lead to a huge loss. So, I can't leave. You should leave with the teachers first. Yangdou isn't a place where you can stay for long. Furthermore, Yiqing Tian is still looking for you. I can handle the matters here alone. Yunxing persuaded Yi Baiming. She knew how difficult Yi Baiming's current situation was. She didn't want to add any more difficulties to him at this time. Yi Baiming remained silent for a moment. Then, he stretched out his long arms and unexpectedly hugged Yunxing. Yunxing wasn't prepared and bumped into his hard chest. Because they were so close, with only a layer of clothes between them, she could feel the unique masculine aura of the man. She could even hear Yi Baiming's steady and powerful heartbeat. In the straw hut, the temperature suddenly rose by a few degrees. Yunxing only felt that it was difficult for her to breathe again. Yi Baiming's firm chin rested on her forehead. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. Little wildcat, in front of me, you don't have to force yourself. If you're tired, I'm here for you. Sweet Dead, 2333. Yi Baiming's words, accompanied by his strong heartbeat, seemed to be branded in Yunxing's heart. Everything was with him. Everything was with him. Yunxing couldn't remember if anyone had ever said such words to her. After being reborn in the boundless land, Yunxing had been born with memories. Psychologically, she had always been a mature woman in her 30s. But because her parents had been separated since she was young, and her father had been drunk all year round due to his drug addiction, Yunxing didn't have a childhood. She carried too much burden at a young age. But even before being reborn, Yunxing didn't have a childhood to speak of. Her parents had passed away early, and under the care of her elderly grandfather, she only remembered that her grandfather had taught her all kinds of medicinal herbs and the various teachings that the descendants of the Yan family should follow. Since she was young, she had been surrounded by all kinds of medicinal herbs. When she was older, she met Lu Minglang, but that man wasn't the right person for her. In the first few years, she raised money for Lu Minglang to study abroad while supporting the small TCM clinic. She was too strong and never had such thoughts. She didn't need to ask for extravagant wishes. She could still rely on others. Until she met Yi Baiming. From the first time they met, it wasn't a happy encounter. This man was devilishly charming and black-bellied. He always made her angry, and she couldn't wait to stab him with a few needles. However, it was also this man who stood up for her at the most dangerous moments several times and blocked disaster for her time and time again. It was also him who told her that she was a woman. So, she could also rely on others? He could do it? Could she? Yunxing's nose tingled. For the first time in her life, she felt that it was good to have someone to rely on. She buried her head in Yu Baiming's arms and breathed in the warm air from his body. Her eyes were a little sour, and something was about to come out. When Yu Baiming said this, he felt that the little wild cat in his arms was a little strange. He lowered his head and looked at the tip of the wild cat's red nose and soft black hair. He gently took her hand and let her hug him with her arms as if he was teaching her. Yunxing's movements were very stiff, but she didn't resist. Until her arm wrapped around Yu Baiming's waist. The man's hard and elastic muscles filled her arm bit by bit, and a part of her heart was also filled bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, the two of them were still in the same position. You should go. Yunxing's voice had an indescribable meaning. It was soft and carried a woman's tone that he had never heard before. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. If you enter the palace, I will accompany you. Since he had already found Yunxing, Yu Baiming would not allow her to be alone with Du Guxiu. He would not allow his woman to be alone with Du Guxiu in the same room. Yu Baiming was very domineering. Du Guxiu was a temperamental person, but his coveting of Yunxing was not something that happened overnight. He had to accompany Yunxing. Even if the Qin Palace was a place of tigers and wolves later Qin, Yu Baiming would not hesitate to barge in. No, the palace is too dangerous. Yunxing glared at Yu Baiming. Yunxing still wanted to say something, but at this moment, outside the thatched hut, there was a knock on the door. Yunxing, how's the treatment? Du Guxiu waited for a while, but there was no movement in the hut. He knocked on the door and was about to open it. The door of the thatched hut suddenly opened. Yunxing's face was a little red, and beside her was a haggard old man. The old man looked like he was breathing in less than he was exhaling, and he looked like he was going to die at any moment. This old man's illness is very similar to Du Guxing's. There are no treatment tools or pills here. We need to bring him back to the palace for treatment. Yunxing forced herself to calm down, but she was actually very nervous. Just now, when Du Guxiu knocked on the door, Night Fox had disguised himself as the dying old man with astonishing speed. According to him, he had used a special battle technique to change his body shape. As for the disguise tools on him, they were all provided by teacher Shi Huang, so there was no chance of anything going wrong. He wanted to enter the later Qin Palace with Yunxing and find a chance to save Yun Songlong and Dong Huangling. Yunxing's persuasion was useless, so she could only beat him at his own game and request to bring the old man into the palace for treatment. Bring him back to the palace? Du Guxiu looked at the old man and felt that there was something wrong with him. This old man's poison is very serious. If even he can be cured, then Du Guxing's poison will definitely be cured as well. If Yu Baiming didn't insist on going to the palace with her, she wouldn't have come up with this plan. Come, help the old man into the carriage. Since Yunxing insisted, Du Guxiu had no choice. When the carriage was pulled over, the old man who hadn't moved at all until now seemed to have caught his breath. His eyelids twitched. Oh, I'm used to being poor. I haven't been in a carriage for most of my life. Whenever I sit in a carriage, I feel nauseous. After saying that, the old man even made a disgusting gesture. Damn old man. Why is he so particular? Du Guxiu suppressed his displeasure. The old man is old and seriously ill. It's not good for him to take a bumpy ride. He needs someone to carry him into the palace. Yunxing spoke like a doctor, and there was no flaw in her words. Come. Du Guxiu waved his hand. Big guy, you're strong. Come and carry me. The old man called out again. As he spoke, he held Du Guxiu's hand and refused to let go. The old man's clothes were tattered and his body was dirty. With this grab, all the dirt on his body was smeared on Du Guxiu's sleeve. Yunxing found it funny. Yu Baiming was so bad. He knew that Du Guxiu had a bad temper and couldn't bear to see dirty things. But he still wanted Du Guxiu to carry him. He was obviously taking the opportunity to take revenge. Yu Baiming and Du Guxiu were both 1.9 meters tall. However, Yu Baiming had disguised himself with a battle technique. From his height, he looked like a skinny old man. Moreover, he was dirty and smelly. His old bones were all skin and bones. He looked like he was going to die if someone were to touch him. The crown prince was going to carry the dirty old man. The blood warriors who followed him all widened their eyes. Damn old man. Du Guxiu's eyebrows twitched. He was about to explode. But when he turned around, he saw Yunxing looking at him. Yunxing's words just now were still ringing in his ears. She despised him for not loving the people of the later Qing dynasty despite being the crown prince. No matter what, he had to save some face. Thinking of this, Du Guxiu walked in front of the old man and unwillingly lowered his body. But even so, Du Guxiu was still taller than the short old man by more than half. Ai, this old man can't reach it. Young man, you should be a little shorter, a little shorter. The old man snorted as he curled his lips at Yunxing and revealed a mischievous smile. Du Guxiu could only lower himself as much as he could. When he was so short that he couldn't bend his waist, the old man stepped on his back as if he was stepping on a horse's back. He firmly stepped on Du Guxiu's back and pressed his entire body onto Du Guxiu. After reading the new chapter, please remember to check the book reviews and comments section. There's an activity to win book coins. If you have the conditions, please participate. Du Guxiu only felt a weight on his body. That thin and weak-looking old man was already lying on his shoulder. That weight was like a small mountain pressing down on his back. Even with Du Guxiu's cultivation, his body couldn't help but sway, and he almost fell to the ground. Damn it, there was something wrong with this weight. If he hadn't seen that old man with his own eyes, Du Guxiu would never have imagined that a thin and weak old man's body was actually heavier than a 200-gene strong man. What was worse was that the old man's two hands were like dry firewood. At this moment, they were tightly gripping his neck. Du Guxiu felt as if his neck was about to be broken. His face was red from the suffocation. He had an impulse to throw this old man out. Your Highness, you look very tired. This is a sign of kidney deficiency. A doctor has the heart of a parent. I have already advised you that there are hundreds of women in the Crown Prince residence, so you can't overwork yourself. Yunxing moaned and groaned. What she meant was that Du Guxiu was overworking himself at night, and couldn't even carry an old man. Those iron blood guards thought about the group of women in the Crown Prince residence, and then looked at the Crown Prince, whose lower body was obviously unstable. The corners of their mouths were twitching non-stop, and their expressions when they looked at Du Guxiu were wonderful. Shut up, damned woman, let's go back to the palace. Du Guxiu cursed in his heart. On the other side, Yi Baiming, who was disguised as an old man, was smiling like a chrysanthemum flower on his wrinkled face. Although Yi Baiming didn't use fighting energy, that step and pinch just now was very ingenious, and made Du Guxiu suffer a loss. Du Guxiu, you dare to touch this prince's woman? If I don't kill you, then this prince isn't Yi Baiming. Du Guxiu's face turned purple from the choking, and he walked step by step, carrying the old man on his back towards the palace. The iron blood guards protected Du Guxiu, and Yunxing followed behind them, all the way to the palace. After they walked far away, a few people peeked out from a few inconspicuous corners of the street. What's going on? Why didn't Dark North Lord save Yunxing? Instead, he went back with Du Guxiu. The few people who were hiding in the dark were the mentors of the Continental Magic Elite Camp, Gufeng, and the others. They had planned meticulously and even poisoned the wells in the city in order to lure Yunxing out. Who would have thought that even though they were waiting for her, Yi Baiming would change his plans at the last minute? He didn't follow their plan and immediately leave with Yunxing. No one knew what those two were up to. The few of them entered the straw hut and saw a piece of paper left under the bedding. There were a few sentences written on it, which explained Yunxing's current situation. Yi Baiming would follow her into the palace and think of a way to save Regiment Commander Yun and the others who were tied up. Yunxing also wrote in the letter that she wants us to go to the general's residence in the city to save a woman called Hu Xing. After the Dark Gold Mentor finished reading the letter, he didn't hesitate any longer. The few of them immediately discussed how to go to the general's residence to save the people. Ever since Qing Qiong's death, Qing Meng was like a frightened bird. Previously, he was still coveting Hu Xing's beauty, but now, he only felt that Hu Xing was a hot potato. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was best to send Hu Xing to the Crown Prince's residence. Hu Xing's appearance was very similar to the future Crown Princess, and she might be able to please the Crown Prince. Qing Meng escorted Hu Sheng onto a horse carriage and rushed towards the palace. He had a lot on his mind and didn't notice that when he boarded the horse carriage, the coachman driving the carriage wasn't the Qing residence's usual coachman. The coachman lowered the brim of his hat and waved his whip. The horse carriage shuttled through the streets and alleys of Fengdu. Halfway through, the horse carriage let out a hissing sound. Many small snakes crawled into the carriage's windows and curtains. Qing Meng was bitten until he screamed in pain. Hu Sheng, who was beside him, was so frightened that his face turned pale. However, those snakes were also strange. They all attacked Qing Meng alone. When Qing Meng's voice became softer and softer, and his last breath was gone, the curtains of the horse carriage opened and Mentor Shi Huang came in. "TSK, what a meal. Little snakes, you're in for a treat." Mentor Shi Huang was all smiles. When he blew his snake flute, those small snakes immediately disappeared like the ebbing tide. "Hee, you're who?" Only then did Mentor Shi Huang notice that there was a person curled up in the corner of the horse carriage. However, when he took a closer look and saw Hu Sheng's appearance, Mentor Shi Huang was speechless for a moment. "My goodness, this woman looks exactly like Yun Sheng." Gufeng, who was disguised as a coachman, also came in to take a look. When he saw Hu Sheng, everyone was very shocked. "Who are you people?" Hu Sheng still hadn't recovered from the fright just now. She rarely saw people, and this group of people seemed to know Yun Sheng. They didn't look like bad people. "We can't stay here for long. Gufeng, Qi, follow Yun Sheng's instructions and send this lady out of Yangdu." The dark gold instructor was astonished and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Hu Sheng. Qi also looked at Hu Sheng absent-mindedly. Only when Gufeng nudged him did Qi retract his gaze. Not long after Hu Sheng was sent out of the residence, Madame Qi Bai brought a group of people and rushed to the general's residence. After searching for a while, Madame Qi Bai couldn't find Hu Sheng. After learning that Director Song already knew about Hu Sheng, Madame Qi Bai was very nervous, afraid that Director Song would punish her. Fortunately, she soon discovered that Director Song didn't intend to reveal this matter. He only wanted Madame Qi Bai to find Hu Sheng as soon as possible. Madame Qi Bai also went through a lot of twists and turns before finding out that Hu Sheng was auctioned off by Yun Sheng. Then, he fell into the hands of the Qing siblings. She hurriedly returned to the later Qin Imperial Palace and found Director Song in the prison. "Lord Song, we couldn't find the Celestial Fox people's saintess. The people in Qing Meng's residence said that Qing Meng took her out of the residence early in the morning. We don't know where they went." Madame Qi Bai's face was full of fear. "Bastard, even if we have to turn the entire later Qin upside down, we still have to find Hu Sheng. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Director Song reprimanded. "Lord, Qi Bai doesn't understand. Hu Sheng is only a good-for-nothing. It doesn't matter whether she's here or not." Madame Qi Bai didn't understand. "What do you know? What we need is a good-for-nothing saintess. If Hu Sheng goes missing or dies, the Celestial Fox people will have to find a new saintess. Once they find someone who can awaken the Beast God's inheritance." Director Song coldly said. The Celestial Fox tribe had declined for many years. Most of the beast clans had already forgotten how powerful they were. However, Director Song was born in the Black Chelan tribe. The Black Chelan tribe was different from the other Bakra orcs. Only the Black Chelan tribe would know how terrifying the power of the Celestial Fox tribe was. There were 2 penguin group numbers at the end of Wenwen's introduction. Book friends are being recruited. The holidays have ended. Work and study have been hard. Jiosur Song, you're worrying too much. The Celestial Fox clan has already declined. It's been nearly 1,000 years since anyone was able to awaken the Beast God's inheritance. With Hu Sheng's disappearance, the one most likely to inherit the position of Holy Maiden is Hu Linglong. She doesn't have the ability to inherit the Beast God's legacy. Madame Qi Bai was very disdainful when she mentioned this matter. A large part of the reason why she and Hu Linglong could become good friends was because she felt superior in front of Hu Linglong. The Ba Serpent tribe was still a bit stronger than the Celestial Fox people. The people of the 8 wilderness beast clans all knew that not long ago, the heirs of the 8 major beast clans had risked their lives to enter the Bloody Sky Metropolis beast world. The people of the other 8 major beast clans had all obtained their own Beast King blood crystals. As long as they brought the Beast King blood crystals back to their clans, the beast god would truly awaken. The day when the descendants of the beast clans obtained the beast god's inheritance would be just around the corner. Only the celestial fox people didn't obtain the celestial fox blood crystals. The celestial fox people who didn't obtain the beast god's inheritance were the weakest existences even among the lower beast clans. They were like trees without roots and flames without a source, unable to reach the apex. In the next Bahuang competition, needless to say, the celestial fox people would be at the bottom again. Director Song had some impression of Hu Linglong. This woman was cunning and blinded by greed, but she didn't have much ability. This kind of person, as long as a little temptation was given, was easier to control than Hu Xing, who didn't know the ways of the world. Since we can't find Hu Xing, we'll spread the news that she was trapped in the Big Dipper auction and was bought by a human aristocrat. Even if she's alive, she won't be able to return to the celestial fox people. Director Song's face darkened. When Madame Chibai heard this, she was slightly startled. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Director Song's intentions were truly vicious. As the saintess of the celestial fox people, Hu Xing was bought at a human's auction. This meant that, in this way, even if Hu Xing did not die and was sent back to the celestial fox people, what awaited her was only a cruel execution according to the clan's rules. Yes, Chibai will do it right away. Chibai felt a chill in her heart. Chibai was just about to leave. Ba ba ba, sinister and cunning, lowly and thick-skinned, male beast, female beast. Exaggerated curses drilled into Director Song and Chibai's ears. Lord Song, what is this? Madame Chibai turned around and saw a pink egg locked up in the prison. The egg's appearance was very strange. It had a pair of wings and was slightly bigger than a baby. Its 2 wings were hung upside down in the cell by 7 or 8 black iron chains. For the past few days, Director Song had been in prison. Chibai thought that it was because of the prison break last time. Who knew that he was actually interrogating this oddly shaped egg? It turned out that a few days ago, Dugu Xiu brought the puffed egg back to Yongdou. In order to prevent the puffed egg from causing trouble, he directly threw the puffed egg to Director Song, saying that he picked it up on the way back. First, he had to investigate the egg's origin. If he couldn't, then Director Song could do whatever he wanted with it. Director Song could conclude that the puffed egg was a type of magical beast. However, even after looking through all the information at hand, he still couldn't figure out what type of magical beast this egg was. Ba, snake spirit woman, you're the one who's a plaything. Ba is an invincible egg that everyone loves. Ba needs to find its beloved owner. This place is smelly and dark, ah. The puffed egg began to howl again. This howl was like a demonic sound that pierced through one's mind. Even though Director Song's cultivation wasn't bad, he still felt dizzy and had no choice but to withdraw from the prison with Chi Bailu. Lord Song, that egg is too strange. In my opinion, its owner must be a hidden summoner. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible. Chi Bailu shivered when she thought of that terrifying demonic sound brainwashing. No, we have to keep it. I suspect that it's a descendant of some ancient magical beast. It might even have a longer history than the Bakra orcs. Director Song was somewhat afraid of the existence of the puffed egg. He decided to bring the puffed egg back to the Bahuang continent. The puffed egg had an owner. This proved that it must be a summoner's summoned beast. However, its rank and species were unknown. Every time Director Song wanted to interrogate it, the puffed egg would howl. Director Song couldn't resist the demonic sound brainwashing and had no choice but to give up. Not only that, the puffed egg's strength was incomparably great. 1 or 2 black iron chains couldn't restrain it at all, not to mention those prison guards who couldn't even get close to it. Director Song even tried to use a magic seal to control the puffed egg. However, what made him even more baffled was that the puffed egg completely ignored the magic seal. After Director Song discovered this secret, the shock in his heart was unimaginable. Director Song had been roaming the Boundless Continent and the Bahuang continent for many years, but he had never seen a magical beast or a human that could ignore a magic seal. Director Song was curious. He didn't know where Xiao got this strange egg, but at the same time, he was indescribably surprised. He thought that he had discovered an existence that might be superior to humans and Bokratworks. However, all of this still needed to be investigated. Director Song couldn't verify it by himself. At the very least, he had to wait until the puffed egg hatched and brought it back to the Bahuang continent. However, before that, Director Song had to make sure that the owner of this magical beast egg wouldn't come looking for him. In the Imperial City, Dugu Xiao carried the old man on his back and walked for more than half an hour before arriving at the Imperial View Palace. "You bitch, you actually made Xiao carry this dirty old thing." Qingho saw that her son was sweating profusely and was even more tired than when he was training. She knew that it was Yunxing's doing. "Mother, forget it. How is father?" Dugu Xiao finally put down the old man. "He's still the same. He's not waking up." Qingho's face was filled with sorrow. "Yunxing, I've carried him back. Treat him immediately." Dugu Xiao urged Yunxing. "I'll write a prescription first. Make 2 portions of each herb according to the prescription. 1 portion will be used to treat the old man, and the other portion will be used to treat Dugu Xing." Yunxing calmly wrote down a prescription. Dugu Xiao looked at it and frowned. There were as many as 30 to 40 herbs in the prescription. Most of them were of the holy grade and were very expensive. Father's illness needs so many herbs. Can't you use your special acupuncture technique to treat it directly? Dugu Xiao was doubtful. He remembered that last time, Yunxing cured Yunba's injury with just a few needles. Dugu Xiao wasn't sure if the herbs written on the prescription were available in the later Qing Palace. It would take a lot of time just to gather these herbs. No matter how he looked at it, Dugu Xiao felt that Yunxing was stalling for time. "Prince Dugu, are you the doctor or am I the doctor? Or is it that the big later Qing Palace can't even gather dozens of herbs?" Yunxing looked impatient. All healers had a common problem: the better their medical skills, the worse their temper. Dugu Xiao had witnessed Yunxing's medical skills with his own eyes. Now that Dugu Xing looked like he was about to meet the king of hell, if Yunxing left him alone, Dugu Xing might really die. As the crown prince, Dugu Xiao had never been despised like this. But he couldn't talk back, so he could only gloomily send people to gather herbs. "Before the herbs are gathered, you and this crown prince will wait in the side hall and observe Imperial Father's condition. Everyone else, withdraw. Imperial Father needs some peace and quiet," Dugu Xiao ordered. Even the Qing Empress was asked to leave. "Ioyo," the old man called out at the right time. Yunxing hurried forward to check. "The old man's condition is serious. I need to treat him for now." Yunxing didn't miss the smile on Yubaiming's face. "How troublesome. Someone, arrange a clean room." Dugu Xiao felt that the old man was born to be his nemesis. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't like him. If it weren't for the fact that Imperial Father's poison still needed treatment, he really wanted to kill that old bastard. Yunxing and Yubaiming were sent to a room, and Yunxing closed the door. The old man who was lying on the sickbed immediately sat up with a grunt. "Are we going to find second uncle and the others?" Yunxing glanced outside the room and saw 2 guards standing guard outside. "No hurry. We have few people, so we have to split up." Yubaiming looked serious. Yunxing had recovered her magic, but Dugu Xiao still dared to let her move around freely. Besides the fact that Yunxing was poisoned and couldn't move around alone for too long, there was another reason: Dugu Xiao still had Yun Songlong and the other hostages. Yubaiming followed Yunxing into the Imperial Palace this time to help her save people and eliminate his worries. He took out a map of the later Qin Imperial Palace. Yubaiming had already made sufficient preparations. On this map, he had marked out 3 regions that he suspected might be used to imprison Yun Songlong and Donghuang Linger. The first was the Imperial Prison, the second was the Crown Prince's mansion, and the third was the Imperial Palace's training grounds. The Imperial Prison was a common place for prisoners, and it was the most likely place to imprison prisoners. However, after Yunxing burned down the Imperial Palace with her fairy fire, nearly half of the Imperial Prison was damaged, and the possibility of imprisoning criminals was greatly reduced. The second place was the Crown Prince's mansion. Although the Crown Prince's residence had experienced a fire, the damage was relatively light. There were still a few traps in the Crown Prince's residence that only Du Guxiu knew about. The last place was the Imperial Palace's training grounds, and it was also the place where Director Song taught the prince's martial arts in the early years. Yunxing couldn't help but admire Yi Baiming's methods. She had stayed in the Crown Prince's mansion for close to a month, and the number of clues that she obtained was less than the number of clues that he had obtained in the past few days. You stay here first. I can see that Du Guxiu is very suspicious, and he will definitely come back to look for you later. It's more convenient for me to act alone, Yi Baiming said, then pushed open the window. You, be careful, Yunxing reminded him. Hearing the concern in the little wild kitten's words, Yi Baiming's lips curled up, and he said in a deep voice, if I save second uncle and Don Huang Linger, you will owe me a big favor. Little wild kitten, how about you repay me with your body? Repay your head, Yunxing was so angry that she stomped her feet. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, bent his waist and quietly disappeared. If you can come back safely, I will repay you with my body, Anne. Yunxing watched him leave, her heart in turmoil. Miss Yun, the Crown Prince sent word that there has been a change in His Majesty's condition, and he wants you to hurry over. Outside the door, a palace maid knocked. Yunxing opened the door, feeling strange. Du Guxing's poison wasn't serious, and it shouldn't have gotten worse. How could there be a change in his condition? It must be Du Guxiu's doing. To avoid Du Guxiu's suspicion, Yunxing had to go to the Imperial View Palace. When she arrived at the Imperial View Palace, Yunxing suddenly frowned as she felt that something was wrong. There was no one in the palace. On the sickbed, Du Guxing's face was ghastly pale. Yunxing walked over and saw a dagger stuck in Du Guxing's chest. It was at this time that Qing Ho led a group of people and charged in angrily. Seeing Yunxing standing by the bed and Du Guxing's tragic death, she almost fainted. You killed His Majesty. Mother. Du Guxiu and Director Song rushed into the room. They saw Du Guxing's lifeless body on the bed and Yunxing's calm face. I didn't kill him. Yunxing realized that she had been set up. It seemed that someone had faked Du Guxiu's order to lure her here. She was the one who killed him. She was the only one in the Imperial View Palace. I heard from the palace maids that you and Director Song went to check the prison because you were worried that no one would take care of His Majesty. Who knew that when I arrived, I saw that woman standing by the bed. His Majesty had already died from anger. Empress stroked her chest with a heartbroken face. If I wanted to kill him, I didn't have to do it myself. I didn't have to do it. When I came in, Du Guxing was already dead. I'll admit that I killed him. But if I didn't, I won't take the blame. Yunxing's indifference silenced Du Guxiu. Master, I'll leave her to you for now. Mother, Xiu wants to talk to you. Du Guxiu and Director Song exchanged a look. Director Song got the hint and left with Yunxing. After Yunxing and Director Song left, Du Guxiu dismissed the palace maids and guards. Later Qin Emperor Du Guxing was still lying on the bed. The blood on his chest had dried up, and the dagger looked particularly glaring. Mother, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Du Guxiu looked at Qing Empress. Qing Empress felt guilty. She mumbled, Xiu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You killed her, didn't you? I heard that you ordered several palace maids to kill concubine Z. Du Guxiu knew his mother well. When Du Guxing was still alive, she couldn't stand those young and beautiful concubines in the palace. Especially concubine Z. Qing Empress had always wanted to get rid of her. But Du Guxing had been protecting her, so Qing Empress couldn't find the right opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Emperor Du Guxing was in a coma, and coincidentally, the imperial doctors found out that concubine Z was pregnant, Empress Qing planned to kill concubine Z. But concubine Z resisted desperately and escaped to the Imperial View Palace with the help of an old maid. Concubine Z cried and complained in front of Du Guxing's bed. Qing Empress was furious and came to arrest concubine Z. But Du Guxing suddenly woke up. Seeing her scheme exposed, Qing Empress made up her mind to execute concubine Z. Unexpectedly, Du Guxing scolded Qing Empress, Qing Ling, you vicious woman. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I made Xiu the crown prince. You've killed so many of my women over the years. Concubine Z is my favorite. This time, I won't let you harm her and her son. Once I recover, the first thing I'll do is to depose you. Empress Qing was so angry that she almost choked. She said with jealousy, Your Majesty, you said that Imperial Concubine Z is your beloved? Haha, back then, when you doted on me, you clearly told me that I was the one you loved the most. Qing Ling, how can you compare to Concubine Z? She's from a noble house. What about you? You're just a lowly maid. Back then, I was bewitched by your beauty. That's why I took advantage of you when I was drunk. I've doted on you and the Qing clan over the years, but you're still not satisfied. Du Guxing had long lost his love for Qing Empress. The reason why he still kept the Green Empress position as Empress was partly because of Du Guxiu. Ha ha ha, what a heartless Du Guxing. Well, I've gotten over it. Thanks to your Majesty, Xiao and I have been able to live smoothly these years. Since your Majesty wants to depose me, I might as well tell you something. Qing Empress was so angry that she laughed. Madness flashed across her enchanting eyes. Xiao isn't your son. He's the flesh and blood of He Yao, the leader of the Dark Qilin clan. You've been a cuckold for 20 years. Du Guxing, you're a bastard. Qing Empress pulled out a dagger and stabbed at Du Guxing. Poisoned, Du Guxing couldn't resist at all. Concubine Z collapsed to the ground in fright. Qing Empress's guards held down Du Guxing, who was still struggling. Qing Empress glanced coldly at Concubine Z on the ground until Du Guxing stopped breathing. Drag this little bitch out and feed her baby to the dogs. Poison it with poison and break its tendons. Throw her into the barracks and make her a military prostitute. Imperial Concubine Z screamed as she was dragged out. Qing Empress sat on Du Guxing's bed for a while before ordering someone to summon Yunxing in Du Guxiu's name. Whether it was Imperial Concubine Z or Yunxing, anyone who wanted to steal her man must die. Seeing that Du Guxiu already knew the truth, Qing Ho couldn't help but turn pale. She hugged Du Guxiu's arm and pleaded, Xiao, mother had no choice. It doesn't matter whether Du Guxing dies or not. But Imperial Mother, why do you want to harm Yunxing? You know I won't marry anyone else but her. Du Guxiu looked at Qing Ho. He couldn't express his love for her anymore. Later Qin Emperor Du Guxing would die sooner or later, but Du Guxiu wasn't in a hurry to inherit the throne of later Qin. That woman deserves to die. She killed Qingqiang and insulted mother. She doesn't love you at all. Xiao, you've lost your mind because of her. You're no longer my Xiao. Qing Ho wept. Du Guxing said he loved Concubine Z because she was young, beautiful, kind, and noble. Qing Ho had spent her entire life in Imperial Minaret Palace. There were only 3 men in her life. The first man was Du Guxing. As later Qin Emperor, Du Guxing had once made Qing Ho fantasize that if she attached herself to this man, she would be able to live a carefree life and rise to the top. Unfortunately, Du Guxing soon destroyed Qing Ho's dream. That man was powerful and had countless beauties in his harem. It was only because he was greedy for novelty that he doted on a laundry maid. After Qing Ho escaped the fate of being a maid, she did not have any children. Soon, she became one of the countless women in the harem waiting for Du Guxing's favor. That was when He Yao appeared. He was Qing Ho's second man. Compared to Du Guxing, He Yao was even more handsome and seductive. He came from the mysterious 8 Desolation tribe. His cultivation was amazing, and he had a strong body. He just happened to need a woman to pass on his heirs and plant his pawns on the boundless. Qing Ho and He Yao hit it off and fell in love with him. But He Yao disappointed her again. When she gave birth to Du Guxiu, He Yao brought another woman with him. That woman was even more beautiful than her, and He Yao was even more infatuated with her. That woman was Empress Li of Zhou State. After He Yao received Li, even though it was just a short 7 days, he doted on her and even took her to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia to pay respects to the ancestors of the Black Qilin race. Empress Li also had He Yao's heirs. In the end, He Yao returned to 8 Desolation Continent and never returned. Qing Ho's last shred of fantasy towards men was also shattered. Since then, Qing Ho was obsessed with politics. She used Du Guxiu's powerful Dark Qilin talents to rise above the many concubines and princes of later Qin and become the Empress of later Qin. She also helped the Qin clan rise to prominence and become a famous clan in later Qin. She took charge of the harem and secretly executed the disobedient concubines and court ladies. No one dared to mock her background in front of her again. However, Qing Ho didn't expect Duguxing to dig up her past after so many years and mock her as a lowly woman. Duguxing's every word was like a whip lashing at Blue Empress's heart. Had she never been young, pure, and kind, she rose from a maid to the position of empress. It was this damned court that made her lose her initial innocence. None of that mattered anymore. Whether it was Duguxing or He Yao, these people had become the past in Blue Empress life. Her only hope now was Duguxiu. Only her bloodline, Duguxiu, would never betray her. But once again, Qing Ho found that she was wrong. At this moment, the son that he had painstakingly raised for nearly 20 years, Duguxiu, was questioning him with a hateful tone. He was questioning him for another woman, a similarly young and beautiful woman. That woman deserves to die, even more than Consort Z. Show her, she didn't even spare you a glance. I can't bear to see you suffer like this. Qing Ho was terrified. She clutched Duguxiu's sleeve like a helpless child. Mother, do you still not understand? She has never seduced me. It was me who was willing to draw a circle around her and imprison her by my side. Mother, I'm so disappointed in you. From now on, you will live in the cold palace. Duguxiu pulled his sleeve away, his heart empty. He couldn't tell if it was disappointment or coldness. Everyone thought that the deposed crown prince of Zhou state, Yi Baiming, was pitiful, but no one knew that he, Duguxiu, was the truly pitiful one. The woman he loved didn't love him back. His so-called parents wanted to use him. What was left of him, dejected, Duguxiu sat by the bed, looking at Duguxing's dead body. He was emotionless, like a wooden statue. Outside Imperial View Palace, Director Song was escorting Yunsheng. You're quite calm. Aren't you afraid that Empress Qing will really take your life? Director Song had never seen such a woman who could remain so calm in the face of such a dangerous situation. You and I both know who killed her. Yunsheng recognized the road and realized that Director Song was bringing her to the palace's training field. Could it be that second uncle and the rest were also imprisoned in the training field? Yunsheng couldn't help but feel anxious. Yi Baiming had listed 3 possible places where second uncle and the rest could be imprisoned, and the training field was one of them. Right now, she didn't know where he had gone first. If Director Song brought her to the training field at this time and bumped into Yi Baiming, it would be terrible. Yunsheng was secretly anxious, thinking about how to lure Director Song away. Previously, Director Song didn't understand why Duguxiu was so infatuated with Yunsheng. However, after interacting with Yunsheng a few times, he realized that this woman wasn't ordinary. Not only did she have amazing talent in magic, but her temperament was also different. This woman was at most 15 or 16 years old, but in terms of thinking, she was comparable to an elder like Director Song who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He really didn't know what kind of family could raise such a woman. Duguxiu was relentless in his pursuit of her, but she didn't care at all. Just now in Imperial View Palace, she also calmly dealt with the framing. Yunsheng, this person, could be said to be flawless. The more it was like this, the more Director Song sighed. On one hand, he wanted to bring Yunsheng and Duguxiu together, but on the other hand, he was worried that Yunsheng would have too much influence on Duguxiu and even cause him to break away from the Black Qilin clan's control. Along the way, Yunsheng still wanted to stall for time and talk to him about other things. However, Director Song was very cautious and didn't want to say a word to her. He only escorted Yunsheng forward. Just as the two of them arrived at the training field, outside the training field, there were already people lying all over the place. Not good. Director Song saw this and grabbed Yunsheng with one hand before rushing into the training field. He saw that the training field was already empty. Director Song grabbed a guard who was still breathing. The guard was still breathing. He spat out a few words, Zhou State. Zhou State's Baiming King. Director Song's eyes almost spat fire. Yunsheng, you're the one behind this. It's her. Yi Baiming arrived in later Qin a long time ago. He saved Yin Songlong and the others a quarter of an hour ago. He Linlin suddenly appeared. Her arm was injured and her aura was chaotic. It seemed that she had just fought with someone. She rolled her eyes at Yunxing, walked to Director Song's side, and whispered into his ear. After Yi Biming left Zhou State, He Linlin was angry and chased after him. When she rushed to later Qin's palace, she happened to see Yi Biming saving Yun Songlong and the others. He Linlin had a direct confrontation with him and was injured by Yi Biming. What? Yi Biming actually fought with you? Does he know your identity? Director Song had watched He Linlin grow up and had always treated her as his own daughter. He knows my identity, but he still refuses to marry me. It's all because of this woman. He Linlin was angry and resentful after being injured by Yi Biming. She pushed all the blame to Yunxing. Earlier on, the patriarch of the He Yao clan and Director Song wanted He Linlin and Du Guxiu to be a couple. Unfortunately, one of them was in love with Yunxing, while the other was infatuated with Yi Biming. Director Song only gave up when he saw that a forced melon wouldn't be sweet. However, he didn't expect Yi Biming to still attack and even injure He Linlin after knowing that she was his sister. This made Director Song very angry. Yi Biming's actions were clearly provoking the Black Qilin clan. Yunxing secretly broke out in cold sweat when she saw this. The Night Fox had succeeded. There's no time to lose. I'll immediately order people to seal off the entire city. There are dozens of them, so it won't be easy for them to escape. Director Song immediately went to deploy people. Uncle Song, why go through so much trouble? Yang City is so big. It's too difficult to find dozens of people. In my opinion, why don't we just lure him out? This woman is the best bait. He Linlin glanced at Yunxing with a ruthless expression. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao won't agree to it. Director Song shook his head. He Linlin was currently in a fit of anger, but if she killed Yunxing, Du Guxiu would probably fight her to the death. Yi Biming, one of the two sons of Patriarch He Yao in the Boundless Land, was no longer under his control. If Du Guxiu was the same, then the 8 desolate tribes' hopes of counterattacking the Boundless Land would be shattered. Uncle Song, if you knew this woman's identity, I'm afraid you wouldn't say that. You might not know, but this woman is a descendant of Celestial Fox. He Linlin walked to Yunxing's side and lifted her face. He Linlin only found out about this recently. Before He Linlin killed the Emperor of Zhou State, she heard him say that Yunxing's mother was actually a Celestial Fox. Yunxing was a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. What? Director Song turned pale with fright and disbelief. He couldn't help but think of Yunxing's profound magic that day. Celestial Fox. If she was a Celestial Fox, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why Yunxing had such a high magic talent. Take her away. Director Song no longer objected. Yunxing was very puzzled, but she vaguely guessed that Director Song's sudden change in attitude had something to do with her bloodline. You want to execute Yunxing? No, I won't agree. He Linlin, Yunxing is my person. It's not up to you to decide. When Du Guxiu learned that Yunxing and the others had been rescued, he was even more surprised that He Linlin actually wanted to execute Yunxing. Du Guxiu, what do you mean she's your person? This woman has already colluded with outsiders. She came in under your nose with Yi Biming in disguise. You're being led by the nose and you don't even know, He Linlin mocked. Du Guxiu's face turned ugly. No matter what, I won't allow you to hurt Yunxing. Humph, then you can watch them escape from later Qin and let the whole world laugh at you. Qing Empress killed the Emperor of later Qin. If you don't execute this woman, what excuse will you use to fool those officials in the imperial court? Or will you say that you want to hand over your own mother? What's more, you can't marry her. She's a descendant of Celestial Fox. You should know the rules of the Black Qilin group. He Linlin glanced at Du Guxiu gloatingly. Du Guxiu's body suddenly shook. Impossible. She's a human. How can she be a descendant of Celestial Fox? If you don't believe me, you can go and check. I heard that more than 10 years ago, the reason why the Zhao state wanted to kill her father was because her mother was a descendant of the Celestial Fox people. As for the rules of the clan, it's already written down. You can ask Uncle Song about this. When He Linlin saw the blood draining from Du Guxiu's face, she felt a kind of carefree after taking revenge. Master, if I may be so bold as to ask, what is the clan rule? Why can't the Black Chelan clan and the Celestial Fox clan marry each other? Dugu Xiu grew up in the Boundless Land and was not clear about the Black Chelan clan's clan rule. I don't know the exact content of the clan rule either. I only know that it's an ancient rule. When the Black Chelan clan moved to the Boundless Land, there was already this clan rule. All the men and women in the Black Chelan clan have to follow this clan rule. Both Curator Song and He Linlin were not clear about this clan rule. The only thing they knew was that the Black Chelan clan was not allowed to marry the Celestial Fox people. This clan rule had a long history, but only the clan leader knew the specific language of the clan. Previously, there was a Black Chelan clan aristocrat who secretly wanted to take a woman from the Celestial Fox people as a concubine behind the clan leader's back. Who knew that on the day of the concubine marriage, someone secretly reported it? At that time, the Black Chelan clan leader personally went to cripple the cultivation of that Black Chelan clan aristocrat. After that incident, no one dared to disobey the clan rule anymore. Master, if there is no specific reason, even if I have to disobey the clan rule, I still want to marry her. Even if I don't want the throne of the later Qing dynasty. Dugu Xiu was still unwilling to give up. Dugu Xiu had once thought that his entire life was to work hard to ascend the throne of the later Qing dynasty. Ever since he was 3 years old, he had indeed done that. However, until today, when his father died and his mother was imprisoned, Dugu Xiu realized that his many years of pursuit were just a joke. So what if he had great power? It could not be compared to a clan rule. Among the Bakra orcs, the clan rule was greater than the heavens. Anyone who disobeyed the clan rule would be punished by the clan leader personally. No matter where they were, they would be hunted down. Even if Dugu Xiu was the son of the clan leader, he was no exception. Bastard, Xiu, you have disappointed me too much. I still remember how high-spirited you were when you first met me. Now, you are doing it for a woman. Humph, if you dare to act rashly again, Master will go and kill that woman right now. Director Song threatened. Dugu Xiu, you still dare to compete with me in this state? Father will be very disappointed if he sees this. He Linlin said disdainfully. She also felt a burst of jealousy in her heart. He Linlin said in her heart. It is said that the women of the Celestial Fox people are good at seduction. It seems that this is true. No, she had to persuade Uncle Song later. Whether Yi Baiming came or not, they couldn't let Yunxin go. The longer this woman was left alive, the more trouble she would cause. She had to find a chance to kill her. Hearing that Director Song wanted to kill Yunxin, Dugu Xiu couldn't help but clench his fists. He understood that all his battle skills had been taught by Director Song. If Director Song wanted to kill Yunxin, there was nothing he could do. Xiu, this matter concerns your future. Even if there is a trace of possibility, you can't take the risk. It's just a woman. If Yi Baiming comes to save her, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If he doesn't come, I will let Yunxin go. Director Song knew Dugu Xiu's temper well. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. After a series of threats, he tried to persuade him. Dugu Xiu only replied woodenly, Master, don't worry. Disciple knows what to do. Dugu Xiu felt both mentally and physically exhausted as he walked out of the training field. When he walked out of the training field, Dugu Xiu heard He Linlin and Director Song talking in a low voice. Dugu Xiu didn't want to stay any longer. He felt very tired. In a single day, he had lost everything. His mother was imprisoned in the cold palace. The woman he loved the most had to bear a groundless crime and be executed for disobedience. Yet, he was powerless to do anything. The most damnable thing was that unreasonable clan rule. Dugu Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Yi Baiming was also a descendant of the Black Chelan. If the clan rule was binding on him, then it was also binding on Yi Baiming. If he couldn't marry Yunxin, then Yi Baiming couldn't marry her either. Otherwise, no matter where Yi Baiming escaped to, Patriarch He Yao wouldn't let him go. When he thought of this, Dugu Xiu felt a kind of morbid joy. He suddenly had the urge to laugh out loud. That's right. If he couldn't get it, then Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to get it either. Somewhere in Fengdu, Yi Baiming had just rescued Yin Songlong and the others. He met up with Jin, Mentor Shi Huang, and the others. He was about to return to the palace to meet up with Yunxing when news spread that Princess Donghuang had assassinated the later Qin emperor and later Qin's Duguxing had died. Prince Dugu would execute Princess Donghuang at Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall in 3 days. That brat Duguxiu dared to execute Yunxing. Baiming King, there's no time to lose. Let's go and save her immediately. Yun Sunlong was injured when he fought with Director Song that day. He was still injured. Second Uncle Yun, what are your chances of winning against Director Song? Yi Baiming stopped Yun Sunlong and the others. My chances of winning are 0, Yun Sunlong said truthfully. Last time, Yun Sunlong wasn't injured, but he still wasn't a match for Director Song. Not to mention, he had lost his blood cloud crocodile and was injured. What about the others? Compared to He Linlin and Du Guxiu, what are your chances of winning? Yi Baiming knew very well that the people from later Qin's palace had spread the news to lure him, Yun Sunlong, and the others out. No one answered. Du Guxiu and He Linlin, no matter who they were top experts in the current Wuji continent. Not to mention Director Song, who had been famous for a long time. Even the 2 mentors and Yun Sunlong could only put up a fight. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. If they acted rashly, they would fall into a trap. But even if I have to risk my life, I have to save Xing'er. I, Yun Sunlong, owe my life to Xing'er. Yun Sunlong couldn't do anything. He could only sit and watch as Yunxing was executed. It's precisely because of this that you can't just throw your life away. She went through so much trouble to save everyone's lives. Your lives are owed to her. Yi Baiming knew Yunxing very well. In such a situation, she would definitely try her best to save everyone's lives. Because these people were all people she treasured. Are you telling me that you're not going to save Yunxing? Yi Baiming, I didn't expect that you were someone who was afraid of death. Do you know how much pain Yunxing had to go through because of yearning and dreaming? Donghuang Linger knew very well just how much pain Yunxing had to go through in the past few months. I know. A trace of pain appeared on Yi Baiming's handsome face. If it's possible, I'd rather be the one to bear her pain. This time I will personally go and save her. The only person that Director Song and He Linlin want to capture is me. He Linlin haggled over every detail. Since Yi Baiming injured her, she would definitely hold this grudge against Yunxing. Even though Yi Baiming also knew that he wasn't Director Song's opponent, for the sake of his little wildcat, he had to try. But Dark North King, even if you go, you still won't be able to save Yunxing. The Dark Gold class teacher was very touched by Yi Baiming's infatuation. However, she wasn't willing to let Yi Baiming enter the tiger's den. There are still 3 days until Yunxing's execution. In these 3 days, I will try my best to save her. After saying that, Yi Baiming took out a jade box from his bosom. He opened the jade box. Everyone's gaze turned cold. Inside the jade box, there were a few red crystals. Those were the Qilin blood crystals that Yi Baiming took out from the Black Qilin King's tomb. In order to save Yunxing, he could only fight with his back to the river. Double monthly votes, everyone can still vote. Du Guxiu walked into the dungeon of the Crown Prince's residence. Yunxing was locked with the Dharma soul lock, but she could still move freely. She sat cross-legged on one side of the dungeon with her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes looked like butterfly wings under the illumination of the magic array. Although she was a prisoner, she was still neat and tidy, like an orchid blooming on the other side of the river. Du Guxiu felt suffocated for a moment. It was said that the celestial fox family had the beauty of a celestial being. Yunxing lived up to the name of celestial fox. But why didn't he know that she was a descendant of celestial fox until today? You will be executed in the Big Dipper Martial Arts Club in 3 days. This time, I can't protect you. Du Guxiu observed Yunxing's expression. Her eyelids didn't even twitch. Du Guxiu thought she would react, or at least open her eyes and scold him. But the dungeon was silent. Yunxing was like a shadow in the corner. Even her breathing was not messed up. Du Guxiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was more like Yunxing. It would be strange if she showed fear or begged for mercy. Do you think Yi Baiming will come? But whether he comes or not, you have to die. Yunxing, why are you a descendant of celestial fox? If you weren't a celestial fox people, I would elope with you. how about it? Think about it and accept my confession of love. I'll throw caution to the wind and give up the throne. I'll take you with me, Duguxiu whispered sinisterly into Yunxing's ear, blowing into her ear. Duguxiu, I don't like you. Not to mention, you are not the kind of person who would give up everything for a woman. Yunxing's eyelids twitched. She opened her eyes, which were full of disgust. Seeing Yunxing's reaction, Duguxiu was happy. Hehe, Yunxing, why are you a woman? If you were a man, we would either be close friends or mortal enemies. Yes, I can't give it up, whether it's my mother or the throne of the later Qin. My fate was already decided 20 years ago. Duguxiu laughed loudly, but there wasn't a trace of joy in his voice. Ignoring the filth of the dungeon, he sat on the floor and took out 2 jars of wine, one large and one small, from his storage belt. I'm not in a good mood today. Why don't you drink with me? Duguxiu shook the wine in his hand. He already knew that Yunxing wouldn't agree. However, he still didn't give up and brought it up again. This continued until the woman flatly rejected him. His heart ached and sank bit by bit. He threw a bottle of wine to Yunxing, raised his head, and took a big gulp of wine to numb the pain in his heart. Yunxing hesitated and did not drink. If you don't drink, this prince doesn't mind feeding you mouth to mouth. Don't worry, there's no drug in the wine. Duguxiu drank half a bottle of wine in one breath. Duguxiu, who drank the wine, had a fiery red complexion. When Yunxing heard this, she spat and could only drink a mouthful of wine. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Yunxing calmed down. She looked at the wine and the astonishment in her eyes was clear. The wine in the wine jar, the wine was later Qin's unique barley wine. The taste was strong and pungent. Yunxing was used to drinking elven fruit wine in the past few years, so she couldn't get used to drinking this kind of wine. The most special thing was that there was a strong smell of blood in the wine. No need to look. There's this prince's blood in the wine. Since you're going to die, it doesn't make a difference whether your soul yearns for you or not. Duguxiu pretended to be bold and took a sip of wine. No wonder his face was a bit pale when he came in. Only the heart's blood could resolve the yearning for one's soul. The blood in the wine, Yunxing held the wine jar, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Yunxing sighed. It wasn't that she wasn't moved, but she could only say sorry to Duguxiu. Yunxing thought for a moment and understood that Duguxiu wanted her to escape. Director Song and He Linlin wanted to kill her, and Duguxiu was powerless to stop them. He could only return the beast language ring to her. As for whether she could escape, it was up to Yunxing. This man truly loved her. Yunxing, why don't you accept this prince? Is it because this prince isn't good enough? Or is this prince not handsome enough? Not considerate enough? Duguxiu took advantage of the wine and asked the words hidden in his heart. When it came to Yunxing, Duguxiu's initial anger turned to curiosity, and then to forcefully take her. He always thought that no woman could resist his advances. But Yunxing remained indifferent. After being asked by Duguxiu, Yunxing thought for a moment. She carefully recalled everything that Duguxiu had done. You're quite good, but we're not suitable for each other. Duguxiu, your heart is too big, and my heart is very small. It can only accommodate one person. I remember that I once told you that the man that I, Yunxing, want to marry can only marry me. Actually, Yunxing also didn't understand why she didn't accept Duguxiu. In terms of conditions, what Duguxiu gave her was the best. Even when she caused chaos in the Qin palace later Qin, this man still tried his best to protect her. Even though this time, he had to make her the scapegoat under the pressure of Director Song and He Linlin. After thinking about it, Yunxing could only blame it on Duguxiu being too fickle in love. Lu Minglang, who had a foot in 2 boats, gave Yunxing a bad first impression. So, Yunxing rejected the married man Duguxiu from the beginning. Then what about Ji Baiming? Do you love him? Duguxiu tilted his face, narrowed his eyes, and asked unwillingly. Yunxing was at a loss for words. She originally thought that she could directly deny it, but she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or something else, but for some reason, Yunxing unexpectedly remembered that day in the dilapidated house. Yi Baiming hugged her and whispered in her ear like a lover, Yunxing, you're a woman. If you're tired, I'll take care of everything." These words were still lingering in Yunxing's ears. So, even if she was going to be executed 3 days later, she was still fearless. Because she knew that man would definitely come to save her. Thinking of this, Yunxing felt as if her tongue was tied. She couldn't spit out the word no matter how hard she tried. Du Guxiu's heart was bitter. The wine in his mouth had long lost its taste. Yunxing was still stubborn, but he could see it clearly. Yunxing could reject his confession of love without hesitation. But when he asked about Yi Baiming, Yunxing's eyes had a trace of intoxication. Her cheeks flushed red. In the end, he had lost to Yi Baiming. Even if the blood of the Black Qilin clan flowed in their bodies, that man, his half-brother, had already occupied this woman's heart. So what? If he couldn't have it, Yi Baiming wouldn't have it either. That night, Du Guxiu drank a total of 10 jars of wine in the dungeon. He didn't say much. And just drank in silence. He only got up around daybreak. Before leaving, he kicked the wine jar and said in a muffled voice, "Yunxing, if Yi Baiming comes this time, I'll definitely kill him." Definitely. His ferocious look made Yunxing a little scared. With that, Du Guxiu walked out, leaving behind a floor full of broken porcelain. 3 days later, on the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall's training ground, Du Guxiu was dressed in a golden robe with 9 dragons. Later Qin Emperor had passed away, and Du Guxiu would inherit the throne 7 days after his death. He sat proudly on the main seat, while Director Song and He Linlin stood on either side of him. When Director Song saw Yunxing being escorted out, he glanced at Du Guxiu. Seeing Du Guxiu's indifferent expression, he retracted his gaze. 3 days ago, under He Linlin's persuasion, Director Song thought of Yunxing's powerful strength and decided to capture Yi Baiming in one fell swoop. During the chaos, He Linlin would make a move and kill Yunxing. Today, the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall was heavily guarded, and there were ambushes everywhere. As long as Yi Baiming came, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter how many helpers he brought. Time passed minute by minute, and Yunxing was escorted to the center of the training ground. In the afternoon, the scorching sun in the sky was very dazzling. Yunxing was only wearing a thin prison uniform. The sun shone on her skin, making her feel hot. The sand in the hourglass slowly flowed out, but Yi Baiming didn't appear. It's almost noon. Why hasn't Yi Baiming appeared yet? Don't tell me he's not coming? Director Song couldn't help but feel suspicious. Impossible, he will definitely come. Du Guxiu looked at Yunxing. Whether he comes or not, once the hour is up, immediately execute him. He Linlin felt a trace of relief. If Yi Baiming didn't come, wouldn't it mean that he didn't love this woman that much? Du Guxiu glanced at Yunxing from the corner of his eye. Ever since Yunxing had been brought into the Dharma drill ground, her head had been lowered. There was no longer a silver snake mark on her arm. Du Guxiu felt a sense of loss in his heart. In the end, it was noon. Yi Baiming still didn't appear. Du Guxiu couldn't help but clench his hands, and his palms felt slippery. His gaze fell on Yunxing. That day, Du Guxiu used his drunkenness as an excuse to get rid of Yunxing's lingering yearning. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he used the excuse of drinking to get rid of his worries. His original intention was to make himself give up, but who would have thought that even though it was like that, the thought of Yunxing possibly dying still bothered him in his heart. Du Guxiu thought to himself, Yi Baiming, why aren't you here yet? Could it be that you're afraid? Once Yi Baiming arrived, he would definitely be captured by Director Song and brought back to the 8 Desolates to marry He Linlin. Yi Baiming, if you didn't come today, even if this crown prince had to break through Zhou state, I would have killed a coward like you. Du Guxiu couldn't help but feel anxious. It's already noon, but Yi Baiming hasn't shown up. It's time for the execution. I'll do it myself. He Linlin couldn't wait to execute Yunxing. She quickly walked forward. Wait a little longer. Du Guxiu stared at Yunxing with a complicated expression. There was a bit of resentment and anxiety in his eyes. Sure, there's no need to wait any longer. The news of Yunxing's execution can no longer be sent out. Someone must die today. Director Song stepped forward and blocked Du Guxiu. He Linlin walked in front of Yunxing and said softly, Yunxing, Are you disappointed that Yi Baiming didn't come to save you? It's no wonder. He's now the regent of Great Zhou. The country is within his reach. Why would he send himself to death for a lowly celestial fox mixed blood like you? Don't worry. Since we're both from the Eight Desolates tribe, He Linlin, will personally send you off today. Beside her, the executioner hurriedly handed over a punishment knife. He Linlin sneered. With a pinch of her index and middle fingers, the punishment knife, which was about an inch thick, broke in half. In He Linlin's hand, there was a sudden burst of flames. A ferocious-looking large blade condensed from battle chi appeared in her hand. On the blade, battle chi surged like angry waves. It was enough to devour all life. He Linlin stared at Yunxing's neck, which was as white as a jade carving. A poisonous light flashed in her eyes. She raised the battle chi knife. Wait, I have something to say to her. Du Guxiu glanced at Director Song. Master, she's still the person this disciple loved deeply. This disciple wants to say a few words to her before she dies. Director Song looked at the sun. It was already noon. There was no movement in the surroundings. Why hadn't Yi Baiming come yet? Could it be that that brat had heard some news? Or did he also know that Yunxing was a descendant of Celestial Fox? He was afraid of the clan's rules and gave up on Yunxing. Director Song nodded. He Linlin could only unwillingly retreat to the side. Du Guxiu walked in front of Yunxing. He knelt down on one knee, and looked at Yunxing at the same level. Due to the scorching sun, a layer of sweat appeared on Yunxing's white face. Her dark eyes were as calm as before. He won't come. Do you hate him? Du Guxiu's finger brushed Yunxing's wet hair. I believe in him. Yunxing smiled brightly. The dimples on the side of her mouth were exceptionally beautiful. You're still so stupid when you're about to die. Du Guxiu smiled bitterly. He suddenly hugged Yunxing. Yunxing stiffened, but her hands were tied. She couldn't break free for a moment. Suddenly, a hard, ring-shaped object appeared in her hand. Beast language ring. Yunxing stopped struggling. Due to Du Guxiu's blocking, He Linlin and Director Song didn't notice Du Guxiu's actions. They also didn't know that Yunxing was slowly putting on the summoning ring. Du Guxiu, have you said enough? He Linlin was a little annoyed. Why are you panicking? This prince has locked this woman up for so long, and I haven't even touched her finger. If it were you, would you be satisfied? Du Guxiu changed into a cold tone. He stared at Yunxing's lips. The woman's plump lips were full and dark red. They were like watery cherries, tempting people to commit crimes. At first glance, they looked very sweet and delicious. Du Guxiu's lips curled. He had wanted to kiss her for a long time. This time, he was going to kiss her to his heart's content. He kissed her. Seeing that Du Guxiu's breath was just inches away from Yunxing, Yunxing sped up her movements and tried hard to put on the beast language ring. She muttered in her heart, Damn Yi Baiming, why aren't you coming? Almost at the same time, there was a roar in the sky. A purple lightning cut across the sky. In an instant, the blue sky was filled with rolling dark clouds like angry waves. In an instant, the sky seemed to have turned into an ocean. The clouds were like seawater, and the sky was like a raging sea. When the purple lightning cut across the sky, it was as if someone had slashed the sky with a knife. A crack that was 2 feet wide and dozens of feet long appeared in the sky. In the crack, a man in black clothes appeared. Under the contrast of his black clothes, the man's bronze skin flashed with a metallic luster. He had a pair of flirtatious phoenix eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and lips that were as thin as a blade. In his hands, there were 2 short daggers made from fighting energy. His eyes were arrogant as he looked disdainfully at everyone in the drill ground. Du Guxiu, that woman, every inch of her body belongs to this prince. How can I allow you to touch her? Yi Baiming, everyone had different reactions to Yi Baiming's appearance. Director Song was shocked by Yi Baiming's terrifying ability to cut through the sky. He Linlin was both happy and worried. She was happy that Yi Baiming had arrived, but worried that she had yet to kill Yunxing. This man still cared about Yunxing. Du Guxiu loosened his grip, half regretful and half relieved. I've been waiting for you. Du Guxiu knew that this man would never back down. Yi Baiming, who was in the sky, declared his sovereignty to the crowd. His gaze turned and landed on Yunxing. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Baiming's gaze was as cold as frost a moment ago, but in the next moment, his gaze was as gentle as water as he watched her on the drill ground. I knew you would come. Yunxing's lips curled into a smile. At that moment, even the scorching sun paled in comparison. The two of them were far apart. They only looked at each other from afar, but it was as if they were very close. Nothing needed to be said. Yi Baiming would come. Ever since Yunxing had undone the endless dreams, she realized that the magical bond between her and Yi Baiming had become even stronger. Although she had been in the palace for the past few days, she had always felt that Yi Baiming was by her side. The tacit understanding and trust between the two of them was especially glaring in the eyes of everyone present. Especially He Linlin and Du Guxiu. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Yi Baiming, I'm asking you on behalf of the He Yao Patriarch. Are you willing to marry Linlin? If you are willing to marry her, I can promise that you will inherit the position of the He Qilin Patriarch. As for this woman, I can also spare her life. Director Song looked at the terrifying crack in the sky behind Yi Baiming. His eyes were blazing as if he had seen a rare treasure. Super spacetime magic, spacetime tier. It was rumored that only the Phantasm Ghost King knew magic, but Yi Baiming knew it as well. Not only was Yi Baiming a martial emperor, but he was also a saint-level Law King magician. His talent was above that of He Linlin and Du Guxiu. Such a person must not be missed. He Linlin couldn't help but feel nervous. Yunxing was a little jealous and glared at Yi Baiming. The position of patriarch of the Black Qilin race and marrying He Linlin as his wife. These two conditions were pretty good. Even she was tempted. Yi Baiming seemed to have sensed Yunxing's thoughts. He raised his eyebrows and lazily said, this king will only marry her. Even if the world is poor, I, Yi Baiming, will only have Yunxing as my wife. Yi Baiming, you can't marry her. She is a descendant of the celestial fox. According to the Black Qilin race's rules, the Black Qilin race and the celestial fox people are traitors. Uncle Song will kill you today. He Linlin had been rejected again and again. She had lost all face, but even now, she still had a trace of hope in her heart. If Yi Baiming dared to violate the rules, it would be the same as betraying the race. Even if he could leave with Yunxing today, he wouldn't be able to escape the Black Qilin race's pursuit. Race rules? What the hell is that? If I, Yi Baiming, want to do something, even heaven and earth can't go against it. If anyone from the Black Qilin race comes, I will kill them. Even if He Yao personally comes, I will still kill him. As Yi Baiming spoke, the twin daggers in his hands surged with killing intent. His arrogance infuriated Director Song. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Today, I will personally come on behalf of the Patriarch. Director Song was an expert of his generation. He had sincerely extended an olive branch. Who would have thought that a junior like Yi Baiming would talk back to him? Master, there's no need for you to do anything. This disciple has been wanting to kill him for a long time. Du Guxiu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His arms shook and black scales grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Du Guxiu was like a ferocious tiger coming out of its cave as he leaped into the sky from the drill ground. With a strong gust of wind, he arrived beside Yi Baiming in the blink of an eye. With a furious roar, he swung his arms that were covered in scales like two iron rods at Yi Baiming. With Du Guxiu's current cultivation, he could even shatter a 1,000-kilogram boulder with a single punch. Come on! Who would have thought that Yi Baiming would only grab with his right hand and block Du Guxiu's attack with a pair of hands? Then, he forcefully lifted and flung Du Guxiu away. Du Guxiu, who was over 1.9 meters tall and weighed close to 170 kilograms, was thrown more than 10 meters away by Yi Baiming. At the same time, Yi Baiming tapped his foot and fiercely stabbed out with the two black fighting daggers in his hands. When the daggers stabbed out, green wind blades swept out from Yi Baiming's body, forming a pincer attack of magic and fighting energy. Du Guxiu was shocked. At this moment, he felt as if he was fighting against a magician and a martial emperor at the same time. It was quite strenuous. Just as he dodged Yi Baiming's daggers, a wind blade fiercely flew towards him. Du Guxiu only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Boom! Yi Baiming's left leg kicked his waist like a large blade. Du Guxiu only felt a force of 10,000 kilograms attacking him as he heavily crashed into the ground. The large drill ground shook fiercely as Du Guxiu crashed into the ground, creating a crater. So powerful, He Linlin trembled with fear as she watched. She hadn't seen Yi Baiming for only a few days, but his strength had increased by a lot compared to when he rescued Yin Sunglong and the others. How could he be so powerful? Director Song's eyes suddenly sharpened as he glanced at He Linlin. He Linlin understood tacitly. She suddenly teleported a few feet away and stopped beside Yunxing. It's all your fault, bitch. I'll kill you first. He Linlin's eyes were bloodshot. The black fighting energy blade in her hand chopped towards Yunxing. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. Yunxing sneered as the elven hellfire brand on her forehead lit up. Balls of flame surged as the Dharma soul lock on her body broke. She had already used the night demon footwork. She took out the magic scepter from the beast language ring. Beside her, a summoning magic array appeared. Pop pop, ugly woman, stay away from master. A pink figure appeared like a bomber and flew out of the summoning array. Director Song and He Linlin were shocked. In the summoning array, Yunxing's figure and the puffed egg's figure merged into one. A pair of white wings grew out of Yunxing's back. What? This magical beast is yours. Director Song had always thought that the owner of this pink egg of unknown origin was some kind of divine being. He didn't expect it to be Yunxing. This woman was not only a powerful magician, but she was also a summoner. Haha, not only this magical beast, I have many magical beasts. Yunxing raised her magic scepter and chanted. On the drill ground, 1, 2, 3, 4 summoning arrays appeared one after another as if they were performing a magic trick. Within the summoning magic array, there were waves of powerful magical fluctuations. The first to appear was a black dog with a wolf-like body. Director Song's pupils shrank. What kind of magical beast was this? Then, a giant ant with a strange appearance appeared. Its body was densely packed with centipede-like feet. Then, a blonde beauty with a crown on her head came out. Her whole body exuded a strong water element. Haha, how can I be left out at this time? On the magic scepter, Queen Yi Cha, who had turned into a night charm soul stone, also came out to join in the fun. She flipped her black, silk-like wavy hair and threw a lethal coquettish glance at Director Song and the others. Her coquettish eyes contained boundless killing intent. What the hell are these things? Hey! Linlin opened her mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. Even she and Director Song, who came from the Bahuan tribe, could not recognize the origin of these magical beasts. But there was one thing that was without a doubt. These magical beasts were very strong. The waves of pressure they exuded showed that they were at least sanctuary-level magical beasts. 2 of them were even king-level magical beasts. One summoned beast was not enough. Yunxing still had so many magical beasts. Linlin, kill her. Leave Yi Baiming to me. Director Song was shocked and suddenly realized something. The Celestial Fox People. The Celestial Fox People who had such terrifying abilities. Could it be? A moment ago, the girl who was waiting to be executed was like a dazzling scorching sun. Her skin was as white as snow and her wings were as white as a fairy's. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Any one of those magical beasts could be considered a mid-tier expert in the 8 Wastelands continent. They surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. A figure appeared in Director Song's mind. The same charming face, the same magical talent, and the same amazing summoning power. It was the same woman who had once disobeyed the beast god's orders. There was once a person in the Bahuan continent. No, it's impossible. That person is long dead. Director Song didn't dare continue his train of thought. In the sky, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu were still engaged in a fierce battle. However, from the looks of it, Yi Baiming already had the upper hand. As he looked at Yunxing and then at Yi Baiming, Director Song's heart could no longer be described with simple astonishment. 2 such peerless geniuses had appeared in the boundless world in just 100 years. Even if Director Song didn't say it, He Linlin still wanted to kill Yunxing. While Du Guxiu and Yi Baiming were fighting, it was also the best time for her to kill Yunxing. Yunxing, it seems that I have underestimated you. Earlier, I had thought that you were a lowly celestial fox mixed-blood slut. But now, it would appear that you are barely qualified to fight against me. He Linlin spoke proudly like a princess. In the Bahuang tribe, the status of purebred Bakra orcs and mixed-blood beasts was very different. Some mixed-blood commoners could only serve as servants. Even the mixed-blood descendants of nobles and even the patriarchs would be ostracized unless they were extremely powerful. In He Linlin's opinion, Yunxing must have learned a strange summoning technique from somewhere. However, her origin was unknown, and her mother was a commoner celestial fox from the boundless world. Yunxing's identity was also lowly. So what if she had many summoning beasts? So what if she had a king-level summoning beast? In front of the Black Qilin clan's genius, He Linlin, she was nothing. You will die a worthy death if you can die under my Qilin's fury. He Linlin revealed a proud smile. She scolded. A gust of black battle energy jumped out of her body. The battle energy was constantly compressed and condensed, gradually condensing into a beast form. Yunxing did not know much about battle energy. The battle energy battle technique that He Linlin practiced was also different from the battle energy battle technique that Yunxing had seen before. For a moment, she did not know what He Linlin was going to do. She could only be on guard with her magical beasts. Just as He Linlin released her battle energy, a terrifying energy seemed to be about to burst out of her body. Mwah, the bad woman can turn her battle energy into a beast. So powerful. Puffed Egg seemed to recognize He Linlin's battle technique. Qilin's fury was one of the explosive battle techniques of the Black Qilin. It could only be used by a martial saint who had fused 3 or more Qilin blood crystals. It could instantly consume half of the user's battle energy and use the battle energy to form a terrifying magical beast that was comparable to a Peak King Qilin beast. Peak King Qilin beast, Yunxing was shocked. Her summoned beasts were all powerful. However, the elf queen with the purest bloodline was only a mid-level King Qilin beast. Moreover, the elf queen was a support-type elf magical beast with weak attack power. As she spoke, He Linlin's battle energy had already formed a horse-shaped magical beast. The magical beast was completely black and covered with hard scales. Its claws and teeth were sharp and gleaming with cold light. Its tail was like a dragon's tail and its feet were stepping on clouds of battle energy. Bastard mixed blood, enjoy the roar of the Black Qilin. He Linlin's cold voice carried a hint of madness. Her voice was like a bayonet that pierced the eardrums of Yunxing and the magical beasts. The battle energy Qilin and He Linlin flew up at the same time. The battle energy Qilin flew through the air. It spat out a bunch of battle energy blades that went straight for the magical beasts. Xiaohe was not to be outdone. It roared towards the sky and in an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The Night Charm Queen's devilish voice was heard and hundreds of Night Charm warriors appeared. They were filled with murderous intent. They raised their bows and arrows and shot at the battle energy Qilin. The arrows rained down like rain. The battle energy Qilin roared angrily and swung its claws down. The hard ground of the drill ground was instantly blasted open. The arrows hit the Qilin's body. Not to mention it was injured, it didn't even scratch its skin. The strength of this Black Qilin's body had reached an astonishing level. Haha, insignificant skill. Your magical beasts are too weak. He Linlin only had half of her battle energy left. But she believed that it was more than enough to kill Yunxing. Is that so? That may not be so. Yunxing's eyes were cold as she thought of something. The centipede ant general began to chant. On the ground, countless small ants crawled out from the cracks. Those small ants climbed onto the Black Qilin's body. Every human has a weakness. Magical beasts are no exception. Ant General, tear it apart. Yunxing smiled sharply. The sharpness in her eyes was revealed. The centipede ant general was born with the ability to devour. If a batch of them died, a new batch would grow like wild grass. It was the most suitable to attack a battle energy beast like the Qilin. No one can underestimate a summoner, and He Linlin was no exception. At the same time, she raised her magic scepter. On the magic scepter, many soul stones lit up at the same time. Magical elements rushed over like a tide. Clang clang, a beautiful magical phoenix appeared. It flapped its wings and fire feathers fell one after another. In an instant, flames filled the sky. Chi! Many fire feathers fell. He Linlin could not dodge in time. Yunxing smelled the stench of hair. Yunxing's fire phoenix was definitely not an ordinary phoenix. It was Yunxing's spirit hellfire. Not to mention the body of a demonic beast, even the hardest purple gold ore would be melted into molten iron. One could imagine the feeling when it landed on a human's body. He Linlin's mournful scream could be heard. At the same time, the Qilan's chi was being eaten by the 100-legged ant general and its ant soldiers. The fire feathers landed on her body and face, melting her flesh. High up in the sky, Director Song was facing off against Yi Baiming. He originally thought that since He Linlin had the Qilan's fury, it would be easy for her to kill Yunxing. Who knew that when he lowered his head to look at the situation on the ground, Director Song couldn't help but become angry. It was a one-sided situation. Yunxing was like a fire god descending to the mortal world. She waved her magic scepter and the fire phoenix cried out. He Linlin was covered in blood as she dodged passively. Lowly celestial fox. Mixed blood. Just as Director Song was about to charge forward, a biting cold wind blade slashed over. Yi Baiming said coldly, "Your opponent is me." Although he was fighting in the sky, he was worried about Yunxing on the ground. Seeing that her battle was gradually getting better, Yi Baiming felt a sense of pride in his heart. How could his woman be a soft persimmon that anyone could casually kill her until she was in a complete mess? So what if the Black Qilan clan was angry? Yi Baiming, your opponent is this crown prince. With a blunt sound, Du Guxiu was kicked by Yi Baiming again. How could your strength increase so quickly? Du Guxiu was panting. He and Yi Baiming were both martial emperors, but he could only passively face the enemy. Then I have to thank the Black Qilan clan's Qilan King blood crystal. In the past 3 days, I fused with 3 Qilan blood crystals for today's battle. Yi Baiming smiled wickedly. What? 1 pill a day? Du Guxiu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Even Director Song couldn't help but feel shocked. The Qilan King blood crystal had an excellent effect of increasing one's cultivation and strengthening one's body. Especially when used by the Qilan clan, the effect would be doubled. However, not everyone could fuse with the Qilan blood crystal. Even the Qilan warriors, whose physiques were far superior to humans, could only begin to integrate the first Qilan blood crystal after reaching the martial sage realm. As a martial emperor, the reason why Du Guxiu was stronger than the veteran martial emperor Yun Ba was because he had merged with the Qilan blood crystal. With the help of Director Song, Du Guxiu managed to fuse with 3 Qilan blood crystals. But that was only 3. After Yi Baiming learned the secret of the Qilan blood crystals, he forcibly fused with 4 of them. A few days ago, when he learned that Yunxing was going to be executed and that he had to fight a bloody battle to save Yunxing, he understood that he had to fuse with the blood crystal to temporarily raise his body to the peak of the martial emperor realm or even the martial god realm in order to fight against Director Song. 3 crystals. 3 crystals in 3 days, Director Song muttered to himself. Even he had only fused with 6 Qilan blood crystals. Moreover, he had fused with them gradually over a long period of 60 to 70 years. The pain of fusing with the Qilan blood crystals was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. However, Yi Baiming managed to endure it. It was no wonder that he was almost unable to make it in time for the execution at noon. Shower, step back. You are indeed not his match. Director Song stopped Du Guxiu. 7 Qilan blood crystals was rare even in the Black Qilan clan. Even the most outstanding Black Qilan clan leader, He Yao, had only managed to fuse with 10 Qilan blood crystals. However, it would be a big mistake to think that the more Qilan blood crystals he fused with, the more Qilan blood crystals he would win. Yi Baiming, I will ask you one more time. Are you willing to return to the 8 Desolations continent with me? Director Song stared at Yi Baiming, hoping that he would give a satisfactory answer. Yi Baiming gave his answer with his actions. The muscles in his body twisted and twisted as black dough chi erupted from his body like a volcano. Then, you can go and die. Director Song roared. His battle chi was like a flame as it covered his entire body. It was as if a black sun had appeared in the sky, covering Director Song's entire body in black light. When the blazing dochi was formed, a roar like that of the earth could be heard. The black dochi within Director Song's body exploded. The black dochi transformed into sharp swords that shuttled through the air and floated beside Director Song. Director Song pointed his right hand towards the sky and the dochi swords pierced towards Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's black clothes instantly exploded. Just as the swords were about to pierce Yi Baiming's heart, an earth shield suddenly appeared and blocked the dochi swords. With a muffled sound, the earth shield exploded. Yi Baiming's body swayed as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Although the swords didn't pierce him, they still injured his internal organs. Following that, even more dochi swords were like thunderbolts and raindrops. It was like the flame explosion released by a magician. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Yunxing couldn't help but raise her head when she heard the commotion in the sky. When she raised her head, her small face instantly paled. There was actually such a tyrannical dochi in this world. Countless dochi swords streaked across the cloudy sky like shooting stars. Every one of them was aimed at Yi Baiming's vital points. Poof! A dochi arrow pierced Yi Baiming's shoulder. Drops of blood splashed down like a broken pearl. His heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. This pain was even more painful than when Yunxing was hit by yearning in dreams. It's all your fault. Uncle Song actually used 10,000 swords piercing the heart. If he is willing to marry me, he will be the most honorable Kirin clan leader. Hei Linlin also saw this scene. Her heart ached, but there was also a kind of morbid joy. Hei Linlin glanced at Yunxing and found that the girl who wouldn't change her expression even if MT Tai collapsed in front of her. At this moment, her expression changed greatly. Her magic scepter that was waving like a spirit snake also stopped. Like a plague of locusts, the dochi swords furiously attacked Yi Baiming again and again. Yunxing felt her heart being lifted. At this moment, a strange black flame appeared around Hei Linlin. She stared at the absent-minded Yunxing. A black dochi sword appeared in her hand. She fiercely swung it at Yunxing. In the sky, Yi Baiming's eyebrows twitched. He seemed to have a premonition. He bent down to look. No, Yi Baiming's shrill cry woke Yunxing up. The aura of death was close to her ears. The dochi sword was only an inch away from Yunxing's nose. Pop pop, little master. Yunxing only felt that her body was knocked away by a strange force. A pink shadow of an egg blocked the fatal attack. At the critical moment, the puffed egg spontaneously removed its fusion state and blocked the fatal attack for Yunxing. Crack. A crisp sound. A warm liquid flowed out from the puffed egg. That slash landed on Egg Popping's body. A crack grew on the eggshell, and an inch-wide crack appeared on the egg. Liquid that looked like blood and amniotic fluid flowed out of the crack, wetting Yunxing's hands and feet. In his mind, everything about the egg popping crazily flashed through. From the age of 6 until Yunxing was 15, the puffed egg had always been by her side during the most helpless and difficult 9 years on the boundless continent. Although the puffed egg loved to cry and had no ability, Yunxing had never despised it because it was the only thing her mother, Hu Jiuxing, had left for her. It was like another family member of Yunxing. It was more like a child of Yunxing. Although Yunxing did not know when the puffed egg would hatch. What kind of magical beast would come out of it? Would it be a wolf, a dragon, a phoenix, or some other magical beast? None of this was important anymore. The puffed egg no longer made any puffed egg sounds. Its pair of big white wings slowly drooped down, and the pink egg body fell heavily on the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Yi Baiming breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw Yunxing's sorrowful face, his heart tightened. The sadness in Yunxing's heart also infected him. Yi Baiming knew that the puffed egg meant far more to Yunxing than other magical beasts. Little wildcat, tisk, what a pity. Director Song also felt sorry. That egg, he originally wanted to give it to the Bahuang tribe. Forget it, it was killed. Hei Linlin's knife was extraordinary. If an ordinary person was hit by it, their soul would definitely be scattered. That egg, however, only cracked a crack. The eggshell could be considered hard enough. Stupid egg, you're courting death. Hei Linlin thought that this time, she could directly kill Yunxing. Who knew that at the critical moment, this ugly egg would appear halfway? Hey Linlin kicked the puffed egg. Don't touch it, a cold voice said. Yunxing stood up. Her black hair was messy and there was no trace of blood on her pale face. His white prison clothes fluttered in the wind. So what if I kick it? Not only am I going to kick it, but I'm also going to chop it into pieces. Hey Linlin was delighted to see Yunxing's reaction. She swung her sword at Bobo Egg, who could no longer move. Right now, Bobo Egg was like a newborn baby, waiting to be slaughtered. A hand stopped the saber made of fighting energy. Hey Linlin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yunxing actually caught her battle energy blade with her hand. Reckless, Hey Linlin smiled cruelly. What a reckless woman. Just now, I let her be proud for a moment. Did she really think that she could bully me? Because of the Qilin's wrath, Hey Linlin had consumed a lot of her battle energy. That was why she was forced to retreat by Yunxing's magic. However, she would not lose. Because she still had the Qilin relic. It was the relic soul stone from the Qilin tomb. Yi Baiming had given it up for Yunxing. This relic continuously created new Douqi for He Linlin, allowing her to be invincible in every battle. Tell me, if I cut off your hands and legs in front of Yi Baiming, how do you think he'll react? He Linlin's face twisted. Who asked Yi Baiming to reject her again and again? She wanted him to regret giving up the Qilin relic and marrying her. She wanted to torture this woman to death. She wanted Yi Baiming to spend every day in pain and regret. In He Linlin's hand, the battle energy saber was moving down inch by inch. Yunxing's 5 fingers had already been scratched by the sharp battle energy. Blood dripped down from her fingers and mixed with the liquid flowing out of the eggshell, converging into a blood-red river. Hey Linlin, don't you dare! Facing the shocking scene on the ground, He Linlin was stunned. Facing the sky full of battle energy swords, Yi Baiming's chest roared angrily like a dragon's roar, a piercing pain spread from the bottom of his heart. Yi Baiming raised his head and roared. Under his tattered black garments, black scales the size of palms could be seen protruding out of his skin. Not only his body, but also his hands, thighs, and other parts of his body, including his head, were all covered with similar black scales. When the black scales broke out of his body, it was as if his body was about to be torn apart. This terrifying process was more painful than Yi Baiming's fusion with any of the Qilin King's blood crystals. Blue veins popped out on his temples like earthworms. The handsome face of the past no longer existed. Beast spikes drilled out of his back. The physical pain was far less than the fear of losing Yunxing. Yi Baiming was like a wild beast, roaring in a low voice. Blood and sweat stained his skin and clothes red. Whoosh whoosh. Sharp claws and teeth drilled out of his 10 fingers. This is a super shifter? Witnessing Yi Baiming's sudden change, Director Song and Du Guxiu were terrified. Yi Baiming's current appearance, other than his facial features that could still be vaguely seen, he still retained the upright walking posture of a human. He was already comparable to a real Qilin. The Qilin clan of Bakra orcs had already evolved into a human form thousands of years ago. In the endless evolution of history, most of the Qilin clan had already lost the ability to shapeshift. Most of them could partially shapeshift after fusing with the Beast King's blood crystals. For example, Du Guxiu's Qilin arm or He Linlin's Qilin fury. But those were all partial shapeshifting. It was different from humans who lost their humanity after fusing with beast blood. The shapeshifting of the Bahuang tribe was even more advanced. It was divided into 3 stages: partial shapeshifting, complete shapeshifting, and super shapeshifting. Only with super shapeshifting could the Qilin clan unleash their strongest fighting strength. If this continued, Yi Baiming would become a complete shapeshifting or even a super shapeshifting. His fighting strength would be several times, or even dozens of times, of his normal state. We can't let him continue. Xiaoer, let's work together. Director Song raised his hand and those battle energy swords attacked Yi Baiming again. Du Guxiu was a little stunned. His heart was still worried about Yunxing on the ground. Those who block me will die. Yi Baiming, who still retained his last bit of consciousness, shouted angrily. His gray eyes had completely turned red. Almost at the same moment, Yi Baiming's voice fell. For hurricanes formed in the sky and swept towards Director Song. He didn't use any battle techniques. He only used his body as a weapon and smashed towards Director Song. Boom! It was like two thunderclaps colliding together. A dull sound was heard. In the sky, Yi Baiming and Director Song collided head-on. The entire later Xinjiang city was shaken at this moment. Those who can vote for the Golden Keyboard competition on the Computer Side website, please look over. Remember to vote for the works. You don't have to vote for the authors. The votes will be added every day and will be valid until the end of January. It is separate from the recommendation votes. Defuzi is rushing up the list of works. Thank you. The half-beast Yi Baiming's body underwent a transformation. The battle chi accumulated in his body suddenly erupted like magma bursting out of a volcano. He was like a bolt of black lightning as he charged towards Director Song. His body was invincible as his right palm struck towards Director Song's chest. At this moment, Director Song's rich combat experience came into play. He knew that he couldn't avoid this fatal blow. He took a deep breath, and the ribs in his abdomen creaked. His chest was like a deflated balloon, and a large part of it caved in. His left palm was like a whip as it ruthlessly lashed towards Director Song's lower body. Director Song's upper and lower body were hit by Yi Baiming's left palm and he was sent flying for 50 to 60 meters in an instant. He barely managed to stabilize his body. A sweet taste filled his throat as he vomited a mouthful of blood. A sharp glint flashed through Yi Baiming's blood-red eyes. Director Song had just stabilized his body when his vision blurred. Yi Baiming's figure suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the half-human, half-Qilin Yi Baiming appeared in front of Director Song. Yi Baiming's bone-chilling blood-red eyes were like the Grim Reaper from hell. Gurgling sounds came from Yi Baiming's throat. He let out a low growl and his sharp claws pierced towards Director Song's chest. His speed was so fast that it made people's hearts turn cold. Bang! At the last moment, a battle chi sword slashed across Director Song's chest. The battle chi sword narrowly blocked Yi Baiming's Qilin claw. But even so, the battle chi sword suffered a heavy blow from the Qilin claw and pierced into Director Song's chest. The sound of a blunt weapon cutting flesh rang out as a large piece of flesh was torn from Director Song's chest. Director Song covered his wound as his heart palpitated. How many years had it been since someone forced him into such a sorry state? If he had been hit just now, he would have died or been seriously injured. The half-human, half-Qilin Yi Baiming curled his lips. His pair of soul-stirring phoenix eyes were as cold as ice. He raised his blood-stained right palm and stuck out his tongue as if he was licking the blood. After smelling the scent of blood, he became even crazier. On the ground, He Linlin and Yunxing were still in a stalemate. He Linlin had also noticed the changes in Yi Baiming and Director Song's sorry state from the shocking collision just now. He was so powerful that he was able to force Uncle Song, who was second only to father, into such a sorry state. Yi Baiming was indeed the man she liked. He Linlin was shocked but also secretly delighted. Yi Baiming's sudden beastification made him lose his humanity. He even temporarily forgot about Yunxing's safety. This was the best time to kill Yunxing. He Linlin clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she gripped her fighting aura saber with both hands and fiercely hacked at Yunxing. This rapid chop of He Linlin's caused even the air to be instantly torn apart, leaving behind a crack. The douqi scraped through the air, producing an ear-piercing screech. You want to kill me? I've said it before, you're not worthy. The unarmed Yunxing pursed her dark red lips into a straight line. A ray of light lingered in her body. Her entire body was like the sun, emitting rays of light. Her long black hair suddenly lengthened until it reached her ankles, and it danced like a group of snakes. At that moment, her black hair was like clouds. On her snow-white skin, the bright red elven hellfire brand on her forehead was in full swing. Her soft hair turned into a black rope, wrapping around He Linlin's fighting aura saber. He Linlin was shocked. The fighting aura saber seemed to have sunk into mud, unable to move an inch. The seemingly fragile hair was now tightly entangling the fighting aura saber. Not only that, the hair also carried a strange power. Under the long hair's entanglement, the fighting aura on the fighting aura saber was slowly dispersing. What the hell is this? He Linlin was shocked. Although the black Qilin relic in her body was still continuously condensing fighting aura, the terrifying long hair was like a leech, sucking away the fighting aura on the fighting aura saber bit by bit. Not good. This woman actually awakened her inheritance at this moment. When Director Song was fighting with Yi Baiming, he had to pay attention to He Linlin. When he saw Yunxing's transformation, the shock in Director Song's heart was no less than when he saw Yi Baiming's beast transformation. All Bakra orcs would awaken their inheritance once before reaching adulthood. For example, He Linlin's fighting aura saber, Qilin's fury, and Dugu Xiu's Qilin's arm were all part of the awakening of their inheritance. The first awakening of their inheritance was usually around the age of 20 for men and 16 for women. The time of the second awakening of their inheritance was uncertain. For example, He Linlin's Qilin's fury awakened earlier because she obtained the Qilin's relic. But on the other hand, inheritances needed someone to guide them. Most Bakra orcs awakened their inheritance at the Beast God altar, and then the level of their inheritance would be appraised. Yunxing was born in the boundless world. She grew up with the human race since she was young, and no one taught her what inheritance was. The celestial fox bloodline in her body had never awakened. Until this time, when He Linlin killed the puffed egg. In a fit of rage, the 15-year-old Yunxing actually awakened the celestial fox inheritance without anyone's guidance. The celestial fox hybrid Yunxing awakened her first inheritance, and the celestial fox entangled her. Damn it, scram. He Linlin roared angrily and tried to pull back her fighting aura saber with brute force. Yunxing's eyes darkened, but a cold smile appeared on her face. The black hair suddenly split into 3 strands. One strand was still entangled with the fighting aura saber, another strand was coiled around He Linlin's neck, and the last strand was like a tentacle, reaching for He Linlin's clothes. Yunxing was extremely sharp. She had long noticed that He Linlin's douqi had been exhausted earlier. However, in an instant, He Linlin's douqi had recovered. It was likely that He Linlin was carrying some sort of treasure that could recover douqi. Bastard, if you dare to kill me, my father won't let you off. He Linlin felt the black hair around her neck tightening inch by inch. Her breath was being squeezed out of her throat. The more she struggled, the tighter this strange black hair became. A strange thought flashed across He Linlin's mind. She would die, she would be killed by this bastard. Yunxing groped around in He Linlin's bosom, and sure enough, she found something. A terrifying energy fluctuation appeared. Yunxing's face turned pale, and her black hair suddenly whipped outwards. A black stone that looked like a soul stone fell out of He Linlin's clothes. A black flame ignited around the black stone. Yunxing's hair shrank back the moment it came in contact with the black stone, as if it had met its natural enemy. Taking advantage of this gap, He Linlin broke free from the black hair. Qilin relic. Bastard, are you afraid? A bastard like you can't touch the sacred object of the Qilin clan. He Linlin laughed arrogantly. But in the next moment, the smile on He Linlin's face disappeared. A black shadow dashed out at a speed that made one's heart tremble, and snatched the Qilin relic. Double monthly ticket for the last 12 hours, please give me a ticket. Night Fox. Yunxing had just noticed Yi Baiming's appearance. His appearance, Yunxing had never seen Yi Baiming like this. His eyes were bloodthirsty and murderous. His eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. She had never met such a sly fox. The Black Qilin King's relic was the most sacred item of the Black Qilin clan. How could it fall into the hands of a traitor? Put down the Qilin relic. Director Song attacked. His biting cold fighting aura was like the howling northern wind, covering the sky and earth. It was impossible to guard against it. Director Song was a peak martial emperor. Although he had been forced into a corner by Yi Baiming, there were still 3 caddies of nails and a broken boat. He was in existence close to a martial god, so it was easy to imagine how much chi he had released. The ground of the Big Dipper dojo instantly exploded. Fighting aura crazily attacked Yi Baiming. The half-beast Yi Baiming didn't dodge. He held the Qilin relic in his hand. The Qilin relic emitted a glaring black light. Under the effect of the black light, the fighting aura around Yi Baiming's body was fiercely compressed. A layer of hard diamond-like armor formed on the surface of his body. When he saw the armor, Director Song's pupils shrank. Qilin sacred armor. The sacred armor of the Qilin clan that could block super magic attacks and combat skills. Even He Yao himself could only condense this sacred armor when he was in a strengthened state. At this moment, Yi Baiming's eyes were as cold as the god of death. When he blocked Director Song's attack, he started chanting. Boom! 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 The sky was instantly torn apart. Dark magic elements swept through the dense dark clouds like a tornado. 6 dark beams of light were as fast as the wind. They were the death heavenly thorns that carried a terrifying magic power. Dark heavenly thorns, one of the super dark magic spells that had the terrifying power to destroy a person's soul. 6 dark heavenly thorns shot down from the sky and landed on Director Song's body. Director Song instantly turned into dust. The entire Big Dipper dojo was destroyed and the ground caved in. He Linlin and Du Guxiu cried out in alarm. They even forgot to run. What terrifying destructive power! Yunxing was shocked. Although they were both dark magicians, the half-beast Yi Baiming was much stronger than her. The blackthorn thorns were simply unable to withstand a single blow when facing the blackthorn thorns. Was this the true strength of Yi Baiming as a magician? Yunxing felt a sense of loss in her heart. It turned out, the true genius wasn't her. Yi Baiming was much stronger than her. However, Yunxing soon recovered from her disappointment. After Curator Song was killed, the 6 terrifying black heavenly thorns in the sky actually expanded by more than 2 times. Evidently, these heavenly thorns with the darkness attribute not only possessed astonishing destructive power, but also possessed the ability to grow. Slaughter was their fertile ground. It was as if they had intelligence and did not disperse. They were like 6 evil spirits, emitting the aura of death, searching for their next target at any time. Yi Baiming, you're crazy. He Linlin witnessed Director Song being killed and was so frightened that her face turned pale. For the first time in her life, she felt the threat of death. Yi Baiming's bloodthirsty gaze fell on He Linlin, Du Guxiu, and Yunxing. When he saw Yunxing, there was a slight fluctuation in his blood-red eyes. His ability to think had been swallowed up by the Qilin blood crystal. Finally, a human-like emotion appeared in his eyes. Let's go, he's crazy. Du Guxiu pulled Yunxing away. When the half-beast Yi Baiming saw Du Guxiu touch Yunxing, he instinctively reacted. It was like the instinct of a magical beast, as if its possession had been tainted by someone else. Kill. His throat rolled as he spat out a single word. A heavenly thorn shot towards Du Guxiu. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. It was as if it was from the 9th heaven, but also as if it was very close. He Linlin was overjoyed. Father! A hollow and distant voice floated down from the sky. Unfilial son, you actually dared to kill your elder. Hand over the Qilin relic and I'll leave your corpse intact. That was the voice of a superior. Between the words, there was a deterrent force that was determined to kill. Kill. Yi Baiming followed the voice and rushed towards the sky. In the sky, a right hand suddenly appeared. That right hand looked vast and boundless, as if it could cover the entire sky. The right hand suddenly pressed down with an earth-shattering force. Yi Baiming only felt an invisible force around his body that made it difficult for him to move. The black Qilin relic floated up from Yi Baiming's hand and landed in the right hand. Unfilial son, let me ask you again. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the black Qilin tribe? The man's voice carried an indescribable desire. More than 10 years ago, he had also used the same tone to ask a woman. Unfortunately, that woman had rejected him in the end. Now, what kind of answer would this man, who was 70% similar to that woman, give him? After losing the Qilin king's relic, Yi Baiming's eyes gradually recovered. Facing the terrifying pressure that was enough to crush his body into meat paste, Yi Baiming impudently laughed. His thin lips only spat out a single sentence. Scram. Yi Baiming, do you want to die? Father, please spare his life. Your daughter begs father to bring him back to the beast god altar. As long as he goes through the baptism of the beast god, he will definitely change his mind. He Linlin couldn't help but bitterly beg when she saw that her father was about to kill Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, he cultivated both magic and martial arts. He was an exceptional genius. Only such a man was worthy of her. The voice in the sky let out a long sigh. You and your mother are really alike. Fine, I'll bring you back to the Eight Desolates continent and deal with you there. Just as the right hand was about to disappear, a rainbow pierced through the sky and shot towards the giant hand. Bitch! How dare you hurt father? He Linlin looked over and saw that it was Yunxing who had drawn her bow. She disdained to do so. He Yao, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, was a true martial god-level expert. Even though he had only borrowed his soul and appeared in the boundless land in the form of a phantom, his soul was not something that could be hurt by an arrow. However, He Linlin was wrong this time. Yunxing's arrow wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was the wishful demon sealing arrow that was refined by the elf grandmaster Main over several years and then refined by Yunxing. Once the wishful demon sealing arrow was released, the demons were annihilated and everything collapsed. Bang, in the sky, it was as if a powerful wave of magic power had risen. The wishful demon sealing arrow pierced through the right hand. The moment He Yao's right hand was pierced through, his voice disappeared. Yi Baiming only felt his body loosening as he fell from the sky uncontrollably. The consequence of transforming into a half-beast was that he had overdrawn all the battle chi in his body. Right now, he was as weak and powerless as a baby. Night Fox. There was a cry of surprise. Yunxing rushed into the air and hugged Yi Baiming tightly. There was a glimmer in her eyes. The girl's embrace was soft and warm. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with a smile. Little wildcat, this time, you finally learned to take the initiative to hug me. Yi Baiming's body relaxed, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He actually fainted. Yunxing panicked. She checked Yi Baiming's pulse and found that his breathing was normal. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Father was actually forced to retreat. Du Guxiu and He Linlin saw this scene and felt their souls tremble. Yunxing's arrow actually injured their father. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Uncle Song was dead, and her father's retreat made He Linlin almost crazy. Yi Baiming was exhausted, and Yunxing alone could not stop her and Du Guxiu's attack. Du Guxiu, what are you hesitating for? This woman injured father and killed Uncle Song. He Linlin looked at Du Guxiu coldly. As long as the two of them joined forces and fought alone, Yunxing would definitely not be able to escape today. Who dares to touch Yunxing? There was a wave of magic, and a blonde man appeared in front of Du Guxiu with a group of archers. The moment he saw the blonde man, Du Guxiu's expression changed. The blonde man had an unparalleled appearance that was both male and female. His blonde hair shone brightly under the sun, as if it was made of gold. He was one of the Wuji Five Walls, the Immortal Residence's Divine Wind King. Divine Wind, why didn't you stay in the Immortal Residence? You actually came to Later Qin. Du Guxiu was alert. The Divine Wind King rarely went out, let alone to Later Qin. Moreover, the Immortal Residence country rarely interfered in the affairs of other countries. Who was the one who reported Divine Wind's sudden appearance? When Yunxing saw Divine Wind, she was both surprised and happy. She hadn't seen Divine Wind for a few years. After Divine Wind inherited the Elf King's throne, he was less unruly and wanton than before. Instead, he had become more mature. He looked more like a qualified king. Divine Wind gazed at Yunxing, and there was a touch of deep love in his eyes. However, when he saw Yi Baiming in Yunxing's arms, his emerald green eyes changed slightly. If Yi Baiming was still awake, he would probably be boiling with jealousy. Yunxing, I'm coming. Leave this to me. Divine Wind waved his hand, and several dozen elven archers surrounded He Linlin and Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu sneered and was about to get angry. Almost at the same time, a few soldiers covered in blood rushed in. They panicked. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Zhou State, Tang Yuan, and Immortal Abode have formed an alliance and are attacking our Later Qin border. Later on, Qin's Dongchuan generation rebelled, and Yun Ba led a group of soldiers to attack Fengdu. Later Qin is in chaos. Later Qin fell into chaos. Du Guxiu's eagle eyes congealed, and his heart was filled with rage. Among the 5 great nations of the boundless continent, Later Qin, the most powerful nation, had fallen into chaos in just a few days. The attack at the border and the internal strife in Dongchuan were all related to Yi Baiming's plan. 3 days ago, when Yi Baiming was fusing with the Qilin blood crystal, he had made two preparations. He sent letters to the immortal abode nation and Tang Yuan. Crown Prince Tang Yuan had already cooperated with Yi Baiming a few years ago and became a puppet crown prince. As for the immortal abode, when the divine wind king heard that Yunxing was in trouble, he sent reinforcements without hesitation. He personally came to Later Qin to find Yunxing's whereabouts. On Yin Songlong's side, he was also caught off guard. He joined forces with many hunters and burned Later Qin's armory. Later Qin's armory was lacking after Ma Yin ran away and set on fire. The two generations of generals of the Yun family worked together and killed their way to Fengdu. Du Guxiu didn't know that in the past 3 days, although it seemed calm, it was actually turbulent. Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, Du Guxiu clenched his teeth in hatred. With internal and external troubles, how could he be in the mood to fight with the divine wind? Later Qin's emperor had just died, and Later Qin's regime was already unstable. If he couldn't defend the border at this time, the other princes of Later Qin would definitely rebel. He could compete with the divine wind, but it would definitely delay the most precious time to mobilize the troops. Let them go. After Du Guxiu pondered for a while, he spat out these words with great difficulty. Let them go? Du Guxiu, you just can't bear to kill that woman. She is a great enemy of our Black Qilan tribe. He Linlin's eyes were about to spit fire. She hated Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu for protecting Yunxing. Go back to the Black Qilan tribe. If it wasn't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Du Guxiu glared fiercely at He Linlin. He glanced at Yunxing from the corner of his eye. Yunxing was covered in blood, but she didn't care about it at all. She hugged the unconscious Yi Baiming, and her eyes were full of anxiety. It was as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with her. This was the first time he saw Yunxing show such an expression. He originally thought that Yunxing was a heartless woman, but it turned out that she wasn't heartless. She was heartless towards him. He had lost. He had completely lost to Yi Baiming. Let's go. The divine wind didn't stay any longer. Although he had returned to the boundless land, the divine wind was only here for Yunxing this time. He had no intention of letting the immortal residence nation participate in the disaster of the boundless land. The divine wind immediately left Later Qin with Yunxing and the others. After this battle, Later Qin's vitality was greatly damaged. Du Guxiu reorganized his government affairs and wouldn't be in the mood to invade other countries for a few years. On a vast plain in the 8 Wastelands continent, there were a few tall tribal barracks that were shaped like yurts. In the middle, there was a royal tent inlaid with purple gold, occupying an area of about 1 mu. At the entrance of the tent, 2 winged griffins were crawling on the ground. The Black Qilan tribe's patriarch, He Yao, sat on the Qilan throne. He Yao, the patriarch of the 8 Wastelands Black Qilan tribe, was an absolute powerhouse in the 8 Wastelands tribe. He looked like he was in his early 20s, and he resembled the 2 siblings, He Linlin and Du Guxiu. He had long black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and long black eyes that flickered with a sharp light. His limbs were long and slender, and he had a tall and rugged figure. He was like a handsome god, and in his coldness, there was a hint of arrogance that looked down on the world. This man was born to be in a superior position. On his right knelt the great witch doctor of the Qilan tribe. The great witch doctor was the most skilled doctor in the Black Qilan tribe. He was refining a cauldron of pills when the Black Qilan tribe's patriarch called him over. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw He Yao's right hand bleeding profusely. Shocked, the great witch doctor hurried over. What happened to the patriarch? Was there anyone in the 8 Wastelands tribe other than the one on the beast god altar who could hurt him? The great witch doctor was puzzled, but he didn't dare ask. At this moment, He Yao was deep in thought. Just now, He Yao saw Director Song's life beast flame suddenly extinguish. He sensed that his daughter, He Linlin, was in danger. Time was of the essence, and He Yao couldn't travel through space normally. He had no choice but to use a large amount of the beast god's power and use the Hand of Void. The Hand of Void contained half of He Yao's strength and could instantly kill a martial saint. Under the effects of the Black Qilan King's relic, the Hand of Void could kill Yi Baiming in one move, let alone bring Yi Baiming back to the 8 Wastelands continent. But He Yao actually failed, and what stopped him was actually an arrow. The one who shot the arrow seemed to be an ordinary human woman. He Yao's attention was all on Yi Baiming at the time. He only noticed the human woman at the end. The moment his right hand was wounded, he glanced at Yunxing. In his haste, he only saw a pair of extremely calm black eyes. To be able to remain so calm in such a situation, the other party was obviously not simple. However, this human woman was actually able to directly injure his right hand. The arrow was extraordinary. When it hit He Yao's right hand, it exploded. The wound was instantly mangled, and a hole appeared. Although He Yao's hand of the void was an illusion, it was closely connected to his real body. Not only did the demon-sealing arrow injure the hand of the void, but it also broke He Yao's boundary, forcing him to retreat to the Eight Desolations continent. He Yao felt another sharp pain in his right hand. He looked to the side. The great witch doctor was terrified. His hand trembled as he cleaned the wound. Patriarch, your hand was wounded by a special bow made by the elves. Among all the races, they are the closest to the god of light. The elven bows they make carry a part of the power of light. This kind of power of light is extremely lethal to our people. A small pile of broken pieces of the bow was piled up beside the great witch doctor. The great witch doctor had a headache over this. Ordinary arrow wounds, if not poisonous, could be healed by pulling out the bow. Even if they were poisonous, the great witch doctor could tell from the patriarch's strong physique that he could recover in a few days as long as he cut off the poisoned flesh and took some pills that could promote muscle regeneration and blood circulation. However, the great witch doctor had never seen such a strange arrow wound in his many years as a doctor. If it weren't for the fact that the broken pieces of the patriarch's bow were from the patriarch's hand, the great witch doctor wouldn't have been able to tell that it was caused by an arrow. At least, ordinary arrows wouldn't explode for no reason. The great witch doctor and He Yao couldn't figure out what kind of arrow would explode in midair. Of course, they didn't know that the arrow shot by Yunxing not only contained the elven tribe's demon-sealing power, but also carried a part of the jade marrow art. This kind of power was completely unknown to the people of the Boundless Continent and the Eight Desolations continent. Unknown forces were always the scariest, and they would always bring about an inexplicable fear. Lord Patriarch, I've already taken out the fragments of the bow and arrow from your hand, but these fragments still carry a very strange power. It's not the power of light magic, the shaman beast tamer said suspiciously after bandaging the wound. These fragments, after being cleaned up, shone with a brilliant light like broken jade. Obsidian took one of the fragments. How many years had it been since he had suffered such a serious injury? The last time He Yao was severely injured was when he was young and arrogant. He recklessly crossed the Boundless Land and the Eight Desolates land. The wound had been bandaged, but even the most powerful witch doctor was unable to completely heal the clan leader's wound. Within the fragment, there was a vigorous energy that was even more powerful than light magic. Based on your deduction, what kind of mysterious power is it? He Yao narrowed his eyes and sized up the fragment. It's hard to say, but judging from the chief's wound, the terrifying power that can cause lasting damage is probably the power of God, the wizard beast master said carefully. The power of God, He Yao stood up with a whoosh. Could it be that the human girl who shot the bow and arrow was actually a descendant of God? Pass down the order, ask Miss to return to the Eight Desolates land immediately. He Yao's eyes were filled with dark clouds. Now was the important time to prepare for the counterattack on the Boundless Land. If an unknown god appeared in the Boundless Land at this time, it would undoubtedly increase the uncertainty of the Bakra orcs' counterattack. He had to investigate the identity of the human girl who was suspected to be a god as soon as possible. A few days later, He Linlin returned to the Black Qilin tribe. Father, I brought back Uncle Song's ashes. He Linlin knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes as soon as she entered the Qilin king's tent. She was holding an urn of ashes in her hands. In the urn were Director Song's ashes. Director Song was He Yao Sr. and was also one of the top powerhouses of the Black Qilin tribe. He endured humiliation and abandoned his family and friends to hide in the Boundless Land all year round. However, he still had many followers in the Black Qilin tribe. This time, he was smashed into powder by Yi Baiming's 6 dark heavenly thorns at the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Even his ashes were pieced together by He Linlin bit by bit after searching for a few days. This news shocked the entire Black Qilin tribe. In an instant, the Black Qilin tribe was filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to kill their way to the boundless land as soon as possible and make those lowly humans pay with their blood. He Linlin also blamed herself. If not for her willfulness, Uncle Song would not have offended Yi Baiming, that killing god. Linlin, I know you are very sad about Senior Song's death. But blessings can also lead to misfortune. This incident is a warning to you and Shoer. Whether it's the 8 Desolates continent or the boundless land, even if you have the noblest black Qilin blood, there will still be powerhouses above you. Patriarch He Yao looked at his most valued daughter lovingly. Among all his children, He Linlin was the one he doted on the most because she had been by his side since she was young. As for Dugu Xiu, his temper was the most similar to his. As for Yi Baiming, He Yao felt a tightness in his chest when he thought of Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming had temporarily escaped this time, but he had killed Senior Song. As the patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe, He Yao would capture him sooner or later and punish him according to the tribe's rules. Father, I heard you were injured? Is it the arrow wound from that day? He Linlin was surprised to see that her father's hand was still wrapped with medicine. He Yao was the current Black Qilin king. His physique was extremely strong. Even if it was an injury caused by a super magic spell, with the healing of the tribe's shaman beast masters, he should have recovered long ago. He Linlin looked at her father's wound and saw that it was still bloody. She was furious. Yun Sheng, that mixed blood be *tch. How dare she hurt father? If I see her again, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. Mixed blood be *tch? Are you talking about the human who shot the arrow that day? He Yao had already ordered people to find out, but they did not manage to find out anything. How is she a human? She is just a *tch born from the union of a celestial fox wanderer and a human. Even the first inheritance has just been awakened. He Linlin was jealous and hateful of Yun Sheng. In the 8 Desolates continent, the Bakra orcs who had been trapped in the boundless land and had never been baptized by the beast god were called wanderers. The status of wanderers was very low. Even if they came to the 8 Desolates continent, their status was only slightly higher than that of the native slaves. He Linlin was a noble Qilin princess, so she naturally did not care about the descendants of wanderers and humans. However, He Yao, the Qilin king, obviously did not think so. When he heard that the other party was a celestial fox people, He Yao's eyes turned serious. Father, before Uncle Song died, he asked me to tell you a piece of news. The celestial fox people saintess, Hu Sheng, suddenly appeared in the boundless continent and was sold off as a slave. Her whereabouts are still unknown. However, the celestial fox people never had a good impression of that daughter. That be *tch, Hu Linglong, took advantage of her. He Linlin never had a good impression of the celestial fox people. No matter if it was Hu Sheng who rarely appeared in front of others, or the celestial fox people's Hu Linglong. In addition, because of Yun Sheng, He Linlin hated the celestial fox people even more. She only felt that the women of the celestial fox people were naturally not good things. If not for Uncle Song's repeated reminder to tell He Yao about this matter when she returned to the 8 Desolates continent, she would not have cared about this matter. However, He Linlin still knew a little about Hu Sheng. As Hu Sheng was born as a trash, she had always been bullied and discriminated against by the celestial fox people. It was said that even her biological father, Hu Xianxia, never looked at her and allowed her to be bullied. This time, when Hu Sheng went missing, the people of the celestial fox people only searched for a bit and quickly gave up. Hu Linglong's father had already announced to the public that his daughter, Hu Linglong, would soon inherit the position of celestial fox saintess. Oh, there is such a thing. If Hu Qianqiu, that old fellow, knew that his daughter was sold off as a slave, he would probably be angered half to death. In a few days, the beast god altar will open to pray. This news will be a big gift to Hu Qianqiu. When He Yao heard this, he forgot about the injury on his hand for a moment and couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing that her father was in a good mood, He Linlin grasped the opportunity and asked, "Father, there is something that I don't understand. Why can't the celestial fox people and the Black Qilin clan marry? If the two were to marry, what would the result be? Why are you suddenly asking about this matter? Could it be that there is someone from the Qilin clan who wants to marry the celestial fox woman?" Which idiot is it? Obsidian's face darkened. He Linlin hadn't told He Yao about Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's infatuation with Yunsheng. Especially Yi Baiming. He had just killed Director Song, and his father still bore a grudge against him. If he were to rashly tell him that Yi Baiming and the celestial fox mixed-blood bastard were together, his father would probably personally head to the boundless continent to kill Yi Baiming in a fit of rage. Fearing that her sweetheart would suffer, He Linlin vaguely said, "Father, you worry too much. Linlin is just curious. Father has a good relationship with the leaders of the other 6 clans. Only the celestial fox people are like fire and water. That's why I asked." The 8 desolate tribes would hold a competition every 5 years. The Black Chelan tribe had always been number 1 in the competition for 100 years. Generations of Black Chelan tribe leaders, including He Yao, used the strength of the Black Chelan tribe to forcefully suppress the celestial fox people. This caused the celestial fox people to be defeated in the competition for a few hundred years. Even the celestial fox people spent less time cultivating in the beast god altar, causing the celestial fox people to be weaker with each generation. Linlin, you've grown up. It's about time for you to know some things. Some of the past events between the Black Chelan tribe and the celestial fox people are recorded on the stone tablet in the forbidden area of the Black Chelan tribe. Come with me to take a look. He Yao led He Linlin into the forbidden area of the Black Chelan tribe. Inside the forbidden area, there were many Black Chelan battle techniques and some records of their tribe. There was also a Chelan stone tablet that was as black as night. When He Linlin looked at the stone tablet, she discovered that it was exactly the same as the stone tablet she saw in the Chelan royal tomb. Even her image on it was exactly the same. The only difference was that the words on the Chelan stone tablet were complete. In the Dutian blood beast world, the stone tablet in the Chelan tomb had a corner broken, but the one in the forbidden area was complete. The rules of the tribe weren't set by father or the previous leaders. They were set by the 8 desolate Chelan king himself. In other words, this is the curse of the 8 desolate Chelan king. As long as there's a drop of blood in the Chelan tribe, no one can escape the curse of the 8 desolate Chelan king. Many of our ancestors have been cursed by this curse and didn't have a good ending. He Yao looked at the stone tablet and sighed. He Linlin walked up to take a closer look. When she saw the last line of words, her pupils violently shrank. I am the leader of the Bakra orcs, Yi Xiu. If one of my people is fated, he can obtain the ancient Chelan relic and learn the Chelan battle techniques. He can transform into the Chelan battle body and become invincible. The Chelan's ancient teachings, my people are not allowed to marry the celestial fox people. Those who disobey. Her heart started to beat violently. He Linlin suddenly had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Yi Baiming, are you going to marry no one but Yunsheng? Do you know that if you marry this woman, the 2 of you will be finished? Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were destined to be ill-fated. They were not meant to be together. This was the will of the heavens. As long as Yi Baiming had the Chelan blood in his body, he would never be able to escape this misfortune in his life. He Yao naturally didn't know what He Linlin was thinking. Linlin, I know that you are very sad about what happened to your Uncle Song. However, you must not let this matter affect your cultivation. Bring the Chelan relic to the beast god altar. You are not allowed to leave the 8 desolates mainland before you break through to the martial emperor realm. He Yao had high expectations for He Linlin. Even though Du Guxiu and Yi Baiming were also his children, He Yao and the other elders firmly believed that only a pure-blooded Black Chelan royal family could completely merge with the Chelan king's relic. He Yao was He Linlin's father. He knew his daughter's temper the best. He Linlin could get whatever she wanted since she was young. However, this time, she had suffered a setback because of Yi Baiming. With her temper, she would definitely not let go of Yi Baiming so easily. Love was the most important thing to delay one's cultivation. Before the Bakra orcs returned to the boundless mainland, He Yao had to ensure that He Linlin's cultivation could reach a higher level. Although He Linlin was unwilling, she could only compromise under her father's strict gaze. She unwillingly brought the Black Chelan relic to the beast god altar to cultivate in seclusion. After He Linlin left, He Yao sneered. Men, spread the word that the sanctus of the celestial fox people has been trampled on by humans in the boundless mainland. Also, spread the word to the boundless mainland and inform those old fogies in the Zao state that the bloodline of the celestial fox people has appeared in the boundless mainland. Hu Xianxia, celestial fox people, thousands of years have passed. It's time for you celestial fox people to pay the blood debt that you owe our Black Qilan tribe. A few Black Qilan tribe warriors rushed in two different directions after receiving the order. A few days later, news of the celestial fox people's saintess being sold as a female slave and the reappearance of the celestial fox bloodline in the boundless mainland after so many years spread rapidly. Not long after these two pieces of news spread, Yunxing and Yi Baiming returned to the Zhou state under the escort of the divine wind. Yi Baiming was severely exhausted after entering his half-beast state. After arriving at the Zhou state, several days had passed and he was still unconscious. At first, Yunxing did not think much of it. No one knew better than Yunxing what Night Fox's body constitution was like. It was said that pretentious people would be struck by lightning. Night Fox was both shameless and pretentious. Why did she not see him being struck by the dark heavenly thorns until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside? This fellow must be pretending. Back in Xiaoya village, when Yi Baiming was still a child, after being seriously injured, his body could recover to its original state in one night. He was like a calf. In the past few years, his cultivation had risen along with the tide, and his self-healing ability should have been fast, not slow. During this trip to Ladder Qin, although he was in his half-beast form, there were no fatal wounds on his body. However, after waiting for a few days, Yunxing realized that Yi Baiming showed no signs of waking up. In addition, the puffed egg's current situation was very critical. Yunxing did not take care of her clothes. She took turns to look after him for a few days. She looked more and more haggard by the day. When everyone saw this, they all came to persuade her to take a rest. However, Yunxing refused to agree no matter what. When He Yao wanted to bring Yi Baiming to the Eight Wastelands, Yunxing's heart was suddenly in her throat. An unfamiliar feeling grew wildly in her heart. This made her realize that she might have fallen in love with Yi Baiming. However, why did Yi Baiming become like this when she realized her feelings? He still maintained his half-beast form. In order to hide it from others, Yunxing did not allow anyone to go near Yi Baiming's bedroom. Yunxing only found out after the incident that Yi Baiming had absorbed 7 Qilan blood crystals in order to save her. Moreover, 3 of them had been forcibly absorbed within 3 days. Even though Yi Baiming had the body of a martial emperor, he could not completely digest the evil aura in the black Qilan blood crystals in such a short time. When Yunxing examined Yi Baiming with her Shinong eye, she discovered that Yi Baiming's body, blood vessels, and internal organs were all covered in clumps of black blood that looked like bloodstains. She racked her brains and even used the soul-healing divine needle, but she was still unable to clean up the black blood. She was afraid that one day, if the black blood completely swallowed Yi Baiming, would he end up? Yunxing didn't dare to think further. Seeing Yunxing's appearance, Divine Wind was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Especially when he saw Yunxing's cheeks getting thinner day by day, Shenfeng felt his heart clench. Although Divine Wind didn't say anything, he could see clearly in his heart. Divine Wind and Yunxing had been together for 3 years. During these 3 years, he and Yunxing spent every day together. He doted on Yunxing, but Yunxing had never shown him so much concern. Divine Wind had never seen Yunxing like this before. Perhaps only Yi Baiming could make Yunxing show a side of her that no one else knew. Divine Wind felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only use the excuse that he still had matters to attend to in the Immortal Keeper Nation and depart dejectedly. After seeing Divine Wind off, Yunxing returned to the Imperial Palace. Yi Baiming was still unconscious on the sickbed. Yunxing sat beside him and gently brushed Yi Baiming's face. His face was still covered in the black scales of the black Qilan, but she could still see his handsome face clearly. Yunxing's eyes stung. She said softly, "Night Fox, can you wake up quickly? How can you be so shameless? You said before that if I'm tired, you'll be here for me. How can you leave me alone?" Only when Yi Baiming was seriously injured and unconscious did Yunxing realize how important Yi Baiming was to her. This man had stood in front of her many times when she was at her weakest and most dangerous. This time, Night Fox, wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, I'll promise you anything. You said before that you'll marry me. Yunxing leaned in front of Yi Baiming. The hard beast armor stung Yunxing's cheeks. Tears flowed from her eyes. In a daze, Yunxing fell asleep. While Yunxing was unconscious, a gentle light lit up in her body. It was the celestial fox's relic. The relic's light merged into Yi Baiming's body. Yi Baiming's fingers, which had been motionless for many days, moved slightly. After an unknown period of time, Yunxing only felt that her cheeks were itchy. It was as if a feather was rubbing against her cheeks. Yunxing was also extremely tired. She mumbled and slapped away the irritating feather with the back of her hand. However, just as she was about to strike out, her hand was caught by another strong and hot hand. Yunxing suddenly woke up. She widened her eyes. Yi Baiming's devilish face was greedily staring at her sleeping face. Yi Baiming had never seen Yunxing's sleeping face. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was the person on top of him with tears in the corners of her eyes. When he saw that Yunxing had lost a lot of weight, her face was haggard, and there was unresolvable worry between her brows. His heart ached and he blamed himself. He should have protected her well and let her live a carefree life. But this time, he was the one who dragged her down. Yunxing was in disbelief. Night Fox, healed, in Yi Baiming's eyes, Yunxing's appearance was dazed and adorable. It was indescribably cute. He was in a good mood. While Yunxing was still in a daze, he stole a kiss on her lips. When Yunxing realized that something was wrong with the two of them, she moaned and was about to push Yi Baiming away when she realized that she was already in Yi Baiming's arms. The woman's smooth skin felt good to the touch. Yi Baiming smelled the special fragrance on Yunxing's body, and his gray eyes darkened. His voice was low and there was a hint of evil in it. He and Yunxing had been engaged for several years. Not to mention the matters between a man and a woman, they didn't even get close to each other. Yi Baiming said that he wasn't in a hurry, but he was pretending. A few days ago, when Qingbai got married, he had secretly encouraged him that if he met Yunxing again, he had to take her down in one fell swoop. What's done can't be undone. The little wild cat had nothing to say to her friends and family, but when it came to feelings, it really made people speechless. If he wanted to take her down, he had to take the initiative to strengthen his power. Yi Baiming's lips curled up. With the advantage of his height, he grabbed Yunxing with his long arms and held her tightly. You're awake. If you're awake, let go of me. I want to see the bo-bo, mmm. Before Yunxing could finish speaking, there was a boom in her head. After a few sneak attacks, Yi Baiming was already very familiar with it. His lips had already found the right direction and pried open Yunxing's teeth. Yunxing's face was so red that it looked like it was cooked. She tried to push the night fox away, but it was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out of her. This time, Yi Baiming's kiss was more passionate and lingering than before. A few times ago, Yi Baiming was just teasing Yunxing, but after experiencing Duguxiu, Yi Baiming completely saw Yunxing as a woman. He loved her and couldn't tolerate anyone else having any intentions towards her. The man's breath filled her mouth, and Yunxing felt like she was going to suffocate. Yi Baiming had indeed used some tricks to make himself unconscious this time. However, he wasn't completely faking it. During the first few days of his coma, he was indeed completely unconscious. He was first swallowed by the beast blood in his body and completely transformed into a beast. It was only later that he gradually recovered. There was Duguxiu and the Holy Wind King. All of these people were still coveting his woman. He had to make the little wild cat his as soon as possible. In Yunxing's beast language ring, a group of magical beasts with spiritual awareness were all jubilant. Get married, get married. Master agrees, agrees. These magical beasts had all followed Yunxing. They were also very touched that Yi Baiming was willing to sacrifice his own cultivation to save the puffed egg for Yunxing. In their eyes, only Yi Baiming, who had the noble Qilin king's blood, was worthy of their beautiful, generous, and intelligent master. Seeing Yunxing hesitate, Yi Baiming revealed a sly smile. He gently pecked Yunxing's lips. This isn't a threat. Whether you agree or not, I will save the puffed egg. In fact, this marriage wasn't something that this prince thought of alone. A few days ago, old General Yun came to visit me. He was the one who made the decision to let you and this prince get married as soon as possible. He's even set a wedding date. What? Grandfather actually hid such a big matter from me. Yunxing was so angry that her face turned red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to settle the score with Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming smiled and pulled her back. This time, Yunxing had wrongly blamed Yunba. The old man had no choice but to do that. As Yunxing was busy looking after Yi Baiming these days, she didn't know that after the chaos in later Qin, unfavorable rumors about Yunxing had spread all over the continent. First, Lord Baiming of Zhou State rebelled against the imperial order and vowed to marry Yunxing. Then, the news that Yunxing from Zhou State was Dong Huangxing was spread by some people. Later Qin's crown prince, Du Guxiu, stubbornly insisted on marrying Yunxing, angering the later Qin emperor to death. He also caused the most serious turmoil in later Qin's history. Yunxing's image was also tarnished. She went from a famous doctor to a vixen who brought disaster to the country. When Yunba heard the news, he was extremely anxious. His granddaughter was a pure and innocent person. If her reputation was tarnished like this, how could she get married in the future? He thought about it and decided that it would be better to marry off his granddaughter as soon as possible in order to avoid any complications. The most suitable candidate was undoubtedly the Prince Regent, Yi Baiming. Yunba first carefully tested Yi Baiming's intentions. Yi Baiming was very smart. Once he sensed Yunba's intentions, he immediately went with the flow. Yunba was very happy. But now that Yi Baiming's parents were both dead, Yunba went to Empress Dowager Wenren. Empress Dowager Wenren also felt that it was important for the two of them to get married as soon as possible to continue the imperial family's bloodline. She looked through the almanac with Yunba and decided that it would be an auspicious time in 10 days. Yunxing hadn't even agreed yet, but the palace was already preparing for the wedding in full swing. When Yunxing heard this, she rolled her eyes. The wedding was already prepared and the wedding invitations were sent out. Only she, the bride-to-be, was still in the dark. Why did she feel like she had been betrayed by her grandfather? Little wildcat, I won't make things difficult for you. If you don't want to, the wedding can be cancelled immediately. He wanted his woman to marry him willingly. Yunxing sighed and looked at the man in front of her. Yi Baiming's gaze was so gentle that it almost melted her heart. She had already made him bear too much. As the Prince Regent, he had to bear far more than she could imagine by marrying a vixen who could bring disaster to the country. Night Fox, aren't you afraid of the Black Qilin tribe's rules? That day, He Lin Lin and the others also said that according to the rules, the Celestial Fox people and the Black Qilin tribe are not allowed to marry. Yunxing bit her lip. Although she didn't know why the Black Qilin tribe had such a rule, she still had some misgivings. After witnessing the terrifying power of He Yao, Yunxing still had some reservations about the Bahuan tribe. She was afraid that if Yi Baiming really married her, it would bring disaster to him. Yi Baiming's background was pitiful. He didn't have the love of his parents and had come to this day. He shouldn't suffer any more disasters. Yunxing, I can't change my background and bloodline, but I can choose the person I love. You are the woman I fell in love with at first sight. When he was still blind, he had already chosen her. There was a strange feeling in her heart, as if something was about to come out. She couldn't find any other reason to reject this man. Yes, I'm married, Yunxing said softly. Yi Baiming was stunned. Just now, when Yunxing was silent, his heart suddenly jumped and he was indescribably nervous. However, her soft words fell heavily into his ears. It turned out that the country and power couldn't compare to Yunxing's words. She agreed to be his wife and marry him. In an instant, Yi Baiming felt dizzy. Ecstasy swept over him like a tide. He suddenly hugged Yunxing and said, I, Yi Baiming, swear to the heavens that I will never let Yunxing down in this life. Yunxing's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, she felt very happy. After Yunxing agreed to Yi Baiming's marriage proposal, the happiest person was none other than Yunba. He even forgot about the past and temporarily moved into the residence of Yun. He renovated the residence of Yun and prepared to use it as Yunxing's wedding venue. Empress Dowager Wenren took care of the affairs of the imperial palace. She arranged the betrothal gifts for Yunxing according to the rules of the imperial family of Zhou State. With Empress Dowager Wenren and old General Yun taking care of things, the two newlyweds, Yunxing and Yi Baiming, had nothing to do. To Yunxing's regret, she still didn't have any news about her father, Yun Songlong. She could only hope that after the news of her marriage with Yi Baiming spread, her father would be able to come back in time to attend the wedding banquet. Yunxing simply looked for Yi Baiming to study how to cure the puffed egg. Yunxing and Yi Baiming's marriage was also a matter of joy for some families and worry for others. After learning about Yunxing's marriage, Chi seemed very lonely. Yunxing saw this and felt a little guilty. However, Gufeng comforted her, "Don't worry, someone will comfort him." It turned out that Hu Xing and Hu Sheng got along well after Qi and Gufeng saved Hu Xing. These days, Qi was in a bad mood and Hu Xing was always by his side. It seemed that they got along well. When Yunxing heard the news, she heaved a sigh of relief. She vaguely knew that Qi had feelings for her. However, due to their friendship, she had always closed her eyes and muddled through. Fortunately, Hu Xing appeared at this time. Hu Xing looked similar to Yunxing, but she was very timid because she was bullied in the Celestial Fox tribe all year round. Fortunately, Yunxing had been encouraging her, so she gradually revealed her original temperament and became more and more cheerful. Hu Xing was gentle and had no one to rely on in the boundless land. Before Yunxing found a way to send her back to the 8 wastelands, it was good to have Chi-Chi's company. Yunxing wanted to matchmake the two of them. As for whether it would work or not, it would depend on abandon. Since Yunxing didn't have to worry about the marriage, she put all her focus on studying how to save the puffed egg. In the past few days, the puffed egg had been placed in the exquisite beast pagoda. Yunxing would visit it from time to time, but the puffed egg was still the same. On its pink eggshell, the crack caused by He Lin Lin was still the same. The liquid in the eggshell had already flowed out. No matter how Yunxing called out, the puffed egg didn't respond. When Yunxing brought Yi Baiming into the exquisite beast pagoda, Yi Baiming couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. "Little wildcat, no wonder all your magical beasts are so heaven-defying. It turns out that you have such a treasure." Yi Baiming also knew that Yunxing had a lot of secrets, but he didn't ask about them. This was his unique way of getting along with his little wildcat. Just like how Yunxing never asked about Yi Baiming's Dark North Guard and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. In the future, even after the two got married, Yi Baiming still didn't intend to ask about Yunxing's matters. Yunxing had a lot of unknown secrets. These secrets probably had nothing to do with the Yun mansion. Yi Baiming had long been aware of this. He didn't ask because he firmly believed that one day, Yunxing would be ready and take the initiative to tell him. Yunxing told Yi Baiming how to control the exquisite beast pagoda. Yi Baiming was really smart. In just half a day, he mastered the method of using the exquisite beast pagoda. Inside the exquisite beast pagoda, Yi Baiming drew a magic array and moved the puffed egg into the magic array. Then, he continuously sent his magic power into the magic array. With the increase of his magic power in the magic array played a role. On the pink puffed egg shell, magic was slowly repairing the cracks. Even Yi Baiming had expended a large amount of mana to repair the spell. Although the cracks on the puffed egg didn't heal immediately, Yunxing could see that the cracks on the puffed egg's shell were shrinking. Yunxing stepped forward and touched the puffed egg shell. The originally cold eggshell gradually warmed up. Yunxing could feel a slight pulse in the eggshell. If nothing unexpected happens, the crack in the puffed egg should be completely repaired in a few days. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Baiming and Yunxing left the exquisite beast tower. "Yunxing, I want to take you to a place." After a short rest, Yi Baiming led Yunxing to the imperial palace. Zhou State's imperial palace was very large. Yi Baiming led Yunxing through palace after palace. In front of them was a deserted palace wall. The vermilion red palace wall had fallen off due to years of disrepair. "This is the cold palace. It is also the place where my imperial mother and I lived when we were young." Yi Baiming looked at the palace wall with a deep gaze. The cold palace was a forbidden area in Zhou State. It imprisoned some unfavored concubines and palace maids. Not many people who entered this place could leave. When the emperor of Zhou State imprisoned Yi Baiming and his mother, he didn't plan on letting them leave alive. Yi Baiming walked out. However, after he walked out, he never brought anyone here again. Every time he came back, he was alone. He didn't even allow his guards to accompany him. The cold palace. In Yi Baiming's heart, it was his most painful and darkest memory. This place witnessed Empress Li's tragic life. It also witnessed Yi Baiming's dark childhood. Pushing open the door, there was no dust as expected. The cold palace was very large. There wasn't even a single leaf in the courtyard. I promised Imperial Mother that if I met the person I loved in the future, I would definitely bring her to the cold palace to pay respects to her. Yi Baiming held Yunxing's hand and walked into the depths of the cold palace. Empress Li's everlasting memorial tablet was enshrined there. It was managed by an old palace servant who was in charge of looking after the cold palace. After more than a year in Banana Leaf Village, as long as Yi Baiming was in Yujing City, he would come over to offer incense to Empress Li. Next to the memorial tablet, there was a painting in black and white ink. The painting was not bad. The woman in the painting was vivid and lifelike. It was a beautiful woman in the prime of her youth. She was wearing the most luxurious empress robe. However, her face was cold and unsmiling. There was an indescribable worry between her brows. The woman's appearance was very similar to Yi Baiming. Back then, when Yunxing didn't know about Yi Baiming's true identity, she still felt that compared to Yi Baiming didn't really look like the emperor of Zhou State. Now that she looked at it, Yi Baiming's appearance was very similar to the #1 beauty of Zhou State, Empress Li. This was drawn by a court painter. I have been blind since I was young. When Imperial Mother died, I didn't even see her appearance. All my memories of Imperial Mother are based on this painting. Yi Baiming walked forward and lit an incense stick. Yunxing also followed and lit an incense stick. Yunxing looked at the woman in the painting. Empress Li was a legendary figure. Her appearance was unparalleled in the world. At the same time, she was a very capable woman. A large part of the reason why the Emperor of Zhou State could ascend the throne was because of Empress Li. Yunxing looked at Empress Li and sighed inwardly. She was also a pitiful woman. Just like her in the past, she was wholeheartedly devoted to Lu Minglang. In the end, she was also abandoned. But Empress Li was even more miserable than her. At least now, she had met Yi Baiming. Every woman would probably encounter a few scumbags before finding the right person. Yi Baiming had brought Yunxing here tonight to tell her about his past with Empress Li. When Yunxing was in later Qin, she had also learned from He Linlin and Du Guxiu that Yi Baiming was the son of He Yao and Empress Li. She had originally thought that Empress Li and He Yao had an old relationship. But the truth was not as she had imagined. Before Empress Li married the Emperor of Zhou State, she was the daughter of the #1 merchant in Zhou State. At that time, Empress Li had not yet been suppressed by the terrifying prison of the palace. She, Yuning, had not yet married. As the Li family had no children, Yi Baiming's grandfather had raised Empress Li as a man since she was young. This had also nurtured Empress Li's smart and capable personality. When she was 13 years old, she began to dress up as a man and followed Yi Baiming's grandfather out to do business. When Empress Li was 14 years old, she had met He Yao by chance when a caravan went out to do business. At that time, Empress Li did not know that He Yao was a descendant of the Bahuang clan. Empress Li had been kind since she was young. She liked to help poor people and stray cats and dogs. She had found He Yao on a hillside near the Dutian Beast Blood World. At that time, He Yao seemed to have suffered a serious injury. His entire body was covered in wounds. Empress Li ignored the advice of others and saved him. To Empress Li, this was not a big deal. This was just an interlude in her journey. It was just like when she saved a cat or dog when she was young. Empress Li did not know that her kind rescue this time would bring her endless pain and disaster in the future. When Empress Li turned 16, she met the handsome Emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, at an auction. After Yi Qingtian found out about Empress Li's identity, he saw that she was beautiful and was the only daughter of the Li family. Thus, he started to pursue her. Not long after, Empress Li fell in love with Yi Qingtian. After the two got married, Empress Li focused on supporting Yi Qingtian. But in the end, she was given to someone else by the Emperor of Zhou State. Empress Li only recognized He Yao when she saw him. He was the man she had saved earlier. He Yao told Empress Li that 2 years ago, he almost lost his life because of his carelessness in cultivation. After he woke up and saw Empress Li for the first time, he fell in love with her. But Empress Li left with the caravan without saying goodbye. In these 2 years, he had been searching for Empress Li. But when Empress Li heard He Yao's confession, not only was she not happy, she even scolded him. In his anger, He Yao forced himself on her. According to the agreement between He Yao and the Emperor of Zhou State, Empress Li spent the most humiliating 7 days and nights of her life. After that, He Yao suggested bringing her back to the 8 Desolates mainland. He promised that although he couldn't give her the position of empress like Xianxia, he could promise that as long as he was alive, she would be the woman he doted on the most. Empress Li rejected him angrily. She threatened him with death. He Yao had no choice but to send her back to Zhou State. After returning to Zhou State, Empress Li quickly found out that she was pregnant. When Xianxia, the emperor of Zhou State, found out, he was furious. He ignored Empress Li and mocked her. Until Yi Baiming was born. He was born blind. Perhaps because he knew that He Yao wouldn't think highly of such a baby, Xianxia threw both mother and son into the cold palace. The only thing that comforted Empress Li was that although Yi Baiming was blind, he was different from other children when he was born. His body was special and his learning ability was shocking. Mother and son depended on each other for survival, but Empress Li still remembered what had happened in the past. In the end, she was depressed, and a beautiful woman of her generation had an unlucky life. Mother only told me these things on the night before she died. At this point, Yi Baiming could not continue. Empress Li told Yi Baiming that regardless of whether or not he was a descendant of the 8 Desolates, he had to promise her that he would never do anything to harm the human race. At the time, Yi Baiming did not fully understand. It was not until he became an adult and learned about the blood beast world that he understood. Even when facing his good friends Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao, Yi Baiming had never mentioned these things. In his heart, this was a shameful past. With the passing of Empress Li and the Emperor of Zhou State, everyone who knew the truth was finally dead. He had already heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew that at this time, the people of the Black Qilin clan would come knocking on his door again? After hearing all of this, you should already know that although I am the regent now, I am not a member of the great Zhou royal family. If my identity is exposed one day, it is very likely that I will be left with nothing. In fact, I will even become the target of everyone's pursuit. Even so, are you still willing to marry me? Yi Baiming looked at Yunxing. He had betrayed the Black Qilin clan, which meant that he had lost everything. Before marrying Yunxing, he hoped that Yunxing would know everything about him. Hearing Yi Baiming's confession, Yunxing realized for the first time that Yi Baiming had such a weak side. A child who was only a few years old had lived in the shadow of his mother's death and his past since he was young. Yunxing did not have much fate with her mother, Hu Jiuxing. But through the fragments in the beast language ring, Yunxing knew that Hu Jiuxing loved her very much. At least before she lost her memory, she loved the baby in her womb very much. Yunxing could feel a kind of sadness from him. This kind of sadness made Yunxing feel an inexplicable fear. It was as if Yi Baiming would disappear in the next moment. Night Fox, everything is in the past. Yunxing walked forward and hugged Yi Baiming. From now on, I will bear everything with you, regardless of whether it is happiness, anger, or sadness. Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will tell me. Yunxing was like a mother hugging an injured child, gently stroking Yi Baiming's hair. The sky gradually darkened. Yunxing and Yi Baiming only sat quietly. In the cold palace, beside Empress Li's painting, the incense stick had already been lit. The ashes fell down, and the last bit of dim incense stick reflected Empress Li's face in the painting. When Yi Baiming woke up, he was already in the bedroom. Yunxing was no longer there. He had actually fallen asleep by accident, and slept all the way until dawn. According to the palace maid serving him, Yunxing had left first because she had something to do at Little Xiandong. Prince Regent, early this morning, someone sent a letter saying that they want you to take a look at it personally. The palace maid sent over a letter. There was no name on the letter. After Yi Baiming received the letter, he glanced at it. After reading the letter, Yi Baiming's expression was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that it was actually a letter from him. After pondering for a while, Yi Baiming still followed the letter and went to a tavern in Yujing City. It was a remote tavern. With Yi Baiming's current status, he would definitely not appear in such a tavern. There was already a person waiting in the tavern. That person wore a bamboo hat and sat at the side of the tavern, drinking by himself. When he saw Yi Baiming come in, he stopped. "You actually dare to come to Zhou State?" Yi Baiming suddenly sat down. He stood and faced the man. "In this world, there is no place that I, Du Guxiu, do not dare to go." The man took off his bamboo hat, revealing a head of bright red hair. The man who wrote the letter to Yi Baiming was actually the Crown Prince of Later Qin, Du Guxiu. No, he should be called the Emperor of Later Qin now. On the fourth day after Yunxing and Yi Baiming left Later Qin, Du Guxiu inherited the throne. After inheriting the throne of Later Qin, Du Guxiu immediately quelled the rebellions in various places. With thunderous momentum, he confiscated the properties of the princes who opposed him and punished them. The rebellion in Later Qin was quickly quelled. Just as Du Guxiu was in a terrible fix, he suddenly received a piece of news. The regent of Great Zhou and Yunxing of the Yun residence were going to get married in a few days. Du Guxiu was not the only one who received the news. He Linlin, who was constantly paying attention to Yi Baiming, also received the news. He Linlin was furious on the spot. However, she had to cultivate in seclusion and could not leave the 8 wastelands. In a moment of desperation, He Linlin told Du Guxiu the contents of the stone tablet she saw in the Qilin's forbidden grounds. After Du Guxiu received the news, he was shocked and immediately rushed to Zhou State. Yi Baiming did not find it strange when he saw Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu was deeply in love with Yunxing. If he still remained indifferent after knowing that she was going to get married, then he would not be Du Guxiu. However, Yi Baiming did not expect that Du Guxiu would not choose to cause trouble on the wedding day. Instead, he chose a method that was completely different from his usual style of being the iron-blooded crown prince. He peacefully asked Yi Baiming to meet him alone. The meeting between the two of them only lasted for a quarter of an hour. No one knew what exactly Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu talked about. However, when Du Guxiu got up and left, he sneered, "Yi Baiming, you will regret this." After Du Guxiu left, Yi Baiming sat in the tavern for a while with a complicated expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. When Yunxing saw Yi Baiming again, she felt that there was something wrong with his expression. "Night Fox, you don't look well. Is it because you overused your magical power and your body can't take it?" Yunxing rarely saw Yi Baiming with such an expression. In front of her, this fellow was either a scoundrel or a cheeky grin. He had never been like today, frowning deeply. However, Yunxing had to admit that this kind of night fox had a different flavor and was rather pleasing to the eye. "It's fine. Maybe it's because of the wedding. The Empress Dowager has already prepared the wedding dress and wants you to try it on." Seeing Yunxing's worried expression, Yi Baiming pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "I've only heard that women are afraid of marriage. I didn't expect that the fearless night fox is also afraid of marriage." Yunxing found it funny. Yunxing didn't pay much attention to Yi Baiming's strange behavior because in the next few days, Dong Huanglinger, who had gone to Skywing City, returned. As soon as she returned, she pulled Yunxing to busy herself with various wedding items. That attitude was as if she was going to marry off her daughter. Because of this, Yunxing also fell into the busyness before the wedding. On the day of the wedding, Yunxing entered the exquisite beast pagoda early to check on the puffed egg's condition. In the past few days, the puffed egg's condition was good. After absorbing Yi Baiming's magical power, the exquisite beast pagoda's operation was stable. The cracks on the puffed egg's eggshell had almost disappeared, leaving only a shallow scar. It was estimated that in a few days, the puffed egg would return to normal. Yunxing had already started to miss the sound of the puffed egg. It was a pity that the puffed egg couldn't wake up on the day of her wedding. Otherwise, this talkative egg would definitely jump up and down in joy. "Yunxing, why are you still standing here? Look at you. You haven't changed your clothes and you haven't even combed your hair. If you continue like this, Prince Regent will come to fetch you." Dong Huangling and Yun Songxue walked in. Behind them were a bunch of maids and nannies. There were not many women in the Yun family. This time, in order for Yunxing to get married in a dignified manner, the Yun family decided to go to the Yun family. Empress Dowager Wenren specially deployed several maids in the palace to help. even though the news of Yunxing and Yi Baiming's wedding had already spread. However, Yun Songhai, the father, still did not appear. Seeing this, Yun Songxue took the initiative to act as Yunxing's mother. These days, Yun Songxue also helped to take care of some of the details of Yunxing's marriage. When they saw that Yunxing still looked like she had just woken up, they pulled Yunxing over angrily and forced her to sit in front of the dressing table. Dong Huangling personally helped Yunxing change into clothes and jewelry that weighed dozens of kilograms. Yun Songxue instructed the maids to dress Yunxing up. Hour later, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared in the bronze mirror. Her eyes were like two pools of spring water and she looked around. The dragon and phoenix hairpin on her head symbolized joy, making her look more delicate than a flower. Her every frown and smile made people's hearts flutter. Even Yun Songxue and Dong Huangling who were women, were staring at her without blinking. Yunxing's appearance was originally very beautiful. However, in order to make it convenient for her to practice medicine, she usually never put on makeup, let alone dress up. Today, after dressing up, she looked like a living beauty. Even Yun Songxue was full of praises when she saw her. Yunxing, you really look like your mother. Yun Songxue had only seen Hu Jiuxing once. However, she remembered Hu Jiuxing's appearance very clearly. In these few years, the more Yunxing grew up, the more she looked like Hu Jiuxing. Speaking of resemblance, no matter how similar you look, you still don't look like Hu Xing. Yunxing, if Hu Xing also wears a wedding dress, do you think Yi Baiming will be able to recognize her? Dong Huangling asked maliciously. This is really hard to say. Yunxing also remembered that when Yi Baiming saw Hu Xing for the first time, he also said that she looked like Yunxing. Then why don't we give it a try later? Dong Huangling laughed. Dong Huangling was indeed Dong Huangling. When she was in the eastern capital, she was already a famous troublemaker. Although her personality changed greatly due to the changes in the eastern capital, she still had that mischievous side of her subconscious. How could she miss such a big event like her good friend's marriage? Stop talking about me. It's time for you and Gufeng to get married. When Yunxing heard that, she knew that Dong Huangling was thinking of something bad again. Dong Huangling and Gufeng were already husband and wife long ago. However, due to the changes in the eastern capital, Dong Huangling's elder brother, Dong Huangtianqi, had become a retard. Thus, he and Empress Dowager Sidu were temporarily living in Skywing City. At this moment, Dong Huangling was not in the mood to talk about marriage. Gufeng, that brat, did not say anything. However, Yunxing knew that Gufeng still hoped to marry Dong Huangling as soon as possible. I've already said it. You can make a fuss, but don't go overboard. Yunxing could not stop Dong Huangling. Thus, she could only go along with Ling'er's wishes. Don't worry. I guarantee that Prince Regent will be able to enter the bridal chamber as per normal tonight, Dong Huangling said. The auspicious time had arrived. Outside the Yun residence, the sound of firecrackers could already be heard. Although he was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming chose to personally go and marry Yunxing in a civil way. Outside the Yun residence, the entire street was already filled with people who came to watch. They all stood on their tiptoes, wanting to see the famous couple in Zhou State. Yunba was also dressed in festive clothes today. Even his beard was neatly trimmed. A group of people had already been waiting outside the door. However, everyone was present except for Yunxing. Prince Regent, if you want to marry Yunxing, you still have to pass a test first. Dong Huangling smiled and blocked the door. She pointed towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, there were 3 women. The women were of the same height and dressed in the same way. They each stood on the left and right sides of the courtyard, and their faces were all covered with a red veil. Among the 3 of them, one of them is Yunxing. If you can find the right person, you will be able to marry her today. However, if you can't guess correctly, you won't be able to take the bride away. You can only guess from 3 steps away from the bride. If you get too close, you will be breaking the rules. You only have one chance to guess, Dong Huangling said with a smile. When the people who were watching outside heard this, they instantly went into an uproar. Yi Baiming was the high and mighty Prince Regent. He wanted to go and fetch the bride, but he was actually rejected. These 3 brides were covered with a red veil, and their figures looked exactly the same. Which one was the real bride? There were already people who were nervous for Yi Baiming. Your Highness, guess. Prince Regent, guess. This is going to be difficult. Which one is the real bride? Yi Baiming shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. He knew that Yunxing's friends wouldn't let him take her away so easily. The 3 brides looked exactly the same. Facing such a situation, even Yi Baiming started to feel nervous. Behind him, Qingbai and the others started to jeer. Baiming, go on. I don't see you this nervous when you go to battle. At most, I'll just marry all 3 of them. One of them will definitely win. Yi Baiming stared at Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao coldly. The 2 of them immediately shut up and acted like obedient grandsons. Yi Baiming thought to himself, how can this be the same? Going to battle is something that happens every year. This marriage is the first time that a lady is going to get on a sedan. Yi Baiming's heart was in a mess. If he guessed wrongly, even if Dong Huanglinger was willing to let him off, the little wild cat wouldn't let him off. Tonight's wedding night, he could forget about it. Yunxing didn't feel good either. She didn't expect that such a scene, which was similar to the modern wedding night, would actually happen to her one day. Yunxing stood among the 3 brides. Wearing a red veil, she felt that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at her from outside. Looking down, she saw Yi Baiming walking back and forth not far away. This wretch really knows how to make things difficult for people. Among the 3 brides, one of them was Huxing in disguise, and the other one was a maid from the Yun residence who was about the same size as Yunxing in disguise. Even if Yunxing's biological father was here, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Time passed slowly. Yi Baiming was walking back and forth, and the jeers around him were getting louder and louder. Suddenly, he stood still. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 green magical elements rushed toward the 3 brides. That was wind elemental magic. The wind seemed to be biting cold, but it only blew the veils of the 3 brides. And the most amazing thing was that Yi Baiming was really good at controlling magic. The strength was just right, just enough to let people take a glance. With another wave of his sleeve, the red veils immediately fell down. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Even Dong Huanglinger was unable to see clearly who was under the red veil. However, Yi Baiming was able to see clearly. According to Zhou State's custom, the bride's red veil could only be lifted by the groom in the bridal chamber. Only then could the couple grow old together and be in love for 100 years. Needless to say, Yi Baiming did not want other unrelated people to see his bride's appearance. This guy was a petty person to begin with. The lady on the left, please step back. Someone, tip her, Yi Baiming said with a smile. His gaze fell on the 2 ladies in the middle and on the right. The bride-to-be on the left, who pretended to be Yunxing, bowed to Yi Baiming, took the tip, and retreated to the side happily. There were only 2 people left, one on the right and one on the middle. Dong Huanglinger also came prepared. She even pulled Huxing over to make up the numbers. Sigh, it doesn't count, it doesn't count. Lord Regent, I forgot to mention that we can't use magic either. Dong Huanglinger almost bit off her own tongue. She had forgotten about this matter. How could she forget that the Prince Regent was also a magician? Fortunately, she was smart enough to let Huxing mix in with them. Just now, although Yi Baiming saw the person under the red veil clearly, Yunxing and Huxing were dressed the same way. Yi Baiming couldn't recognize them at a glance. Yunxing, who was standing in the middle, was also a bit nervous. Although this was a game, she was still very curious about whether Yi Baiming could recognize her and Huxing. After all, no woman would want their man to confuse them with other women. It was just that they couldn't use magic and couldn't get close to each other. Even a night fox wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Yi Baiming pondered for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he walked towards the woman in the middle and carried the bride in his arms. The entire crowd burst into a burst of raucous cheers. Hey, Prince Regent, aren't you going to confirm it? Aren't you afraid that you'll carry the wrong person and enter the wrong bridal room? Dong Huanglinger didn't give up and tried to mislead the crowd. There's no mistake. She's a wild cat. Yi Baiming smiled. He had the horn of the red blood unicorn. With the unique chemistry between him and Yunxing, he definitely wouldn't mistake her. He carried Xianxia and left the Yun residence in big strides. The cheers of the bridal procession got louder and louder. Although the Yun residents had sent out the wedding invitations, many people still didn't come. Tianyu and Zhou Qingchuan were tied up with important matters and couldn't come. As for Divine Wind, he only sent a set of exquisite jewelry made by the elf tribe. This was already the best blessing he could give. Some people were secretly sad because they didn't see it. However, Qi witnessed it with his own eyes. He looked at Ji Baiming, who left with Yunxing in his arms. He lowered his head and felt depressed. Hu Xing, who was still wearing the wedding dress, walked in front of Qi. Hu Xing, I'm sorry. I still can't. Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Last night, Hu Xing mustered the courage to confess his love to him. Qi didn't reject him immediately, but he didn't agree either. He only asked him to think about it more. However, today, Qi realized that he couldn't do it. It wasn't that he didn't try. When he saw Hu Xing for the first time, he was also shocked. He also wanted to treat Hu Xing as Yunxing's substitute. However, after trying, Qi still couldn't do it. Yunxing was Yunxing. Even if Hu Xing looked exactly the same as her, their personalities were worlds apart. The person he liked was Yunxing, who would treat him the same way no matter how ugly or handsome he was. Yiren had married someone else. To Qi, Yunxing was his eternal regret. I can understand. I really envy Yunxing, Hu Xing said sadly. She should have known the answer long ago. In the eyes of these men, Yunxing was unique. After the wedding procession left, the Yun residence was only left with a floor full of red firecrackers. Most of them went to the palace. For this wedding banquet, the palace also prepared a banquet. Officials of the third rank and above in the imperial court would attend the wedding banquet. Since the death of Yiqing Tian, the emperor of Zhou State, the palace of Zhou State hadn't been so lively in a long time. Before nightfall, the banquet in the palace was at its busiest. Most of the guests who were immersed in the banquet were already drunk. The atmosphere was also very good. A few guards were patrolling. A black shadow flashed past. The guard was alerted. Who is it? Before he could finish his sentence, his body leaned back and he fell to the ground. A few people dressed in summoner's clothing quickly snuck into Zhou State's palace. All of this was done without anyone noticing. Ninth Summoner, Emperor Zhao ordered that we must capture that celestial fox hybrid called Yunxing. The second and ninth summoners, Hu Jiuxing, were the leaders. 3 days ago, the Emperor Zhao in red urgently summoned all the summoners under him. Since the death of the third summoner on Taiyuan Mountain, there were only 12 summoners left in the Zhao state. After the summoners arrived, they were all discussing what had happened that made the Emperor Zhao summon all of them at once. After the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, he announced a piece of news that shocked the summoners. The Emperor Zhao in red learned that a celestial fox hybrid had appeared in the Wuji continent. As everyone knows, ever since the Zhao state was established, it has always been its responsibility to protect the Wuji continent. Half a year ago, the Dutian blood seal suffered the most serious damage in history. As an important part of the blood seal support, the celestial fox tomb was severely damaged and is on the verge of collapse. If we can't find a suitable celestial fox descendant's blood to draw a new blood seal, the blood seal will collapse again within 3 years. When that happens, the Wuji continent will once again fall into the disaster of the demonic beast's invasion. This time, we can't fall behind. I have received news that a celestial fox descendant has appeared in the Wuji continent. She is Yunxing from the former Marshal Saint General's residence of the Zhou state. This woman is very cunning. She has always used her identity as a doctor to hide the fact that she is a celestial fox descendant. She even used the opportunity to treat the royal families of various countries to change her mind. She was previously married to the crown prince of the later Qing dynasty, but now she is married to the regent of Great Zhou. She must be a spy. We must capture her as soon as possible. The Emperor Zhao in red paid special attention to Hu Jiuxing's expression as he spoke. The Emperor Zhao in red also knew that this woman named Yunxing was the one he had ordered people to look for. She was the daughter that Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai had given birth to back then. According to the news, this woman had inherited the talents of Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing. She was a sorcerer and a summoner who could summon demonic beasts. Hearing Yunxing's name, Hu Jiuxing didn't seem to have any reaction. It was as if she didn't particularly care about Yunxing. Second summoner, ninth summoner, I'll leave this mission to you. Remember, you must capture Yunxing and bring her back. I want to use her blood to redraw the Dutian blood seal and protect the boundless continent. If we succeed in drawing the new Dutian blood seal, then the Zhao state's position in the boundless continent will definitely rise. Yes, Your Majesty. We will not let the Emperor Zhao down. She rushed to Zhou state with the second summoner. Coincidentally, it was also the wedding day of Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Because of the mix of people and snakes, there were many people guarding the bride. It was not until nighttime that the Zhao state's men found an opportunity to sneak into the imperial palace. Right now, the regent of Great Zhou and a group of people from the Yun residence were drinking at the banquet. Yunxing was alone in the bridal chamber, so it was the best time to capture her. However, the Zhao state's men soon encountered a problem. This time, they sneaked into the imperial palace of Zhou state. They thought that the imperial palace's security would be lower on the day of the wedding. They did not expect Bu Jiuxiao, who was in charge of the imperial palace's layout, to be very cautious. He had sent people to patrol the halls and corridors from time to time. The Zhao state's men were not familiar with the imperial palace. Secondly, they had to avoid the guards and alert the enemy. They could only hide along the way. In this way, the chances of finding Yunxing in the huge imperial palace would be greatly reduced. After weighing the pros and cons, the second summoner could only decide to split up with the ninth summoner first. After finding Yunxing's men, they would release the secret signal to capture her. Hu Jiuxing and the second summoner split up and went in different directions. She searched for a long time and soon found a palace with rows of red lanterns hanging on it. She hesitated for a moment, then her figure flashed. Like a strange bird, she glided up the palace's eaves. Perhaps it was the kinship of the family, or Celestial Fox's sharp senses, but Hu Jiuxing found this palace based on her intuition. It was Yi Baiming and Yunxing's wedding room. When she saw Yunxing inside, Hu Jiuxing was about to break in. Just then, a hand reached out from behind her, and a ray of magic light shone. Hu Jiuxing was forcefully pulled into the magic array. When Hu Jiuxing broke free from that person's pull, she was already in the imperial garden, miles away. You're courting death. Hu Jiuxing shouted angrily and stabbed the sharp magic scepter behind her. But when she saw the person behind her clearly, Hu Jiuxing's magic scepter suddenly stopped. It's you again. You've been following me around for more than half a year. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Hu Jiuxing couldn't remember how many times she had met this man. Ever since that time in Tianyi City, this man called Yun Songhai had been following her around like a piece of leather plaster. When she went on missions, Yun Songhai would secretly cause trouble. He caused her to fail several missions. But if she really wanted to kill this man, Hu Jiuxing couldn't do it. This man who looked dissolute and unruly was filled with deep affection and melancholy. She couldn't help but feel a crack in her stone-like heart. Ninth sister, are you really going to hand our daughter over to Emperor Zhao to become a blood sacrifice? Yun Songhai had been following Hu Jiuxing all this time. He already knew that the heart distress lamp was the only reason Hu Jiuxing lost her memory. He originally wanted to find the whereabouts of the heart distress lamp in Zhao state, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find any clues. But at least, Hu Jiuxing didn't reject him as much as before. When he heard that his daughter Yunxing was getting married, Yun Songhai wanted to rush back immediately. Previously, Yun Songhai had tried to persuade Yunxing not to marry Yi Baiming. At that time, he was worried that Yunxing's celestial fox blood would lead to a fatal disaster if she married into the imperial family. But later on, after Yi Baiming made the move of using the country as a betrothal gift and vowing to marry Yunxing, even Yun Songhai, who was also a man, was moved by it. Their marriage didn't come easy. As an incompetent father, he should have rushed back to preside over the wedding. But at that time, he happened to know that the Emperor Zhao in red had sent Hu Jiuxing and the second prime minister to capture Yunxing. He could only follow the Zhao state's team. Once he realized that something was wrong, he immediately came to her rescue. Nonsense, I don't know you. Hu Jiuxing didn't have any memory of this man. What about Xing'er? She looks very similar to you, and she has talent. You gave birth to her after 10 months of pregnancy. Do you have the heart to hand her over to Emperor Zhao? Do you have the heart to watch her be beheaded and used as a blood sacrifice? Yun Songhai stared at Hu Jiuxing. Enough. Hu Jiuxing's heart clenched at the thought of Yunxing's possible death. Jiuxing, come back with me. Sheng our daughter, is getting married today. Our family of 3 has been separated for more than 10 years. Yun Songhai was moved. He wanted to go forward and hold Hu Jiuxing's hand. A sharp ice arrow brushed past Yun Songhai's cheek and immediately cut open a wound. I'll tell you one more time. I'm here today to carry out a mission. Anyone who tries to stop me from carrying out my mission can only die. Hu Jiuxing returned to her cold expression. Behind her, somewhere in the palace, there was a flash of light. That was the secret signal that Hu Jiuxing and the second prime minister had agreed to use when Yunxing was captured. Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Yunxing had been captured? Hu Jiuxing didn't say a word as she headed in the direction indicated by the secret signal. Yun Songhai was even more anxious as he followed closely behind. After flying for a few miles, Hu Jiuxing quickly discovered the second summoner and his men. The second summoner and a few summoners beside him were holding a young girl captive. We didn't even have to work hard to get this woman. Why didn't she stay in the bridal chamber and was discovered by us in the corridor? The second summoner searched for a while but couldn't find the bride's room. It was then that he saw a girl. That girl looked exactly like the person in the portrait of Yunxing in the Yun residence that Emperor Zhao had ordered someone to draw. The second summoner and the others immediately captured the woman without saying a word. Hu Jiuxing looked at the young girl in surprise because this girl looked exactly like Yunxing. Moreover, Hu Jiuxing was certain that this girl was also from the Celestial Fox clan. Yun Songhai, who was hiding in the dark, was equally surprised. Both of them didn't understand why there was another girl in the palace who looked exactly like Yunxing. However, both of them could tell at a glance that this girl wasn't Yunxing. The mission has been completed. There's no time to lose. Let's leave immediately. The regent of Great Zhou and the people of the Yun residence are not to be trifled with. The second summoner's face was full of pride. This time, he had made a great contribution. Hu Jiuxing glanced at the young girl. Her face was full of terror. Hu Jiuxing didn't say anything. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Yunxing, it didn't matter to her which celestial fox people died. The red candles were like fire. Yunxing, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, was sitting on the bed. Below her, there were all kinds of peanuts and lotus seeds, which symbolized the early birth of a noble child and a harmonious marriage for 100 years. Yunxing couldn't sit still. She was so hungry that Yunxing remembered that she hadn't had a sip of water since the morning because she had to dress up. The door creaked open. Yunxing heard light footsteps. Not the night fox. Yunxing removed the veil, and Dong Huanglinger could be seen walking in. Dong Huanglinger was holding onto a bowl of shark fin porridge. Prince Regent asked me to bring you food. He said that you must be starving. Dong Huanglinger pursed her lips and smiled. Yi Baiming was really good to Yunxing. He was being pestered and couldn't get away, so he asked her to deliver food. I almost starved to death. Yunxing swallowed a few mouthfuls. Right at this moment, Gu Feng and Qi walked in. Dong Huanglinger said angrily, "Go away, why did you 2 men barge in?" Yunxing, Linger, Husheng disappeared. Gu Feng also drank some wine tonight. Just when he was feeling happy, Qi pulled him to the side and said that Husheng disappeared. Sai, what are you 2 worrying about? Husheng likes peace and quiet. The palace is so lively tonight, and she also looks like Yunxing. I'm afraid that she might have caused a misunderstanding, so she hid herself. Dong Huanglinger didn't mind. Just now, I rejected Husheng, Qi said faintly. Yunxing almost spat out the mouthful of porridge in her mouth. She scolded in her heart, Qi, you're really stupid. She couldn't have left by herself, right? Dong Huanglinger was speechless. She rolled her eyes at Qi. Where can she go? She can't go back to the 8 Wastelands continent, and she's also unfamiliar with the Jade capital. Furthermore, she's a timid person. Forget it, I'll go and look for her. Yunxing felt a bit uneasy. She originally promised to send Huxing back to the Eight Wastelands continent as soon as possible. But recently, because of the puffed egg and the marriage, she forgot about it. How can that be? Tonight is your wedding night, and the bride ran away. What do you want the Prince Regent to do? Dong Huanglinger was getting anxious. That's right, Yunxing, don't get involved. Jade Capital is only so big, and Huxing doesn't know magic or martial arts. She can't go far. The few of us will go and look for her. Gufeng winked and pulled Qi and Dong Huanglinger, then walked out. Before Qi walked out, he had a look of hesitation on his face. But in the end, he was still pulled out. After the three of them left, Yunxing was still feeling a bit uneasy. She kept having a feeling that something was going to happen. Her eyelids kept twitching. The night was getting darker and darker. The flame of the candle was sometimes high and sometimes low. In the wedding room, Yunxing was walking around anxiously. At this moment, she heard a series of messy footsteps. Outside the door, a tall and skinny figure was reflected on the door. It's Yi Baiming, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Only then did Yunxing remember that tonight was her wedding night. After tonight, she would be. Yunxing's face started to burn. She silently chanted in her heart, calm down, calm down. As a top student of the medical university, she had seen all kinds of big scenes. Isn't it just a wedding night where the man is on top of the woman is on top of the man, and the man is on top of the woman? It's just normal exercise. But damn it, I just don't have this kind of experience. It's really embarrassing. After living 2 lives, I'm going to be skinned alive by a man who's a few rounds younger than me. Thinking of how close she was to Yi Baiming a few times in the past, Yunxing's face burned even redder. Yi Baiming stood outside the door and didn't move. Perhaps, he was thinking the same thing as her. She suddenly remembered her veil. Yunxing hurriedly sat up straight and covered her head with the veil. She sat on the bed. Beneath her, the pile of fruits made her feel uncomfortable. Outside the door, Yi Baiming also looked nervous. During the banquet, he couldn't wait to push away those damn toasts and come back earlier to see his bride. But when he finally managed to get away and stood in front of the door, he suddenly remembered what Du Guxiu said earlier. Yi Baiming, you can't marry her. You'll kill her. At that moment, Du Guxiu was like a furious lion. The curse of the Black Qilin clan, Yi Baiming frowned. He exerted force and pushed the door open. Yunxing was sitting on the bed. The moment the door opened, Yi Baiming clearly saw Yunxing's shoulders shrink. The little wild cat who wasn't afraid of anything actually had something to be afraid of. His brows relaxed and the corners of Yi Baiming's mouth curled up. He suppressed his smile and closed the door, walking in step by step. Even though the veil was separating them, Yi Baiming could still imagine how beautiful the woman under the veil would be. This was his bride, his bridal chamber, the woman he had been looking forward to for many years, the woman he wanted to marry wholeheartedly. At that moment, Yi Baiming shouted in his heart. Marrying a wife was like Yunxing. So what if she died? He had already promised Yunxing that he wouldn't fear the Qilin clan's rules. Those were just words that Du Guxiu used to stop their wedding. Tonight, no one would be able to stop him from wanting this woman. His gaze fell on Yunxing's body. Her hands that were exposed outside of her wedding dress, her exquisite figure, and her nervous breathing were all invisible temptations for Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, who had drunk some wine, felt his body heat up. His breathing also started to become heavy. He walked closer and closer. His slender fingers gently lifted Yunxing's veil. The sudden light made Yunxing close her eyes involuntarily. Yi Baiming stared at Yunxing. Perhaps it was because of the candlelight, or perhaps it was the shyness of a newlywed, but Yunxing's face was red. It was more moving than any rouge or powder. She was very beautiful today. Her nose was straight and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her watery lips were glistening. Everything seemed to be silently seducing him. This was the first time he saw Yunxing like this. Yunxing was also secretly sizing up Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming usually liked plain colors. This was the first time Yunxing saw him wear red. She had to say that this man was suitable for any color. The groom's red robe made him even more handsome. Yi Baiming suddenly took a step forward. With a flick of his sleeve, the fruits on the bed were all swept away. Yunxing let out a soft cry. She was already pressed down on the bed. The faint smell of wine and the pine leaf-like fragrance on Yi Baiming's body mixed together. It was indescribably seductive. Night Fox, let's make a deal first. Yunxing saw a flame in Yi Baiming's eyes. That flame seemed to want to burn her to ashes. She placed her hand on his chest. Through the thin cloth, Yunxing could feel Yi Baiming's body temperature. It was shockingly hot. Wife, what did you call your husband? Yi Baiming's voice sounded even more lazy and sexy because of the alcohol. Accompanied by his breathing, he teased Yunxing. Yunxing's heart was beating as fast as a drum. Her mouth was dry. My husband? If you don't like it, Night Fox, let's make a deal. Over at my place, we all call our men hubby and our wives wifey. You have to listen to me. Yunxing pouted. Husband, wife? Your place? Were the rules of the residents of Yun or the rules of Banana Leaf Village? It doesn't seem right. Yi Baiming's foxy eyes narrowed in confusion. However, who cares? As long as it could make the little wild cat happy, he was willing to call it anything. Honey, not bad. Hubby, I'll practice a few more times. It's time for us to exchange toasts. Yi Baiming said as a flask of wine appeared in his hand as if by magic. However, he only had wine in his hand and no wine cup. Yi Baiming raised his head, took a sip of wine, and leaned over to give Yunxing a lingering kiss. The spicy wine accompanied Yi Baiming's lips. Yunxing only felt that the world was spinning. She couldn't tell if it was because of the wine or the kiss. In a daze, Yi Baiming's clothes had fallen to the ground, revealing his wheat-colored chest. Unlike a few years ago, Yi Baiming was no longer the young man from Banana Leaf Village. His muscles were well-defined, his skin was smooth, and his two sexy collarbones were exposed. When Yunxing regained her consciousness, she found that the phoenix coronet, robe, and the wedding gown on her body had all been unknowingly ripped off. Her long hair fell on the bed like a waterfall. Her white and shiny skin was pink because of shyness. Her body was dotted with red hickeys, and her clothes were long gone. Her legs were long and straight, and her waist was slender. The beauty of her chest made Yi Baiming hold his breath. Yunxing cried out in surprise. She wanted to cover her body, but Yi Baiming held her hands down. His eyes were filled with amazement and impulsiveness. He bent down. His movements were gentle and patient. Little by little, he made Yunxing relax. He whispered softly, "Wifey, your beauty is only allowed to bloom for me." His wet lips fell on every inch of her skin. Yunxing only felt that her entire body was about to explode. She didn't have much experience. At this time, she could only suppress the apprehension in her heart. Trembling slightly, she hugged Yi Baiming and closed her eyes, waiting for the anticipated and sweet moment to arrive. In the bridal chamber, it was charming and gentle. The red candles swayed. The night had just begun. Yunxing was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. At this time, Yunxing only felt a pain in her chest. The celestial fox relic in her body was emitting a sharp cry. Suddenly, Yunxing only felt her neck tighten. Someone was tightly choking her neck. She had difficulty breathing. She opened her eyes and saw Yi Baiming's appearance clearly. In Yi Baiming's body, waves of black hostility were constantly spewing out. His body was changing rapidly. Just like the last time when he shapeshifted, fingernail-sized black scales were constantly drilling out of his body. His eyes no longer had the gentleness and pity from before, only a dense hatred was left. Yi Baiming's shapeshifting speed kept increasing. In just an instant, he had completely shapeshifted into his beast form. It was a robust, bull-like magical beast. Through Yi Baiming's eyes, Yunxing seemed to see a magical beast that had fallen into madness. Celestial, fox, smoke. On the Qilin's palm, the sharp scales had already cut Yunxing's delicate skin. Its strength was so great that Yunxing could not get rid of it at all. Because of the wedding, Yunxing did not bring the magic scepter or the beast language ring. She only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. Yi Baiming. Yunxing did not understand why Yi Baiming suddenly became like this. The beast's claws on her neck were getting tighter and tighter. Yunxing could feel that her skin was being torn and blood was flowing out. Her consciousness gradually left. Her painful appearance fell into the Qilin's eyes. Its limbs began to tremble slightly. At this time, Yunxing raised her palm and slapped the Qilин's chest. A strange dark force rushed straight into the Qilин's scales. It roared angrily, and the scales all over its body seemed to explode. There was only an angry red in its eyes. It raised its front paw and slapped Yunxing's head. The Qilin was an ancient mythical beast. Yunxing was not prepared for this attack at all. If she was hit, she would definitely die. But just when the Qilin's palm was only an inch away from Yunxing's head, a trace of fear flashed in the Qilin's eyes. Roar, something fell from its body. With a deafening roar, the black Qilin staggered backward and broke through the roof. Hearing the beast's roar, the whole palace was shocked. The people of Yun's mansion and Empress Dowager Wenren hurried over. They saw the magical beast rushing into the night sky and suddenly turned pale with fright. The room was in a mess. Yunxing was found unconscious in the room. When Yunxing woke up, Yi Baiming was gone. What she saw was the worried faces of the people. Yunxing's fingers seemed to have touched something. She took a closer look and realized that it was the horn of a scarlet unicorn. Yunxing looked at the horn of the red blood unicorn and felt as if her heart was missing a mouth. Yi Baiming left. He also left the horn of the red blood unicorn, the only connection between the two of them. Nanny, there is a high-energy warning ahead. I have foreseen countless bricks and eggs. Silence. Looking at the horn of the red blood unicorn, Yunxing felt like a wandering soul. Time, in a trance, returned to the day before she transmigrated. At that time, she and Lu Mingling had just broken up. She was in a bad mood at that time, but it was completely different from today. When she broke up with Lu Mingling, she only felt disappointed. But this time, when she was separated from Yi Baiming, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife, leaving scars all over and unable to heal. Only then did Yunxing know that she had fallen deeply in love with that man. Love turned out to be so bitter. She met Yi Baiming when she was 6 years old and married him when she was 15 years old. Even her Dharma soul belonged to him. At first, Yunxing didn't feel that she loved Yi Baiming very much. But that day, when she saw his crazy appearance, she realized that she didn't want him to be hurt at all. The scar left by Yi Baiming on her shoulder was still faintly painful. But it couldn't be compared to the pain caused by him leaving without saying goodbye. In this life, she had 9 years of her life entrusted to him. From the disgust when they met, to the surprise when they met again, Yunxing remembered that Yi Baiming had always been by her side so many times. This man had become a part of her life. She couldn't forget him. But this time, he left without saying goodbye. He didn't want her anymore. Tears hovered in her eyes, refusing to fall. Seeing that Yunxing finally woke up, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they all saw Yunxing's sorrowful appearance. They were concerned and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Yunxing just closed her eyes and didn't speak. Seeing this, everyone could only sigh silently. Empress Dowager Wenren removed everything in the bridal chamber, as if the wedding had never been held. During the first 3 days of their marriage, Yunxing did not speak for most of the time. She only opened her dark eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Yunxing did not allow anyone to repair the hole in the roof that Yi Baiming had left behind when he left. Dong Huanglinger's eyes were red and swollen as she sat at the side. She went out with Gufeng and the others to look for Hu Xing. However, Hu Xing was not found. As soon as he returned to the palace, he heard that something had happened to Yunxing and that the Prince Regent was missing. When she saw Yunxing was still in a coma. No one knew what had happened. What exactly happened in the bridal chamber, where did the Prince Regent go, and what was up with that magical beast? They were all mysteries. No one dared to ask Yunxing about it, and the news of the Prince Regent's disappearance was temporarily sealed off. During this period of time, the people from the Yun residence, Qingyu, and Bufang were also searching for Yi Baiming's whereabouts. However, they did not find any clues. Yunxing, if you feel bad, you can cry. Don't keep quiet. Dong Huanglinger was somewhat anxious. The Yinxing that she knew had always been very strong. However, no matter who it was, being abandoned by the groom on the night of their wedding was not a small blow. After Yinxing woke up, she did not cry or laugh. She also did not eat. Most of the time, she was like this, and this made Dong Huanglinger very sad. "Linger, I'm fine. You can go back and rest. I just want to be alone for a while." Yunxing spoke. This was the first time that she spoke in the past few days. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Dong Huanglinger quickly brought over a cup of water. Dong Huanglinger tried to persuade Yunxing, but Yunxing only shook her head and told her to go back and rest. After Dong Huanglinger left, Yunxing let out a sigh. She sat up and drank the water that Linger brought over. After the warm water entered her stomach, she felt that she was alive again. The dazed and impetuous look in her eyes disappeared. "Yunxing, you're really disappointing. It's time to pull yourself together and find out the real reason behind Night Fox's disappearance." Yunxing encouraged herself. At first, Yunxing was still somewhat sad. However, when she recalled everything that happened that night, as well as Yi Baiming's sudden beast transformation, her sadness was quickly replaced by doubt. For the past few days, she had been alone because she wanted to find out why Yi Baiming transformed into a beast and suddenly disappeared. She did not speak because it was difficult for her to speak. She just did not know how to explain it to everyone. The reason for Yi Baiming's disappearance could not be explained to others. She could not tell anyone that Yi Baiming was the descendant of the Black Qilin. Thus, regardless of whether it was Yun Songhai, Empress Dowager Wenren, or Qingbai and the others, Yunxing could only keep her mouth shut. The only thing that Yunxing could think of was the clan rules of the Black Qilin clan that Du Guxiu had mentioned when she was in later Qin. However, what exactly were those clan rules? However, Yi Baiming had also said that he was not afraid of the clan rules. Yunxing thought about it and decided to look for someone. Only he would know what the clan rules of the Qilin clan were. The person that Yunxing wanted to look for was Du Guxiu. However, Yunxing did not expect that Du Guxiu would come looking for her before she even went to later Qin. From Du Guxiu, Yunxing learned that Du Guxiu had met Yi Baiming a few days ago. Yunxing questioned, "What exactly are the clan rules of the Black Qilin clan?" "Haha, Yunxing, do you remember that I once said that Yi Baiming can't have what I can't have?" He already knew that it was impossible between the two of you, but he still wanted to try. Du Guxiu laughed loudly. He knew that Yunxing would definitely meet him. He had taken the risk to stay in Jade Capital because he was waiting. He wanted to wait for Yi Baiming's regretful expression. However, this wait made Du Guxiu feel that death was better than living. He had watched as Yunxing married Yi Baiming. Who could understand his feelings at that time? There were 8 hardships in life. Love, hatred, resentment, obsession, and what one could not ask for. Yunxing was one of them. "What do you know? What are you hiding from me?" Yunxing's heart ached as she recalled Yi Baiming's appearance last night. "Yi Baiming is the same as me. We are both men who have inherited the Qilin king's blood. You should know the strongest patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, ancient Qilin King Yexiu, right? Ancient Qilin King Yexiu's natural enemy was Celestial Fox Hu Yen of the Bakra orcs of the same era. There were also people who said that the failure of the Bakra clan back then was because the two of them did not get along. Celestial Fox people's women could not marry someone from the Black Qilin clan. Otherwise, once the two of them were together, either the Black Qilin would devour the Celestial Fox people's woman, or the Celestial Fox people's woman would suck the Black Qilin's cultivation dry. Yunxing, you are a descendant of the Celestial Fox people. That night, Yi Baiming should have suddenly lost control at the last moment, right? So this was the ancient Qilin's curse. Yunxing recalled. Indeed, Yi Baiming had suddenly turned into a beast at the last moment. It was very likely that he had been affected by the Celestial Fox relic in her body. He had used a lot of willpower to control the Qilin's vicious aura in his body and go against the ancient curse of the Qilin clan. Sob, there are bricks and rotten eggs everywhere. Sob sob, I wanted to give him a consolation prize and release the picture of the puffed egg after it hatched, but he didn't even give me a ticket. How torturous the Bakra orcs had long known about the feud between the Black Qilin tribe and the Celestial Fox people. The two tribes had always been mortal enemies. There was a rule in the two tribes that men and women of opposite sexes were not allowed to marry. Dugu Xiu had wanted to force Yunxing to marry him. Unfortunately, he had to give up on Yunxing because of the rules of the tribe. He Linlin had told him about the rules of the Black Qilan tribe. Yi Baiming didn't believe it and insisted on marrying you. Unfortunately, it's useless no matter how much you love each other. That is the curse of the ancient Qilan king. Dugu Xiu looked at Yunxing. If he couldn't have her, Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to have her either. He should have been happy, but when he saw Yunxing's soulless expression, and the indescribable pain in her eyes, Dugu Xiu didn't feel any joy at all. He loved the woman in front of him. He didn't want her to be hurt, but, in the end, she was still hurt. Thank you for telling me the truth. Yunxing's beautiful face didn't have a smile. She dragged her exhausted body and asked Dugu Xiu to leave. When Dugu Xiu left, his footsteps seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He couldn't move a single step. The curse of the ancient Qilan king was too heavy. No one could change it. The truth was actually like this. Yi Baiming wanted to kill her because he touched her body. At the last moment, the Qilan's evil energy in his body was stimulated. Devoured or sucked dry of her cultivation, Yi Baiming didn't make a move at the last moment. Since he didn't devour her, he must have suffered a backlash from the Qilan's power. What should she do? Could it be that she couldn't see him again in this life? Yunxing was in low spirits. At this moment, the exquisite beast pagoda in her beast speech ring emitted a wave of magic. Inside the exquisite beast tower, a familiar voice came from the eggshell of Egg Bobo, who had been quietly repairing its eggshell in the magic formation. Dear Master, Bobo is back. Yi Baiming's disappearance made Yunxing depressed for a few days. The recovery of the puffed egg was the only good news for Yunxing in the past few days. Yunxing immediately entered the Linglong Beast Pagoda. Inside the beast tower, the pink puffed egg inside the magic array emitted a colorful light. Yunxing felt a little strange at this time. In her own words, this kind of mentality was like a woman who had been pregnant for 9 years. Now that she was about to give birth, she didn't know what would happen. Yunxing had thought about what kind of magical beast the puffed egg would be after it came out. What the hell is a puffed egg? Could it be a bird? But it was probably a long-tongued bird like the myna parrot. Or an ancient magical beast with amazing strength, such as the super-powerful magical beasts of the Dragon and Phoenix clan. Or maybe a fish or some other aquatic magical beast. These thoughts were all rejected by Yunxing one by one. When she first got the puffed egg, Yunxing had been hoping that the puffed egg would hatch quickly. Later, seeing that this thing didn't break out of the egg, she even used all kinds of methods to promote the incubation. For example, she raised the incubation temperature and roasted the puffed egg in a fire. Another example was changing the environment and incubating it in water. But after many experiments, nothing happened, so Yunxing gave up. She even thought that maybe the puffed egg was a fossilized egg and couldn't hatch at all. Who would have thought that the puffed egg, which had almost died this time, would actually hatch after it was rescued? On the pink eggshell, there was a slight sound, and small cracks appeared. Yunxing couldn't help but hold her breath, because she knew that the most critical moment of the puffed egg's incubation was finally coming. Like Yunxing, the other magical beasts in the exquisite beast tower were also nervous. Most of these magical beasts already had human knowledge, and they couldn't be more familiar with the puffed egg. They were also very curious about what the puffed egg was after it hatched. Only to hear a boom. The pink egg turned into a cloud of pink gas. The egg exploded. A ball of fluffy fur flew out from inside. Before Yunxing could see clearly. Puff puff, my dear master. Puff puff, I missed you so much. The ball rushed into Yunxing's arms with a whoosh. She grabbed Puff Puff's 2 wings with one hand, and rubbed the puffed egg's head with the other. Puff Puff. You're actually a sheep. This ball was like a fluffy ball, covered with curly pink soft hair, fat and round, and when it saw Yunxing, its eyes lit up. This magical beast was Puff Puff, who broke out of its shell. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a certain domestic cartoon character, Mei Yang, that Yunxing often saw on TV before she transmigrated. But it was different from ordinary sheep. Puff Puff sheep's original pair of eye-catching big wings had disappeared. On its back, there was a pair of pink heart-shaped fleshy wings, and on top of its head, there was something similar to the halo on the head of a modern angel. Puff puff, my dear master. Puff puff just looks like a sheep. But the wren family is a divine beast that is 10,000 times cuter than a sheep. From now on, please call me Wa, the noble and wise world deity Puff Sheep. Puff Puff Sheep flapped its small fleshy wings, rubbing up and down in Xianxia's arms, acting cute. World deity beast? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, this fat sheep dares to call itself a divine beast. Queen Night Demon laughed until tears almost came out of her eyes. The other magical beasts also couldn't help but laugh in different ways. Puff Puff, you dare to laugh at Wa, Puff Egg's eyes spat out pink lightning. It angrily flapped its small fleshy wings and flew to a position in midair, the circular object on top of its head emitting a bright light. Under the light, a magic array was formed. Without waiting for Queen Night Demon to react, she was swallowed by the magic array with a whoosh. Xianxia and the other little magical beasts were all stunned. Xianxia hurriedly tried to summon Queen Night Demon, but she found that no matter how she called, Queen Night Demon seemed to disappear. There were only two reasons why a summoned beast didn't listen to a contract summoner. One was that it was dead, and the other was that the magical beast was sealed with a special magic array, or it was counter-contracted by a more brilliant summoner. However, these obviously couldn't happen to Queen Night Demon. Puff Puff, where did you take Queen Night Demon? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Puff Puff was originally a haggard master. When it was an egg, it was like this. After hatching successfully, its temper rose again. Its black eyes, like a pair of small mung beans, rolled in a circle. Puff puff puff, those who laugh at this world deity will be exiled for an hour. Puff Egg stuck out its round belly. If you're interested, you can go to Sina Weibo and search for the pen name MS Fuzi. You can see the prototype of Puff Sheep. What did exile mean? Seeing that Xianxia and the other beasts were dumbfounded, Bobo became even more proud. My dear master is a big secret. Bobo will only tell my dear master, Bobo mysteriously whispered into Xianxia's ear. With Bobo's explanation, Xianxia finally understood what a world god was. Bobo told Xianxia that the boundless continent, the 8 wastelands, and the other continents were all part of a big world called the mortal world. Although they were all part of the mortal world, there were certain natural laws that prevented free passage. Only the world god beasts guarding the boundaries of these continents could pass through multiple continents. The world god was a very special kind of beast. Only after a generation of world god beasts fell, would another generation of world god beasts be born. But when it came to Bobo's generation of world gods, they coincidentally encountered the war between the two major races of the mortal world, the human race and the beast race. When the Dutian blood beast world was formed, Bobo's mother was born 1,000 years prematurely due to the conflict of the blood beast world's evil energy. She gave birth to Bobo 1,000 years prematurely and accidentally lost the egg-shaped Bobo. It was also a coincidence that the puffed egg was affected by the evil energy of the Dutian blood beast world and was left behind in the Dutian blood beast world. Hu Jiusheng also coincidentally obtained the puffed egg. Although Hu Jiusheng did not know what kind of beast the puffed egg was, with her summoner's intuition, she knew that this egg was no small matter. Hu Jiusheng kept the puffed egg in the beast language ring. But due to the lack of incubation time, the puffed egg did not have any reaction. Later, Hu Jiusheng gave the beast language abstinence to her daughter Xianxia. Coincidentally, the puffed egg formed a consciousness and signed a contract with Xianxia. If Xianxia did not obtain the exquisite beast pagoda, and if she did not have Yi Baiming's help, the puffed egg would still have to wait for enough time to hatch. This was also fate. The puffed egg was only able to hatch in Xianxia's hands because of the exquisite beast tower and Yi Baiming's powerful magic. Hearing this, Xianxia looked as if she had seen a ghost. Some had heard of babies being born 1 or 2 months too early, but this was unheard of. There were even babies that were born 1,000 years too early, and they were able to hatch in the end. My dear master, it's true. World deities are extraordinary and bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the balance of the mortal world. Generally speaking, it takes 10,000 years for a world deity to be born, the puffed egg explained. An egg that needed to incubate for 10,000 years, Xianxia took a deep breath. She had actually contracted a world deity level egg while she was not paying attention. My dear master, since you've already hatched, you should have some special magic or battle skill, right? Yunxing was looking forward to the puffed egg's new magic or battle skill. Dear Master, I forgot to say that it takes 10,000 years for a world deity to hatch. Before a new world deity takes office, it still needs to comprehend and cultivate for 1,000 years before it can become a true beast deity. So right now, I only have one divine skill, and that is exile. The puffed sheep flew around Yunxing. The so-called exile referred to using a magic array to randomly exile any object to one of the many continents in the mortal world. The time of exile could be based on the puffed sheep's preference. The shortest was 15 hours, and the longest was 72 hours. After the exile time was up, the exiled object would automatically return to its original place. However, because the puffed egg's divine power was limited, it could only use the exile skill once a month, and the time could not exceed 1 hour. After Yunxing heard this, she rolled her eyes. What kind of tasteless divine skill was this? In Yunxing's impression, the so-called divine skill, once used, would at least cause the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. However, the divine skill of puffed sheep really made her speechless. Not only was its effect small, it did not cause any harm, and it also had a huge limitation. It could only be used once a month, and the puffed egg had used this precious opportunity on the Night Demon Queen. However, Yunxing thought about it again. The puffed sheep's battle skill seemed to have a little advantage, and that was, if in a life-and-death situation, it could be instantly transferred to another continent or another place in the continent, thereby achieving the goal of avoiding unmatched experts. Hour later, the Night Demon Queen finally came back. After this, the magical beasts did not dare to laugh at puffed sheep anymore. As for where the Night Demon Queen was exiled to, she could not say. The group of magical beasts, under the tyranny of puffed sheep, could only obediently acknowledge puffed sheep as their boss. After puffed sheep broke out of its shell, it could already leave the beast language ring and live in the boundless continent for a long time. In order to make it convenient for puffed sheep to cultivate and learn, Yunxing simply brought it along with her. This made the other magical beasts who still needed to rely on the Ling Long Beast Pagoda endlessly envious. Puffed sheep was very curious about everything. Its favorite thing to do was to wander around. Occasionally, it would disappear for half a day. Yunxing only warned it not to cause trouble and did not care about other things. Yunxing did not know that in the past few days, she was not the only one who was suffering. In the void of nothingness, in the realm of meditation. In a magic array, a Qilin beast covered in black scales was curled up. Its body was covered in wounds, but the bleeding had already stopped. Puffed sheep appeared in the magic array and sighed. If not for the fact that you helped this divine beast would not have helped you. You almost killed little master. Thank you. How is Yunxing? Yi Baiming gradually regained consciousness and was able to speak. That night, Yi Baiming lost control and accidentally injured Yunxing before leaving the palace. It curled up in the darkest corner of the city, licking its wounds. The beast transformation this time was too powerful. It actually had no way to return to its human form. In its body, the urge to devour the celestial fox people was stronger and stronger. That violent force could tear its body apart at any time. Just as Yi Baiming did not know what to do, the hatched puffed sheep found it. Puffed sheep placed it in this void boundary where there was neither night nor day. According to puffed sheep, this place was called the realm, a special place far away from the boundless land. In this quiet place where there was no night or day, there was a peaceful force that suppressed the hostility in Yi Baiming's body bit by bit. Little Master's situation is not good. She is very stubborn and did not say anything. However, she already knows the truth about the curse of the ancient Qilin king. Do you plan to not see her for the rest of your life? Puffed sheep landed on the back of the black Qilin. As a world deity, puffed sheep did not care about the ancient Qilin king. It made two people who loved each other so much that when they met again, they could only fight to the death. What kind of damned curse was this? There was a hint of sadness in Yi Baiming's eyes. Even Kiss Sheep, who did not know what feelings were, understood. I can't see her. I will hurt her now. He lowered his head. On his palm, there was a smear of blood. It was Yunxing's blood. That smear of blood had been tormenting Yi Baiming for the past few days. When he thought about how he had almost swallowed her, Yi Baiming felt a tearing pain in his heart. Yunxing's body contained the celestial fox relic, which contained the ancient celestial fox smoke. That relic was the reason why Yi Baiming had almost lost control at the last moment. He had left the horn of the red blood unicorn behind and cut off all contact with Yunxing. However, the longing had already taken root in his heart. These days, he had been tormented both by his longing for Yunxing and his body. He would rather die than live. Either the black qilin had swallowed the celestial fox, or the celestial fox had sucked the black qilin's cultivation dry. It turned out that the ancient curse was real. Yi Baiming was not reconciled. Why did the ancient curse have to be used on him and Yunxing? His sadness was replaced by anger. The black qilin bent his body and let out a painful roar. Do you want to stay with Master again? Actually, baby sheep liked Yi Baiming. This man valued Master more than himself. Unless there is a way to break the ancient curse, I am not suitable to see her in my current state. The black qilin shook his head. Although he was also very worried about Yunxing, he could not take the risk if he hurt her when he met her. Fortunately, baby sheep told him that Yunxing had gradually recovered. In front of the omnipotent universe god baby, nothing is impossible. However, there is a condition. You can only see Master in your beast form. You can't return to your human form. Are you still willing? Baby sheep hummed. Master seemed to dislike his first divine skill. He had to make Master look at him in a different light. As long as I can stay with Yunxing without hurting her, I am willing. The black qilin pondered for a moment. This is the meditation land of every world deity. It can calm one's madness and massacre. I'll give you a copy of the burning demon art. You can stay here and comprehend it well. One day, you will comprehend the burning demon art and be able to control the evil aura in your body. Only then will you be able to leave. However, you have to remember that whether or not you can comprehend and break through all depends on yourself. Even Bobo can't help you. Bobo Sheep imparted the burning demon heart mantra of the beast god lineage to Yi Baiming before leaving the realm meditation land. Yunxing's depression did not last long. A few days after Yi Baiming's disappearance, the situation in Zhou State, which had not yet stabilized, took a turn for the worse. Danger lurked everywhere. Yunxing had no choice but to recover from the sadness of Yi Baiming's disappearance. Even though the news was tightly sealed off, there were still some observant people who managed to catch a few clues. Led by the Marquis of Jiayuan, the old subordinates of the Zhou state had launched a fierce rebellion. The Marquis of Jiayuan's rebellion caused the situation in Zhou state to become tense. Ever since the Yun residents moved out of Zhou state, the number of generals in Zhou state's imperial court had withered. Only the Marquis of Jiayuan's generals remained. The Marquis of Jiayuan took the opportunity to steal military power and launched a rebellion while Yi Baiming was missing. The rebellion had only been going on for 5 to 6 days, but many strategic cities in Zhou state had already been conquered. Currently, the Marquis of Jiayuan's army had already arrived at Yujing City. The Marquis of Jiayuan declared that he was suppressing the rebellion in Zhou state and that the Emperor of Zhou state, Yi Baiming, did not pass away due to illness. Instead, he was assassinated by the Prince Regent. As for Empress Dowager Wenren, she had already colluded with the Prince Regent, Yi Baiming. The two of them had conspired to usurp the throne, and the young emperor was merely their puppet. The Marquis of Jiayuan declared that he wanted to rid the emperor of evil, eliminate the demon empress, kill the Prince Regent, and assist the young emperor in regaining Zhou state's imperial power. In the face of such slander, Yi Baiming was nowhere to be seen. Empress Dowager Wenren was merely a woman and a child. It was impossible for her to handle this. She urgently gathered a group of old officials and discussed for days and nights. However, they could not come up with a solution. In the throne room of Zhou state's imperial court, Empress Dowager Wenren and a group of old officials were speechless. The young emperor, Yi Beiqing, who was not even 10 years old, was anxious and restless. He tightly tugged on Empress Dowager Wenren's sleeve with a terrified expression. Imperial Mother, I want to see Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother said that he would protect us, Yi Beiqing pleaded. Although he was young and inexperienced, he knew very well that as long as Imperial Brother was around, all problems could be solved. Empress Dowager Wenren was speechless. How should she tell Yi Beiqing that Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown? Empress Dowager, only the Prince Regent alone can resolve this situation. Please ask the Prince Regent to come forward. Under such circumstances, the group of civil officials led by Elder Chen only wanted to find Yi Biming to solve this matter. On the day of the Prince Regent's wedding, he had not been seen for a long time. There were rumors that the Prince Regent was attacked by an assassin on the day of his wedding and was seriously injured. Empress Dowager, the Prince Regent has 3,000 Biming guards and tens of thousands of disciples of Wushuan Wuji School. As long as the Prince Regent makes a call, this rebellion will definitely be resolved. The group of military officials discussed animatedly. Looking at the group of old officials competing with each other to speak, she felt disgusted. Empress Dowager Wenren sneered in her heart. These people had forgotten that the first person to propose to depose Yi Biming as crown prince was Elder Chen. These people had also forgotten that Yi Biming was the first to stand up and scold Yi Biming for the sake of Xianxia's rebellion. They were also the first ones to stand up and scold Yi Biming for being a traitor. Bah, shameless old man, you only know how to talk. If you have the ability, why don't you go and fight yourself? Yun Ba went to court. When he saw Yun Ba, Elder Chen's eyes turned red like a rooster's and his neck turned red. Old Yun, who allowed you to come to the imperial court? Elder Chen and Yun Ba had always been mortal enemies in the imperial court. He had been fighting with Yun Ba his entire life. Even his granddaughter Chen Lianer had died without a complete corpse because of his selfishness. She had broken off her engagement with Yi Biming. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I came here today because of Emperor Taizu. If the great Zhou dynasty is in trouble, as long as I, Yun Ba, am still alive, I will do my best even if I have to spill every drop of blood on my body. Yun Ba glared at Elder Chen. His martial emperor aura pressed down on Elder Chen's body, causing him to shrink by half. It was said that scholars were useless. It was a waste of saliva to talk to this group of old men. Old General Yun, I am very grateful that you can let bygones be bygones. Empress Dowager Wenren didn't expect Yun Ba to be willing to show up. Yi Biming suddenly disappeared without an explanation. Yun Ba almost tore down the palace at that time. He was originally angry and wanted to take Yunxing back to Taiyuan Mountain. However, Yunxing didn't want to leave, so Yun Ba could only swallow his anger. However, when Yunxing persuaded Yun Ba to return to Zhou State's military camp and lead his former subordinates to help Zhou State resolve this crisis, Yun Ba immediately refused Yunxing. Zhou State was in danger. If Yun Ba was willing to step in, there might still be a chance. Sheng you don't have to persuade grandfather anymore. Zhou State's dynasty isn't a good person. Yi Qingtian is worse than a beast. Yi Biming didn't even send a message. I almost killed this father and son with my own hands, Yun Ba said angrily. Yi Qingtian, that old fellow, humiliated Yun Ba. Yun Ba was filled with regret. It was all his fault for being blind. He had believed Yi Biming's good words and thought that Yi Biming would be more decent. He didn't expect him to abandon his precious granddaughter on his wedding day. He had thought that his granddaughter would be able to find a good man. In a few years, he would have a big fat great-grandchild to hug. Now, his granddaughter was married in name, but he did not even know where she had run off to. Wasn't she living like a widow? Grandfather, Sheng can't explain Biming's matter to you in a short time, but Sheng promises that he isn't a heartless person. He didn't abandon Sheng. I believe that he's just in trouble. One day, he will come back. While he's not here, Sheng will protect Zhou State well. He used the country as a betrothal gift, so I'll return it to him. Yunxing's words made Yun Ba speechless. Yi Biming had promised to protect Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor for life. Since Yunxing and Yi Biming had already bowed to heaven and earth, then she was his wife. No matter whether he came back or not, she would wait for him. She would keep his vow. At that moment, Yunxing's eyes were filled with determination. Yun Ba heaved a long sigh. Forget it, Sheng your grandfather has lived his whole life. Why should I care about grudges? It's already your generation's world now. But as long as you want to do it, I will do it for you. As long as I'm still alive. It was also because of this that Yun Ba had returned to Zhou State's imperial court and caused that scene earlier. After learning that it was Yunxing who persuaded Yun Ba to come out of retirement, Empress Dowager Wenren shed tears of gratitude. She brought the little emperor, Yi Beiqing, to the Yun residence to thank Yunxing. Empress Dowager, there's no need to bow. Personally, I am a citizen of Zhou State. If Zhou State is in trouble, I should help. Yu Gong, I am Yi Baiming's wife. The wife pays her husband's debts. I will help him fulfill the promise he made that day. However, there are conditions for my help. Yunxing stared at Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor. Especially the little emperor, he only felt that there was a terrifying power in Yunxing's eyes, which made him afraid. Empress Dowager Wenren's heart tightened. She had met Yunxing several times. Her impression of Yunxing was only that she was Yi Baiming's beloved and the boss of Xianxia. But today, when she saw Yunxing, she only felt that this woman was extraordinary. In just a few days, she was able to recover from Yi Baiming's disappearance. It could be seen that she was not an ordinary person. Because of Yi Baiming's wedding ceremony, Yunxing still wore a young girl's hair bun, but there was a natural aura of a king between her eyebrows. Empress Dowager Wenren looked at Yunxing, who was 7 or 8 years younger than her, and only felt that she was facing Yi Baiming. The two were so similar. They both had a heroic spirit that could swallow the rivers and mountains. After pondering for a moment, thinking of the situation in Zhou State, Empress Dowager Wenren agreed, "Consort Prince Regent, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. First, since I am reorganizing the court on behalf of my husband, I must have the same absolute power as him. From now on, I am the Prince Regent of Zhou State." As soon as Yunxing said this, Empress Dowager Wenren's face changed slightly. But she still gritted her teeth and nodded. Yi Baiming was not here. His power was controlled by Yunxing, so there was nothing wrong with it. Second, I want to give the little emperor to me. Yunxing looked at Yi Beiqing with a sharp gaze. Yi Beiqing, who looked like a carved jade, looked like he rarely experienced wind and rain. When he met Yunxing's gaze, he immediately shrank into Empress Dowager Wenren's arms as if he was burned by fire. He muttered, "Mother, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to follow this woman." A child's intuition was always the most accurate. Yi Beiqing only felt that if he followed Yunxing, he would not have a good life. Empress Dowager Wenren was also unwilling. She comforted Yi Beiqing and refused politely, "Consort Prince Regent, this request is too difficult. I only have one child, Beiqing. He is too young to leave me." In the end, Empress Dowager Wenren still did not completely trust Yunxing and the Yun residents. Earlier, Elder Chen had misled the public and slandered her, saying that the Prince Regent's disappearance might be related to the Yun residents. Some people even said that later Qin's Emperor Dugu came alone and had a secret talk with Yunxing. Empress Dowager Wenren could not help but think of the rumors between Yunxing and later Qin's Emperor Dugu Xiu. If she handed the little emperor over to Yunxing, no one could guarantee that she would not use the emperor to command Zhou State. Empress Dowager, there is no need to force yourself if you are unwilling. Grandfather and I will leave Yujing today. You can think of a way to solve Zhou State's crisis. Yunxing had already expected that Empress Dowager Wenren would not agree. "Princess Consort, you are threatening me." Empress Dowager Wenren was like a tigress whose whiskers had been touched. She glared at Yunxing angrily. "Yes, I am threatening you. Empress Dowager Wenren, don't put on airs in front of me. I, Yunxing, have never been afraid of any imperial power. When Yiqing Tian was around, I was not afraid. Now, what is there for me to be afraid of in Zhou State? I am taking the little emperor away for your own good. Look at his useless appearance. Even if there was no rebellion, he is just a useless piece of trash," Yunxing scolded coldly. Yunxing knew very well that she would not stay in Zhou State for the rest of her life. She needed to investigate the ancient Qilin curse and the whereabouts of her mother, Hu Jiuxing. Zhou State needed an unyielding emperor, not an emperor who tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeves all day long. Empress Dowager Wenren's eyes reddened when she heard this. As the Empress Dowager, no one had said such words to her for many years. However, she was also awakened by Yunxing's scolding. If she did not learn to let go, Chang'er would probably be a flower in a greenhouse for the rest of her life. There was a limit to her power. She could not watch over Chang'er for the rest of her life. Empress Dowager Wenren's eyes were red and she could not say a word. The little emperor, Yi Beicheng, bit his tender lips. Like an angered cub, he rushed forward. I am not mud. You are a bad woman. You are not allowed to insult mother. However, before he could rush forward, he tripped. Rows of thorns appeared on the ground. Yi Beicheng was shocked at first, but he still tried his best to avoid the thorns. After dodging a few times, he was already panting. There were also many cuts on his legs. However, this time, Yi Beicheng did not cry and complain, nor did he ask Empress Dowager Wenren for help. He wanted to prove that he was not mud. Little Emperor, let's stop fighting for now. Come with me. One day, you'll be able to protect your mother like a real man. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming's stubborn expression and thought of Yi Baiming in the past. If Yi Baiming was here, he would probably do the same. Perhaps the little emperor and Yi Baiming were not related by blood, but Yi Baiming still cared about this younger brother of his. As long as it was someone he cared about, she would protect them for him before he returned. She would be the guardian angel of Zhou State until the moment he returned. Is what you said true? Will I really be able to become an indomitable man like Imperial Brother one day? Although he was panting and had wounds all over his body, Yi Baiming still felt proud. He had withstood Yunxing's test. This woman could no longer underestimate him. Sure, Imperial sister-in-law promises you as long as you do as Imperial sister-in-law says. One day, you'll be like your Imperial brother and have the ability to protect the people most important to you. Yunxing stroked Yi Baiming's head. When she thought of Yi Baiming, the tip of her nose turned a little sour. There was once a man who said that he would be there for everything. But Yi Baiming, where exactly are you now? Yunxing took Yi Baiming away. In the imperial court, Yunba led a group of old generals back to the court. Because the Marquis of Jiayuan had usurped military power, he had instigated a large number of Zhou State's troops to defect. Within Zhou State's borders, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had defected. The once powerful Zhou State's army had reached the point where it had no soldiers to use. Yunba immediately began to recruit soldiers and buy horses. But even so, the new soldiers he trained in a short period of time were unable to compete with the old soldiers under the Marquis of Jiayuan. Under Yunba's leadership, the new and old soldiers of Zhou State confronted each other in several important cities of Zhou State. For a time, neither side was willing to back down. After Yunxing heard the news, she invited Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao to discuss it. Yunxing, are you saying that we should use the Dark North Guards to launch a surprise attack? Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao looked troubled. The Dark North Guards were Yi Baiming's personal guards. There were more than 3,000 of them. However, these people were all trained by Yi Baiming. They obeyed Yi Baiming's every word and were loyal to him to the death. But now, Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown, and Yunxing was unwilling to explain the real reason for Yi Baiming's disappearance. Earlier, the Marquis of Jiayuan's spy had purposely slandered Yunxing and spread the rumor that Yunxing and the Yun estate had secretly murdered Yi Baiming. There were already people in the Dark North Guards who were dissatisfied with Yunxing. Needless to say, they stepped forward to help Yunxing and the Yun estate. However, Yunxing was unaware of all this, and Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao couldn't tell Yunxing directly. That's right. I suspect that Zhou State's betrayal this time isn't normal. I believe that you two senior brothers are well aware of what kind of person the Marquis of Jiayuan is. There must be a reason why he can contend against my grandfather. There are other powers supporting him from behind the scenes. Yunxing didn't notice the strange looks on their faces and spoke with certainty. Yunba was the martial emperor of Zhou State and an ever-victorious general of Zhou State. Yunxing had great faith in her grandfather's ability to fight in battle. Even 10 Marquis of Jiayuan wouldn't be a match for Yunba, let alone one. The Marquis of Jiayuan's current situation clearly wasn't his alone. Yunxing ordered Master Zhongren to infiltrate a few major cities and secretly investigate. Indeed, they found some clues. All the signs indicated that there was someone behind the Marquis of Jiayuan, and the mastermind behind the scenes pointed to the Dihong city. The enmity between the Yun estate and the Dihong city seemed to have come to an end after Yuan Shahua married into the Yun estate. However, the Dihong city lord was a petty person who held grudges. After failing to find the divine artifact, the Dihong city lord seemed to have stopped moving around the mainland. However, the Dihong City Lord had been looking for opportunities to expand the Dihong City's power. He had originally planned to take a share of the profits during the chaos in later Qin, so he secretly supported the second prince of the later Qin, Du Guqian. However, he didn't expect Du Guxiu to be so ruthless and kill Du Guqian's forces with lightning speed. He even wiped out all the people related to Du Guqian. During the war in later Qin, the Dihong City Lord went for wool but came home shorn. He lost a lot of people and a lot of money. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. After the Dihong City Lord's anger subsided, he quickly received another piece of news. The Marquis of Jiayuan had long been in cahoots with the Dihong City Lord. He secretly told the Dihong City Lord that the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, had suddenly disappeared on the night of his wedding. His whereabouts were unknown. The Zhou state's Dark North Guards had no leader, and the military power of the Zhou state had been stolen by him. Now, the Zhou state only had the useless Empress Dowager and her son. When the Dihong City Lord heard this news, he was wild with joy. The Zhou state and the later Qin were both great countries, and their national power was once on par with each other. However, after Yi Qingtian of the Zhou state succeeded the throne, especially after Yunba left the Zhou state, the Zhou state's national fortune was much weaker than the later Qin. Needless to say, Yi Baiming's silent betrayal had dealt a heavy blow to the entire Zhou state. However, this was not a problem. As long as the Zhou state still had the martial emperor level Yi Baiming, the Dihong City Lord would not dare to rashly invade the Zhou state. With the Dihong City Lord's strength as Emperor Zhao, he originally did not fear Yi Baiming's martial emperor level cultivation. However, the Dihong City Lord still had some foresight. Yi Baiming was not even 20 years old, but he was already a martial emperor. In the future, he might even become a martial god-level existence. The Dihong City Lord was unwilling to offend a potential martial god-level expert. However, now that Yi Baiming had disappeared, half of the Zhou state had collapsed. The Dihong City Lord no longer had any misgivings and started dreaming of becoming the emperor. He secretly supported the Marquis of Jiayuan and personally led a group of Dihong City's experts to the Marquis of Jiayuan's camp to fight against Yunba. Currently, in the Zhou state, the ones who were fighting against Yunba were the Dihong City's experts led by the Dihong City Lord himself. Among them were a few Dihong City elders. Yunxing, do you mean to bring the Dark North Guards as reinforcements? However, the Dihong City Lord's strength is not to be underestimated. Even if all the Dark North Guards rush over, they might not be able to defeat the Dihong City Lord's demonic beasts. Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao were somewhat anxious when they heard this. They originally did not take the Marquis of Jiayuan seriously. However, if the Dihong City Lord was behind the Marquis of Jiayuan, it would be no small matter. It was rumored that the Dihong City Lord's Dihong Song had cultivated to the 8th stage. Dihong Song could summon divine beasts. On the boundless continent, other than the Emperor Zhao in red, no one else was a match for divine beasts. Needless to say, the Dark North Guards would not listen to Yunxing's orders at all. No, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. I want to attack Dihong City. This time, I want that old dog, the Dihong City Lord, to lose everything. Yunxing sneered. The dog father and son in Dihong City had almost destroyed the Yun family. Second uncle and second sister-in-law had been separated for many years. Yunxing had not pursued these matters. If the Dihong City Lord had stayed in Dihong City obediently, she might have been able to let bygones be bygones. However, the Dihong City Lord, Xianxia, was courting death. Yunxing naturally did not mind sending him and Dihong City on their way. This time, the City Lord of Grand Emperor City had left with the experts in the city. It was the perfect opportunity to attack Grand Emperor City. After listening to Yunxing's analysis, Qing and Bu also felt that Yunxing's plan was feasible. However, Yunxing, your plan is good, but it won't be easy to mobilize the Dark North Guards. To tell you the truth, even I can't convince the Dark North Guards. Isn't this a headache? Bu Jiuxiao was a little embarrassed. Zhou State was facing internal strife and Yi Baiming was missing. As Yi Baiming's good friends, Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao spared no effort. Qingbai contacted Zhou Qingchuan and used the power of the Wuji Chamber of Commerce to transport provisions for Yunba, who was far away at the front lines. Bu Jiuxiao deployed the men of Wuxuan Wuji School and the Dark North Guards respectively. He wanted to use the power of the two to share a portion of the pressure on Yunba. Wuxuan Wuji School was fine. Bu Jiuxiao himself was the eldest senior brother of Wuxuan Wuji School. Yi Baiming's prestige in Wuxuan Wuji School was also very deep. Everyone in the school responded to his call. However, when deploying the elite Dark North Guards, Bu Jiuxiao hit a nail on the head. The specific reason why the Dark North Guards were unwilling to help Zhou State quell the rebellion had to be explained from the origin of the Dark North Guards. The Dark North Guards were established by Empress Li of Zhou State. After Yi Baiming was born and in the last few years before her death, she used her own personal power to establish the Dark North Guards. Back then, Empress Li was ignored by Zhou State's Emperor Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was also blind. Empress Li also knew that her health was deteriorating day by day. What she was most worried about was that after she passed away, Yi Baiming would have no one to rely on and die tragically in the cold palace. Therefore, she used the last bit of the Li family's financial resources to select Long Hua and Long Feng, as well as an additional 100 warriors and 100 magicians. These 200 people were the embryonic form of the Dark North Guard. Empress Li had left the last of the Li family's assets to Long Hua and Long Feng to manage. She only had one request at the time. After she passed away, if Yi Baiming could survive in the cold palace, Long Hua and Long Feng would pledge their loyalty to Yi Baiming for the rest of their lives. They would help Yi Baiming take back everything that belonged to him. Everything in the capital of Zhou State was exchanged for by Empress Li. Empress Li swore that she would take revenge for Yi Baiming. However, if Yi Baiming was useless and died prematurely in the cold palace, Long Hua and Long Feng would have to kill him after burying him. All the assets and manpower of the Dark North Guards would be inherited by the two brothers. Long Hua and Long Feng were orphans saved by Empress Li. They remembered Empress Li's words and waited for many years. However, what they didn't expect was that before they could enter the cold palace to search for Empress Li's son, Yi Baiming would come knocking on their door. With just a few words, Long Hua and Long Feng were completely convinced by Yi Baiming. Both of them knew that Yi Baiming would be their master for the rest of their lives. However, they didn't expect that their master, who was invincible in Long Hua and Long Feng's eyes, who was destined to inherit Zhou State one day, would disappear overnight. He abandoned the Dark North Guards who swore their loyalty to him and also abandoned Empress Li's hopes back then. There was no news of him at all. This caused some disagreements within the Dark North Guards. Long Hua and Long Feng, who were as close as brothers, also had different opinions and were at odds with each other. Long Hua thought that they had to investigate thoroughly and wait for their master to return. However, Long Feng thought that their master must have been killed. Now that Zhou State was in rebellion, it was the best opportunity to rise up and destroy the Zhou State royal family. In the end, because of their disagreements, their many years of brotherhood were destroyed and the Dark North Guards split into two factions. Bu Jiuxiao originally wanted to mediate between them, but he ended up offending both factions and ended up in an awkward situation. After hearing this, Yunxing finally understood why Bu Jiuxiao was in such a difficult position. However, from what senior brother Bu said, the most important thing to subdue the Dark North Guards is to take down Long Hua and Long Feng. Between the two of them, who do you think is easier to persuade? If Yunxing wanted to make use of the Dark North Guards, she needed to subdue Long Hua and Long Feng first. Yunxing planned to defeat the two of them separately and start with the one who was easier to persuade. From what I see, although Long Hua is older, he is unyielding and straightforward and doesn't have any shrewdness. He doesn't have much enmity towards you. As for Long Feng, other than the dead Long Shui, his personality is the most unpredictable among the four of them. Because he cultivates both magic and martial arts, his strength is even higher than Long Hua. Speaking of which, Long Hua is easier to deal with. Bu Jiuxiao had interacted with the Dark North Guards before and understood Long Hua and Long Feng very well. Thank you, senior brother Bu. Since that's the case, let's go find Long Hua first. Yunxing heard that after Long Hua and Long Feng fell out, Long Hua brought a portion of the Dark North Guards back to the Jade Capital in a fit of anger and was now in charge of the Wandong Gambling House. Jade Capital, Wandong Gambling House. The current rebellion in Zhou State did not affect the business of the Wandong Gambling House. Gamblers were still coming in, and piles of gold and purple coins were piled up on the gambling table. The gamblers were red in the face, their saliva flying everywhere. They piled the gold coins in their hands on the gambling table, waving their chips and shouting. Big. Small. Afternoon, Long Hua walked in with a few dark north guards. Ever since Yi Baiming went missing, Long Hua would patrol the Wandong gambling house every day. These days, the gambling house looked very normal and there was nothing unusual. But today, as soon as Long Hua walked in, an old guard in the gambling house ran over with a flustered expression and whispered a few words into Long Hua's ear. Such a big thing happened, why didn't you inform us earlier? What's the background of the other party? Long Hua's thick brows furrowed. In just one morning, more than 9 million purple coins had been won by someone. This was already equivalent to the Wandong gambling house's annual income. Chief Manager, the other party's name and background are not clear for the time being. But judging from her attire, she's a female summoner. The guards also had a bitter expression. They had long wanted to inform the Chief Manager, but because of the matter with the Dark North Guards, the Chief Manager would only arrive at noon every day. It was delayed again, and those guests had won more than 9 million purple coins. Long Hua signaled for the guards to calm down. With his hands behind his back, he walked forward with a few Dark North guards. On the second floor of the Wandong gambling house, at a gambling table that was usually only used to entertain nobles and distinguished guests. Among the 3 gamblers, there were 2 men and 1 woman. When Long Hua walked forward, the female guest was collecting a large pile of purple coins. In front of her, there was already a pile of tens of thousands of purple coins, like several small mountains. Even so, there were still a few purple cards on the table, each worth a few million purple coins. When Long Hua saw the female guest's appearance, he immediately recognized her, and his expression changed slightly. How could it be her? Long Hua was used to seeing big scenes, especially when he recognized the clothes of this person. She was a summoner from the Punlai state. Lady Bing Ling, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you? Long Hua recognized that this female guest was Bing Ling, the female summoner from Punlai who had participated in the stone gambling at Wanlong Casino. At that time, this female summoner was only a freelance summoner. Now, she had become a member of the Punlai state. After a few years, this female summoner called Bing Ling's cultivation had improved a lot. She was only a scepter summoner, but now, she was a summoner at the level of a witch summoner. The person with her was not an ordinary person. It was a male sorcerer from the sky. When the female summoner saw Long Hua, her eyes were filled with hatred. Bing Ling was originally a summoner from Punlai. A few years ago, she was stone gambling at Wanlong Casino and mistakenly bought a magical beast without a magical beast soul stone. Because of this, she became enemies with Wanlong Casino. At that time, due to the power of Wanlong Casino, Bing Ling angrily left Wanlong Casino after causing trouble. Who knew that Long Hua was also a person who wanted to eliminate the source of trouble? He was worried that Bing Ling would return to Punlai and make a comeback, so he sent people to kill Bing Ling. Bing Ling's magical beast was killed during the chase, and she was also seriously injured. Bing Ling was not destined to die. At the last moment, she was saved by the second summoner of the Zhao state. The second summoner saw that she was young and beautiful. After saving her, he adopted her as his daughter. With the help of the second summoner, Bing Ling contracted with a level 9 magical beast and became a witch summoner. Today, she came to the Wanlong gambling house to take revenge on Chief Manager Long Hua. In just half a day's time, Bing Ling and her companion had already won nearly 10 million purple gold from the Wandong gambling house. Even for the Wandong gambling house, 10 million purple gold coins was a shocking amount. Not to mention, with Yi Baiming not around, the Wandong gambling house did not have much gold coins left for daily operations. If he didn't win these gold coins back, or if Bing Ling came to gamble every day in the future, Wanlong Casino would close down in a few days. Steward Long Hua, do you dare to make a bet with me? Bing Ling's beautiful face revealed a mocking smile. 30 years of ups and downs. Today, she was here to deal with the Wanlong Casino. Since Lady Bing Ling has such intentions, Long Hua will naturally risk his life to accompany her. Long Hua secretly gave a look, and the gambling house staff member immediately walked to Long Hua's side and whispered into his ear. Bing Ling had obviously come prepared. She didn't want to bet herself, but she had asked her companion to do so. Her companion only gambled on the simplest dice, but he was able to guess the size of the dice every time. It seems that Miss Bing Ling's friend is also a gambling expert. How should I address him? Long Hua calmly sized up the male magician. The man's face was haggard, like a zombie, and he wore a frog-green magician's robe. Wind Ghost. He moved his lips and spat out these two words. Master Wind Ghost, I heard that you're very good at playing dice. However, it's boring to guess the size of the dice for an entire morning. Long Hua boldly wishes to have a dice game with Master Wind Ghost. Whoever has more dice points wins. Long Hua was wary of this taciturn wind-type magician. 9 out of 10 gambles lost, not to mention in a place like the Wanlong Casino. This Wind Ghost was definitely not simple. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Long Hua decided to take action personally and get rid of this magician called Wind Ghost as soon as possible. Before Long Hua was adopted by Empress Li, he was a beggar who spent his days in the casino. After being adopted by Empress Li, she discovered his expertise in gambling and ordered him to mingle in the casino to prepare a large sum of money for Yi Baiming's revival. However, after following Yi Baiming, Long Hua rarely gambled on his own. Wait, Steward Long. We've been gambling for an entire morning and have only won less than 10 million purple gold coins. This small amount of money isn't even enough for our transportation. Since we're going to gamble, let's gamble to our heart's content. We'll decide the winner in one round and bet on the Wanlong Casino. Bing Ling interjected. Long Hua's expression froze. He understood that the other party was here to cause trouble. Lady Bing Ling, you can gamble. But do you think a mere 10 million purple gold coins is enough to take down the entire Wanlong Casino? Long Hua was enraged. The Wanlong Casino was the result of his and his master's hard work. This woman actually dared to demand an exorbitant price and wanted to take down the Wanlong Casino. Not enough? Then I wonder if this item will be enough. The summoning ring on Bing Ling's finger lit up. Boom, there were screams, shoving, and the sound of people falling to the ground. The gambling table was trampled into 2 pieces. A gray hell lizard dragon, spitting out balls of black fighting energy, appeared. It was the size of an adult horse and had a dark brand on its forehead. Dark Hell Lizard Dragon, peak of the 9th rank. It was a terrifying magical beast that lived only in the underworld and relied on living people. In the casino, the gamblers were scrambling to escape. The few gamblers closest to the gambling table were wrapped up by the Hell Lizard Dragon's black fog and swallowed, making terrifying chewing sounds. Dark magical beast, it was actually a dark magical beast. This magical beast should not have appeared in the boundless continent. Who would have thought that Bing Ling, who came from the Zhao state, would be able to control a dark magical beast? How is it? My hell lizard hasn't eaten for a long time. If Manager Long Hua doesn't agree, my little fellow won't be in a good mood and will eat up all the people in Wanlong Casino. Bing Ling giggled. This was a summoner. A summoner who possessed a powerful magical beast would be fearless even in the face of an army of thousands of men and horses. The feeling of using a magical beast to crush the opponent was really good. Facing Bing Ling's arrogant provocation, Long Hua's face became even uglier. Lady Bing Ling, please recall your magical beast. Let's gamble. A few Dark North guards behind Long Hua were furious. But Long Hua stopped them. No matter how strong the Dark North guards were, they were still no match for the Hell Lizard Dragon. If their master was here, this woman would definitely not be so arrogant. 2 dark brown cups and dice were brought up. Long Hua and Wind Spirit picked up the cups almost at the same time. Their hands shook at lightning speed. The white dice rolled into the cups. When the dice entered the cups, Long Hua injected a stream of fighting energy into the dice. In his hands, the cup spun rapidly like a ball. Wind Ghost stood in front of him, swaying the cup in his hand unhurriedly. The crisp sound of the dice hitting the cups continued. A few people walked up the stairs. They were 3 young men, Bu Jiuxiao, Qing Bai, and Yun Xing, who was disguised as a man. Seeing the situation in the arena, Bu Jiuxiao was about to step forward, but Yun Xing stopped him. Yun Xing's gaze moved back and forth between Long Hua and Wind Spirit's faces. Oh, someone is here to cause trouble. How dare he compete with manager Long Hua in gambling skills? Qingbai muttered. Qingbai was an unruly person who loved to play. He was also a gambler at the Wanlong gambling house in his early years. He was a smart person and could be considered to be quite knowledgeable in gambling. But every time he met Chief Steward Long Hua, he would always lose everything. He was full of admiration for Long Hua's gambling skills. Hence, when Yinxing mentioned that she wanted to come to the Wanlong gambling house, Qingbai was curious. Could it be that Yinxing wanted to win against Long Hua in gambling skills in exchange for the support of the Dark North Guards led by Long Hua? If Yinxing really had such thoughts, he really had to persuade her to give up on this childish idea as soon as possible. In the Boundless Continent, if manager Long Hua claimed to be second in gambling skills, it would be hard to find someone who dared to claim to be first. Senior Marshal Brother Qing, you've made a mistake this time. This time, manager Long will lose, and he will lose miserably. Yunqing shook his head. If it was really just a competition of gambling skills, manager Long Hua might not lose. Unfortunately, the other party was not competing in gambling skills at all. There were still dozens of people standing on the second floor of the Wanlong gambling house, including Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao. But no one really saw the trick that the male mage was using. Yunqing's black eyes focused slightly, and her originally black eyes turned golden. The fourth level of Shenong's pupil, inner vision. Under the effect of Shenong's pupil, Yunqing could clearly see the two dice rolling continuously in the cups in the hands of manager Long Hua and that male mage. There was a ball of vigorous fighting energy mixed in manager Long Hua's dice. At this moment, the fighting energy was controlling the dice's rotation speed and number. It was a 6. But the moment manager Long Hua put down the dice, that male mage silently released a wind elemental magical element. That magical element seeped into the cup in manager Long Hua's hands. The combat aura was immediately dispersed when it collided with the wind magic element. The die that had already shown a 6 turned again and became a 1. The male magician's expression relaxed a little. He put down the cup in his hand and opened it, only to see the number 5 inside. Steward Long Hua was overjoyed when he saw the size of the die. He won. He opened the cup. Pa, the cup fell to the ground. Manager Long Hua looked at the dice in the cup in disbelief. His face was pale as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? Where's 6? There was only one 1 in the cup. It was an extremely ironic one. 5 against 1. In the casino, manager Long, who had not lost for many years, actually lost. Haha, manager Long Hua, you must accept your loss. From now on, Zhou State's Wanlong Casino will belong to me. Bing Ling clapped her hands and laughed. She looked at the dazed manager Long Hua with a mocking smile in her eyes. Master, Long Hua has let you down. Long Hua was ashamed. He roared and raised his hand, wanting to hit his own face. At this moment, a hand pressed down on Long Hua's hand. A handsome and noble face appeared in front of Long Hua. When he saw the person, Long Hua was stunned. He cried out involuntarily, Long Hua, you only lost 1 round. I won't blame you. The person winked at Long Hua and walked to the gambling table. I'm Yi Baiming of Zhou State. After hearing the person's self-introduction, Bing Ling and Feng Gui knew that the handsome young man in black in front of them was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. So it's one of the new Wuji 5 walls, Your Excellency Regent of Great Zhou. I heard that the Prince Regent disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect to see the Prince Regent here. It seems that it was just a rumor. Bing Ling looked at the handsome Regent of Great Zhou as she spoke. It was rumored that Zhou State's Baiming King was handsome and elegant, and liked to wear black. The young man in front of them had a handsome face and was about 17 or 18 years old. However, he had an elegant temperament. His eyes were misty, his lips were beautiful, and his skin was not as rough as other men's. Looking at him, people's eyes couldn't help but light up. Although he was almost devilishly beautiful, he had a biting cold aura and the majestic pressure of a king. It didn't make people think of him as a sissy. The new Wuji 5 walls was a new ranking on the mainland after the decline of Tang Yuan and Li Xiao. Most of the people in the ranking were old faces, but there was an addition of a new talent. At the same time, the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, was the most popular person in recent years. It was rumored that the Prince Regent of Zhou State was extraordinarily handsome and his strength had reached the martial emperor level. It was a pity that he got married at such a young age. This time, Bing Ling came to the Wanlong gambling house to cause trouble. Before she left, the second regent of Great Zhou had instructed her to find out the whereabouts of the regent of Great Zhou. If the rumors were true and the Prince Regent was missing, then the Zhao state would definitely have a hand in the rebellion of Zhou state. Longhua was dumbfounded. He clearly saw that the person in front of him was the Prince Regent's consort, Yunxing, who was disguised as his master. Why would the consort suddenly appear in the Wanlong gambling house? Moreover, she was dressed as a man. However, he knew in his heart that this newly married princess was very intelligent. Even his own prince was full of praise for her. It was no wonder that Longhua had such a reaction. Even Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao were shocked when they saw Yunxing's outfit today. Yunxing already had a plan in mind. She had promised Empress Li that she would assist the Zhou state during the few years when Yi Baiming was not around and the young emperor had yet to grow up. In order to avoid rumors, she decided to move around Zhou state as Yi Baiming. Yunxing also thought of using disguise magic. However, disguise magic was magic after all and could still be seen through. Therefore, Yunxing thought of disguise. She was proficient in medicine and was very familiar with Yi Baiming's style of doing things and speaking. First, she used a special magic potion to dye her originally fair skin a shade darker to make her look more heroic. Then, she cut her hair short and used special magic beast materials to create a fake Adam's apple. She trimmed her eyebrows and added on the black clothes that Yi Baiming usually liked to wear. In a flash, she became the Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming. Unlike the famous Wuji 5 jade gems, Yi Baiming rarely moved around the continent. The number of people who had seen him could be counted on one hand. Therefore, when Yunxing made her appearance, other than the people close to Yi Baiming, even the Dark North Guards could not recognize her. This one is the adopted daughter of the Zhou State's second Prime Minister, Bing Ling. What has your highness come here today to bestow upon me? A young girl yearned for love. Even though Bing Ling had already secretly hooked up with the second Prime Minister, when she saw a handsome man like Prince Regent, Yi Baiming, she couldn't help but feel her heart sway. Miss Bing Ling, to tell you the truth, I am the owner of Wanlong Gambling House. Wanlong Gambling House is the property left behind by my mother. I can't afford to lose it. Miss Bing Ling, please give me a chance to gamble with you again. Yunxing smiled, her eyes shining brightly. When Bing Ling met the eyes of this regent, she felt as if she had lost her soul and was stunned for a moment. Behind her, Feng Gue coughed a few times, waking her up. Wanlong Gambling House is already mine, Prince Regent, what else do you have to gamble with me? Could it be that the Prince Regent has something more valuable than Wanlong Gambling House to gamble with? Bing Ling finally came to her senses. Since she won Wanlong Gambling House, she would never give it back. About this. Since Lady Bingling used her own demonic beast as the wager, then I, as a show of sincerity, naturally have to show some sincerity. This is the Wuji card worth 100 million purple gold coins. In addition, I also have something to wager. After saying that, Yunxing clapped her hands. A man in a cloak walked out from behind her. That person was tall, but there was no magic or dochi around him, he looked like an ordinary person. Prince Regent, you want to gamble with me? My hell lizard is a magical beast of the dark attribute, you can't find a second one in the whole continent. As for humans, there are plenty of them. Bing Ling laughed. Her hell lizard was secretly given to her by the second summoner behind the back of the Emperor Zhao in Red's knowledge. Miss Bing Ling, don't worry, my wager will not be inferior to your two-headed lizard. Yunxing waved her hand. Behind her, the masked person took off his cloak and hood. A golden light flashed, and everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. When Tycoon Gold revealed his true face, the whole gambling house was dead silent at first, but then there was a burst of gasps. Heavens, it's a purple gold person. A person made entirely of purple gold. This is a living purple gold person, it walked over by itself just now. Bing Ling was also dumbfounded. Bing Ling still had some eyesight, she could see that this golden man was not ordinary. Could this be a legend? With Lady Bingling's eyesight, you should be able to tell that this golden figure is extraordinary. It represents the highest level of the continent's master craftsman. The king of magic artifacts, an eternal magic artifact with life. This violet gold humanoid had a life of its own. It was also a most loyal guard. I believe this violet gold humanoid should be comparable to your dark hell lizard, right? Bingling couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Life magic tool, just this name alone was enough to tempt people. Although the Wanlong gambling house was worth hundreds of millions of gold coins, if one could obtain a life artifact, it would be worth a fortune. She believed that her status in the Zao state would rise as well. Bingling's ambition wasn't small. Although she was currently attached to the second main summoner, she wasn't willing to be the second main summoner's lover. She had always wanted to find a chance to be on equal footing with the second main summoner. When the third main summoner of the Zao state passed away, Emperor Zao hadn't appointed a new main summoner. As long as she offered this precious eternal magic tool, she believed that when the time came, the Emperor Zao would be happy and appoint her as the new main summoner. Your Highness, you mustn't. This magic tool is too precious. You can't use it to bet. Long Hua was ashamed. Chief Steward Long Hua naturally knew how precious life magic tools were. When the princess said that a life magic tool represented the highest level of the continent's master craftsman, she wasn't exaggerating. This was because there hadn't been a life magic tool in the continent for a long time. Even the continent's top master craftsman, Master Moin Moke from the elf tribe, hadn't created a life magic tool. A life magic tool was even more precious than the Wanlong gambling house because the Wanlong gambling house could be measured with money. However, a life magic tool was priceless. It was rare to see one in 10,000 years. Long Hua was very conflicted. He wanted to return to the Wanlong gambling house, but he couldn't let the princess consort take the risk for him. After the prince went missing, he quarreled with Long Feng, who was like a brother, because of the division of power. Long Feng took control of the Dark North Guards in Jadefall Valley. He took another part of the Dark North Guards back to the Jade capital. He swore that before the prince returned, he would take good care of the Wanlong gambling house. Who knew that he would fall into Bingling's trap? Long Hua, believe in your prince. He will definitely return the Wanlong gambling house to you in one piece. Bu Jiuxiao and Qingbai both chose to believe in Yunxing unconditionally. When they were searching for the divine weapon, they had interacted with Yunxing. In their hearts, Yunxing's status was almost equal to Yi Baiming's. If Yunxing said that she could do it, they absolutely believed that she could do it. How is it? Or does Lady Bingling have no confidence in Master Wind Ghost's gambling skills? Yunxing stopped Long Hua and made another bet with Bingling. Okay, I will bet with the Prince Regent again. Greed often made people lose their minds. Bingling gritted her teeth, exchanged a look with Wind Ghost, and agreed. The gambling method is still the same as before. Wind Ghost against the Prince Regent. If I win, I will take the Wanlong gambling house, the eternal ritual implement, and the 100 million purple coins. But if I lose, I will leave the purple coins and the dark hell lizard behind. Bingling looked very confident. These stupid people really thought that gambling was everything. They didn't know that Wind Ghost's profound magic, Traceless Wind, was very powerful. Wind Ghost was an assassin magician that Bingling had discovered in Penglai. Before he was hired by Bingling, he was the most famous assassin in Penglai. He used his unique ability to control the wind to kill people. Although Wind Ghost was only a sky magician, he had comprehended his own profound magic very early on. His ability to control the wind magic elements had also reached the realm of perfection. When he used the profound magic, Traceless Wind, he could quietly release his own wind magic elements without being noticed by the other party. Just now, when he was competing with Long Hua, Wind Ghost used the wind magic elements to change the number on Long Hua's dice at the last moment. Wind Ghost and Bingling thought that all this was done secretly and that Prince Regent and the others were unaware. What they didn't know was that Yunxing had already seen through all of Wind Ghost's tricks because of her Shen-Nong pupil. Seeing that the princess was determined to compete, Long Hua had no choice but to remind her. Your Highness, that magician's technique is very strange. Please be careful. Long Hua was worried and expectant. He had pinned all his hopes of winning back the Wanlong gambling house on Yunxing. If the princess lost the most precious life ritual implement for him this time, he really wouldn't have the face to face the prince and the late Empress Li. Don't worry. Yunxing smiled and walked forward. Wind Demon was hurt by the confident smile on Yunxing's face. He snorted and walked up as well. He thought to himself, what a reckless guy. Just now, Wind Demon had only used half of his strength, and Longhua was defeated. He didn't believe that the Prince Regent of Zhou State had much ability. The rules of the gamble were the same as the previous round. It was still to see who would win. Each person had a cup and a die. Whichever side got the bigger number would be the winner. Wind Demon's face was wooden. He didn't even move his hands, and a light green wind element wrapped around the whole cup. The cup started to shake quickly. Yunxing also smiled faintly. She grabbed the cup with her right hand and began to shake it slowly. Wind Demon and Bing Ling were speechless when they saw Prince Regent's gesture. They thought that as the boss of Wanlong Casino, Prince Regent should be proficient in gambling, or at least know how to use fighting energy to control the die. Who knew that Prince Regent looked like a layman when he shook the die? But just when Wind Demon and Bing Ling thought that they had won, Yunxing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her 5 fingers suddenly closed, and her 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Trillium Hand, 3rd level. Her 5 fingers moved faster and faster. The die seemed to have grown legs as it hovered in Yunxing's palm. What technique was this? It wasn't magic, nor was it fighting energy. When Wind Demon saw Yunxing's technique, he showed a dignified expression. He chanted. Puff, puff, puff. An invisible wind blade hit the cup in Yunxing's hand. Yunxing sneered and wanted to make another move. Her eyes narrowed, and she didn't chant at all. A gust of wind elemental magic wrapped around the cup as well. The technique of Trillium Hand and the wind element intertwined, and the whole cup started to spin like a top. Wind Demon's traceless wind magic couldn't enter Yunxing's cup for a while. Wind Demon was secretly shocked. He had never encountered such a situation. This Prince Regent of Zhou State did have some skills. But even so, even if he couldn't do anything to the other party's die, as long as he could guarantee that his die was a 6, it was fine. At most, it would be a draw. Bing Ling could still get it to Wanlong Casino. When Wind thought of this, he made up his mind. He had used traceless wind many times today, and the consumption of his magic power was not small. When he was ready to take back his wind element, he only felt a strange force followed closely and hit his cup. That surge of magic power was very domineering. It actually directly destroyed his wind magic element. Only a clang sound was heard. This time, it was Wind Demon's cup that slipped out of his hand first. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wind Demon's cup. Inside, the white and shiny die was still spinning. When the die stopped spinning, everyone took a closer look. Bing Ling, who was originally confident of winning, turned pale, and stared at the die as if she had seen a ghost. The die was blank, and there wasn't a single point on it. All the points on the 6-sided die had disappeared. A good die naturally wouldn't become blank for no reason. This blank die was because the 6 sides of the die had been shaved off by a layer as if they had been cut by a knife. Just what kind of power was it that could cut through the tough dice like tofu in such a short period of time? Wind Ghost was dumbstruck. In his mind, the scene of him withdrawing his strength flashed past. The strange force that came back with his 5 traces of the wind, could it be that the collision just now had done something to his dice? Impossible. How could there be a power that not only defeated his magic power in such a short period of time, but also damaged his dice at the same time? No one cared about the number of points that Prince Regent had rolled. Even if it was the Prince Regent who had only rolled a 1, it was already a sure win. Yunxing sneered in her heart. What a reckless fool. A mere wind element wanted to compete with her dark magic, ever since that night when Yunxing and Yibaiming failed to consummate their marriage. Yunxing was sad for a few days, but very quickly, she realized that the magic and magic soul in her body were much stronger than before. She recalled the ancient Qilin curse that Du Guxiu had mentioned. According to the curse, either the black Qilin had swallowed the celestial fox, or the celestial fox had sucked the black Qilin's cultivation dry. From the looks of it, Yibaiming had relied on his amazing willpower to not do anything to Yunxing that night. However, Yunxing had absorbed a part of Yi Baiming's magic from his body. In particular, a large part of Yi Baiming's dark magic had benefited Yunxing. Now, the dark magic in Yunxing's body was very domineering. Dark magic was one of the most domineering magic attributes. Needless to say, Yi Baiming was already a law overlord before he left. Wind Demon's wind element was like an egg striking a rock when it came to Yi Baiming's dark magic. Therefore, the die was directly cut into a blank die. How could this be? Yi Baiming. You cheated. Bingling didn't expect that she would fail miserably. She had thought that the Wanlong gambling house would be in her hands, but who knew that it would be ruined by Yi Baiming? This man was too sinister. He actually used such a despicable trick to plot against Wind Demon. Haha, Lady Bingling, your words are funny. There were so many people here, but who saw this king cheat? Or are you saying that only you can win, and this king's victory is considered cheating? The victor has been decided. Leave the bet and get lost. From now on, you are not allowed to take half a step into Zhou State, Yunxing shouted coldly. Humph, do you think that the people of Zhou State are so easy to trick? Yi Baiming, you forced me to do this. Today, I will wash the Wanlong gambling house with blood. Bingling revealed a crazy smile. A black light rushed out from the summoning ring. The hell lizard roared angrily and appeared. It was a medium-sized magical beast that could occupy an entire gambling table. Its two eyes were like two red lanterns in the dark night. The hell lizard spat out a cloud of black fog, and a tongue that was several meters long came out of its mouth. The tongue was covered with poisonous barbs that were as sharp as thorns. Not to mention human skin and flesh, even metal ores would be melted into a puddle upon contact with the poisonous barbs. The stench from the hell lizard's mouth made people dizzy. Be careful, protect the prince, Longhua was shocked. He rushed forward and stood in front of Yunxing to block her. Longhua, get out of the way. I want these foreigners from Punlai to know that Punlai is not the only place with magical beasts. The magical beasts of Zhou State are thousands of times better. As she spoke, a summoning magic array appeared. What? Bingling and Wind Demon were shocked. The Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was also a summoner. The other party was also a summoner, and she was obviously not weak. Most summoners on the mainland were from the Zhou State. The remaining 10% were freelance summoners. But even freelance summoners had to be certified by the Zhou State before they could become a real summoner. Before Bingling came to Zhou State, she had asked around and found out that there hadn't been a decent summoner in Zhou State for many years. He had also never heard that the regent Yi Baiming, one of the Wujinu 5 Jade Annulus, was a summoner. A thought flashed through his mind like a spark from a flint. Yunxing of Zhou State, the consort of the regent of Great Zhou, Yunxing of the Yun family, was a summoner. But, hadn't Yunxing been captured by the second summoner a long time ago? The Emperor Zhao in red had ordered the capture of Yunxing. It was a secret, but Bingling and the second summoner were close. One day, the second summoner had proudly bragged that he had captured the consort of the Prince Regent of Zhou State and was awarded a great merit. Bingling only knew about Yunxing's identity. With her status in the Zhao State, she didn't know that Yunxing was the descendant of Celestial Fox. But if the person in front of her was the regent of Great Zhou, Yunxing, then who was the woman imprisoned in the Zhao State? Wait a minute, if she could capture the real Princess Regent's consort, then she would have made a great contribution. You're not Yi Baiming. You're the regent of Great Zhou, Yunxing. Yunxing, weren't you imprisoned in the Zhao State? Why are you here? Just as Bingling blurted out. There was a wave of magic, and a pitch-black canine magical beast the size of a wolf jumped out of the magic array. Compared to the hell lizard, this newly summoned magical beast was undoubtedly much smaller than the pony-sized hell lizard. The hell lizard was arrogant, and its hard shell stood up. It spat out black smoke at Xiaohei, provoking it. Yunxing had many magical beasts. This time, the one fighting the hell lizard was the sacred beast Xiaohei. Xiaohei was the first magical beast that Yunxing had a contract with. According to Bo Bo, it was the descendant of the Tengu family, which was a mythical beast. Even among the mythical beasts, it was considered to be above average. Little Black's eyes emitted a dark green light in the face of the hell lizard's provocation. Obviously, Blackie was infuriated. Yunxing stared at the hell lizard. A dark attribute magical beast was not to be underestimated. Xiaohei, hurry up. On the other side, a life and death battle was about to break out. On the other side, Bobo the sheep perched on Yunxing's shoulder and shouted. Two magical beasts. And at the same time, how is this possible? Moreover, these two demonic beasts were clearly of extraordinary ranks. Bing Ling was dumbfounded. It was not that a summoner could not contract multiple magical beasts, but two sacred beasts were summoned at the same time. This was not a small matter. As they spoke, Xiaohei and the hell lizard moved. Bing Ling's expression changed when she saw the magical waves of a sacred beast shining on the magical beast's body. Swoosh swoosh. The hell lizard's mouth was like an arrow as it spat out black mist. Its powerful limbs stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Xiaohei was like an arrogant general. Its posture was elegant, and its hair stood on end. It let out a whistle and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Xiaohei did not care about the poisonous black smoke at all. Like a black hurricane, Little Hei pounced on him as soon as the whistling sound was heard. The hell lizard was sent flying. Almost at the same time, the hell lizard's long red barbed tongue wrapped tightly around Xiaohei's neck like a whip. A smile appeared on Bing Ling's face. The hell lizard's poisonous smoke was only used to confuse enemies or magical beasts. The hell lizard's most powerful ability was its tongue. Those lizard tongues were capable of piercing through all types of armor and battle-chi shields. Clang! It was as if two extremely hard objects had collided. The hell lizard's eyes were filled with fear. Its invincible tongue could only leave a faint mark on Xiaohei's skin. It could not even scratch its skin, let alone seriously injure it. What a strong defense! Steward Long Hua, who had been on tenterhooks, as well as Qing and Bu, who were watching the battle, were shocked. Even for warriors like them, if they were to face the hell lizard's barbed tongue head-on, even if they did not bleed, the strength of the tongue alone would be enough to crush them into minced meat. It seemed to have felt everyone's gaze. A cold light flashed across Blackie's eyes. It waved its sharp claws and pierced the hell lizard's eyes. Tsk tisk. Xiaohei's sharp claws dug out the hell lizard's eyes. The hell lizard's vision turned red, and it could not see anything clearly. It screamed in pain. Xiaohei's attack was far from over. After its attack succeeded, it pulled out its sharp claws and used its powerful forelimbs to kick the hell lizard's body, which was at least a few times bigger than itself. This stomp shattered the hell lizard's spine and pierced its chest. Pfft, blood splattered everywhere. The hell lizard's heavy body instantly became delicate. Its barbed tongue drooped down, and it stopped breathing. Seeing that it had killed the hell lizard, Xiaohei bit off the hell lizard's head. At the same time that the hell lizard was killed, Bing Ling's blood boiled. The hell lizard was Bing Ling's summoned beast. When the hell lizard died, Bing Ling's body was also severely injured. Bing Ling only realized that she had provoked a terrifying opponent when she was about to die. How dare you? I am from the Zhao state. If the second lord finds out, he will not let you go. Bing Ling was scared out of her wits when she saw that her magical beast was killed. Without her magical beast, she was just a lousy second-rate sorcerer. But she was still naive enough to think that using the name of the Zhao state could scare these people away. The second lord? Even if the red-clothed summoning emperor personally comes, this king will still kill him without hesitation. Yunxing shouted sternly. A dark heavenly thorn descended from the sky. The dark heavenly thorn hit Bing Ling's head. She screamed in pain, and her brain splattered all over the ground. She couldn't be more dead. Long Hua, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He didn't expect that Wang Fei was not only a summoner, but her magic power was also amazing. What Long Hua didn't know was that a part of Yunxing's magic power came from Yi Baiming. Even the dark heavenly thorn was a new dark magic that Yunxing learned after receiving a part of Yi Baiming's magic power. However, compared to Yi Baiming's Law Overlord level 6 heavenly thorns, Yunxing's magic power was still slightly inferior. But it was only a matter of time before she reached Yi Baiming's level of cultivation. Seeing that Bing Ling had been killed, Wind Demon's originally calm face trembled a little. Wind Ghost's body was quickly wrapped up by a cloud of green wind. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Advanced wind escape magic? You have some skills. Yunxing said calmly. Your Highness, should we send someone to chase after him? Longhua had seen Wind Ghost's ability to escape. He was worried that after Wind Ghost escaped, the Zhao State's people would harm Yunxing if what happened today spread out. No, Toheo Jin has already caught up with him. It was only then that Longhua realized that the Golden Man, who had been following behind the princess like a ghost, had disappeared. Longhua didn't even realize when Jin Man had gone out. Yunxing also recalled that Bing Ling had said that she should be locked up in the Zhao State. What was going on? Before Yunxing could think about it, Toheo Jin came back with a head. Yunxing was very satisfied. Tycoon Jin's skills had improved a little compared to before. Yunxing didn't even do it herself. She killed a summoner and a sky mage in 15 minutes. All the Dark North guards, including Longhua, were stunned. They didn't expect that the princess, who looked delicate, was as powerful as the prince. Your Highness, thank you for your help this time. Longhua no longer hesitated and knelt down with the Dark North guards. Longhua had thought that the prince wanted to marry Yunxing partly because of her appearance and family background. But now it seemed that it was not so simple. His master had a good eye for people. There was a reason why he didn't choose Jin Lianer or He Linlin, but only fell in love with the princess. When she was a doctor, she could save lives. When she was a leader, she could kill decisively. No one dared to look down on such a woman. Today, if Bing Ling really won the gambling house, Longhua could only apologize with his life. His life had been saved by Yunxing. Steward Long, you are the elder of His Highness and I will call you Uncle Hua from now on. Bai Ming is not here, so in order to avoid being tainted, I have no choice but to appear as him. I hope you can forgive me. Yunxing lifted the fire. Her words were sincere, and she treated Longhua as an elder. Longhua was moved. However, Qingbai and Bu Jiaoshao secretly admired Yunxing. They originally thought that they would have to use some tricks to subdue Longhua, but they did not expect that Yunxing would be able to subdue Longhua in just a few moves. With Longhua's surrender, half of the Dark North guards had surrendered. The only one left was Long Feng. Hearing that Yunxing was going to personally head to Jadefall Valley to persuade Long Feng, Longhua was still a bit worried. Long Feng is different from me. Other than the prince, he only recognizes strength. I am not afraid that princess will laugh at me. I returned to Jade Capital because I was chased out of Jadefall Valley by Long Feng. Longhua's face was red. Among the four Longs, although Longhua was the oldest, Long Feng was still the strongest. Hence, Long Feng's words carried the most weight. The Dark North guards under Long Feng were also stronger. Long Feng himself was a devil martial artist. The devil martial artists in the Dark North guards were all trained by Long Feng. Since that is the case, I will follow his rules. Whoever's fist is bigger is the boss. Yunxing was even more confident after hearing that. Under Longhua's lead, Yunxing arrived at Jadefall Valley a few days later. From Longhua's mouth, Yunxing knew that this place was previously the headquarters of Bloodhand Trench. She did not expect that the headquarters of Bloodhand Trench that was filled with ghastly qi had been modified by Yi Baiming to become such an excellent strategic location. Yunxing and the others had just entered the valley. She heard many poisoned crossbows being shot out from the bushes. The arrows emitted a cold light, and one of them shot at Yunxing's feet. How dare you? This is the consort of the Prince Regent. Quickly put down your bow. Longhua was furious. These people actually wanted to kill the princess. You may recognize her as the princess, but my brothers and I did not. This woman is fickle. We still don't know if she is the one who murdered the prince. A hurricane drilled out from the ground. In the hurricane, a sturdy middle-aged man could be vaguely seen. Long Feng was a man in his 40s. He had thick eyebrows and a pair of sharp eyes. Different from the thin and weak appearance of other magicians, Long Feng was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. On his body was a devil sword that was embedded with a devil beast soul stone. It could be used as a magic scepter and weapon at the same time. The moment Long Feng appeared, Yunxing felt a strong sense of hostility. Unlike Longhua's kindness to Yunxing, Long Feng hated Yunxing. He thought that if the Prince Regent did not insist on marrying Yunxing, he would not have ended up like this. Long Feng's dislike of Yunxing was also related to He Linlin. Previously, when He Linlin was in Zhou state, she deliberately tried to curry favor with some of Yi Baiming's capable subordinates. Long Hua did not like He Linlin's arrogance, but Long Feng was different. He had fought with He Linlin, and Long Feng was defeated by He Linlin. In his life, Long Feng had only been defeated by two people. One was Yi Baiming, and the other was He Linlin. In his opinion, the strong deserved the strong. Their prince should marry a woman like He Linlin. However, the prince chose Yunxing. Long Feng, the princess has already explained to me about the prince's disappearance. The prince will come back sooner or later. Long Hua was even more furious when he saw Long Feng insulting Yunxing. Come back? When will he come back? These words were said by this woman, right? Humph, Long Hua, don't lose your integrity in your old age and be bewitched by this woman. Long Feng glanced at Yunxing's beautiful face in men's clothing and said with disdain. Long Feng, you're slandering me. Long Hua was ashamed and angry, and wanted to fight with Long Feng. Long Hua, you still want to fight with me? Don't forget that you were defeated by me. Long Feng said proudly. Yunxing only shook her head at Long Hua. Long Hua glanced at Long Feng and retreated behind Yunxing respectfully. Long Feng, my brothers, and I have already pledged our allegiance to the princess. Today, we came to persuade you. Long Hua said unhappily. At the same time, he was also on guard. After all, Bailuo Valley was Long Feng's territory. Today, the princess had only brought Long Hua with her. He was afraid that Long Feng would have some bad thoughts and plot against the princess. When Long Feng heard this, he was inwardly shocked. He didn't think that this Yunxing really had some tricks up her sleeves. She was actually able to subdue Long Hua. Long Hua had an upright and unyielding character and was very hard to persuade. Long Feng's provocation earlier was also to anger Yunxing and Long Hua. Thinking of this, Yunxing didn't fall for it and instead persuaded Long Hua. This woman wasn't rash and impulsive. She was quite shrewd. Long Feng, I heard that your strength isn't bad. Why don't we have a match? The winner will hand over the control of the Dark North Guards. Yunxing was quite direct and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Ha ha ha, this woman's brain couldn't have been kicked by a mule, right? You dared to challenge Lord Long Feng. You're courting death. Long Feng burst into laughter. Not only Long Feng, but the Dark North Guards behind him were also laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. This woman actually said that she wanted to compete with Lord Long Feng. I'll give you a chance on behalf of His Highness. It's not too late to take back your words. Don't think that. Just because you're a saint-level mage king, you'll be able to win. I've once killed a saint-level mage king. Not to mention you, even if His Highness personally came, he might not be able to defeat me. Long Feng coldly said. Yunxing couldn't help but look sideways. She didn't reveal her magic scepter, nor did she release any magic. This Long Feng was actually able to see through her cultivation with a single glance. This person wasn't simple. The more he was like this, the more Yunxing wanted to subdue Long Feng. Beside Yunxing, Chief Steward Long Hua said in a low voice, Your Highness' dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was guided by Long Feng. His words are true. Princess Consort, please reconsider. Long Hua's relationship with Yi Baiming was different from that of a subordinate. Long Feng's relationship with Yi Baiming was that of a teacher and a friend. His relationship with Yi Baiming was even somewhat similar to that of a teacher and a disciple. Long Feng's talent was extraordinary, and he was a rare dual cultivator of magic and martial arts on the continent. Devil martial artist was a profession that was rarely seen on the continent. On the continent, the ratio of martial artists to normal people was at most 3 or 4 out of 10. The ratio of magicians was even lower, having 1 or 2 out of 10 was already very good. Those who both knew magic and could cultivate dou qi were even rarer, having 3 or 4 out of 100 people was already not bad. But even if 3 or 4 out of 100 people were chosen, they might not all become magic warriors. Because regardless of whether it was magic or dou qi cultivation, it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Magic warriors needed to be able to learn magic and also cultivate dou qi. Unless they had shocking talent, they would only be able to achieve half the result with twice the effort. Therefore, the majority of magic warriors would only choose either magic or douqi when they realized the difficulty of it. There were even people who said that no matter how strong a devil warrior was, he would never be able to reach the level of a top-notch magician or warrior. It was impossible for him to become a great person. Therefore, only 1 out of 100 people could become a devil warrior in the end. As for Long Feng, as well as the 1,000 Dark North guards left behind in Jadefall Valley, they were all devil martial artists. Long Feng himself was an anomaly. After so many years of painstaking practice in magic and battle techniques, he had indeed discovered a special training method for himself. After he had learned it, he had been looking for a disciple, but he could not find a suitable one. That was until he met Yi Baiming. He realized that the Dark North King was a genius in both magic and martial arts. He could achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. Long Feng originally had high hopes for Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming had gone missing. Therefore, Long Feng had always believed that Yunxing was the main culprit behind Yi Baiming's disappearance. Long Hu did not give up and still wanted to persuade Yunxing. "Princess, you know this and still want to compete? Long Feng's strength is really very strong. The 10 devil martial artists that the prince gave you earlier were all trained by Long Feng." Long Hu didn't know that his words didn't waver Yunxing's thoughts. On the contrary, it intensified her thoughts of taking Long Feng in for her own use. Since Yunxing had promised Empress Dowager Wenren that she would replace Yi Baiming as the Prince Regent of Zhou State before he returned, she needed more talents. Although Yunxing now had the help of Qingbai, Bu Jiuxiao, and grandfather Yun Ba, she still needed people like Long Hu and Long Feng. Especially Long Feng. Whether it was governing the Dark North Guards or training devil warriors, he was a first-class expert. Yunxing had seen the strength of devil warriors. If Long Feng could train devil warriors on a large scale, then in the future, the strength of Zhou State's soldiers would rise to another level. At that time, even if she was not in Zhou State, the country of Zhou State would be as strong as an iron bucket. Of course, we have to compete. Long Feng, you are a dual cultivator of devil warriors, and I am a dual cultivator of devil summoner. The two of us can be considered evenly matched. Yunxing was not the least bit timid. Summoner? What a good princess. This is considered evenly matched? Long Feng raised his eyebrows and did not immediately agree. Instead, he snorted coldly. Only then did he know that this princess was actually a summoner. A summoner was different from a magician. The strength of her devil beasts could be high or low. It was equivalent to two people fighting. If the devil beast's strength was high, then that devil beast could resist 10,000 soldiers. However, this princess was obviously very stupid. If she did not reveal that she was a summoner, then during the competition, she might have had a chance of winning by catching Long Feng off guard. However, she revealed that she was a summoner, and Long Feng was not even willing to compete with her. If Lord Long Feng thinks that I am bullying you with numbers, then I can only use one devil beast. In exchange for my use of the devil beast, Lord Long Feng can choose a Dark North Guard. 2 against 2, it will be fair. After saying that, Yunxing began to chant. A giant ant the size of a puppy appeared in the summoning array. The ant's eyes were fierce, and its whole body was shining with white animal patterns. In front of its body was a pair of claws as sharp as sickles. Below its body, there were close to 100 densely packed ant legs. It looked like a 100-legged centipede. Jia. The 100-legged ant waved its sickle-like claws at Long Feng. Seeing that Yunxing had only summoned a mere ant beast, Long Feng was secretly delighted. Although he was not a summoner, he had always thought that the strength of a devil beast was directly related to its size. Although this ant beast was much larger than an ordinary ant, it was still the weakest ant. What was there to be afraid of an ant? Moreover, Long Feng also knew that there were no powerful summoners in Zhou State. Even if Yunxing was a summoner, she was only a third-rate summoner. Lord Long Feng, teach this woman a lesson. Summoners are so amazing. Even a broken ant dares to come out. Don't you feel cold? Let her know the power of us devil beast warriors. Around them, the voices cheering for Long Feng were louder and louder. Other than Long Hu, no one present thought that Yunxing could win against Lord Long Feng by relying on an ant beast. Thinking of this, Long Feng's heart calmed down. Songin, come out. Long Feng immediately chose a strong dark north guard. Long Hua was shocked as he watched from the side. He wanted to speak several times, but he was blinded by the faint smile on Yunxing's face. Oh my, Long Hua muttered in his heart. The moment the princess consort smiled, he had the illusion that he saw the prince's shadow. Every time His Highness did something shocking, he would have a similar smile on his face. At the end of the year, work was busy and her condition was slightly poor. The dark circles under her eyes were proof. However, Defu Zi still had 4 chapters to guarantee that she would update every day. Why did she update 2 chapters every day? Those who wronged her were all exiled. In the future, after 9 p.m., you can come and see all the updates for that day. Inside Jadefall Valley, 1 person and 1 ant, Long Feng and a dark north guard. Like 2 arrows piercing through the air, Long Feng and that dark north guard suddenly pounced on them. Both of them did not choose to use magic, instead intending to engage in close combat and end this duel as soon as possible. They all took it for granted that Yunxing was a magician and that she would need some time to recite the spell. But when the 2 leaped up, the centipede ant general spat out 2 streams of venom. The venom smelled fishy and rotted flesh. Just as it touched the dark north guard's leg, he felt a sharp pain. It's poisonous. Long Feng reacted quickly, grabbing that dark north guard. His body was suffused with a faint wind element, as if he had grown wind wings, nimbly dodging venom's attack. Damned beast, Long Feng's gaze hardened as he raised his hand and a wind sickle slashed towards that centipede ant general on the ground. A vast expanse of white, magical mist that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions, as if a sandstorm had suddenly arisen. The figures of the 3 people and 1 beast were quickly obscured by this menacing mist. Under such a thick magic mist, no matter how good one's vision was, one could only vaguely see a blurry figure. Rather than engaging in close combat, it was difficult to even find someone. The mist continued to thicken, as if there was only a white mist left between heaven and earth. Long Feng was astonished. He did not expect that Yunxing would be able to release such a large-scale magic mist in such a short time. Did she think that this kind of mist would be able to trap them? At the same time as he attacked, Long Feng, who had already finished chanting, laughed disdainfully. Magic warriors could chant and continue using their fighting aura at the same time. Emerald green wind element first gathered around Long Feng. The power of the wind dispersed the thick mist slightly, and their vision also widened. As the wind element increased, they continuously took shape and intertwined, forming wind sickles that were like crescent moons. Go, wind sickle prison. The wind sickles were like wild beasts that had smelled blood, pouncing towards a blurry figure in the mist. Wind sickle prison. Hundreds of wind sickles formed a green cage, trapping Yunxing inside. The violent wind scythe swept past. It was almost impossible to escape from the wind prison. But at this moment, rumble. A loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The dark north guard and Long Hua, who had been blinded by the mist, looked up. In the sky, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Twisted and scorching lightning bolts shot down. The violent lightning bolts pierced the wind prison. When the wind energy met the even more violent lightning energy, it was defeated in one strike. The purple and green wind force collided, creating a dazzling scene. In the end, the purple lightning force gained the absolute upper hand. Long Feng's face turned green and red. However, an even more shocking scene was yet to come. Buzz buzz. There was a strange sound as if a hornet's nest had been poked. Long Feng only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Just as the magic mist dissipated, a dark cloud quickly floated up from the ground. What the hell? Where did the dark clouds come from? The dark clouds were still moving quickly. Taking a closer look, it was clearly hundreds and thousands of flying ants. Each flying ant was only the size of a termite, but their bodies were larger than ordinary termites. They also had powerful wings, and their temperaments were 100 times more savage. Although the disciples and grand-disciples of the centipede ant general were small in size, when gathered together, thousands of ant soldiers could devour even an elephant magical beast in a flash. Their flying ability was astonishing. They ate meat at sight and drank blood at sight. Only then did Long Feng realize that he had been tricked by Yunxing. That seemingly insignificant ant beast was actually a general-level existence that could summon magical beasts. Unfortunately, Long Feng realized it too late. Facing thousands of flying ants was even more terrifying than facing wasps. The only way out was to escape. Knowing that things were not good, Long Feng shouted and retreated a few feet. However, the Dark North Guard called Songan was not so lucky. The venom of the centipede ant general was extremely poisonous. The Dark North Guard cried out miserably, but how could he, who had already been poisoned, be a match for the flying ants? That cloud of flying ants was very fast. Thousands of flying ants pounced, and in the blink of an eye, that Dark North Guard was completely surrounded. That Dark North Guard cried out miserably and rolled on the ground. He kept rolling on the ground, but had no strength to resist. At first, Songan was still able to struggle, but soon, there was no movement on the ground. All that was left on the ground was a pale white skeleton that had been gnawed clean by the flying ants. Even the internal organs had been eaten clean by the flying ants. "I'm going to kill you all," Long Feng roared after seeing the miserable state of his subordinates. Wind blades fill the sky. A high-level spell, wind blades fill the sky. Countless wind sickles and wind blades were like a blizzard, tearing the flying ants to pieces. But just as Long Feng thought that everything was about to end, the terrifying magic undulations shook his soul. He had just focused all his attention on the centipede ant general, that summoner. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Profound lightning vortex. Yunxing's black eyes were only filled with killing intent and coldness. With the help of the demonic steps, her movements were unbelievably fast. Her speed was very fast, and it was as if she had arrived in front of Long Feng in an instant. At that moment, Long Feng only felt that the wind around him had stopped. The terrifying magic vortex brushed past Long Feng's body. Although it didn't hit directly. But the terrifying power of the magic vortex still sent Long Feng flying. He only felt that he was a meteorite, falling downwards. Only when he fell to the ground did Long Feng manage to flip himself over and stand up. His heart trembled as he bent over to take a look. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and abdomen, and it was dripping with blood. "I've lost." Long Feng lowered his head dejectedly. Just now, if Yunxing's magic vortex had been even an inch closer, his body would have been directly pierced through by the profound lightning vortex. Who would have thought that he, Long Feng, who had always been proud of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, would be so vulnerable in front of Yunxing, who was a dual cultivator of magic and summoner? The Dark North Guards were all watching the battle just now. They didn't think that second manager Long Feng would actually lose. No one dared to make a sound. The battle just now had already made these Dark North Guards fearful. No one dared to underestimate the princess anymore. Long Feng, the princess is not an ordinary person. Her summoning and magic are equally outstanding. The prince's foresight is much better than us two old bones. Long Hua walked forward and patted his old friend's shoulder. He could tell that Long Feng was still somewhat concerned about the outcome of this competition. "Ah, big brother, I was wrong in the past. This time, the princess has spared my life. Since Long Feng's life is saved, I will definitely serve the princess in the future." "No, the prince." Long Feng was smarter than Long Hua. When he saw Yunxing's attire, he knew what Yunxing was planning. The Dark North Guards were reunited. With the help of Long Feng and Long Hua, Yunxing officially became the new leader of the Dark North Guards as the Prince Regent. They started to plan how to attack Grand Emperor City. The people in Grand Emperor City still had no idea that a surprise attack was about to happen. In the Yuan residence, the Yuan family's eldest daughter, Yuan Xianxia, walked in angrily. "This is too infuriating. What does the city lord mean by this? He handed the defense of the city to an outsider and even chased our Yuan family out. He's clearly trying to exclude us and my brother." She wanted to go out of the city to handle some matters but was told by the city guards that she could not leave the city without the second prince's permission. The conflict between the Xian and Yuan families intensified over the years. After Yuan Bupo came out of seclusion, his strength increased greatly and he comprehended the 7th chapter of Grand Emperor City. Although the city lord Xianxia praised him on the surface, his grudge against the Yuan family deepened. After the young city lord Xian Wuji died, the elders in the city hoped that Yuan Bupo could become the young city lord so that he could inherit the throne of Grand Emperor City. The city lord Xian Cidian initially agreed to the elders' request. However, Xian Cidian did not want the power of the city lord to fall to someone else. He wanted to play matchmaker for Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupo so that their child could inherit the position of city lord. Yuan Bupo already had someone in his heart. Naturally, he would not agree to it. He rejected it openly and secretly several times. However, Xian Mimi continued to pester him. Yuan Bupo became impatient and swore in front of the elders that he would not marry Xian Mimi even if there were no other women in Grand Emperor City. After Xian Mimi was humiliated, her love turned into hatred. Coincidentally, the second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, came to visit the city lord of Grand Emperor City in the name of cooperation. The city lord of Grand Emperor City hosted a banquet for Li Xiao. When Li Xiao saw Xian Mimi's appearance after her treatment, he had an idea. Li Xiao had been unlucky for the past few years. His power had plummeted because of Yunxing and Yi Baiming's interference. Especially after the trip of the divine artifact, Li Xiao was unanimously condemned by the major forces of the other countries. Because of Li Xiao's despicable actions, Li Xiao was expelled from the camp, and Tang Yuan's yearly quota to enter the magic elite camp was cancelled. Not only did Li Xiao not find the divine artifact, but he also lost the face of the Tang Yuan royal family. Crown Prince Li Qing took the opportunity to accuse Li Xiao in the imperial court. He revealed how Li Xiao had condoned his subordinates to do evil in various places and how he had secretly set up a personal mage army. Only then did Emperor Tang Yuan realize that Li Xiao had done so many evil deeds in secret. In a fit of anger, he stripped Li Xiao of his official position and forced him to return all his earnings to the state treasury. Fortunately, Li Xiao's mother went on a hunger strike and hanged herself. Only then did Li Xiao's position as a prince was saved. Li Xiao had fallen from the illustrious Wuji 5 annulus to the nominal second prince in less than a year. He felt unbalanced, angry, and resentful. He swore that he would rise again. Li Xiao met Xian Mimi at the banquet and found out that Xian Mimi had been rejected. He was also very sinister. He quickly thought of another way out, which was to marry Dihong City. The last time Xian Mimi went to the Immortal Keeper Nation to ask for the Water of Life, she had exchanged glances with Li Xiao. They had some feelings for each other. Coincidentally, Xian Mimi was depressed because of Yuan Bupo's matter. Li Xiao took advantage of the time when he was in Dihong City. He gave her gifts and went out together. The two of them were like firewood, and soon, they had sex. When Dihong City's mayor found out, it was already too late. Xian Mimi was already pregnant with Li Xiao's flesh and blood. Dihong City's mayor had no choice but to agree to Li Xiao's marriage proposal and betroth Xian Mimi to him. The two of them had just set the marriage contract a while ago. The two of them, one was petty and narrow-minded, while the other was jealous. When they got together, they were a match made in heaven. However, it was also because of this that Li Xiao and Dihong City's mayor formed an alliance. Dihong City's mayor was also a sly old fox. When he left Dihong City for Zhou State, he still had a trick up his sleeve. He was worried that the city's defense would be weak, and other forces would take advantage of the situation to invade. Therefore, he specially invited his son-in-law, the second prince, Li Xiao, to lead a group of magicians to help defend Dihong City. After Li Xiao entered the city, he thought that Dihong City would definitely be under his control in the future, relying on the fact that he was Tang Yuan's second prince and Xian Mimi's future husband. Not only did he start to wantonly exclude the people of the Yuan family, but he also set up a curfew and a ban on leaving the city. He said that it was to strengthen the defense and prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. Elder sister, endure as much as you can. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that the mayor is going to do harm to the Yun residents this time, said Yuan Bupo. Dihong City's mayor was secretive. However, the Yuan family more or less knew about his ambitions. With Zhou State in turmoil, Yuan Shahua and her husband, Yun Songlong, would encounter the mayor sooner or later. The mayor's strength was not to be underestimated. Even Yun Ba might not be a match for Dihong City's mayor if he encountered him. Ever since Yuan Bupo was expelled by the divine wind during the battle at the immortal abode, he had changed his usual temperament and focused on cultivating in Dihong City. He originally wanted to go and confess to Yunxing when he came out of seclusion. Who would have thought that he would learn that Yunxing was already married to the regent of Great Zhou? After learning the news, Yuan Bupo was disheartened. However, just as Yuan Bupo was feeling dispirited, he received a piece of news from his elder sister, Yuan Shahua. The regent of Great Zhou suddenly disappeared on the night of his wedding. The news had been sealed, so the outside world did not know what was going on. However, it was true that Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown. Yuan Bupo had always liked Yunxing, but Yunxing's heart already belonged to someone else, so there was nothing he could do. Yuan Shahua even encouraged her younger brother, saying that as long as the prince regent did not return, her younger brother might still have a chance. After Yuan Bupo heard the news, he originally wanted to find Yunxing as soon as possible and confess his feelings to her. From Yuan Bupo's point of view, Yi Baiming's sudden disappearance would definitely make Yunxing very sad. To him, it was an opportunity. However, before he could set out to find Yunxing, the situation in Dihong City became tense. Li Xiao's men had already started to ostracize the Yuan family without restraint. Dihong City was currently facing internal and external troubles, and the mayor had been ostracizing them multiple times. If this continued, the Yuan family would be threatened sooner or later. But we have no way of contacting your elder sister now. The Yuan family members were also very worried. I've already sent the Ice Fire Luan to inform her. I believe she should have received the news soon. Once brother-in-law arrives, we'll take action immediately. Yuan Bupo muttered. Yuan Bupo's character was hot-blooded to begin with. Although he had calmed down due to his cultivation over the years, although he had cultivated in cultivation, he would never allow someone like Li Xiao to behave atrociously over him. It was time to get rid of Li Xiao and the Xian family. However, what surprised Yuan Bupo and his family was that they did not receive news from his brother-in-law, Yun Songlong. Instead, they received a messenger sent by Yunxing. However, the messenger's appearance were a little strange. It was brought back by the Ice Fire Luan. Grand Emperor City was a city outside the world. There were many magic seals set up outside. Without someone who was familiar with the roads of Grand Emperor City, it would be difficult to pass through those magic seals. However, to the peacock sheep beside Yunxing, all the magic seals were trash. Therefore, Yunxing sent the peacock sheep to inform Yuan Bupo and the rest. There was a melodious cry of a phoenix. In the dark night, there was a red and blue light. The adult phoenix flew into Yuan Bupo's room. It was Yuan Bupo's demonic beast, the Icefire Phoenix. The Icefire Phoenix was a peak demonic beast. Back then, Yuan Bupo was guided by an ancient divine beast and found the Icefire Phoenix. As Yuan Bupo's power increased, the Icefire Phoenix also changed its image of a little bird. Its shiny feathers were not much inferior to a real phoenix. Yuan Bupo had only sent the Icefire Phoenix out for a few days. Logically speaking, it was not the time for it to return. There must be a reason why the Icefire Phoenix suddenly returned. Half of its body was ice blue while the other half was magma red. It had a long tail. The Icefire Phoenix was arrogant. Other than its master, Yuan Bupo, even the Yuan family could not get close to it, let alone letting other demonic beasts lie on its back. However, this time, it was carrying a demonic beast on its back. Furthermore, it was a plump pink magical beast with curly fur. The demonic beast was snoring and sleeping soundly. Icefire, why are you back so soon? What's that on your back? Yuan Bupo had never seen such a weird-looking demonic beast. Hearing the sound of people, Popping Sheep woke up with sleepy eyes. He didn't forget to wipe the shiny drool hanging from his mouth. Why was it here? Oh right, it was sent out to deliver a message. The peacock sheep then remembered. Yunxing was leading the Dark North Guards to launch a surprise attack on Grand Emperor City. She sent baby sheep to Grand Emperor City first to bring the news to Yuan Bupo. Yunxing's original plan was that baby sheep was a world deity, so he could ignore the restrictions of the Grand Emperor City and enter the city. She wanted the people of the Yuan family to be prepared to cooperate with them from the inside. However, Yunxing had forgotten that this life-bound summoned beast of hers was a world deity who had yet to take up a post. She left the Jade capital in a daze. It was very normal in the beginning. Relying on the memory of the map of the continent that Universe God Wai Gang was born with, it found the approximate location of Hong Emperor City. It had also successfully barged into those magical restrictions and arrived near the Grand Emperor City. However, it was careless and lost its way. The extremely prideful kissing sheep refused to return to its master. Fortunately, it was lucky enough to meet the Ice Fire One. The two magical beasts chattered for a while. The lazy sheep, Bobo Yang, relied on its reputation as a world deity and arrogantly ordered the Ice Fire One to bring it to the Grand Emperor City. Bobo Yang's sleepy eyes glanced at Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo had short hair, healthy skin tone, deep and powerful eyes, high nose bridge and sculpted lips. He looked very pleasing to the eye. Yuan Bupo and Yunxing had not seen each other for many years. His abilities had improved greatly and the prison disaster in the immortal Ju nation had changed his personality quite a bit. The appearance was born from the heart. The current Yuan Bupo had already faintly become the leading figure of the younger generation in the Grand Emperor City. Bobo faintly remembered that there was such a person. Although this brat was not bad-looking, he was not as pleasing to the eyes as the Qilin brat. Bobo Yang would occasionally go to the realm meditation land to check on Yu Baiming's situation. It had to be said that the Qilin brat and its master were the same kind of people. They could walk out of their depressed state very quickly. The Qilin brat was already cultivating the burning demon formula. From the looks of it, the evil aura on his body was controlled quite a bit. He believed that after a few more days, he would be able to leave the realm meditation land and see the light of day again. Yu Baiming even bribed Bobo Yang to tell him about Yunxing's situation recently. Especially those men who had a good impression of Yunxing, who were good-looking and had power, they had to be strictly checked. Those people must not be allowed to get close to Yunxing. After eliminating a potential love rival, Yu Baiming was in charge of finding a king-level magical beast for Bobo Yang after he came out of seclusion. Bobo Yang still needed 1,000 years to cultivate to become a world deity. To increase the speed of his cultivation, other than daily training, he had to swallow the soul stones of magical beasts. A king-level magical beast could reduce one's cultivation time by 100 years. But its little master's abilities were not enough yet. Bobo Yang was not willing to let her take the risk for him. But the Qilin brat was different. If he cultivated the burning demon formula, he could transform into a magical beast and a human. With the bloodline of the descendants of Bakra orcs, especially the direct descendants of the 8 Desolates, his abilities could be doubled in the form of a magical beast. Yu Baiming in the form of a Qilin would be at least a peak king-level existence, close to the existence of a deity. Not to mention one king-level magical beast, even if 2 or 3 king-level magical beasts came, he could swallow them whole. Bobo Yang weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he succumbed to the temptation of the Qilin brat and became a traitor. Yunxing still did not know that her Bobo Yang had been bribed by Yu Baiming. Hence, when Bobo Yang saw Yuan Bupa, his pink wool exploded like an electric shock. He was on high alert. Bobo, the little flute player, my master asked me to pass a message to you. She is preparing to execute a plan to attack Wei to save Zhao. Don't ask me what kind of plan it is. I just learned how to read not long ago. I don't understand. In short, capture all the guys in Grand Emperor City and open the city gates to welcome the little master. After Bobo broke out of his shell, he had spent a lot of time with humans. He already knew some human language and could communicate with humans in a simple way. Yunxing is coming? Yuan Bupa also found out from the Ice Fire One that this pink magical beast was Yunxing's natal magical beast. Knowing that Yunxing was coming to Grand Emperor City, Yuan Bupo's gloominess was swept away. His eyes shone brightly. He could not wait to see Yunxing again. This time, no matter what, he had to seize the opportunity to let Yunxing understand his intentions. Almost without hesitation, Yuan Bupa and the Yuan family decided to take action tonight. They had to settle the matter of Grand Emperor City before Yunxing arrived. It was just that. Yuan Bupa did not expect that Yunxing's initial plan was to coordinate from the inside and the outside. Who would have known that Baby Sheep wanted to perform and directly brought forward the plan to seize the city of Grand Emperor City? Hence, when Yunxing arrived, everything was coming to an end. On the other hand, Bobo Yang was thinking about how his little master would praise him. At the same time, he was thinking about how he would destroy his little master and Yuan Bupa so that he could get a king-level magical beast's soul stone from the Qilin brat. Fourth update, I've deleted a lot of comments recently. For those who have offended me, please cross them out. Also, thank you to all the original subscribers. You have persevered until today. Half a day later, Xianxia brought close to 1,000 Dark North guards and rushed to Grand Emperor City. Xianxia was certain that baby sheep should have arrived at Grand Emperor City. However, once she got close to Grand Emperor City, she realized that something was wrong in the city. The gate of Grand Emperor City was wide open. A pink figure immediately flew out from the top of the city when it saw Xianxia and rushed into Xianxia's arms. Dear Master, baby sheep has completed its mission. The people of Grand Emperor City have already surrendered. Only a few people from the city lord's mansion and the soft-legged shrimp prince managed to escape. Bobo Sheep rattled as it narrated the events of last night when it assisted Yuan Bupo and the others in the fierce battle with Li Xiao and the others. Around dawn, it took over Grand Emperor City. The seizure of the city has been completed. Was it done by Yuan Bupo? Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia wasn't doubting Yuan Bupo's ability. It was just that with Li Xiao around, it wasn't easy for Yuan Bupo to take down Grand Emperor City. Baby Sheep, that's because the omnipotent and invincible universe deity Baby Sheep was there. Li Xiao, that coward, was so scared that he couldn't use his magic properly when he saw me. Baby Sheep would never admit that when Li Xiao saw him, he had spat out a huge fireball and almost burned the curly hair that he was so proud of. Just thinking about that made Baby Sheep grind his teeth. That damn Li Xiao. If he were to meet him, he would definitely torture him to death and cripple him. The surprise attack was generally successful. However, there was a lapse in concentration. Yuan Bupo didn't expect there to be so many places in the mayor's residence. With the help of a few mages, Li Xiao brought a group of ladies from the mayor's residence and escaped. Yuan Bupo led a few guards from the Yuan family and Ice Fire Luan to chase after them. They hadn't returned yet. Long Feng, follow me to chase after the people from the Xian family. The rest of the Dark North guards will enter Grand Emperor City and deploy them carefully. Xianxia understood that in order to lure the mayor of Grand Emperor City back, they had to capture the people from the mayor's residence, especially young Mistress Qing and Xian Mimi. Otherwise, there was no point in seizing the Grand Emperor City. Xianxia immediately summoned Xiao He. Along with Popping Sheep and Long Feng, they followed the aura left behind by Yuan Bupo and the others. In a vast field 5 kilometers away from Grand Emperor City, Li Xiao and a few ladies from the city lord's mansion broke through the encirclement under the cover of a group of mages. Tisk, has that brat Yuan Bupo gone mad? He's been chasing after us the entire time. Hasn't he already conquered the Grand Emperor City? Could it be that he's planning to kill us all? Li Xiao was very pleased with himself as the son-in-law of the city lord. He already knew that Xian Mimi had a crush on Yuan Bupa for many years. Although he had hooked up with Xian Mimi in the end, he knew that Xian Mimi was still worried about Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo's strength was improving day by day. Li Xiao was secretly jealous. He took advantage of the fact that City Master Di Hong was not around to ostracize Yuan Bupa. Li Xiao did not expect that Yuan Bupa, who had always been interested in power and status, would launch a sneak attack at night. Yuan Bupo's strength was also very strong. With the 7th chapter of the Di Hong Song and the Ice Fire Luan, if Madame Qing did not know of a secret passage, the 3 of them would have escaped under the cover of a few loyal guards. They would have been captured alive. Now that Grand Emperor City had fallen, they did not have any magic beasts that could travel day and night. They could only rely on magic and the strength of their legs to escape. Second Prince, where are we escaping to? Why don't we go to the nearby Tangyuan town to hide? Madame Qing panted. She was just a weak woman. Her magic and fighting energy were not very good. However, she was more worried about her daughter, Xian Mimi. Xian Mimi was pregnant now. Running around was not good for the fetus. We can't go to Tangyuan. Crown Prince Li Qing has a good relationship with the Yuan family. Who knows if Li Qing and Yuan Bupo will work together. By then, we'll be trapped. We'll go to Zhou State and look for the city lord and the Marquis of Jiayuan. The Yuan family won't be happy for long. Li Xiao gritted his teeth. He had long lost his power in Tang Yuan, and the Grand Emperor city had already become his last straw of hope. Since Yuan Bupa had suddenly betrayed them, Li Xiao thought that it would be best to seek refuge with the city lord of Grand Emperor city. By then, as long as the city lord of Grand Emperor city returned, he would definitely be able to take back Grand Emperor city and kill Yuan Bupa. You won't be able to reach Zhou State. Above the 9 heavens, an icy blue light pierced through the clouds like a sharp arrow. It instantly arrived in front of Li Xiao and the others. The ice fire Luan circled in the air. Yuan Bupa stood on its back. At that moment, he frowned and looked at the 3 people who were at the end of their rope. Yuan Bupa, don't go too far. Li Xiao knew that Yuan Bupa's strength was not ordinary. He could not let his guard down. Behind him, the magic wings flapped. As he chanted, a few magic fire arrows emitted a dazzling golden light. Suddenly, they turned into 4 fire snakes that broke through the holes and charged towards Yuan Bupa and the ice fire Luan. High-level magic, dance of the fire snakes. On the ground, Xian Mimi and Madame Qing witnessed the battle between the two. Their eyes widened and their hearts raced. Yuan Bupa and Li Xiao were rare magic geniuses in the mainland. The fire snakes ignited the air. However, Yuan Bupa did not retreat. He waved the short flute in his hand. The originally emerald green flute released a faint water-type magic element. Clang, the 4 fire snakes were blocked by an ice wall that broke through the air. The ice wall was not connected to the ground. It was like a huge sword that cut the 4 fire snakes into 2. The ice-cold water-type magic element froze the fire snakes into ice cubes instantly. They fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Li Xiao was stunned. He did not expect Yuan Bupa's magic control to be so shocking. Seeing this, Xian Mimi ignored Madame Qing's dissuasion. She held her waist and staggered forward. She begged, "Brother Bupo, you and I have been childhood sweethearts. Can't you just let us live? You already have the Grand Emperor city. Please let Li Xiao go for the sake of the child in my stomach. The child can't be born without a father." As Xian Mimi spoke, hot tears rolled down her cheeks. She knelt down and begged Yuan Bupa. The Xian family was deeply rooted in the Grand Emperor city. If they were killed, there would be a bloodbath when the governor returned. Yuan Bupa hesitated. Just as Yuan Bupa was hesitating, Xian Mimi and Li Xiao looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with venom. As the saying went, a woman's heart is the most vicious. It was referring to people like Xian Mimi. She had loved Yuan Bupa before. However, after Yuan Bupa treated her good intentions as nothing for Yunxing's sake, Xian Mimi hated Yuan Bupa to the core. She begged softly and gave Li Xiao a look that signaled that she was ready. Li Xiao smiled sinisterly. Other than magic, Li Xiao was best at using underhanded means. He knew that he could not kill Yuan Bupa with magic. Therefore, he secretly took out a magic tool from his pocket. "Please give me a ticket for next month." Thank you. The dermic weapon that Li Xiao had hidden with him was black like an iron ball. If one did not look closely, one would think that it was just an ordinary metal ball. However, if one looked closely, there were many evil words carved on the surface of the metal ball. There was a large amount of violent dark magic power in the ball. This item was called the Heart of Darkness. Li Xiao had spent a lot of money to get it from an auction. The Heart of Darkness was a terrifying dermic weapon from another realm. It had sealed the dark magic power of a powerful dark ghost prison's king. If the seal on the dermic weapon was removed, it would explode and its power would be like a bomb in modern times. If one was hit by the Heart of Darkness, even a martial emperor with a strong body would be blown to pieces. While Yuan Bupo was still hesitating, Li Xiao removed the seal on the dark dermic weapon. He tossed it with his right hand. The dark dermic weapon flew toward Yuan Bupo in an eerie black arc. Yuan Bupo did not realize that he was facing an unprecedented threat of death. As a demonic beast, the ice fire Luan was the first to sense that something was wrong. When he sensed the terrifying dark force, he was shocked. Ka, the ice fire Luan was uneasy. It let out a high-pitched screech. Yuan Bupo realized that something was wrong with the ice fire Luan. He turned around immediately. The dark dermic weapon that was shining with the light of death pounced toward him like a hungry beast with its mouth wide open. It was too late for Yuan Bupo to dodge or use the teleportation spell. You're still stubborn. Die, you despicable thing. There was a hint of anger in his voice as he shouted. An arrow that was shining with 5 colors shot out from behind Yuan Bupo. The arrow was fierce. It brushed past Yuan Bupo's body and went straight for the dark dermic weapon. The weapon was hit by the arrow. It changed its direction and flew toward Li Xiao. Li Xiao tossed the dermic weapon and waited for Yuan Bupo to be torn apart by the dark dermic weapon. However, he heard a voice that sounded like a nightmare. Why was she here, the main culprit who had obstructed his plans time and time again, causing him to fall into such dire straits that he could not return to his country? Great Zhou's Yunxing! Boom, the dark dermic weapon exploded. On the empty plain, a small black mushroom cloud suddenly rose. It was like a small hydrogen bomb that exploded instantly. Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao, was killed by his dark dermic weapon. After witnessing all of this, Xian Mimi, who had harmed others, blacked out and fainted. Madame Qing cried out miserably. She hugged her daughter and cried bitterly. The arrow that saved Yuan Bupo's life and hit the dark magic tool was Yunxing's Rui arrow. Yunxing put down the bow in her hand. Li Xiao only had himself to blame. Just now, Yuan Bupo was almost killed. Luckily, Yunxing and Longfeng arrived in time. Yuan Bupo was shocked. When he saw the heart of darkness explode, he realized that he had almost fallen into Xian Mimi and Li Xiao's trap. Yuan Bupo was shocked as he looked at Li Xiao, who was blown up to the point where his limbs were nowhere to be found. However, he felt embarrassed at the same time. He wanted to seize the opportunity to show off in front of Yunxing. However, he did not expect that Yunxing would have to do it in the end. How many times had he been saved by Yunxing? Yuan Bupo was frustrated. He was embarrassed to see Yunxing. However, he missed her so much that he could not help but turn around. Clouds were lingering in the sky. After chasing for an entire night, the sun had risen. Under the sunset glow, Yuan Bupo stood alone in the air. Behind her was the ever-changing starry sky under the afterglow of the Big Dipper. A man in a black shirt was not far away. She had a beautiful face, and her long black hair was casually tied up, revealing her jade-like forehead. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she had a friendly smile. As the morning breeze blew, Yuan Bupo felt that the sky and earth had disappeared from his eyes. Although she was dressed as a man, Yuan Bupo recognized Yunxing at first glance. He could still remember that Yunxing was dressed as a man when they first met. However, she was much more eye-catching than before. Yunxing was sizing up Yuan Bupo after she succeeded with her arrow. After so many years, Yuan Bupo no longer looked like a young boy. He had grown into a great man. He was holding a short flute in his hand. His eyes were shining with excitement. Yuan Bupo, you're still the same. Next time, remember that a pitiful person must have a detestable side. Yunxing and Yuan Bupo could be considered as companions who had been through life and death together. Although this fella's size and strength had improved a lot, he was still as innocent as ever. Yunxing, was she concerned about him? Yuan Bupo came down from the back of the ice fire Luan. His face was red and he looked like a young man who had just experienced his first awakening of love. He walked in front of Yunxing and said, Yunxing, you're still the same. No. You're even prettier than before. I am very. Puff puff puff. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Male animals are not allowed to come within 3 meters of the little master. Puff Sheep was as fast as a god. Suddenly, he stood between Yunxing and Yuan Bupo. Yunxing was speechless. Yo, she's only gone out on a trip, and her skills in kissing sheep have improved. She hasn't learned much human language, but she knows that men and women shouldn't touch each other when giving or receiving things. Yunxing was secretly amused. She grabbed the sheep and ruthlessly ravaged its soft curly hair. After the sheep broke out of its shell, it was covered in soft fur and felt very comfortable to hug. Yuan Bupo could only shake his head and smile bitterly when he saw Yunxing's doting look on her face as she kissed the sheep. Your Highness, from what I can see, you and this young master have not seen each other for a long time. If you have anything to say, you should return to the Grand Emperor city first. Longfeng reminded Yunxing, and the three of them escorted Xian Mimi and Madame Qing back to the city. After returning to the city, Yunxing asked Yuan Bupo about the situation in the Grand Emperor city. Yunxing's purpose of seizing the Grand Emperor city was not to covet anything in the city. Therefore, she ordered the Dark North Guards not to disturb the people and only settled down in the city. Yuan Bupo also knew that Yunxing did not have any ill intentions. That was why he was relieved to hand over the control of the Grand Emperor city to her. Everything in the city is very peaceful. The citizens already know what happened. They are also very against the governor rashly starting a war with the outside world. They are willing to help the Yuan family to chase away the Xian family. Yuan Bupo was very helpless. Yunxing's little demonic beast seemed to be very guarded against him. Whenever he got close to Yunxing, it would stare at him angrily. However, there is one thing that might be a little tricky. On the night of the riot in the Grand Emperor city, the governor's wife secretly escaped through the secret passage in the city. Yuan Bupo's face was filled with worry. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The Dihong city lord and his wife were both very cunning. They both built secret passages in their rooms. When Yuan Bupo discovered that the city lord's wife had disappeared, he thought that it was more important to capture Madame Qing and Xian Mimi. Thus, he chose to chase after Xian Mimi and the others. Because of that, he missed the best time to chase after them. It's fine. We just happened to need someone to bring the news to Xianxian. Yunxing did not mind. She did not need to send someone to inform him. Xianxian should have received the news already. The city lord's wife was awakened in the middle of the night by the chaos in the Dihong city. She was so scared that she dared to bring a servant with her. After escaping from the secret passage in the city, she rushed towards the direction of Zhou State. The city lord's wife worked day and night. She wanted to tell Xianxian about the fall of the Dihong city. When she arrived at the military camp where the city lord was, the city lord saw that his wife was covered in dust and looked like a refugee. He immediately became furious. What? The Dihong city fell? Why are you the only one who escaped? Where are Mimi and Madame Qing? The city lord felt that something was wrong. Madame Qing and Xian Mimi were protected by Li Xiao so they could not escape. The city lord's wife was only a woman. How did she escape, seeing that he only asked about Madame Qing and Xian Mimi's whereabouts? The city lord's wife felt even more wronged. You only have Madame Qing, that lowly servant, in your heart. I ran out in a hurry and almost lost my life. You don't even care about me. I am your wife. If it wasn't for me, how could you become the city lord? You heartless bastard. The city lord's wife sobbed. Aren't you fine? Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. After Xian Wuji's death, the relationship between the city lord and the city lord's wife worsened day by day. The couple had not slept together for many days. If it wasn't for the fact that the city lord's wife had something on Xianxian, he would have already chased this old woman and tigress out. The two of them must have been caught by Yuan Bupo. It's all your good son-in-law Li Xiao's fault. He was fine, why did he ostracize the Yuan family? Now, the Yuan family could not help but make a move. The city lord's wife did not know the city lord's thoughts. Li Xiao is short-sighted and can't keep his composure. He isn't someone who can be nurtured. He could endure it for now. Once the city lord took over Zhou State, he would be the prince consort of Zhou State. The entire Zhou State would be his, not to mention a mere Grand Emperor city. Listen, you better stay in the camp. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next few days. City Lord Dihong snorted coldly. In other words, Xianxian did not plan to rush back. Xianxian couldn't go back. Although Grand Imperial City was the foundation of his ancestors, it was nothing compared to the great rivers and mountains of Zhou State. Over the years, whether it was the Bloody Hand Tycoon or the Purple Gold Mine, they were all chess pieces that Xianxian used to expand his ambitions. Unfortunately, the Blood Hand Tycoon had been slaughtered, and the Purple Gold Mine had also disappeared without a trace. It wasn't easy for Xianxian to find an opportunity to rebel in Zhou State, so he definitely wouldn't give it up. Right now, the two armies were in a stalemate. Yunba relied on his experience on the battlefield and was in an undefeatable position. If he returned to Grand Imperial City now, once Yunba found out, all his hard work over the past few days would be destroyed. Hearing that Xianxia wasn't going back, the city lord's wife cried even harder. She pulled on Xianxia like a shrew, unwilling to let go. "City lord, how can you not go back? The city lord's mansion has fallen into the hands of those people, and the White Tiger Emperor Jade is still in the city." "White Tiger Emperor Jade? You said you left the Emperor Jade in the mansion?" Hearing that the city lord's wife had left the most important thing in the mansion, Xianxia's face flushed red with anger. He was even angrier than when he found out that Grand Imperial City had fallen. I was in a hurry and left the Emperor Jade in a secret passage." "Don't worry, only I know about that passage. No one else will discover the whereabouts of the Emperor Jade." The city lord's wife was so frightened by Xianxia's fierce appearance that she stopped crying. The world only knew that the reason Grand Imperial City was able to survive for so many years was because of the Dihong Song. However, they didn't know that the Dihong Song originated from Grand Imperial City's Emperor Tomb. Grand Imperial City's Emperor Tomb was said to be an unknown desolate tomb. Because the first Grand Emperor City's city lord and his wife discovered the desolate tomb by chance, and discovered Dihonga inside, they built a city beside the desolate tomb. In the future, their descendants would multiply and grow, and that was how the Grand Emperor City came to be. It was said that because of the Dihong Song, the Emperor Tomb was filled with traps and many unknown dangers. In order to ensure the safety of the descendants of Grand Imperial City, the city lord and his wife refined 4 divine beast Emperor Jades. Only those who possessed the Emperor Jades could enter the Emperor Tomb. The 4 divine beast Emperor Jades were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise divine beast Emperor Jades. There was also a legend that if the 4 divine beast Emperor Jades were all gathered, they would be able to unearth the ancient era's treasures in the Emperor Tomb. However, this was only a legend because after the city lord and his wife passed away, the Emperor Jades had been passed down to different people. As long as one possessed a divine beast Emperor Jade, one could enter the Emperor Tomb. However, if one wanted to enter the core area of the Emperor Tomb and obtain the opportunity to learn the last few chapters of the Dihong Song, one could only possess 4 divine beast Emperor Jades. After many years, these 4 divine beast Emperor Jades were passed down to the 4 strongest and most ancient clans of Grand Imperial City. They were the Xian and Yuan clans, the city lord's wife's clan, and the Council of Elders. Back then, the city lord of Grand Imperial City, Xianxia, also wanted to obtain the White Tiger Divine Beast Emperor Jade from the city lord's wife's clan. That was why he gave up on Madame Qing and married the city lord's wife, whom he didn't love. However, although the city lord's wife was ignorant, she wasn't a fool. She knew Xianxia's ambition and didn't hand over the White Tiger Emperor Jade. It was also because of this Emperor Jade that Xianxia didn't do anything to the city lord's wife. Last time, the head elder had no choice but to use the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade to save the city lord's son, Xian Wuji. However, the whereabouts of the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade were unknown. As a result, there were only 3 divine beast Emperor Jades left in Grand Imperial City, and one of them was still in the hands of the Yuan clan. If the Yuan clan obtained the White Tiger Emperor Jade, the Council of Elders would no longer support the Xian clan even if he returned to Grand Imperial City. Although the secret passageway is hidden, I won't be at ease until the White Tiger Emperor Jade is found. I don't care, you must come back with me. The city lord's wife pestered Xianxia. Xianxia originally wanted to angrily rebuke her, but his expression suddenly relaxed. He said softly, "Madam, don't worry. I will return to the city with you tomorrow morning. First, tell me where the secret passageway is." The city lord's wife believed him and told him the location of the secret passageway. "Madam, don't worry. I will definitely find that Emperor Jade." With that, Xianxia snapped the city lord's wife's neck. The latter's eyes rolled back and she died with remaining grievances. She never thought that Xianxia would be so cold-blooded and heartless. With the governor's wife dead, only Xianxia knew the whereabouts of the White Tiger Emperor's Jade. Xianxia thought to himself, the secret path this bitch spoke of is indeed hidden. Normal people wouldn't be able to find it. Men, throw this bitch's corpse outside the camp and feed it to the magical beasts. Humph, reckless woman. If it weren't for the Emperor's Jade, do you think I would have tolerated you for so many years? The Zhou state is within my reach. Not to mention the Grand Emperor city, even if I have to sacrifice the lives of everyone around me, I would still do it, the governor laughed loudly. His actions caused his guards to feel a chill in their hearts. The governor killed the madam. Could it be that something happened in the Grand Emperor city? The guards didn't dare to make any noise. They carried the corpse outside the camp. Don't ask too much. Didn't you see what happened to the madam? Why do I feel like the governor has been a bit off recently? The guards sighed. When they reached the entrance of the camp, they happened to run into the Marquis of Jiayuan. Stop right there. Why are you sneaking around? What are you moving out of the camp for? The Marquis of Jiayuan's face darkened. Recently, he had suffered quite a bit of oppression from the Grand Emperor city's governor. Originally, he only wanted to ask the Marquis of Jiayuan for help. Who would have thought that Xianxia would directly take away his military power? Now, he had become the commander-in-chief of the camp. Piss off. Since when did you have the right to care about the governor's matters? The two guards said disdainfully. They looked down on the Marquis of Jiayuan from the bottom of their hearts. As a general of the Zhou state, he colluded with an external force and committed treason. The governor was actually working with someone like that. The two guards no longer paid any attention to the Marquis of Jiayuan. They carried the corpse out of the camp, found an empty area, and threw the corpse out. After the two guards left, the Marquis of Jiayuan sneakily walked out. He looked at the corpse and recognized that it was the madam of the Grand Emperor city. He then examined the wound and discovered that the madam had been strangled to death. The madam of the Grand Emperor city was dead. Could it be that something really did happen in the Grand Emperor city? Was what was written in the letter true? The Marquis of Jiayuan hurriedly returned to his room and closed the door. He walked to the illumination formation and secretly took out a letter. The letter was written by the regent of Great Zhou a few days ago. At first, Marquis Jiayuan didn't believe it, but from the looks of it, the Prince Regent really was still alive. The disappearance of the Prince Regent is just a pretense. The purpose is to attack Grand Emperor city. If that's really the case, then I'll definitely die in this rebellion. It's over, it's over. The Marquis of Jiayuan had always been a two-faced and cowardly person. After thinking about it for an entire night, the state of the city lord's wife's death lingered in his mind. Around daybreak, the Marquis of Jiayuan snuck away. Before he left, he took some of the gold coins and other valuables from the treasury. The Marquis of Jiayuan didn't even bring his family. He only brought 2 storage rings with large amounts of money and rushed in the direction of Penglai. Later on, when the new Qin emperor ascended to the throne, the Tang Yuan and Li Xiao declined, and the Zhou state could not tolerate traitors. As for the immortal abode, it was an otherworldly place and would not accept a traitor like him. After thinking about it, the only place the Marquis of Jiayuan could seek refuge was the Penglai Zhou state. However, the Marquis of Jiayuan didn't expect to run into Qingbai and Bujiuxiao before he could escape the Zhou state. You. Why are you here? The Marquis of Jiayuan trembled with fear. TSK, the Prince Regent was right. That coward was indeed preparing to escape. She even figured out that you must be preparing to escape to Penglai. Qingbai smiled mischievously while Bujiuxiao glared at the Marquis of Jiayuan. The two approached step by step. The Marquis of Jiayuan was so frightened that he knelt and begged for mercy. After a series of miserable cries, everything returned to normal. Bujiuxiao kicked away the Marquis of Jiayuan's lifeless corpse and found several storage rings on him. TSK, the Marquis of Jiayuan is quite black-hearted. Most of the valuable items and military funds in the barracks were taken by him, right? It looks like Xianxia won't be able to hold on for much longer. Qingbai checked the resources in the storage rings and clicked his tongue. Without this military fund, the city lord of Grand Emperor's group probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Bring this news to Yunxing first. She should have another plan. With that, Bujiuxiao ordered someone to send the news to Grand Emperor City. At this moment, the city lord of Grand Emperor City was still immersed in his beautiful dream of becoming the emperor of Zhou State. City Lord, bad news. The Marquis of Jiayuan has disappeared. Someone said that the regent of Great Zhou has returned. After the news spread, the morale of the soldiers in the barracks collapsed. Many soldiers want to defect. A guard rushed into the commander-in-chief's barracks. Xianxia's entire body trembled when he heard this. The Marquis of Jiayuan, who forsook righteousness at the sight of profit, actually cowered at such a critical juncture. The city lord of Grand Emperor City was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he had colluded with the Marquis of Jiayuan in this rebellion, most of the troops were gathered by the Marquis of Jiayuan. He had only brought a portion of Grand Emperor City's elites. Defend. We must defend even if we die. If anyone dares to defect, kill them all. Xianxia's face was cold and emotionless. Why did the originally favorable situation suddenly take a turn for the worse overnight? The fall of Grand Emperor City and the betrayal of the Marquis of Jiayuan had all happened in one day. Why was it so coincidental? The city lord of Grand Emperor City had already sensed that something was wrong. However, even someone as cunning as him couldn't figure out which step had gone wrong. However, the city lord of Grand Emperor City didn't expect that there was an even worse situation waiting for him. Within Grand Emperor City, Xianxia had already received news of the Marquis of Jiayuan's death. Xianxia is still unwilling to withdraw his troops. This person is more composed than we expected. Long Feng had already made arrangements within Grand Emperor City and was only waiting for Xianxia's return. She didn't expect Xianxia to still be able to hold on after knowing that Grand Emperor City had fallen and that the Marquis of Jiayuan had defected. It's fine. I've already asked Uncle Hua and Master Zhongren to prepare for the follow-up. All we have to do now is wait. Yunxing was very calm. She didn't believe that the last straw she had prepared wouldn't crush Xianxia to death. After staying in Grand Emperor City for a few days, Yunxing and Long Feng busied themselves with setting up the defenses in the city. They planned to deal a fatal blow to Xianxia when he returned. On the other side, while Yunxing was extremely busy, Baby Sheep was having a great time playing. Ever since Baby Sheep learned to speak the human language, it liked to interact with people. Especially some of the children in the city. When they saw how cute Baby Sheep was, they had a lot of fun playing with it. Baby Sheep relied on its special ability to break all kinds of magical restrictions and had always been the #1 master of hide and seek among magical beasts. On this day, Baby Sheep hid in a house as usual. After waiting for a long time, no one came to look for it. Baby Sheep didn't know that the house it was casually hiding in was actually the city lord's residence. I have more updates tonight. The Grand Emperor City's mayor had a strong reputation in the city. Although the Grand Emperor City was under the Yuan family's jurisdiction, the mayor's mansion was still an important place in the city. No one dared to approach the mayor's mansion, let alone the children in the city. They did not have the guts to look for Bobo Sheep in the mayor's mansion. Bobo Sheep was bored from waiting, so it started to wander around the mansion. Suddenly, Bobo Sheep's eyes lit up and it looked around. Bop bop, there seems to be a very powerful force. Bob Sheep flew straight into a lavishly decorated house. Looking at the furnishings, the interior was magnificent. At a glance, one could tell that this was the house's mistress' room. Bobo Sheep flew to a wardrobe and realized that the energy wave came from below the wardrobe. Bobo, my dear master, Bobo Sheep found something good. Come quickly. Yunxing, who was patrolling the city with Long Feng, suddenly heard Bobo Sheep's telepathic message. Yunxing asked Long Feng to continue patrolling while she went to look for Bobo Sheep. When she realized that Bobo Sheep was in the mayor's mansion, Yunxing felt helpless. This fella, she told it not to run around, but it insisted on going wherever it was not allowed to go. Following Bobo Sheep's scent, Yunxing found the mayor's wife's room. When she entered the room, the wardrobe in the room was moved away by Bobo Sheep. A secret passage that could only accommodate one person per day appeared in front of Yunxing. Bobo, my dear master, it's something good. Bobo Sheep flew out with a swoosh, holding a piece of jade in its hand. Yunxing looked at the jade carefully and felt that it was familiar. Emperor Totem Jade? Yunxing recognized this piece of jade. She remembered that when she fought with the Grand Elder of the Grand Emperor City, he used a piece of jade that could summon the vermilion bird totem. It was very similar to this piece of jade. However, that piece of jade was the fiery red vermilion bird Emperor Jade, while this piece of jade that Bobo Sheep found was white. This room used to be the mayor's wife's room. This secret passage should be the secret passage that the mayor's wife used to escape. She should have lost the jade in a hurry. Previously, Yuan Bupo had led his men to search this room. However, they could not find the location of the secret passage. It must have been hidden by a special magic array. However, in front of Pops, who could ignore all magic barriers were nothing. Yunxing was just about to examine the Emperor Jade when she suddenly felt a powerful battle chi surge out from the Emperor Jade. The Emperor Jade turned into a beam of white light and turned into a fierce tiger with shiny fur and black stripes all over its body. The white tiger's muscles were bulging. After it transformed into its tiger form, it pounced toward Yunxing like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Bobo, you're not allowed to hurt your beloved master. Exile. The word Bobo came out naturally, and the word exile came out immediately. Yunxing reacted quickly and covered Kissing Sheep's mouth with one hand. This was a once-a-month precious opportunity. He couldn't let it go to waste. When the white tiger appeared, a phoenix chirped from Yunxing's Shenong medical bracelet. A beautiful bird with flaming feathers and a red crown appeared from the bracelet. Facing the majestic white tiger with its powerful battle chi, the vermilion bird totem flapped its wings and pounced. Its two golden claws grabbed the white tiger's body and flung it out. Roar! The white tiger totem also sensed the vermilion bird totem's existence. The two totem divine beasts faced each other. Vermilion bird, it's really you. Useless thing. You actually submitted to an outsider. The 4 Emperor Jades were divine tools with spiritual consciousness. Ever since the vermilion bird went missing, the other 3 Emperor Jades totem divine beasts were worried about its whereabouts. Who knew that the vermilion bird totem actually submitted to an outsider outside of the Grand Emperor city? White tiger, so what if it's an outsider? Didn't you realize that she can awaken us? We've stayed in the Grand Emperor city for so many years. Was there anyone who could awaken us? Don't forget our ancestors' teachings. The person who can awaken the 4 divine beasts can open the God's path and help us return to the God realm. That person is our master. The vermilion bird totem raised its head proudly. Yunxing did not see any ancient tombs in the Grand Emperor city. She did not know which tomb the 2 totem divine beasts were talking about. According to the totem divine beasts, there were a total of 4 Emperor Jades. Where were the remaining 2 Emperor Jades? The white tiger totem hesitated. The vermilion bird totem seemed to be right. The white tiger Emperor Jade had always belonged to the descendants of the city lord's wife. However, after so many years, no one could make the white tiger Emperor Jade appear even though they had entered the emperor's tomb with it many times. However, today, the moment this outsider touched the Emperor Jade, the white tiger totem felt a strong summoning force. It woke up from its long slumber. However, the white tiger totem did not intend to accept Yunxing. It snorted coldly. Even if she woke us up, it's only you and me. Brother Azure Dragon has already submitted to Xianxia. It will definitely not acknowledge this woman who is as weak as an ant. The white tiger totem looked at Yunxing with disdain. A woman dressed as a man from the ant-human clan. She had no muscles and no fighting spirit. If the white tiger acknowledged such a master, it would be laughed at by the other divine beasts when it returned to the God realm. Brother Azure Dragon's matter happened out of helplessness. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. Look at the bracelet on her hand. It's clearly the token of the Yen Emperor's successor. The vermilion bird looked impatient. It was too lazy to argue with the white tiger. Unlike the vermilion bird, the white tiger was the divine beast with the strongest fighting spirit. This fellow was simple-minded and easily caused trouble. If it was not for the fact that the vermilion bird totem was able to help its master fight against Xianxia, who had the Emperor Jade of the Azure Dragon, it really would not have bothered to talk to this fellow. The white tiger totem glared. Only then did it notice the Shenong medical bracelet in Yunxing's hand. 9 Flames bracelet? When it saw the medical bracelet, the white tiger's arrogant gaze immediately changed. Wait a moment. Lord Divine Beasts, shouldn't you first tell me what the Emperor's tomb secret realm is and what are the 4 Emperor Jades? Also, the medical bracelet on my hand is a family heirloom. It's not some 9 Flames bracelet. Yunxing was baffled. The white tiger and the vermilion bird looked at each other. The vermilion bird landed on the ground and said, Master, I should have told you about the 4 great divine beasts a long time ago. It's just that you weren't strong enough previously. I was worried that if the Emperor Jades were to be leaked, it would bring you unnecessary trouble. But today, you've awakened the white tiger. This proves that you're indeed the person we've been waiting for. It's also time to tell you the true secret of the Grand Emperor City. The vermilion bird's words were filled with joy and helplessness. The secret of the Grand Emperor City? Wasn't it just the Dihong song? The path to becoming a god is hidden in the Emperor's tomb of the Grand Emperor City. The vermilion bird said something that surprised Yunxing and Baby Sheep. Becoming a god. This was a word that could easily move one's heart. God, to Yunxing, who had received more than 20 years of atheism education, was once an extremely unfamiliar word. Even after coming to the boundless land, Yunxing still did not immediately accept the concept of God. Even if there were gods, they were magic gods, martial gods, beast gods, and so on. These so-called gods were mostly people who had reached a certain level of strength and were respectfully addressed by people. It was not to say that they were really gods. Because, no matter how powerful an expert was, there would be a time when his strength was exhausted. The lifespan of an expert was limited, and they would all fall. Until the appearance of the popping sheep, Yunxing then knew that there really was a realm of gods on this land. In the realm of gods, there lived the gods who were truly immortal. Moreover, there was actually a special way to become a god in the human world. That was to find the way to become a god, pass the God's Path test, and become a member of the realm of gods. However, was there really a so-called way to become a god in this world? Seeing that Yunxing and the popping sheep both had a look of disbelief, the vermilion bird totem explained patiently. Master, the one beside you should be a world deity beast from the human world. I believe it should have told you that there are many other planes outside this human world. The vermilion bird totem recognized the world deity beast beside Yunxing. It is a world deity beast from the human world. How did it become like this? The white tiger totem looked as if it had seen a ghost. World deity beasts were not ordinary. Their numbers were even rarer than ordinary deity beasts. The white tiger totem was only a half-deity beast. The deity beasts it had seen before were at least tall and mighty, with a king's aura as vast as the sea. However, the creature in front of it had a disgusting color, and its fur was all wavy and curly. It did not look like a demonic beast at all. Shouldn't demonic beasts be ferocious, terrifying, and bloodthirsty? TSK. Looking like this, it was actually a world deity beast from the human world? Bo, what a muscle-bound, simple-minded stupid cat. You're just envious and jealous. You're envious that this god is loved by everyone. The Bobo sheep was extremely dissatisfied. What kind of lousy white tiger was this? It actually dared to look down on it. White tiger, don't be rude. Universe god beasts aren't adults yet. The vermilion bird totem glared at the white tiger. Yunxing recalled that popping sheep had indeed mentioned some things about the plane. Humans and beasts lived together in the human world. In addition to the mortal world, there was also the netherworld where the 3 immortal souls and 6 mortal souls, fiends, demons, and spirits resided. There was also the divine world. Between different realms, there would be specialized universe god beasts watching over them. Under the supervision of the universe god beasts, the human clan, the god clan, and the underworld clan couldn't interact with each other. Otherwise, the chaos in the order of each realm would definitely lead to chaos in the other realms. As everyone knew, the god world was the most prosperous and powerful among the major worlds because the gods of the god world had eternal lifespans. Therefore, whether it was the nether race, the human race, or the beast race, all of them had been searching for the path to godhood for many years. Among them, some of the experts succeeded. They either opened up or found the path to godhood. Regardless of whether they found it or opened it up, those who completed the path to godhood would be able to obtain eternal life and successfully reach the god world to become a god. The owner of the 9 Flames bracelet, Emperor 9 Flames, was one of them. Once upon a time, the 4 great totem god beasts were the god beasts under Emperor 9 Flames. As for why the 4 great totem god beasts came to the human world, it was all because of the white tiger's poisonous tongue. The 4 great totem god beasts originally followed Emperor 9 Flames to the god world to become a god. But once, the white tiger totem accidentally offended a superior god of the god world and was almost slaughtered. Thanks to Emperor Nine Flames' pleading, the white tiger totem was sent back to the human world to cultivate its god Yuan again. The four great totem god beasts had a deep relationship and followed Emperor Nine Flames to become a god. The other three great totem god beasts returned to the human world together with the white tiger totem to reconstruct their god Yuan. Before leaving, Emperor Nine Flames said that if the four great totem god beasts could meet a new master who could awaken them at the same time, it would mean that the Nine Flames god path was about to open and the four great totem god beasts would return to the god world. In that case, new master, you should also understand that the so-called path to godhood is the path left behind by those who became gods. For example, the path left behind by Emperor Nine Flames is the Nine Flames god path. The vermilion bird totem explained the origin of the path to godhood in a concise manner. Vermilion bird, are you saying that there is a Nine Flames god path in the Emperor's tomb that leads to the god world and that anyone who passes through this path can become a god? Xianxia had a clear understanding of life and death. She had lived 2 lives and had died once. She was not afraid of death, but since she was alive, she wanted to live to the fullest. The path to godhood sounded extremely powerful. If there was a chance, she wanted to try it. You wish. If everyone can become a god, the god world will be overcrowded, White Tiger said disdainfully. White Tiger is right. Even if you enter the Nine Flames god path, you may not be able to become a god. The vermilion bird totem shook its head. Under the vermilion bird totem's explanation, Xianxia found out that before Emperor Nine Flames became a god, he had left behind different entrances to the Nine Flames god path on different continents and even in different planes. The Emperor's tomb in Grand Emperor City was just one of the entrances. Not only were there many entrances to the god path, but the path was also extremely dangerous. Due to the different origins of the entrances, it could be from the underworld or from other continents. Therefore, even though there were people who entered the Nine Flames god path over the years, there were very few who could actually pass through it. Some people succeeded and reached the god world, but 99% of them died halfway. The 4 great totem god beasts could only return to the god world by reopening the entrances and entering the Nine Flames god path. Since they may not be able to become a god, why do so many people still try? Xianxia expressed her doubts. Stupid. Even if they can't become a god, as long as they walk 1 round on the god path, they can obtain many treasures. The white tiger totem could not help but roll its eyes. If it had not seen the Nine Flames bracelet, it would not have believed that the ant-human in front of it was a descendant of Emperor Nine Flames. Xianxia did not know who Emperor Nine Flames was. Her bracelet was left behind by Emperor Xianxia. Perhaps Emperor Nine Flames was the name of Emperor Nine Flames in this plane or among the godly beasts. Anyone who could find the god's path was definitely a strong person. Once these people stepped on the god's path, they all had the mentality of giving it their all. All kinds of precious Dharma weapons and priceless battle skills and magic spells. These treasures followed the strong people who found the path and stepped on the god's path. Hearing this, Xianxia and Baby Sheep's eyes lit up. Baby Sheep, my dear master, treasure that can increase cultivation. Baby Sheep wants it. Baby Sheep looked as if he was salivating. The god's path was nothing. Xianxia didn't want to become a god yet. But the treasures on the god's path were different. Xianxia was also a little moved. Not to mention other things, just based on what the 2 totem divine beasts had said just now, danger and opportunity coexisted on the god's path. If Xianxia wanted to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing, she had to be as strong as Emperor Zhao. If she could walk around the god's continent, her power might improve greatly. Vermilion bird, why are you saying so much? The Jiu Yan god's path isn't that easy to open. Look at her. She doesn't look like she can defeat Xianxia. Without the Emperor's Jade, she can't open the Jiu Yan god's path. It's better to rely on Xianxia than her. The white tiger snorted. An ant-human and a weak world deity beast actually wanted to step onto the Jiu Yan god's path. That was blasphemy to the Emperor Jiu Yan. It had been countless generations since the 4 divine beasts were beaten back to the human world and awakened. Out of the 4 Emperor Jades, only 3 had been awakened. The first one, the Black Tortoise Emperor Jade, was awakened by the first head of the Yuan clan, the first wife of the Grand Emperor City Lord. The second one, the Emperor's Jade, was awakened by Xianxia 25 years ago. The third one, the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade, was awakened by Yunxing several years ago. The fourth one, the White Tiger Emperor Jade, was also awakened by Yunxing. Yunxing alone had awakened 2 Emperor Jades. This at least meant that she was the most likely person to awaken all the Emperor Jades. This was also why the Vermilion Bird Totem immediately stopped the White Tiger from harming Yunxing after it was awakened. Xianxia? White Tiger, if you really thought he was a suitable master, you would have recognized him as your master long ago. If we follow him, will we become gods or demons? The Vermilion Bird Totem retorted. The White Tiger Totem was speechless. How could it not know this? Although the wife of the Grand Emperor City's city lord was unable to awaken the White Tiger Empyrean Jade, she had kept it close to her for many years. The White Tiger Totem was still somewhat connected to her. At this moment, that brainless woman had been killed by the ambitious Xianxia. The 4 totem divine beasts were ancient divine beasts. They followed Emperor Jiuyan, who was a merciful great saint of the human race. Under the influence of what they saw and heard, although the 4 totemic divine beasts were a little arrogant, they only accepted those who were open and aboveboard, who cared about the world, as their masters. Xianxia was powerful enough, but he was definitely not a god. The White Tiger had to admit that it looked down on a petty person like Xianxia. Compared to Xianhaoyan, this ant-human with a medicinal pill aroma on his body was indeed a little more pleasing to the eye. Since none of you are willing to acknowledge Xianxia as your master? Then why would the Totem Azure Dragon be willing to follow Citian? Could it be that the Totem Azure Dragon has fallen? Over the past few days, Yunxing had heard from Yuan Bupo that the Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xianxia, could summon the Totem Azure Dragon. It was also because of the Totem Azure Dragon's existence that the Yuan family had not been a match for Xianxia all these years. Ant-human, don't speak nonsense. Brother Azure Dragon is the most upright of the 4 totem divine beasts. It was also the mount of Emperor Jiuyan back then. Brother Azure Dragon was bewitched by Di Hongsong and was controlled by Xianxia. The White Tiger was angry and helpless when it heard this. Master, the Vermilion Bird is here. I hope you can think of a way to save Brother Azure Dragon. The Vermilion Bird's eyes were filled with anger and sorrow. As a divine beast, it was a tragedy to be controlled against its will. Vermilion Bird, even if I want to help you, I am powerless. Xianxitian's Di Hongsong's cultivation is much higher than mine. How can I save the Totem Azure Dragon from his hands? Yunxing smiled bitterly. The Di Hongsong's power was not to be underestimated. Only a higher level Di Hongsong could break the control effect of the Di Hongsong. Yunxing's Di Hongsong was learned halfway. Not only was she tone deaf, she had only learned 6 chapters of the Di Hongsong. Xianxia, on the other hand, had learned the Di Hongsong since he was young and had even obtained the 8th chapter of the Di Hongsong from the Emperor's tomb. Yunxing was well aware of the difference in strength between her and Xianxia. Her Di Hongsong cultivation was inferior to Yuan Bupo's, let alone Xianxia. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The 9th chapter of the Di Hongsong is in the Emperor's tomb. In the past, Xianxia brought someone he did not love into the Emperor's tomb in order to seize the position of the city lord. In the end, he only obtained the 8th chapter of the Di Hongsong. One day, as long as Master finds the person you love and enters the Emperor's tomb, the 2 of you will be able to learn the 9th chapter of the Di Hongsong. At that time, Master will be able to use the 9th chapter of the Di Hongsong to save Big Brother Azure Dragon. The Vermilion Bird's words stunned Yunxing. The conditions for obtaining the 9th chapter of the Di Hongsong must be 2 people who are in love with each other. 2 people who are truly in love with each other must be able to play the zither and flute together. Yunxing had someone she loved, but that person was now, her heart ached slightly. Yunxing thought to herself, Night Fox, where are you? Sadness only lasted for a moment. Yunxing quickly calmed herself down. Xianxia is much more powerful than me. I can only promise that I will try my best to save the Azure Dragon Totem for you. Yunxing made a solemn promise. Yunxing did not know that her promise to try my best made the 2 godly beasts look at her in a new light. At least it proved that this human girl was not someone who would casually blackmail others or talk big. The moment she made the promise, her eyes were filled with certainty and confidence. The white tiger totem and the vermilion bird totem seemed to be infected by her, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their hearts. Ant-human race, if you can save Big Brother Azure Dragon, I, the white tiger, promise to accept your summons once. The white tiger seemed to be infected by Xianxia and actually made a promise. I, the vermilion bird, also agree. As long as Master can save Big Brother Azure Dragon, I am also willing to accept your summons once. The vermilion bird also made a promise. 2 chances to summon the godly beasts. Xianxia could not help but feel her heart itch. Earlier, she had received the vermilion bird's recognition. However, that did not mean that she had formed a contract with the godly beast vermilion bird. In fact, when the vermilion bird Emperor Jade was in the hands of the Great Elder, he could also use it. However, that was not the vermilion bird's full power. The Great Elder had only awakened the vermilion bird's divine power in its totem state. It was only 50% of its usual power. Godly beasts were different from ordinary demonic beasts in that they could not be directly contracted. Only a true god, such as the Nine Flames Emperor, could form a contract with a godly beast. However, that did not mean that humans could not summon godly beasts. As long as a godly beast accepted a human summon, a human summoner could also summon a godly beast. However, it was not a permanent summon but a one-time summon. However, even if it was only a one-time summon, it was still a godly beast summon, a true godly beast. Even if it was only a one-time summon, the power of the divine beasts was astonishing. With the help of the 2 divine beasts, even if they encountered people like the Emperor Zao in red, there was no need to be afraid. Since that's the case, we'll just sit here and wait for Xianxia to return. Thinking about it, Xianxia should have been forced into a corner by now. Xianxia had a mischievous smile on her face. In the military camp, an unprecedented low pressure enveloped the hearts of all the soldiers. They all knew that their commander, the Marquis of Jiayuan, had already escaped. However, no one dared to escape. That was because the Grand Emperor City's people were guarding the various exits of the military camp. If anyone tried to escape, they would be killed. Even so, the morale of the soldiers was declining by the day. The supplies in the military camp were also decreasing by the day. One night, in the dead of night, the sound of a zither suddenly came from outside the military camp. The sound of the zither was gentle and very pleasant to the ears. It was a zither song that was very popular among the people of Zhou State. The zither song was the sound of missing one's parents, children, wives, and daughters. When the soldiers heard it, they couldn't help but think of their relatives back home. Even those soldiers of Grand Emperor City also had hot tears brimming in their eyes when they heard it. Bastard! Go and search immediately. See who is bewitching and shaking the soldiers' morale. When Xianxia heard the sound of the zither, he knew that it was the enemy's plan. However, when Xianxia sent out his guards to search for the entire night, the sound of the zither was still the same. They just couldn't find the person. What made Xianxia even more furious was that in the following days, there was a similar sound of the zither every day. The soldiers in the military camp missed their homes more and more and missed their families more and more. Despite the risk of being beheaded, the number of deserters in the military camp increased by the day. Helpless, Xianxia could only send people to patrol around the military camp every night. Once they found someone suspicious, they would immediately be executed. In the middle of the night, a few flying demonic beasts circled above the military camp. Grandmaster Zhongren, Longhua, and Oriole were together under the cover of the night to check the situation in the military camp below. Oriole was holding a zither in her hands. For the past few nights, she had followed Yunxing's orders and played some songs of homesickness near the military camp. Oriole and Longhua didn't understand why Yunxing was doing this. In Yunxing's words, this was a very effective strategy. It was called, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Yunxing said that the Zhou State's rebels were betrayed the Marquis of Jiayuan's instigation. It was said that the soldiers in the rebel camp must have regretted it after learning that the regent was still alive. Oriole didn't have the Orioles as Oriole, Oriole did not believe it at first. It was just an ordinary folk song, not a powerful battle song like Dihonga. How could it make the soldiers surrender? However, a few days had passed. During these few days, the morale of the Zhou State's rebel army had clearly slackened. The The soldiers were listless even when they were patrolling at night. Wang Fei is really amazing. Long Huo was also dumbfounded. Hehe, master has always been clever. The plan is only half complete. The other half is up to us. Zhong Rench grimaced and took out some papers from his storage ring. These things that Yunxing called flyers were the second gift that she had prepared for Xianxia. For the past few nights, Xianxia had been unable to sleep or eat because of that damn zither music. Even in his dreams, he would dream of some situations in Imperial Grand City. Fortunately, he didn't hear the sound of the zither last night and was able to sleep peacefully. Early in the morning, as soon as Xianxia got up and walked out of the commander-in-chief's camp, something fell down like a feather in front of him. Xianxia made a grabbing motion, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. When he saw the contents of the paper, Xianxia smashed the paper with his palm. Men, where did these papers come from? Don't leave a single one behind. Destroy them all. Lies to mislead the public. All of them are lies to mislead the public. Search them immediately. No one is allowed to have these papers on them. Xianxia ordered a thorough search, and all the papers with all kinds of rumors were taken away. However, Xianxia didn't know that his vigorous search had made the people in the camp believe the truth written on the flyers even more. Although all the flyers had been destroyed, the rumors were still growing. In every corner of the camp, there were people spreading rumors. Have you heard? Imperial Grand City has been captured, and the citizens have all been captured. If the city lord doesn't go back to save the people, the enemy will kill a person every hour. Rumor has it that the regent of Great Zhou, Martial Emperor Yi Baiming, didn't go missing at all. He was the one who personally led his men to attack the Grand Emperor city. These rumors were even more damaging than the zither music from before. Because not only were the soldiers of Zhou state affected, but even more were the experts of Imperial Grand City. Among them were several elders of Imperial Grand City. City Lord, let's return to Imperial Grand City. Our brothers don't need Zhou state's territory. Why should we bear the evil reputation of invading another country? City Lord, I heard that Imperial Grand City has been captured. My family is still in the city. They said that if the city lord doesn't return, they will kill everyone in the city. They won't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Impossible. That's all fake news. The ones who captured Imperial Grand City were only the people of the Yuan clan. They wouldn't dare to do anything to the people in the city. Xianxia was annoyed by the crowd's words. City Lord, if you continue to be stubborn, the elders and I will have no choice but to return to Imperial Grand City ourselves. The first elder was also angry. His family and wife were still in Imperial Grand City. In order to become the emperor, the city lord didn't care about the lives of the citizens. This made the first elder very disappointed. That day, the first elder left with almost 70% of Imperial Grand City's experts. Not long after the first elder left. Suddenly, the sound of dense iron hooves could be heard from the back of the military camp. Reporting to the city lord, Yunba led 30,000 Yun clan troops and charged into the military camp. The moment the Yun clan troops charged into the military camp, they were like a hot knife through butter. The rebels of Zhou state took advantage of the chaos in the military camp and fled. The military camp was empty in an instant. Faced with this scene, Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he had lost in a fair battle, Xianxia would have accepted it. However, he hadn't even exchanged blows with the other party yet and had lost in such a baffling manner. Xianxia knew that he had lost this time, but not at the hands of Yunba. Regent of Great Zhou Yi Baiming, this city lord will not rest until you die. Xianxia roared angrily. He unwillingly led the remaining experts of Imperial Grand City and hurriedly rushed back to Imperial Grand City. After withdrawing from Zhou state, the group of people, including First Elder, fell for Yunxing's besieged tactic and rushed back to Grand Emperor City anxiously. After discussing for a while, First Elder made the decision to launch a surprise attack on Grand Emperor City overnight to regain control of Grand Emperor City. Because he was worried that the people in Grand Emperor City would discover their tracks, First Elder did not even dare to use elimination magic. Everyone could only follow the night sky, pass through the magic restriction outside Grand Emperor City, and head straight to Grand Emperor City. But as soon as they entered the magic restriction area, First Elder felt that something was wrong. These restrictions could not be more familiar to the people in Grand Emperor City. Normally, they could pass through even with their eyes closed. They carefully bypassed the restriction and prepared to sneak into Grand Emperor City under the night sky. But today, as soon as they entered the magic restriction, a gust of cold magic wind blew past. Under their feet, countless earth spikes pierced out of the hard soil with bang 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 sounds. The experts in Grand Emperor City were not on guard and injured several people in succession before they broke through the first restriction. But just as they passed through the encirclement of the earth spikes, a fire wall suddenly ignited in front of them. Walls of fire began to burn fiercely. For a moment, the surroundings turned into a sea of fire, trapping First Elder and the others in the sea of fire. That sea of fire was like oil being poured on it, burning people and devouring beasts on sight. It was even more ferocious than the earth spikes earlier. After losing dozens of people, First Elder finally rushed out with great difficulty and cursed in his heart. Damn it, how many magic arrays did the Yuan family and that Prince Regent of Zhou State set up around this restriction? Finally, they rushed to the edge of the magic restriction. First Elder and the others heaved a sigh of relief with great difficulty. There was some sound in the sky, as if there were countless mosquitoes buzzing. Looking up, everyone was immediately shocked by the scene before them. In the sky, there was a large number of night charms that looked like humans and also like magical beasts. Every night charm had green skin, and they were either holding bows and arrows in their hands or holding tridents. They were fiercely screaming at First Elder and the others in ridicule. Under the cover of the night, only the green eyes of the night charms that were like fireflies could be seen. There were so many of them that they were like moths. Among Chi Mei's group, there was a slender, dark-skinned elf named Chi Mei. She stared at everyone arrogantly and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, the ground was covered with thorns, and in the sky, the evil spirits launched a fierce attack. Break out of the encirclement. Break through this magical restriction. The First Elder was also enraged. Despite the chaos, his mind was still relatively clear. These evil spirits before them were only numerous in number. In terms of strength, these powerhouses of Grand Emperor City were far above them. The Great Elder recognized the situation clearly. He found a gap in the barrier and quickly broke out, leading a group of elites in the city to form a force. Like a spear, they tore apart the encirclement of Demon Queen Night. The strength of this group of experts from Grand Emperor City was ultimately a notch higher than the others. But even so, after charging out of the restriction, the number of people had already been reduced sharply by half. The First Elder knew in his heart that his actions had definitely alarmed the people in the Grand Emperor City. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no way out for them. Several hundred Grand Emperor City powerhouses hurried to Grand Emperor City in dire straits. At this moment, the eastern horizon was already a sea of white. The night attack had already failed before it even began. On top of the city gate, Yuan Wuxiu and Yuan Bupo led the Yuan family in a condescending manner, facing the First Elder and the others. Yuan Wuxiu, you took advantage of the city lord's absence to offend your superiors. Do you know your crime? Why haven't you opened the city gate and surrendered? The First Elder saw the Yuan family father and son and was furious. The Yuan family father and son had an indifferent expression. Yuan Wuxiu took a step forward. First Elder, my Yuan family branch has been loyal to Grand Emperor City for many years. This time, we rebelled and seized the city because the city lord and the various elders disobeyed the ancestral teachings. First Elder. Let me ask you, what is the ancestral teachings of Grand Emperor City? Yuan Wuxiu glared angrily. The First Elder's old face reddened from the question. Grand Emperor City was an otherworldly city. Back then, when the first city lord and his wife established the city, they had already set down the ancestral teachings. First, the lineage of Grand Emperor City had taken the responsibility of guarding Grand Emperor's tomb for generations. If the boundless continent was in danger, they could open the tomb and join hands with the various factions of the continent to protect the boundless continent. Second, their descendants could not be greedy and use the Dihong Song to conquer the world. Generations of Grand Emperor City's city lords had all followed these two ancient teachings. Only Xianxia was unwilling to guard Grand Emperor City and stay in a corner of the city. He enticed the elders to establish the Blood Hand Tycoon, then funded the later Qing Rebellion. This time, he even directly participated in the Zhou State's rebellion. The first elder and the others already knew. It was only because they were greedy and afraid of Xianxia strength that they kept helping him. First elder, what's wrong? You can't say anything, right? It's already clear who the traitor of Grand Emperor City is. The city lord has disobeyed the ancestral teachings and is punished the same as the citizens. According to the laws of Grand Emperor City, the city lord should be removed. Yuan Bupo mocked. Remove the city lord. Remove the city lord. On the city wall, many citizens of Grand Emperor City shouted loudly. Waves of voices came one after another. Xian Mimi and Madame Qing, who were escorted up the city wall by Yuan Bupo and the others, were pale. Nonsense. What crime did father commit? You narrow-minded people who only know how to guard the emperor's tomb are the ones who deserve to die the most. Father, come out and kill these evil people. Xian Mimi had lost her husband and was imprisoned these days. Her mind was on the verge of collapse. The Yuan family father and son looked at the crowd again and realized that Grand Emperor City Lord Xianxia was not in the crowd. Where did Xianxia go? Yuan Bupo looked behind him again and realized that Yunxing was also gone. In the pitch-black city lord's residence in Grand Emperor City, a ghostly figure crossed the city wall. Yuan family father and son, regent of Great Zhou, feel free to be proud. Once I find the White Tiger Emperor Jade, I'll take care of your family. Xianxia sneered. Xianxia was a cunning old fox. After he failed in Zhou State, he rushed back to Grand Emperor City day and night. He was worried that if he left the White Tiger Emperor Jade in the city, something would happen during the chaos. So, he secretly followed behind the Great Elders group and sneaked into the city lord's residence when they were ambushed by the magic restriction and confronted the Yuan family father and son. Before the city lord's wife died, she only told Xianxia about the secret passage in her room. There was a special restriction set on the secret passage. If an outsider tried to force his way in, he would definitely destroy the passage. Only the city lord's wife knew a special method that could undo the restriction on the secret passage. Xianxia smoothly entered the room and moved the wardrobe aside. He checked carefully and found that the magic restriction behind the wardrobe had no signs of being opened. This meant that the secret passage had not been discovered and the White Tiger Emperor Jade must still be in the secret passage. Xianxia was overjoyed and undid the restriction without worry. A pitch-black secret passage was revealed. Xianxia impatiently entered the secret passage. The secret passage was completely dark, and it was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Even with Xianxia's cultivation, he was still completely blind. He couldn't see anything clearly. It was as if something had swallowed all the light. Something seemed to be wrong. Just as Xianxia felt that something was wrong, a fist fiercely attacked him from behind. That fist was impossible to guard against. When the fist came down, it covered many of Xianxia's blind spots. The secret passage was narrow, and Xianxia felt as if he had nowhere to run. Not good. An ambush. This was Xianxia's first reaction when he was attacked. The opponent was a martial artist who was extremely skilled in close combat. Xianxia only had one thought in his mind, and that was to save his life. A holy rank magic tool suddenly appeared in his hand. The magic tool suddenly turned into a purple gold shield, blocking the fist. Although Xianxia was a summoner, he was also the lord of a city. He had many treasures and magic tools on him. This purple gold shield had astonishing defensive power. The assassin in the dark punched down at an extremely fast speed and landed on the purple gold shield. Even though the purple gold shield had astonishing defensive power, it was still hit by this huge force and a hole instantly appeared. However, it was also because of this block that Xianxia managed to save his life and had the time to chant a magic incantation. To be able to penetrate the purple gold shield with one punch, could this assassin's fist be made of purple gold as well? Xianxia was shocked. What was even more shocking was that after the assassin's fist penetrated the purple gold shield, it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. It retracted its fist, shook its wrist slightly, and threw out several more punches. The fist shadow surged towards Xianxia like a tide. However, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary person. In an instant, he finished chanting a magic incantation and used wind evasion to escape from the secret passage. Xianxia's head was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, a voice full of ridicule sounded. Xianxia, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he slowly turned around. You're the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming? A black-clothed man suddenly appeared in the previously empty room. The black-clothed man had a charming appearance. His slightly tanned skin was as smooth as jade, and his black clothes were even darker than the night sky. His eyes were like the stars in the dark night. Even in the dim room, they were as dazzling as candlelight. Xianxia never thought that the regent of Great Zhou, who had risen to fame in the past few years, would be such a person. Xianxia was one of the strongest experts in the world. However, when the black-clothed man saw him, his expression was relaxed and fearless, and there was even a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. As soon as the black-clothed man appeared, a guard stood behind him. Xianxia's pupils violently shrank. The guard behind the black-clothed man was actually a golden man made of purple gold. He was still holding his purple gold shield in his hand. There was even a clear hole in the shield. Just now, when Xianxia used the purple gold shield to dodge that fatal sneak attack in the secret passageway, he only cared about running for his life. He didn't even know that the purple gold shield had been taken away by the assassin. Xianxia immediately realized that the person who had almost taken his life in the secret passageway was the purple gold man in front of him. There was actually a purple gold man who could walk around like a living person on the continent. Could it be that this was the legendary eternal magic tool that only master artificers could refine? Xianxia's heart tightened. He suddenly felt that the identity of the regent of Great Zhou in front of him was even more mysterious. Xianxia didn't recognize Yunxing. The Yunxing who had come to the Grand Emperor city several years ago was very different from the Yunxing who had disguised herself today. More importantly, Yunxing's strength back then was only that of a master magician. However, the regent of Great Zhou standing in front of Xianxia now had a luxurious aura and a powerful purple gold guard. City Lord, do you like this prince's hospitality? Although Yunxing's expression was calm, she was somewhat worried in her heart. She had failed. She didn't expect that she would fail to kill Xianxia even after using all her schemes and exposing her tycoon gold. Xianxia was even more troublesome than she had imagined. He had already set up a trap in the secret passageway. Yunxing immediately thought of this when she found the White Tiger Emperor's jade under the guidance of Papa Sheep. Since the Emperor's jade pass was so important that it could find the path to becoming a god, then Xianxia, who controlled the Azure Dragon Totem, must have already known of the existence of the path to becoming a god. For someone as ambitious as Xianxia, the temptation of becoming a god was far greater than conquering the continent. If Xianxia returned to the Grand Emperor city in defeat, his ambition of conquering the continent would be completely shattered. He would definitely find the White Tiger Emperor's jade, then steal the Vermilion Bird Emperor's jade and the Black Emperor's jade. He would gather the 4 jades and open the path to becoming a god of flames. After making up her mind, Yunxing immediately decided to set up 2 ambushes in the secret passageway. The first ambush was to use Xiao Hei's devouring the heavens battle skill to blind Xianxia in the secret passageway. The second ambush was to use Tycoon Gold. Tycoon Gold knew both magic and battle aura. It didn't breathe at all and was hiding in the secret passageway. As long as she succeeded in one strike, she would be able to kill Xianxia. Xianxia had almost fallen into Yunxing's trap. However, Yunxing had underestimated Xianxia. She didn't think that he would be able to immediately use the holy magic tool on him in such a dangerous situation and avoid disaster. The failure of the ambush in the secret passageway meant that Yunxing had missed the best opportunity to easily kill Xianxia. What would happen next would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Regent of Great Zhou, you're so treacherous. You actually set up an ambush in the dark. Aren't you afraid of sullying your reputation by doing this? Also, the zither music around the barracks and those deceptive papers were all spread by you. Xianxia clenched his teeth in hatred. He was the Grand Emperor city's mayor, the master of the Azure Dragon Totem. He had been the ruler of the continent for dozens of years. This time, he had actually fallen into the hands of a greenhorn. This was a great humiliation. This was simply a great humiliation. He had to get rid of you by means of Zhou state. Xianxia, how can I compare to you in terms of treachery? You killed your wife and stole her treasures. You also didn't care about the lives of your subordinates and snuck into the city to steal the White Tiger Emperor jade. Yunxing was very calm in the face of insults. Being open and aboveboard was only for opponents of similar strength. Xianxia's strength was much greater than hers. If she met him head-on, she would definitely die. Since that was the case, she could only use her wits. Furthermore, she, Yunxing, was not stupid to talk about being open and aboveboard with an old fox. After leaving the secret passageway and seeing the situation around him, Xianxia calmed down. He glanced sideways at Yunxing, then at the secret passageway behind him. He understood in his heart. Looks like you already know about the God's Path. Even in the Grand Emperor city, very few people knew about the 4 pieces of Emperor Jade. Since the regent of Great Zhou knew about it, that meant that he had awakened one of the Emperor Jades. After Xianxia found out that the other party already knew about the secret of the Emperor Jades and the God's Path, he did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. So the ancient teachings of the Grand Emperor city were actually true. In this world, there really is someone who can awaken multiple Emperor Jades. What made Xianxia's anger turn to joy was that just now, he discovered that the regent of Great Zhou had the aura of multiple Emperor Jades on his body. The aura of the Emperor Jades was one red and one white. They were clearly the White Tiger Emperor Jade and the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade. Before the previous city lords of the Grand Emperor city passed away, they would all tell the new city lord to find someone who could awaken 4 Emperor Jades and reopen the Fire God's Path. However, among the many generations of city lords, there had never been anyone who could awaken 2 Emperor Jades at once, let alone 4 Emperor Jades. Who would have thought that there would be someone who could awaken both the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade and the White Tiger Emperor Jade in the city's rebellion this time, although this person was from outside the city, whether it was someone from the Grand Emperor city or the Prince Regent of the Zhou state, as long as they brought him into the Emperor's tomb, the Fire God's Path could be reopened. Once the God's Path was opened, becoming a god was just around the corner. Xianxia's eyes flashed with greed and desire. It was as if he saw a juicy prey swaying in front of him. City Lord, if you want to use me to reopen the God's Path, I'll give you 2 words, dream on. How could Yunxing not know the City Lord's ambition? Her lips curled into a dazzling smile. Her eyebrows twitched, and Xiaohei and Tyrant Jean pounced forward like lightning. Yunxing also waved her magic scepter, and the dark thorns on the ground and the roaring flame phoenix attacked Xianxia together. Ignorant brat, how dare you embarrass yourself in front of me with such insignificant skills? I'll let you experience the might of my totem, the Azure Dragon. Xianxia roared angrily as a jade pendant in the shape of a dragon appeared in his hand. The jade pendant shook and turned into a short green flute. Xianxia blew into the short flute. What came out of the flute wasn't the sound of a flute, but a low roar that sounded like the throat of a demonic beast. Xianxia's body trembled, and a ray of green light rushed out of his body. The green light broke through the roof of the city lord's mansion and rushed into the sky. On the city wall, the Yuan family's father and son, the Grand Elder, and the citizens of the city were all stunned by the green light. Everyone had different expressions when they saw the source of the green light. Xian Mimi and Madame Qing acted as if they had seen their savior. They cried and laughed at the same time. It's Father, City Lord. Father, City Lord, is here. As expected, he wouldn't leave us mother and daughter behind. The Great Elder's face was also filled with fear. With such a huge commotion, the City Lord actually wanted to use the power of the Azure Dragon Totem. It had been 10 years since the last time the Azure Dragon was summoned. It had been during the battle between the City Lord and several masters at the level of Emperor Zhao. Who was it that could make Qing use the power of the Azure Dragon? Yuan Bupo's expression changed from the initial shock to fear. He suddenly remembered that Yunxing wasn't here. Could it be that she had bumped into Xianxia? Yuan Bupo dared not think too much. He took a big step forward and rushed to the City Lord's mansion. In midair, a majestic energy rushed into the clouds. A green energy cloud vortex was forming continuously. The cloud vortex spun faster and faster, and the entire sky looked like it was going to press down. In the cloud vortex, the silhouette of a beast turned from blurry to clear. It was slowly showing its shape. When the cloud vortex formed, Xianxia felt that the Shenong medical bangle on her arm was burning like a soldering iron. When the terrifying existence in the cloud vortex appeared, a divine beast's aura covered the sky and the earth. It rolled over like a tidal wave. In the sky, 1,000 meters above the ground, there was a majestic green dragon that was as big as the ancient city wall. The azure dragon had horns on its head. Its eyes were like two stone grindstones. On its body that was filled with power, every green scale was like the toughest shield. Under the lightning, it flashed with a chilling light that made one tremble in fear. On the azure dragon's back, there was a pair of powerful giant wings. As the giant wings flapped, the clouds churned. The entire sky was like the sea that went through a storm. The clouds churned and there was a murderous aura. The Emperor Jade Totem, the Azure Dragon. Among the 4 great totem divine beasts, the Azure Dragon was ranked first. It was also the divine beast that had preserved the most power among the 4 great totem divine beasts. That was because the dragon tribe was an upper divine beast even among the divine beasts. The sudden appearance of the Azure Dragon was also Xianxia's first time seeing such a powerful and terrifying demonic beast at such a close distance. The humongous creature was like the great wall that stretched endlessly in modern times. It made Xianxia and everyone else tremble in fear. At that moment, the Azure Dragon stood proudly and looked at everyone in the city lord's mansion and on the ground. The might of the Azure Dragon. This is the city lord's divine beast, the Azure Dragon. On the city gate, the mirage-like azure dragon that was incomparably real caused everyone to be intimidated. On the city gate, the guards all looked at the sky in fear. Their hearts were cold. The giant dragon's body hovered in the sky like a small mountain. As it breathed, the clouds in the sky churned. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. As the azure dragon appeared, 2 figures flew out from the city lord's mansion like shooting stars and stopped in the sky. The city lord of the Grand Emperor City, Xianxia, the regent of Great Zhou. Yi Baiming. Xianxia, you actually used the divine dragon's power in the city. Yuan Buka rose into the sky and stood opposite of Xianxia and Xianxia. Yuan Wuxiu, don't be so serious over there. You took advantage of my absence to betray me. You seized my position as the city lord and captured my wife and daughter. Even if I disobeyed the teachings of my ancestors because of that, it was all because you forced me to do so, said Xianxia arrogantly after summoning his divine dragon. Ignorant ants, how dare you offend me, the master of the Azure Dragon. Those who go against me will only die. The Azure Dragon's deep voice spread throughout the entire city lord. The divine beast's fury could destroy heaven and earth. Even if Xianxia did not start a massacre today, the appearance of the Azure Dragon would definitely cause great suffering. Suddenly, the gigantic Azure Dragon swept its tail. Everywhere it passed, a strong gale blew sand and pebbles away. In the city lord's mansion, the roofs of many houses fell, the walls collapsed, and the ground cracked under the dragon's fury. Some citizens who could not escape in time were pressed under the walls and eaves. In an instant, the cries of children and the pleas of the elderly and women could be heard. Bupo, immediately send the elderly, women, and children to the underground shelter. Quickly! Yuan Buku shouted loudly. Under the dragon's might, Yuan Bupo was still a bit shocked. However, after his father shouted, he immediately woke up. He understood his father's meaning. Today, Xianxia had stubbornly summoned the Azure Dragon Totem. A fierce battle was unavoidable. When experts fought, the ones who were injured were the innocent citizens. At this moment, even the Great Elder and the others could not help but feel angry at Xianxi's actions. They threw away their prejudices and ran into the city to search for their loved ones and save the trapped citizens. Yuan Bupo saved an injured old man and saw Xianxia in the air. Bupo, saving people is more important. I have Tycoon Jean and the demonic beast to protect me. You don't have to worry about me. Xianxia said loudly. During the weekend, they all came back and stretched out their claws to ask for monthly votes. When they got it, they would release the fox. In reality, Xianxia was lying through her teeth. Her condition was not good, and the dragon's aura affected her greatly. She felt stifled, as if she was about to suffocate. The magical beasts in Yunxing's beast language ring were also shocked. Even the king-level magical beasts were affected by the dragon's aura, and their combat abilities were greatly reduced. Although Yunxing's magical beasts all had extraordinary bloodlines, they were not divine beasts after all. The difference in grade between magical beasts was even greater than that of humans. A higher grade could crush a magical beast to death. She probably could not directly use her magical beasts in this battle. Xianxia, you're crazy. Do you know how many innocent citizens died in the dragon's rage just now? Yuan Wuzu was furious. He did not expect Xianxia to completely disregard the lives of the citizens. Ha ha ha. What a joke, these reckless citizens. I've worked hard for so many years to make Grand Emperor City reach the pinnacle of the continent one day and become a place revered by all. As for them, they're all greedy for ease and do not think to improve themselves. They only know how to drag me down. If I want to become a god, no one can stop me. Azure Dragon, kill all of them, leave no one alive. Xianxia had had enough. These pig-like citizens actually dared to depose him. Before they deposed him, he would kill them all. They were merely citizens of a city. So what if they all died? As long as he could obtain the 4 Emperor Totem Jades and reopen the Flame God's path, he could become a god. After becoming a god, he would be revered and worshipped by countless people. Who would care about the lives of these lowly citizens? Oh, you're so confident that you can kill us all? When everyone's attention was attracted by the terrifying destructive power of the dragon totem. No one noticed that a sneaky pink figure had suddenly appeared beside the green dragon totem. The inconspicuous magic array appeared beneath the azure dragon like a black cloud. The magic array appeared for an extremely short period of time, so short that no one noticed its existence. It then disappeared. With a flash of magic light, time passed as quickly as the blink of an eye. The roaring dragon's enormous body was swallowed by the magic light. Disappear. He's gone. The coiling azure dragon in the sky mysteriously disappeared the moment Xianxia gave the order to kill. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if their tongues were tied together and they couldn't utter a single word. No one understood what was going on. Xianxia's red eyes were about to burst as he stammered, "This is impossible, how is this possible, my azure dragon, my totem azure dragon?" Only Yunxing and Baby Sheep knew what had happened. Exile was the only skill that Baby Sheep could use, spatial exile. When Yunxing was attacking Grand Emperor City, she had already thought about it. If she were to encounter Xianxia and his divine beast in the end, her last resort would be to borrow Kiss Sheep's exile skill. "Papa, how long can you last?" Taking advantage of the fact that no one was able to react, Yunxing asked Papa. "Papa, the totem azure dragon's godly power is too strong. It's very difficult to suppress. At most, it can only last for 15 minutes. Papa was also half dead from exhaustion. If Papa really became an adult divine beast, exile would be enough to make the other party suffer even if they were to encounter a divine beast. However, it was still a world divine beast. Furthermore, it hadn't been long since it hatched, its body was still small and its magic power was insufficient. There was still a lot of restrictions when using exile. Forcefully moving the totem azure dragon, whose body was as large as a small hill, into an unknown space, Baby Sheep was already half dead from exhaustion. If it were an ordinary divine beast or even a king-level divine beast, Papa was confident that it would be able to exile it for at least an hour. However, the azure dragon was different, even if it didn't possess the full power of a divine beast. Exile could only be used on the azure dragon totem for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the azure dragon would automatically return. 15 minutes, time was very tight. If she couldn't make Xianxia compromise in 15 minutes, then everything would be meaningless. A layer of sweat had already appeared on the tip of Yunxing's nose. "Azure Dragon. Where did you hide the Azure Dragon?" After losing the Azure Dragon, the city lord of Grand Emperor City, Xianxia, was like a madman. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked like he was going to fight Yunxing to the death. "Xianxia, I've already captured the Azure Dragon. As long as you agree to 2 conditions, I can release the Azure Dragon. First, hand over the position of City Lord. Second, never step into Grand Emperor City again. Yunxing knew in her heart that she was far from being Xianxia's match in terms of power. It was also impossible for her to kill him now. T. Grand Emperor City belongs to my Xian family. You're just a mere human. How can you capture the Azure Dragon? Xianxian was furious. He raised his short flute, but no matter how he played, the Azure Dragon didn't appear again. Without the Azure Dragon, the city lord of Grand Emperor City, who had been prominent for a time on the continent, had become a very ordinary third-rate summoner. Dispiritedly putting down the dragon flute in his hand, Xianxian's expression was haggard. However, he was still unwilling to give up the position of city lord of Grand Emperor City. City Lord, Father, please agree to her request. Madame Qing and Xian Mimi were at the top of the city wall, begging bitterly. Xianxian couldn't help but recall that several years ago, before Yuan Shahua was executed, the people of the Yuan family had also begged him like this. Time passed. He never imagined that he would have to face a similar scene. Madame Qing's call and his daughter's begging caused Xianxian's heart to be even more tangled. Yunxing was also very nervous. Time passed minute by minute. If Xianxian still didn't agree, once 15 minutes passed and the Azure Dragon reappeared, no matter how capable Yunxing was, she wouldn't be able to stop Xianxian. I agree. Send Madame Qing and Mimi over and I'll leave with them. From today onwards, I'll never step into Grand Emperor City again. In the end, Xianxian couldn't endure the torment in his heart. He took out the city lord's seal and tossed it to Yuan. Wuxiu. Yuan Wuxiu caught the city lord's seal. He still had a look of disbelief on his face. Wasn't this reversal too fast? I've agreed to all the conditions. Return the Azure Dragon. Xianxian was furious. He didn't expect that with the Azure Dragon in his hands, he would still be forced to such a state. This is still not enough. Although I also want to believe in you, City Lord, please swear on your own Dharma soul. If there comes a day when you go against your oath today, you will be struck by lightning and die with your Dharma soul shattered. Yunxing's gaze was cold as she stared at Xianxian. Swearing on one's Dharma soul was the most vicious oath on the boundless continent. It was aimed at magicians. Even someone as fearless as Xianxian hesitated at this moment. Yunxing became even more nervous. Time slowly passed, and if this continued, Bobo Sheep would not be able to hold on any longer. However, she did not know that Xianxian was also having an internal battle. The Azure Dragon had disappeared for no reason and could no longer be summoned. Something was definitely wrong. Could it be that the Regent of Great Zhou had mastered a spell or battle technique that even the Azure Dragon could not defend against? The Azure Dragon totem had already formed a life contract with Xianxian. If something happened to the Azure Dragon totem, Xianxian would also be severely injured. As long as there was life, there was no need to fear that he would not be able to take back Grand Emperor City. So what if he swore? If he, Xianxian, became a god, even the heavens would not be able to do anything to him. Alright, I, Xianxian, swear that after I hand over the position of City Lord, I will never invade Grand Emperor City again. If I violate this oath, I will definitely die with my soul shattered. Xianxian immediately swore. However, when he swore, a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. He said the last word. Master, Bobo has already done his best. Bobo Sheep's body went limp. With a flash of magical light, the Azure Dragon totem appeared in the sky again. This back and forth was like a magic trick. However, since Xianxian had already swore, Yunxing did not think that he would dare to go against his oath. Xianxian checked and found that the Azure Dragon totem was not injured at all. He communicated with the Azure Dragon totem using his divine sense, but the Azure Dragon totem could not clearly tell him where it had gone. It was as if someone had instantly cast a spell like Earth Escape or Wind Escape. Damn it, Yi Baiming, how dare you make a fool of me? I will never let you go. Azure Dragon, devour that human. Xianxian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had been played like a fool. Xianxian, you swore. Are you not afraid that you will break your oath and your soul will be shattered? Although Yunxing already knew that Xianxian was despicable, she did not expect him to immediately change his mind. I agreed to let Di Hongqing go, but I never said I would let you go. Capturing you is equivalent to having the white tiger and vermilion bird emperor's jade. Obediently allow yourself to be captured. Xianxia laughed loudly. The azure dragon in the sky extended its dragon claw towards Yunsheng. Don't hurt my dear master. Popping Sheep's pink body stood in front of Yunsheng. Ignorant universe god beast, get lost. The azure dragon totem roared. It completely ignored the Popping Sheep. With a swipe of its claw, the weakened Popping Sheep was slapped away. The sharp dragon claws were about to grab Yunsheng. On Yunsheng's bracelet, a white and a red light flashed. The vermilion bird totem and the white tiger totem showed their beast forms. They didn't want to fight with the azure dragon totem, but the azure dragon totem kept making mistakes, and they couldn't bear it anymore. Big brother azure dragon. Don't help the tyrant anymore. The two beasts saw how the azure dragon was manipulated by Xianxia. It lost its godly beast nature and caused Di Hongqing to be plunged into misery and suffering. They felt helpless and pained. White tiger, vermilion bird, why are you protecting that weak human? The azure dragon totem's dragon claw stopped in midair. Facing the two godly beast companions who had gone through life and death with it, the azure dragon totem's dragon eyes showed a trace of hesitation. Although it was under Xianxia's control, it was still able to maintain a certain level of clarity in front of its close friends. Big brother azure dragon, this person isn't an ordinary human. She's the one who woke us up. We believe that she's the one Emperor Nine Flames spoke of. She's the one who can reopen the path to the flame god realm, the vermilion bird and white tiger said in unison. Hearing this, the hesitation in the azure dragon totem's eyes became even more obvious. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly picked up his jade flute and played the 8th movement of the Dihong song. Once the Dihong song was played, the azure dragon totem, who was still hesitating, gradually lost its consciousness. Its dragon eyes were filled with the color of blood. It roared angrily at the sky. Its dragon body flipped, revealing its ferocious appearance. Oh no, Big Brother Azure Dragon has lost control. Answer the human race, quickly, play the Dihong song and awaken Big Brother Azure Dragon's consciousness. The white tiger and vermilion bird were shocked when they saw that the Azure Dragon was being controlled again. They turned into two streaks of light and charged into the clouds, entangling the Azure Dragon. Under the effects of the Azure Dragon and the Dihong song, even the white tiger and vermilion bird could only resist once. The white tiger and vermilion bird could only hope that Yunxing's Dihong song could temporarily resist Xianxia's control over the Azure Dragon. Although she knew that her Dihong song was far inferior to Xianxia's, Yunxing still sat down in midair. She took out her 1,000-year-old ice zither and plucked it with her fingertips, playing the 6th movement of the Dihong song. For a moment, only the sounds of the zither and the flute could be heard in the sky above Dihong City. It was as if two generals were leading an army of thousands of men and horses to fight. In terms of the level of the Dihong song, Xianxia was indeed above Yunsheng. He originally thought that he would definitely win this battle between the zither and the flute. Who knew that Yunxing's zither music would become more and more coherent? The zither music also became faster and faster. On the zither, her fingers turned into countless afterimages. This. Xianxia's gaze sharpened. He suddenly realized something. The zither music. The zither music and the flute music were gradually fusing together. The regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, was actually learning the 8th movement of his Dihong song while playing the zither. How was this possible? An ancient battle song was extremely difficult to comprehend. The other party was actually imitating it while playing the zither, and playing the 8th movement of the Dihong song on the spot. Unknowingly, a group of Dihong City citizens had gathered on the ground. Among them were Yuan Wuxiu and his son, the first elder, Madame Qing, Xian Mimi, and the others. At this moment, they had already forgotten about life and death. All of them raised their heads and were dumbfounded. These people had all learned the Dihong song, and they all realized something at the same time. Yunsheng, the Prince Regent of Zhou State, was actually applying what she had learned on the spot. She had only listened to it once, and she had already comprehended the 8th movement of the Dihong song. Other than Yuan Bupo, no one dared to believe it. They even thought that they were hallucinating. It wasn't a hallucination. It was the truth. Yuan. Bupo smiled bitterly to himself. Yunxing was the real Dihong Song of the mainland, and she deserved to be called the number one. He had already known when she was learning the fifth and sixth movement of the Dihong Song. Yuan Bupo had previously played the fifth and sixth movement of the Dihong Song in front of Yunxing to please her. However, Yunxing had only listened to it once, and she had already completely mastered it. Unfortunately, the only instrument that Yunxing could play was the zither. If she were to play any other instrument, she would be completely tone-deaf. Cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead. If this continued, by the time he finished playing the eighth movement, the other party would have already learned the entire movement. Was this the true strength of the person who had opened the path to God? Xianxia had never seen such a genius in his life. He would never forget it. If this continued, he would lose. He would lose miserably. In the sky, the three divine beasts that were fighting were also affected by Yunxing's zither. The green dragon totem that was filled with murderous intent had its murderous aura gradually dissipated as it regained consciousness. Xianxia was terrified. Remove the city lord, banish him from Grand Emperor City. His lover and daughter were still in the enemy's hands. Despairing thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. If this continued, Grand Emperor City would be gone and even the green dragon totem would be subdued by the enemy. There was nothing left. There was nothing left. Xianxia didn't dare to think any further. All of this was because of that person. Xianxia looked at the regent of Great Zhou in the sky. Ice and fire. It was different from Xianxia's desperate situation. Yunxing was currently in a delicate situation that she had never been in before. Just now, in order to control the green dragon totem that had gone out of control, she had braced herself and learned the 8th chapter of the Hanggu. However, as the sound of the zither continued to play, Yunxing only felt that something was happening in her body that she had never experienced before. The Shen-Nong medical bangle on her hand became hotter and hotter, as if it was going to melt her hand. In her body, every inch of her tendons, every pore, and every organ was filled with the power of the jade marrow technique, rushing straight to Yunxing's dantian. Yunxing felt as if her soul was groaning. Every inch of her skin and flesh was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the haze, Yunxing seemed to see a figure appear in the sky. It was a man dressed in a robe with 9 dragons and flames beneath his feet. With every step he took, an angry lotus bloomed under his feet. Divine light shone around him. The man flicked his sleeves and 9 dragons that were engulfed in flames appeared in the sky. The 9 dragons flashed with golden light and turned into a golden 9-dragon zither. Yunxing couldn't see the man's face clearly. The only thing she remembered was that his eyes were deep and vast, like the origin of the universe. They seemed to contain endless mystery and power. Yunxing's heart trembled. She suddenly understood. Emperor 9 Flames. Or rather, the Flame Emperor of Shen-Nong. Through a Dihong Song, she had actually seen the appearance of the God Emperor. In the sky, the 3 divine totem beasts turned pale with fright. At the same time, they also felt the might of the God Emperor. The 3 divine beasts all prostrated themselves on the ground. However, only Yunxing and the 3 divine beasts were able to sense the might of a God Emperor. The others in the Grand Emperor City were unable to sense it. However, they realized that at that moment, Yunxing's music suddenly changed. They only knew that the 3 mythological beasts that were still fighting in the sky suddenly knelt down in front of Yunxing. Prince Regent, which was still a little stiff, suddenly changed its tune. Prince Regent plucked the strings of the guqin with a solemn and dignified expression. The sound of the guqin was like a magnificent waterfall. Vaguely, it already had the momentum of swallowing rivers and mountains. This majestic aura caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This was because when Yunxing saw the Emperor 9 Flames, she felt as if she had been enlightened just by seeing the appearance of the God Emperor. She immediately understood many of the mysteries of the Dihong Song. Yunxing's change was a lifelong benefit to herself. However, to Xianxia, it only made him even crazier. Jealousy and hatred were all replaced by a dark and twisted power that slowly devoured Xianxia's consciousness. In the air, Xianxia, who was in despair and pain, spat out a ball of black magic power from the short flute in his hand. That ball of black magic power formed a black vortex beside Xianxia. The sky was torn in half by that vortex. Magic power continuously flowed into the magic vortex in Xianxia's body. The magic vortex was formed suddenly and its power was so great that it was impossible to guard against it. Within the vortex, Xianxia was like an evil spirit. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. His body was slowly being swallowed by the vortex. Father, City Lord. When Madame Qing and Xian Mimi saw Xianxia's current state, they wanted to go up and stop him. However, they were sucked into the vortex and instantly turned into a bloody mess. After the magic vortex absorbed the flesh of a living person, it expanded a little. Xianxia, who had killed his wife and daughter, became even crazier. He was like a hungry beast as he cackled. You. It's you. You caused this city lord to lose everything. Die. Die. Xianxia pounced towards Yunxing. At this moment, Yunxing was still immersed in the God Emperor's zither music. She was completely unaware that danger was approaching her. Yunxing. Be careful. Yuan Bupo only felt that his courage was being torn apart. He wanted to fly over and save her, but, bop bop. Qilin brat, quickly think of something. Master is about to die. Bop Bop Sheep was extremely anxious. In his anxiety, Bop Sheep suddenly thought of Yi Baiming. Little wildcat, danger, in the realm meditation land, Yi Baiming's eyes suddenly opened. The black scales all over his body seemed to have been ignited as they all turned golden in an instant. In the sky, the terrifying magic vortex was already closing in on Yunxing. Yunxing was completely focused on playing the zither when she suddenly saw a flash of golden light in front of her eyes. She thought it was Tycoon Gold. However, in the next moment, she felt her entire body fly up. A golden qilin appeared in front of her. The qilin picked up Yunxing with its mouth and suddenly leaped, dodging the black vortex. Yunxing suddenly woke up, a black vortex, God Emperor Zhou Yan, just now, she had entered a state of selflessness. Also, where did this guy come from? When Yunxing woke up, she was covered in cold sweat. She only felt that there was the sound of wind beside her ears. A golden qilin was holding her in its mouth as it dodged the pursuit of the magic vortex in the sky. A golden qilin? Yunxing suddenly quivered. This was a qilin with a body like a lion. The scales all over its body were pure gold. It cut through the sky as if it was flying. Its posture was very elegant. However, the golden qilin's action of holding Yunxing in its mouth was not very good. Although the golden qilin was very careful and tried not to touch Yunxing with its teeth and only held Yunxing in its mouth with the soft flesh of its upper and lower jaws, it was still a mouthful. Yunxing had an illusion that the golden qilin's action was extremely similar to the action of a mother beast protecting its cub. Yunxing could feel that the breath coming out of its mouth was warm and moist. However, it did not have the stench of ordinary magical beasts. Instead, there was a very pleasant fragrance. I say, big guy, can you change your action? I am now the regent of Great Zhou. Is it appropriate for you to hold me in your mouth like this? Yunxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this fellow treating her as a cub under its jurisdiction? When it heard Yunxing's complaint, a trace of amusement flashed across the golden qilin's eyes. However, Yunxing did not notice at all. To Yunxing's surprise, the golden qilin understood her words. It gently tossed Yunxing up and Yunxing landed steadily on its back. Thank you for the monthly votes. Fox transformation to appear. There are more benefits later. Yunxing landed on the back of the golden qilin and was stunned for a moment. Even without a contract, this big guy could actually understand her words. Could it be that this golden qilin also had a powerful background? Big guy, what's your name? Yunxing completely forgot that she was still in a stalemate with Xianxia. The golden qilin's golden eyes moved and it suddenly sped up. Yunxing was caught off guard and her body fell forward, her entire body lying on the golden qilin's back. Hey, big guy, can't you be more gentle? Yunxing complained. The golden qilin was very fast and it suddenly accelerated in the air like a golden bolt of lightning. Yunxing could only hear the whistling of the wind in her ears. She had no choice but to shut her mouth and hug the golden qilin's neck tightly. Although the golden qilin had a lot of scales, they were not prickly. They were even as smooth as silk. Yunxing hugged it and felt its powerful heartbeat. It passed through its thick skin and scales, all the way to the bottom of her heart. An unprecedented sense of security arose in Yunxing's heart. In fact, this golden qilin gave her a very strange feeling. As soon as it appeared, Yunxing felt very secure. It was as if she could entrust everything to it. Everything? Why did she have such a strange feeling? Roar. Yunxing's thoughts were interrupted. The magic vortex that Xianxia had transformed into behind her was already closing in on her. Wherever the magic vortex passed, the wind swept away the clouds and all the magic elements and clouds were sucked into it. Xianxia himself had already been completely engulfed by the magic vortex. Only a pair of murky, bloodshot eyes remained within the magic vortex, swallowing and spitting as he let out a smile that made people feel refreshed. The golden qilin stopped. There were 4 auspicious clouds under its feet. It was just standing there, but it was like an immovable god. The magic vortex was actually unable to move it at all. Big guy, that magic whirlpool has dark magic power. Its devouring power is amazing. Put me down, its target is me. Yunxing did not want to be a burden to this golden qilin that had appeared out of nowhere. The golden qilin let out an unwilling roar. Thousands of golden rays burst out of its body like a scorching sun. It was as if a scorching sun was hanging in the sky. Yunxing only felt that the golden qilin body beneath her was constantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the golden qilin's body expanded several hundred times. It was like a majestic mountain. Even the azure dragon from before paled in comparison to the golden qilin. The burning demon heart sutra's qilin mirage, the golden qilin opened its mouth and swallowed the magic vortex in one gulp. Yunxing was dumbstruck. She didn't even know that the golden qilin had fallen from the sky. Yunxing, are you all right? Yuan Bupo jumped down from the city wall and was about to help Yunxing up. However, just as he extended his hand, the golden qilin's golden eyes glared at him fiercely. A terrifying aura that was not inferior to a godly beast's aura caused Yuan Bupo's legs to tremble. His chest felt tight, and he took a few steps back. He had no choice but to retract his hand. The golden qilin seemed to be very hostile towards him. However, Yuan Bupo had no idea when he had offended the qilin. Yuan Bupo clearly saw how the golden qilin had swallowed Xianxia in one gulp. It could even swallow Xianxia, who was demonized, in one gulp. Even if the qilin was not a godly beast, it was close to one. Why are you being so fierce? He's my friend. Yunxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She patted the golden qilin's head and signaled it to put her down. The ferocious-looking golden qilin obediently lowered its front limbs and allowed Yunxing to climb down. Bobo, well done. Bobo Sheep pounced on Yunxing and the golden qilin and jumped up and down. Looking at its reaction, it seemed to be very close to the golden qilin. Bobo Sheep, is this your friend? Yunxing was surprised and pointed at the golden qilin. The qilin was covered in golden scales. It had an elegant posture, and its golden eyes seemed to be able to suck people in. For some reason, Yunxing felt strangely familiar when she saw the golden qilin. Earlier on, Xianxia almost killed Yunxing at the last moment. It was all thanks to the golden qilin's help. Looking at it, it seemed to be very close to Bobo Sheep. Yunxing naturally thought that the golden qilin was a godly beast companion that Bobo Sheep had found. Bobo Sheep, it's... Bobo Sheep wanted to say that it was the qilin boy, but the golden qilin gave it a warning look and it swallowed its words. It seemed that the qilin boy didn't want its master to know that it was Yi Baiming. Bobo Sheep, it's Bobo's good friend. It's called gold coin. Bobo Sheep blurted out. Gold coin, a few black lines appeared on the golden qilin's forehead. What kind of bullsh** T name was that? It roared at Bobo in dissatisfaction. Damn fat sheep, you're not AF * king dragon. Even if you like gold coins, you can't call me gold coin. Also, what was with this demon burning art? When it first started cultivating, it only said that it could control the evil energy in its body. The evil aura was indeed under control. However, after the cultivation was completed, the black qilin became a golden qilin with golden scales all over its body. However, it was also because of the golden scales that Yunxing didn't recognize it. The golden qilin was Yi Baiming's beast form. At this moment, he couldn't tell if he wanted Yunxing to recognize him or if he didn't want her to recognize him. Yi Baiming was still a little worried that Yunxing would blame him for leaving without saying goodbye last time. Fine, as long as he could stay by her side and not hurt her, he was willing even if he had to exist in the form of a golden qilin. Due to the ancient qilin curse, Yi Baiming couldn't directly transform into human form to meet Yunxing. Bobo sheep, qilin boy, what's the meaning of that look? Be careful that I don't tell master. Bobo sheep pouted. It was its fault for lacking in human vocabulary. It had only recently learned how to use the currency system of the boundless continent. Its recent hobby was to collect all kinds of gold coins. Its mind was filled with the results of collecting gold coins. In addition, the golden qilin's body was shining with golden light. It was no wonder that it came up with the name gold coin. Yunxing rolled her eyes and didn't have the strength to complain about this name. Bobo sheep, help me thank it for saving me. If I have the chance to meet it again in the future, I will repay it well. Yunxing didn't expect that she had the ability to contract this powerful golden qilin. The golden qilin and Bobo sheep were both stunned. Yunxing meant to chase the golden qilin away. Bobo sheep, dear master, gold coin says it wants to follow you. Bobo sheep was also anxious. What kind of joke was this? It had gone through so much trouble to reunite master and qilin boy. Follow her? This time, it was Yunxing's turn to be stunned. She suspiciously glanced at the golden qilin. This golden qilin was covered in golden scales and had a noble aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary creature. It also looked very arrogant. As a summoner, Yunxing actually couldn't tell what level of magical beast it was. However, since it was Baby Sheep's partner, it must also be a mythological beast. It wants to form a contract with me? Yunxing couldn't believe it. Why would this mythological beast-level golden qilin want to follow a summoner of her level? Could it be that it knew that she had the exquisite beast pagoda, or it found out that she had hidden? Yunxing thought about it and felt that Baby Sheep must have made a mistake. Contract? A trace of embarrassment flashed through the golden qilin's eyes. This stupid woman, she actually regarded it as a magical beast and wanted to form a contract with it. No, the two of them already had an agreement, but it was a marriage agreement and not a magical beast contract. The two of them still needed to form a contract. Baby Sheep, dear master, it said that it doesn't want to form a contract with you. It said that the exquisite beast pagoda on your body is good for its cultivation, so it wants to follow you. Baby Sheep smelled the aura of the qilin boy that was about to explode. Sure enough, it came to take advantage of the exquisite beast pagoda. Yunxing snorted and looked at the golden qilin with a picky gaze. This golden qilin was not easy to manage. There was no doubt that it was very smart and its strength was also very tyrannical. Yunxing knew that with her current strength, she couldn't control it. However, having such a powerful magical beast, even if it was not her own contracted beast, there were still many benefits. After weighing the pros and cons, Yunxing decided to take in this qilin. You can follow me, I am the master, you are the servant. I have to make 3 rules first. You are not allowed to be fierce to my friends, not allowed to disobey me, and not allowed to betray me. If you can abide by them, from now on, you are mine. Yunxing raised 3 fingers and counted the rules one by one. 3 rules? Was this woman trying to rebel? The golden qilin was somewhat dissatisfied, but when it heard the words, from now on, you're mine, its dissatisfaction disappeared. Except for the first condition, which it would never abide by, it would reluctantly agree to the other 2 conditions. Like a king, the golden qilin walked to Yunxing's side in a high-profile manner and gracefully placed its right forelimb on Yunxing's hand. In other words, the agreement was reached. Bobo, that's great. Master, that old geezer Xianxia was also swallowed by dollar. His emperor jade is here. The Bobo sheep flapped its wings and brought over the green flute. The magic power on the flute dissipated and turned into a piece of blue dragon emperor jade. The totem blue dragon, vermilion bird, and white tiger also came to greet their new master. Yunxing, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster would have befallen Grand Emperor City. Because of the golden qilin, although Yuan Bupa wanted to say a few words to Yunxing, he could only obediently stand a distance away from her. You're too polite. This happened because of me, so it's my duty. Uncle Yuan, regarding the Black Emperor Jade, I have a presumptuous request. Yunxing hesitated. She had promised the Blue Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird to obtain the fourth Emperor Jade and let the four totem mythical beasts return to the God realm. Now, she had 3 Emperor Jades in her hands. She only needed one more to open the Flame God's road. The last Black Emperor Jade was in the hands of the Yuan family. If she was not wrong, it should be in the hands of the current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Wuxiu. When Yunxing opened her mouth, Yuan Wuxiu knew that she wanted the Black Emperor Jade. Miss Yun, the Black Emperor Jade is related to the prosperity of the Yuan family. Although I am very grateful for your help in eradicating the Xian family, I'm afraid I can't give the Black Emperor Jade to you. Yuan Wuxiu shook his head. The Emperor Jade was the most valuable treasure of the Grand Emperor city. It was also the past talisman for the Yuan family to enter the Emperor's tomb. Now that the Xian family had declined, the Yuan family would definitely regain control of the Grand Emperor city. Yuan Wuxiu could not ask Yunxing to return the 3 Emperor Jades. After all, the Emperor Jades belonged to Yunxing after they recognized their master. However, if he handed over the last Emperor Jade, it would be equivalent to handing over the secrets of the Grand Emperor city and the Grand Emperor city, as well as the greatest secret of the Emperor's tomb, to Yunxing. Although Yunxing resolved the disaster for the Grand Emperor city, as the owner of the Black Emperor Jade, Yuan Wuxiu was unwilling to hand it over. Uncle Yuan, I don't want to seize the Emperor Jade. I only want to borrow the Black Emperor Jade. Yunxing understood Yuan Wuxiu's thoughts. She was an outsider after all. It was not strange for Yuan Wuxiu to have such thoughts. Father, just lend the Black Emperor Jade to Yunxing. Other than me, no one else in the Yuan family can enter the Emperor's tomb. Yuan Bupo was vexed. Yunxing had helped the Grand Emperor city so much and even helped the Yuan family regain control of the Grand Emperor city. How could his father be so ungrateful? Yuan Wuxiu saw his son's anxious expression and felt helpless in his heart. How could his stupid son be so stupid? Since it's inconvenient for Uncle Yuan, then I won't force you. Yunxing was also unwilling to force him. With her current strength, she was afraid that she did not have the ability to step on the path to God. Earlier, when she glimpsed Emperor Jiuyan's true appearance, she felt that her Dihong Song and Jade Marrow technique had improved greatly. Right now, she needed to properly comprehend it. Perhaps her cultivation could increase by another level. If Yuan Wuxiu did not want to hand over the Emperor Jade, in the future, she would think of a way to make him hand over the Emperor Jade willingly. Just as Yunxing was about to give up, Yuan Wuxiu spoke again. Miss Yun, it's not that I am unwilling. It's just that the Yuan family's ancestors have instructed that the Black Emperor Jade can only be passed down to the Yuan family. If Miss Yun really wants the Emperor Jade, there is another way. That is to become a member of the Yuan family. After Yuan Wuxiu finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Yunxing and Yuan Bupo. As a father, which father would not care about his own children, Yuan Wuxiu had long seen through it. Even if Yunxing was already married and became someone else's wife, his foolish son was still dead set on her. Previously, Yuan Wuxiu did not understand what Yunxing had that made his son so infatuated with her. However, after experiencing the incident in Dihong City, Yuan Wuxiu also realized that Yunxing was different from other women. Her appearance was outstanding and she was naturally intelligent. The rarest thing was that this woman did not panic in the face of danger. In the face of danger, she knew when to advance and retreat. She was a rare woman. As long as Yunxing was willing, the Yuan family would not mind that she was already married and would accept her as the Yuan family's daughter-in-law. Yuan Wuxiu's words were so explicit that everyone present immediately understood. Yuan Bupo's face flushed red. Yunxing was also stunned. Uncle Yuan's words meant that he wanted her to marry, roar. Beside him, the Golden Qilin was extremely furious and roared at Yuan Wuxiu. End of chapter 973. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.